Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Izuku had dragon tendency quirk? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. I'm sorry Izuku. Those weren't the words he needed to hear. Izuku Midoriya had, like many kids nowadays, dreamed of being a hero. He had dreamed of saving lives with a smile on his face with his best friend. But alas, some dreams are never meant to be. This did, however, give me an opportunity which I could not pass up. A young boy sitting on a bench alone, covered in burns and explosion markings. Somehow no one had come to check on the poor quirkless greenhead while he was crying. Holding the last remnants of his dreams, a book filled with details on quirks and heroes. About to tear it apart, he pauses when a man asks him a simple question. "Are you all right, kid?" Izuku looks up to see a white-haired gentleman in a plain black work suit with red eyes who seemed older than they should. The man bends down to meet Izuku's eyes to repeat his question. "Are you all right?" Izuku sniffles and wipes his eyes as he responds. "Why yeah, I'm fine. Just messing around with my friends." The man frowns. "Did your friends ruin your clothes and leave you hurt and crying?" Izuku looks down, not meeting the man's eyes. They were only showing off their quirks, it's not like they meant it. The man sighs and places a hand on the boy's green and bushy hair, causing a light glow. "They don't sound like particularly good friends if they left you alone after that. This should make the stinging go away." The faint reddish-black glow caused Izuku's light wounds to fade to nothing. With a light start, the boy looks up and immediately smiles, fascinated by the man's quirk. "Wow. That's so cool. You can heal people, sir?" "Thank you." The man chuckles and rubs the boy's head a bit. "Yes, I can. It helps when there's someone I wish to help." The boy's eyes light up as he asks, "Are you a hero, mister?" "No kid, I'm not. I'm just an old man with a strong quirk. How about you? You seem to like heroes a lot by the looks of it." The man smirks gently and motions to the book the boy had been about to destroy. I wanted to be one, but I didn't get a quirk." The boy clutches the book and drops his head once more, starting to sniffle again. "That's too bad. Few kids would have notebooks about that kind of stuff. I bet you'd have made a great hero." The man comforts the child, moving to sit down next to him and rub his back as he begins to cry once more. "What's your name, son?" "Midoriya, Izuku," the boy says between sniffles, starting to calm down due to the man's gentle comforting. "Well, little Midoriya, why do you want to be a hero? Plenty of jobs save people. You could be a doctor, a firefighter, or a police officer, or even a quirk counselor. Why hero?" The man continues trying to talk with the boy, keeping the boy's mind from sad thoughts. "I wanted to be able to save people with a smile, like All Might does. To tell them that everything is gonna be okay. I'm here." The man winces at first, but as if a ghost had haunted him, he sees the boy with white hair like his, hunched over. The memory bittersweet in his mind. "That sounds a lot like my little brother, a powerful sense of justice and empathy. I don't think you're wrong to want that." The man lets out a sigh as he stares into the distance, hand now on the young man's shoulder. "You know, son, I've lived a long life. I've had ups and downs and all the things in between. I know what it's like to lose the thing you treasure most. Some will tell you to move on or give up, but don't let them stop you. I still haven't gotten back what I lost, but you haven't quite lost it yet." The boy raises his head and turns to look at the man, giving a questioning look as the man continues his 1,000-mile stare. "What if I could offer you a chance? A chance to be a hero?" The boy's emerald eyes go wide. The man turns and looks at the boy with a serious expression. "What if I could give you a quirk?" But quirks can't just be given to someone. Everyone knows that," Izuku argues, starting to feel as though he is being messed with. "That's true for most, however my quirk is special. I can transfer them, give them, take them, much like a hat." The man makes an All Might hat appear out of thin air and puts it on the kid's head. "As you can see, I do have multiple. But the one I'm offering you is my own, my original quirk. Give and take." The kid looks up at the man in shock and awe, the idea changing his worldview significantly. Why would you do that? I'm just a Deku. I don't deserve a cool quirk like that." With a hearty chuckle the man responds. "Cool, I guess it is. Most think it's terrifying. being able to take a person's quirk away permanently. I don't offer this lightly, young Midoriya. If people find out, you may be hunted for this gift. Imagine all the villains who could want it, not to mention the greedy heroes too. Greedy heroes. And villains? Izuku inches away from the man ever so slightly in fear. Yes, it is a great and terrible power. But I am done with it. I have lived my life to its fullest, save some regrets. I doubt you could find anyone else to give you an offer like this. The man stares at Izuku, causing the child to gulp instinctively. But I won't force you. I could, but that would be cruel to you. In the end, it is your life to live. The man stands and begins walking away, turning his head to look at Izuku. I want to be a hero, so please let me, sir. The boy clenches his fists, the notebook still in hand as he stands. Very little hesitation, a good trait for a hero. Then my quirk is your young Midoriya. However, it will be your secret to keep. You'd do well to hide that aspect just in case. So, I shall give you a second quirk as well. What are your parents' quirks, son? The man exclaims with his arms wide and a grin that could be mistaken for all might on his face. Mom has telekinesis and dad has fire breath. Izuku struggles to speak the complicated word as he blushes slightly in embarrassment. I do not have a pyrokinesis quirk on hand. Perhaps I can procure one from an elderly man whom cannot use it well. The man begins to mumble under his breath. A trait he had thought he'd gotten rid of, but it seems his theatrics has gotten the better of him. Thank you, sir. I don't even know you yet. You're doing so much for me. Izuku ran up and hugged the man's leg, causing the man to jump slightly in his thoughts. He then pats the child's head. I am only doing what I should. He smiles, but the smile does not reach his eyes. However, the boy doesn't notice this. Mister, what do I call you? Izuku looks up, his emerald eyes pure and innocent. Most I work with call me sensei, but you Izuku may call me Shigaraki. Izuku beams at him, a bright smile across his face. Izuku, I want you to meet me here again once a week. I'll need to transfer the other quirk first and let it settle before my own. Once I give you mine, you likely won't see me again. Why not? Quirks are strange. I fear if I touch you after mine is gone, it may jump back to me. Mine is able to transfer quirks, even itself after all. Oh, okay. Izuku looks sad once more but manages to smile all the same, his hope returned. Now run along now, Izuku. I have some work to do if I am to find you a dummy quirk. The man pushes Izuku away towards the edge of the park. Okay, Mr. Shigaraki. Izuku then waves as he runs home, a newfound pep in his step. Leaving the villain on his lonesome, the ancient man opens his phone and speaks. Continue observing, be prepared to retrieve if something goes wrong. I don't want to lose the original. A cruel smile slides across the man's face as he walks away. Inko had noticed a change in her son, like he was a mere month ago. He had been smiling and watching her videos, no longer obsessing over his lack of a quirk. She had felt bad for how. She comforted him the other night, but seeing her son happy once more told her that he'd be happy without being a hero. Once a week, he'd asked to visit the park in the afternoon. At first he had come back with ripped clothes, but he assured her it was an accident on his part for getting too close to Katsuki. Her first thought was, Katsuki? What happened to Kachan? Her second was, where'd he get the hat? Every week Izuku would come back from the park in a cheerful mood, sometimes with a bit of All Might merchandise. When she asked about it, she merely got, a friend gave it to me. She was happy to hear he'd made a new friend but was concerned that he wouldn't tell her. More than that. But seeing him happily placing the items among his collection was one of the sweetest sights she could ask for. About a month and a half he'd come back yelling for her, exclaiming, Mom, Mom, look, I got it. I actually got one. Izuku was smiling while he expelled flames from his arms and mouth, soon swallowing them up like some kind of dragon. Inko's eyes went wide in delight, a smile so warm that it felt hot. Wait, no, that was Izuku's flames. Having apparently gotten a mix of her and her husband's quirk, he made his flames move as he expelled them. Perhaps there was some accumulation part to his quirk which meant he hadn't gotten signs of it at first. Izuku's flames were a strange color, almost looking sickly or cursed as they matched his green hair slightly. Quirk. Hydra Flame. This quirk allows the user to expel, control and consume flames. It is a composite quirk made of several flame eating, flame control, flame storage and leech flames. Allowing the user to heal from eating flames, store flames, control the ones he expels and leech the vitality of those who are burned from the flames. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Chapter summary: Izuku gets a quirk, but it seems things don't change in his personal life as much as he'd like. Chapter notes: I plan on making more of this and writing on a weekly basis, I think. Let me know if you like it and if you notice an error for me to fix. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 2. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Kachan. Kachan. It happened. Monday came once more, and with it came school. The young vessel is now able to show his friends his new power. The emerald green eyes. Katsuki knew had changed into slits, a side effect of a mutant gene in one of the composite quirks that made up Hydra Flame, making him look slightly reptilian. The explosion wielder looked annoyed, and a bit put off by Izuku's enthusiasm. What, Deku? You find some weird contacts to claim as your quirk? He instantly mocked the boy. Izuku frowned. No, I got my quirk yesterday. Look, Izuku made a small green flame flicker out of his mouth like a lizard's tongue. Katsuki snorted. So? You're only able to breathe some weird flames like your dad. Not cool enough to be a top hero like me. Izuku pouted, more flames flickering out of his mouth. This time they were longer, almost finger length. Showing how the boy had gotten slightly annoyed by the blonde's comment. It is cool. My flames are way better than your firecrackers. Izuku covered his mouth. An uncharacteristic outburst on his part caused him to insult his best friend. He opened his mouth to apologize but was cut off by an explosion in his face, one that did far less damage than it should have. A spicy taste filled Izuku's mouth, much like spicy curry on a challenge menu. Izuku stuck his tongue as he spoke, trying to get away from the spice. Kachan, that's really spicy. Izuku began to fan his tongue with his hand, much to the shock of the blonde menace. The other kids around them stared at Izuku, expecting him to start crying or be hurt. Soon the silence is broken by a shout. How'd you do that, Deku? What did you do? The young Bakugo charged at Izuku, tackling him to the floor, grabbing him by the collar as he pinned him. Kachan, what are you? Izuku was cut off by the sound of flesh hitting flesh and a sharp pain in his cheek. The taste of blood filled his mouth. Tears began to well up in his eyes as another punch was thrown at him. And another. Soon children began to yell at Bakugo to stop, but only a thought in the back of Izuku's mind kept him conscious. Trash, he really is trash. At that moment, the seeds that the ancient villain planted began to grow in Izuku's mind. He didn't defend himself, only staring at the boy who beat him with contempt. Inko and Mitsuki had been called to the principal's office of the elementary school, their sons, after being told of the incident. Mitsuki, seeing her best friend absolutely fuming, caused her to wince and immediately bow in apology. I'm sorry for my son's actions, Inko. I hadn't expected his IED to get this put of control so soon. Inko only let out a sigh, seeing her best friend, whom rarely admitted fault, bow. Caused a bit of her rage to leave her, but only a bit. Suki, you're my friend, so I take no pleasure in saying this, but you need to get your boy some help. Even if Izu didn't help the situation, beating another kid up out of anger is going to cause lots of trouble for your family and him. I'll be speaking with you about potential bills later, it just depends on how hurt Izuku is. Mitsuki winces as she frowns, looking up to Inko slightly and nodding slowly as she stands up straight. The two parents enter the office and are greeted by a woman with a rotund form and cross-shaped eyes. Light purple hair pulled back in a brain behind her head and a set of glasses sitting low on her nose. She leans forward in her seat to greet the two mothers. Mrs. Bakugo and Mrs. Midoriya, it's nice to meet you both, even with the circumstances being as they are. I am Rayano Asuji, the principal here. As was explained on the phone, your boys got into an argument which led to the fight. Luckily they didn't use their quirks, both having fairly destructive abilities. Mitsuki cocks her head to the side slightly in confusion. I thought Izuku was quirkless. Inko, you didn't tell me he manifested his power. Mitsuki gives a bittersweet smile, trying to keep her frustrations with her son from showing. Inko nods, giving a gentle grin. Izu wanted to show it off at school to Katsuki first. She scratches her cheek in slight embarrassment, and I couldn't say no to his puppy dog eyes. Mitsuki gives a slight chuckle. knowing how much of a pushover her friend can be when it comes to Izuku. What did he get? Green flames, a mutation gene giving him lizard-like eyes, and he can eat flames too. I think he leans towards Hisashi's side. Though my niece Setsuna has some reptilian aspects to her too, so perhaps that comes from my side. Inko brings the finger on her cheek to her chin as she recites and thinks on her son's quirk. He can eat fire? Mitsuki blinks wildly as the principal clears her throat. Yes, young Midoriya allegedly ate one of Bakugo's explosions, only suffering from a strong spicy flavor as he claims. This led to Bakugo insulting him and Izuku insulting him back, which set off the explosive temper of Bakugo. Bakugo then jumped at Izuku and began pummeling the poor boy. Izuku must have been in shock as he made no move to defend himself. A teacher had to pull Bakugo off Izuku to stop Bakugo. The round principal looks to Inko with a pensive frown. Izuku suffered a few scratches on the inside of his mouth, lost a baby tooth and likely had a concussion. Our nurse thought it best to put him to sleep with his quirk. Izuku will be fully recovered when he awakes, but he still shouldn't push himself. Inko bites her lower lip and balls her hands into fists, hearing how hurt her baby had gotten. Angry tears threatened to overwhelm her as she slowly spoke to her friend. Mitsuki. I don't want Bakugo to go near my boy again. Mitsuki could only hang her head at that, unfortunately agreeing that if their sons argued again things would escalate. Alright, I'll look into some programs for him. Again Inko, I'm sorry. I think I'll have Izuku change schools actually. I think a change of pace will be good for him. Inko waved Mitsuki off, deciding to be the one to make a move in response to the potential fallout between their sons. I shall have the relevant documents put together for you then, Mrs. Midoriya. Do you believe the change will be immediate? Or will you wait for the school year to end? The principal began typing something on her computer, glancing at Inko every once in a while to continue the conversation. Suki, what do you think? Would Bakugo be able to make it till the end of the year? Without much trouble. Or not? I don't mind letting Izu finish his year here, but I'm not going to assume with Bakugo. And I didn't know you in grade school, so I have nothing to go on. Inko did her best to put things politely so not to insult her friend. Her tone, however, betrayed her new feeling towards the youngest Bakugo, however. Mitsuki frowns in thought, mulling over the idea and speaks hesitantly. I think he will be able to make it if I impress upon him to leave Izuku alone. Inko looks to the principal and nods, agreeing to stay for the school year. The principal continues typing away, only pausing once she is finished. I'll still have the documents sent to you in case of another incident. Do let me know if you change your mind. Inko looks to her friend, seeing her struggling with the situation, and decides to move to comfort her. She reaches over, putting a hand on her arm and giving her a gentle smile. I hope you aren't blaming yourself, Suki. Bakugo is still a kid, he has a lot of time to learn. Control. Unlike you, he has someone who wants to help and not just blame him. Actually, make that 3 people. Mitsuki let out a troubled sigh and put her free hand on Inko's. Thanks, Inky. Inko turns to the principal once more. Is there anything else we need to know? That covers the incident, however, there is another concern. Apparently, the nurse says Izuku has yet to even show signs of healing, though he has been asleep for an hour. Normally their quirk would be in effect by now. The principal frowns at her screen, rereading the email to be sure she isn't misinterpreting it. Inko's eyebrows raise in concern. What does that mean? Izuku has internal injuries. The principal shakes her head, while Mitsuki clutches her friend's hand harder, a fear that her boy did something worse than they assumed starting to take hold. No, then healing would be taking place. Even if the injuries were internal, the outer injuries would be getting healed at the same time. I'm going to call an ambulance to take your son to the hospital. Perhaps there is something unrelated causing this. While the principal and the 2 parents discussed the situation, a certain doctor made his own preparations. He had been visiting Shizuoka General for the week in order to sell a coincidence. Chapter end notes. I gotta work on making longer chapters too. But for now it's my first work, so let me off with a slap on the wrist. What makes a monolith last? Chapter summary. Izuku is in the hospital. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 3. What makes a monolith last? By nature a quirkless individual is meant to be quirkless. They aren't particularly built to have them. Though those who have quirked parents have a better foundation for it than those without. The appearance of a quirkless individual in a long line of quirks can be theorized as a stabilizer, showing more often in families with particularly powerful quirks. This gap allows the genome to stabilize for at least 10 years before being spread again. This idea was the solution to the quirk singularity theory that Dr. Shigaraki put forth many years ago. It would however be shunned in its entirety, which would do no favors to quirkless individuals' life expectancy. Dr. Tsubasa was a renowned geneticist and quirkologist whose home hospital was in Jaku City in the Kyoto prefecture. He did however run children's clinics all over Japan, even making rounds to visit them every few months to keep the quality he strives for in as many as he can. He had taken an appointment due to short staffing as he claimed while at one, but this led go a series of events which he would see the boy again. Izuku felt numb, his head fuzzy and his body as though it wasn't there, and of course it wasn't. He opened his eyes to see a vast darkness with a single man with white hair sitting in a throne, a comically tall throne of obsidian. He sat with a smirk on his face, starting as the apparition of the boy whose body was covered in black and green smoke. No, it was the smoke. Izuku tried to call out to his friend, but no words came out. Well, color me surprised. I hadn't expected you to get here in only a few days. Truly I picked correctly. The man clapped while chuckling to himself. Do not panic, young Midoriya. You are in a place in which minds meet. You may remember that I can take quirks, but those quirks also tend to hold vestiges of those that held them. I am one such thing. The man slowly stood and walked to the boy, placing a hand on his head while ruffling his hair. Now that you have made the connection, you may slowly form here. By then I may begin to merge into you. Can you turn around? The man walks behind Izuku. Izuku then struggles to silently turn to the man, seeing a large mass of writhing lights and flesh above him. Izuku would have panicked, but somehow he was calm. This thing did not seem to bother him, it looked almost friendly. This is the quirk I have given you besides my own. It is a composite quirk so made of multiple vestiges whose wills are unable to act on this plane. I believe you named it Hydra Flame. A name I believe to be accurate to a point. Now, do your best to visit again, young Midoriya. I wish to become one with you. The man smiled and then the world went dark once more. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, seeing an unfamiliar room and a heaviness in his body. Last he remembered the nurse was about to use his quirk on him. He began to grow anxious and turned his head to see his mom reading a magazine in a chair not far from him. Mom? Izuku called out her weakly. Inko immediately looked up with wide eyes and a smile. Where? Inko raced over and hugged him, keeping her boy close. Izu, I'm glad you're awake. Izuku could hear sniffling in his ear as his mom smothered him in love. Mom. Can't breathe. Izuku managed to choke out, which caused his mom to pull back and wipe her eyes. Sorry, you've been asleep for a few days, so I was worried. Your dad even stopped work to come see you. Though that was only for 2 days, he's gonna be so upset he missed you by a few hours, haha. Inko began to chuckle to herself and pulled a chair closer to the bed to hold Izuku's hand. Mom, where are we? Izuku looked around, figuring it was a doctor's office. Jaku General, sweetie, when you were showing no signs of healing, we figured something was wrong and had you taken to the hospital. Then it was found that you had a rare genetic problem. Do you remember the quirk doctor we met? He was here visiting and noticed the issue. He had you moved to Jaku General so he could take your case personally. Dr. Tsubasa. Remember? Izuku nodded hesitantly, sort of remembering the doctor who looked like Dr. Eggman from the ancient Sonic movie he made his mom watch with him. Well, he said you have something called rapid onset quirk antithesia, where your body doesn't quite match up with your quirk. It can happen in milder varieties like a fire user not inheriting a fire resistance causing burns, but with those whose quirks have a regenerative function it becomes something worse. But the doctor plans on using some gene therapy to help you adapt. You remember when you ate Katsuki's explosion, right? Apparently eating fire causes you to heal up faster, which started the reaction. Long story short, your quirk is a bit off, but it'll be corrected like tightening a screw or putting an All Might figure's arm back in the socket. Inko had begun to speak quickly in the middle of her explanation, but Izuku managed to catch the gist of the issue and began to wonder if it was because the quirk wasn't his to start with. Maybe the gene therapy would make it work better. So, my quirk is hurting me instead of healing me? Inko takes a deep breath and squeezes her son's hand. Kind of yes. But don't worry, we'll fix the issue and make you all better. Inko smiles gently at Izuku, comforting him and reassuring him in a way only a mother could. Inko then reaches down and presses a button on the side of the bed to summon a nurse. Not too long after, a nurse peeks their head in to check on the patient and their visitor. Ah, he's awake. I'll let Dr. Tsubasa know. How are you feeling? Izuku speaks hesitantly after glancing to his mom. Numb and fuzzy. The nurse nods and leaves the room to page the specialist. Before long, a slightly comical-looking doctor with a bushy mustache and round spectacles enters the room. He looks over Izuku's vitals before speaking. I wish I could say it's good to see you again, kid, but given the circumstances I'd say it's a miracle you are awake. The doctor didn't mince words. A trait good for adults but terrible for treating children, as Izuku shrinks back and squeezes his mother's hand in slight fear. Inko pipes up, showing her son frightened. Perhaps you could have put that a bit better? The doctor clears his throat before continuing. Well, I'd say your son is lucky. He is in a much more stable condition than he would have been had you not received a healing quirk. And one that didn't use his own body's energy to heal. To be frank, Miss Midoriya, your son is lucky to be alive because he was in a hospital when his body began to break down. Thanks to that, we were able to give him some quirk suppressants and keep him under to let the healing run its course. Now that he has woken up, he should be stable enough to wean him off the suppressants and begin treatment. But we must be careful not to trigger another episode. So I'd like him to stay here a bit longer so we can get him stable enough that an episode will be slow enough to get him to a hospital in time. Inko bit her lip in displeasure. The doctor wasn't sugarcoating it, but she could understand why. If it's this serious of a condition, then Izuku's life was in danger and the doctor wasn't going to risk downplaying the issue. How long do you think he will be hospitalized? Well, it's hard to say, but if we go with the most stable treatment plan, which would be the least dangerous but the slowest, he could be home in a month and a half with complications. The doctor pulls a stool up and sits parallel to Inko on the other side of Izuku. What complications could arise? Inko asks in a solemn tone. Well, so long as the genome isn't triggered or the CRISPRs aren't seen as infection, his immediate treatment shouldn't be disturbed. However, this is an emergency patch. To get rid of the issue, he'll need weekly injections for years. Perhaps 10 at the most. Basically until puberty, so we can guide his body into maturing in a correct way, thus preventing him from passing the defect on to any potential kids. I know that is a long way off, but there's no way to disassociate genetics from heredity. Inko nodded slowly to demonstrate her understanding as she processed what the doctor said, while Izuku looked down at his hand and opened and closed it. I don't like shots. The doctor snorted at this slightly, the remark relieving some of the tension and solemn air that had built up in the room. Inko also let out a sigh mixed with a weak chuckle. It's okay, Izuku. You want to grow up to be a hero, right? So you can't let a few needles stop you, right? She let out a big grin to mimic All Might while making a pose of a bodybuilder. The doctor sat looking a bit confused and perhaps disgusted by the woman's antics, but Izuku beamed and nodded hard. Heroes aren't afraid of needles. That's right, Izu. Now let's let the nice doctor finish. Dr. Tsubasa took out a packet of papers from his lab coat and presented them to Inko. These are long-term admission papers for the hospital. You'll need to sign them as you are his parent. I've already verified that your insurance will cover it as well. You do still use the same as before, yes? Inko affirms the question. All right. You can visit him any time as he is a minor. However, after visiting hours you'll need to call the nurses' station to be let in. Do you have any questions? Izuku is the one to ask. What about school? You won't be going back for the school year, Izu. But I'll have some school books brought so you can go back next school year and not fall behind. Inko gives a pat on the head to her son, ruffling his hair a bit. Miss Midoriya, I recommend you and Izuku move closer to Jakku. Anywhere in the Kyoto prefecture would be fine, but it would allow me to transfer him to Jakku much quicker in case of an episode. Would that be an issue for you and your family? Inko shakes her head. No, we were already planning on moving schools next year, so if anything it settles where. Well, happy coincidences then. I'll let you both digest all of this. I'll be back to take some blood after you submit consent for treatment. With that, the old doctor walks out, hands behind his back and purpose in his stride. Inko of course signs the papers, and over the first week different samples of Izuku are taken to develop a treatment for him. The next week starts the first trials, then followed by observation and testing. Izuku kept his mind off the feeling of being a lab rat by watching TV and writing notes on heroes he sees on TV. Sometimes he'd be given a workbook to do to keep up with school, but he'd usually finish them within the day, though they were meant for an entire year's worth of schooling in a certain subject. The doctor had taken note of his intelligence, deciding to sneak a peek at one of the notebooks Izuku had filled in his spare time. His eyes went wide at the detail and theories, the tactical mind which shouldn't belong to a child, and the uses of quirks. The doctor had confirmed only the beginnings of Izuku's connection to his master's quirk, however, it would seem to already be having an effect on the child's mind. The doctor had been given instructions to stimulate the connection and create a long-term operation to ameliorate Izuku's body, using his research into genetically enhanced soldier made from corpses. Nomu, as he called them, he could find the best way to slowly and stably make the boy into the perfect vessel for his master. The doctor had recently also heard of a boy who gained a quirk which could copy quirks for a limited time. Perhaps he could have someone fetch him a sample to play with. Chapter endnotes. I like the idea of Izuku becoming what Tamura should have been, but of course the old villain's plans will never go the right way. A new home. Chapter summary: Izuku moves to Jakku City. Chapter notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 4. A new home. After rounds of gene therapy, Izuku's body had become stable enough that the doctor was comfortable letting him do outpatient treatments. Over the past month, Inko and Hisashi moved out of the apartment in Musutafu and into a new one in the Kyoto prefecture. They had also set up Izuku to start at an elementary school nearby. Hisashi had taken a promotion and even began working from home on a work laptop so he could see his son more often. Though frequent business trips would take him away again, but overall it was a better situation for a father. Izuku opened the door to his new room to find all his All Might figures put in their old places, the room looking almost identical to his old room save for the actual layout. He rushed in and with starry eyes and a beaming smile exclaimed, "It's perfect." Hisashi followed behind with a box in his arms and chuckled. "I guess I underestimated how much merchandise we bought you. It took an hour to put it all together." Izuku paused and his smile was replaced by an embarrassed smirk and a slight blush. "Thank you, Dad." Hisashi put the last box on his son's bed and then embraced him. "I'm just glad you're getting better. The thought of almost losing you is really scary. So do your best not to worry your old man when you grow up, okay?" Hisashi teased his son, still holding him tightly. "Okay, Dad. I'll try." Hisashi soon let go of his son and walked out of the room, calling back, "Dinner is in an hour, so be sure to unpack." Izuku, being the obedient child that he is, decided to get his unpacking done sooner rather than later. Opening the box, he found an All Might toy he and Katsuki had both gotten from a gacha machine a year ago. He picked it and without emotion threw the toy away. "I don't need this anymore." The cold voice in his head surfacing once more. He continued throwing away items that had once held emotional value to him through his friendship. Finally he got to a notebook, one labeled Hero Notes for the Future Volume 1. Opening the first page, he saw a sketch of his once friend and began to cry. Tears slowly flowing down his cheeks, barely missing the book as they fell. "Don't cry, he isn't your friend anymore, he hurt you. We'll make new friends." Izuku was about to tear the page out when he stopped himself. "Just because he isn't my friend anymore doesn't mean we weren't once." He let go of the page and began to wipe his tears. He finished his unpacking and soon heard his mom calling downstairs for him to come eat. That night Izuku once again visited that strange dreamscape. Seeing the man once more, he tried to speak. "Mr. Shigaraki." The man turned, seeing the boy, and had a faint smile. "Welcome back, young Izuku. It seems you've made progress, you can now speak." Izuku looked down, most of his body still covered in black and green fog, but he could now at least talk. Seeing this, the vestige spoke once more. "You will one day be able to move here. Your connect will grow exponentially from here." The man gestures to the fog on Izuku. "Mr. Shigaraki, is it okay that I'm getting quirk treatments? The doctor says my quirk is hurting me." The man nods and gives a gentle smile. "Worry not, young Izuku. That doctor you are seeing is familiar with my abilities. It isn't a coincidence that you met him again. He told me about your quirklessness, and after speaking with you I knew you could be my successor." "Successor?" Izuku parroted, confused. "As you know, my power is give and take, but it is known as another name." All for one. This world, filled with quirks, is at my fingertips. But alas, I will not live forever. So I thought that this power shouldn't die with me but be passed on to another. The man continued his speech, his theatrics capturing Izuku's attention. I wish to be remembered, but my name has been stricken from all your history books. My efforts deeming me evil by those who fear me. And so you young Izuku will be my legacy. You can become much more than a hero. Why stop there? More than a hero? Like a mega hero? A ultra hero? The young boy beamed with starry eyes, causing the man to sputter in horror of the name. No. No. Ha ha, no, young Izuku, you can become a symbol. They call All Might the symbol of peace. Yes. Then what kind of symbol will you become? Think on it. And while you do, learn, grow and become strong. Your mind is your greatest asset, for when your body fails you, your mind shall remain. With that, Izuku woke up. A newfound line of thinking taking hold, he would become a symbol. School doesn't start again for another few months, which between his constant notes, workbooks and hero fanboying, meant that Izuku didn't have much to do, so he asked his dad to teach him about his work, heeding his dream friend's words to learn. Though the words were vague, he thought that learning things was only a good thing. This surprised Hisashi, thinking his son had little interest in other professions besides being a hero. He was overjoyed at the chance to bond with his son. Smoke starting to leak from his mouth as he began teaching his son about business. Hisashi Midoriya was a businessman. He worked for an international firm who sold support gear and was in charge of negotiations with clients, subcontractors and suppliers. His bosses believed that negotiations were best done in person, so Hisashi had to constantly be out, but since his promotion he became a coordinator, which was a middleman between the bosses and the sales team. Using his experiences, he taught Izuku the most important parts of his job. Soon Izuku realized that even heroes had side jobs. Some famous example were Powerloader, who was a support technician, teachers at hero schools such as Ua, and even celebrities such as Uwabami. You know Izuku. Even All Might has support gear. He has his own technician as well. He's famous in my work. His name is David Shield and he works at Island. Hisashi smugly smirked at his son. He does, but he doesn't use tools like some heroes, Izuku protested. Tisk tisk tisk. All Might's suit is support gear. No normal fabric could hold up to his power. Izuku's eyes went wide, not even thinking that a costume would count. Cool. Izuku began scribbling into a notebook he had been using. Hisashi then noticed it was a second one. Where? Izuku looked up in confusion. Did you say something? No, don't worry about it. Hisashi waves the boy off, letting him continue his frantic drawing and note-taking. Hisashi continued teaching his son about business and even gave him a textbook he had from one of his college classes. Meanwhile, Inko would look over them fondly, feeling blessed that her family was all together. A dream she couldn't have thought possible a year ago. Mom, Dad, I want to learn how to make stuff too. Can I? Inko and Hisashi looked at each other and gave resigned smiles. It seemed that Izuku was a glutton for knowledge and he wouldn't stop anytime soon. I think we can figure something out. How about we look into a summer camp for you? Hisashi suggested, looking to Inko to make sure the idea wasn't shot down. Of course, she gave a nod and a gentle smile. That's a wonderful idea. Maybe you'll meet a few kids who you'll see at school. Really? Yay. Izuku jumped up and down in excitement. Inko and Hisashi would eventually settle on the Kyoto Little Engineers Summer School. Though a mouthful, it had the backing of Hisashi's own company, Superb Support System Industries or SSS Industries. The three of them then went out to get some lunch, deciding that they should get a feel for their new neighborhood. They find a local restaurant with a diner styling, offering a special on milkshakes. The family sits inside at a booth, Inko and Izuku on one side and Hisashi on the other. Izuku patiently waits for his chicken nuggets and watches a street performer in a top hat and mask juggle down the street a bit. He then uses his quirk to make his hat disappear and reappear in the air. Mom, when do you think I can start practicing with my quirk? Izuku asked hesitantly. Well, I think that's a question to ask the doctor on our next visit, though we'd need to find a safe place to let you practice. Inko responds nonchalantly, looking up from her phone. Oh Hisashi, Suki says congrats on the promotion. The man smiles in response. Tell her thank you for me. Oh, and ask how Masaru is. I think I lost his number when I got my company phone. Oh right, Masaru had to change his number cause of a media issue. Something about constant calls about his work. Inko lets out a sigh, pulling up her best friend's husband's number and holding it out to Hisashi to copy. Izu, do you want to know how Katsuki is? Izuku doesn't turn back from his viewing, only shortly replying, no. You sure? He's been doing a bit better since his IED meds started to kick in. Inko prodded lightly, trying to encourage her son. No, I don't care about him anymore, Izuku replied with a hint of coldness in his voice. Hisashi arched his eyebrows hearing this uncharacteristic response. I thought you two were best friends, kiddo. He is not my friend. Friends don't call friends useless or make up mean names for them like Deku. Izuku turns to his father, a look of contempt on his face which causes Hisashi to pull back as Inko looks at her son in shock, never seeing him actively dislike someone so vocally before. I'm glad he's doing better for auntie and uncle at least. Izuku looks down, a frown still on his face as he tries to comprehend his own complex feelings on the subject of Katsuki Bakugo. Inko looks a bit sad at Izuku's words, figuring something else happened between the two boys they didn't tell their mothers, while Hisashi reaches over the table to grab Izuku's chin and push it upwards to look at him. Izuku, you may not like Katsuki anymore, but Aunt Mitsuki is still your mom's best friend. So don't tell her about what you said, or at least not so bluntly. Did you know that Bakugo has a condition too? Like you do? Izuku looks to his mom and then shakes his head. No, I didn't. While yours is your body, his is his mind. Auntie Mitsuki has the same condition too, but she manages with medicine like you get your shots. Katsuki has to take medicine too now. While it doesn't excuse his actions, don't make Auntie Mitsuki feel bad for passing her condition to Katsuki, okay? Izuku frowns a bit, trying to digest the words his father has said. He didn't have to like Katsuki anymore, but he did like Auntie. And if Auntie has the same as Katsuki, then maybe he and Katsuki could be friends again. But they don't live near each other anymore, so he can't even if he wanted to. It slowly dawns on Izuku that he threw away all of the things that reminded him of Katsuki. And he begins to tear up. Hiccups and slight panic set in, making Izuku act his age. B but we am moved. I hick I'll never see him again. Izuku looks between his mom and dad, guilt for his anger, his actions and sadness for losing his best friend now coming to the surface in a wave of tears that could be mistaken for a tear quirk. Oh Izu, don't worry. You'll see him again. We can invite him to your birthday party. Plus it's not as though you can't talk to him over the phone. Inko puts her arm around his shoulder to lean him on her in comfort. She's right, and if you both still become heroes, then we'll have to move back if you want to go to UA. Hisashi sputtered out, not used to seeing his sin like this. The lost time now making it clear how much he needs to catch up to his wife. Izuku sniffles a bit more before a waiter slides by placing their food and shakes on the table before sliding away. Izuku slowly calmed down while his mom babied him a bit, getting him to eat his nuggets and sipping his shake. He turns to the window again, seeing a hero trying to get at the magician, but the magician manages to evade him and run off. He frowns a bit, confused as to why a hero would do that, but doesn't ask his mom as he feels a bit embarrassed by her now constantly babying him. Ah, the magician is gone. Magician? Hisashi looks outside trying to spot what Izuku was looking at, but only so's a small crowd dispersing. Yeah, a hero chased him away, Izuku says, his mood only getting more somber. Well, perhaps he was using his quirk. If he didn't have a permit, then hero would be breaking the law. Hisashi nodded to himself, satisfied with his explanation. Using quirks is against the law? Izuku scrunches up his face in disapproval. To a boy who was quirkless, not being allowed to use his quirk wasn't a popular idea. Well, yes and no. If you have permission from the owner of a place, then it's fine. Public quirk use without a permit is an issue. Do you know the difference between villains and criminals? Hisashi puts on his teacher tone again. He enjoys teaching his son things, even fantasizing about homeschooling him. It's quirks? Izuku guessed, based on the flow of the conversation. Ding. 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 Correct. Hisashi made an O shape with his arms over his head, making Inko chuckle a bit. Wait, so villains are only villains cause of quirks? Does that mean there are no quirkless villains? Izuku pointed to his father with a fry casually. I don't think so. No, I'm sure if the Hero Association categorized them as one they'd be viewed that way. But legally I don't think so. Hisashi smirked and leaned forward, spitting a flame at his son's fry, toasting it lightly. This got a giggle from Izuku, who promptly ate it. Izuku continued eating his nuggets as his father spoke, now slowly getting into a better mood. The trio enjoyed some family time while a street magician casually made an escape from a D-list hero. Chapter end notes. I made a nod to a character here. I wonder if you can guess who it was. Probably not hard to haha. Green and Pink, Inventor Extraordinaire's chapter summary. Izuku's Summer of Engineering begins. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 5, Green and Pink, Inventor Extraordinaires. Izuku's gluttony for knowledge had not slowed. In fact, Hisashi had begun to take his son to the library to let Izuku read as much as he liked. One day Hisashi fell asleep only to be woken up by a librarian near dark, finding his son had made a wall of books he had read. Inko was not pleased with him for that, nor that Izuku had learned how to take apart the microwave, which he did only to put back together with the number pad upside down. Hisashi couldn't help but break out in laughter seeing this, while Inko yelled at him for laughing. Needless to say, Izuku was not allowed to touch the toolbox again. The Midoriya household became a no-tinkering zone until 1 week later when Izuku met a small pink-haired girl sitting in his usual space at the library. She had eyes like crosshairs and small braided dreads on the top of her head. In her hands was a book Izuku wanted to read. About combustion. Can I read that? Izuku approached the girl and asked carefully. The girl did not seem to hear him, however, which prompted Izuku to instead sit next to her and read. Only after a minute or two did the girl acknowledge him. Who are you? You like these books too? The girl's pupils dilated slightly, looking at Izuku. I really like reading about different things. I was hoping to read this one next, but I didn't want to bother you. Izuku gave a smile to the girl, who smiled back. Thoughtful. The book is big enough for us both to read, so here, let's share. The pink-haired girl moved the book over so it was between them. This allowed both kids to read the book on combustion, a topic two kids shouldn't be researching, but if you didn't look too hard it was cute. Sadly, all cute things come to an end. As they finished the book, the pink-haired girl looked to Izuku. Well, it was nice to meet you, Green. Hope to see you again. Izuku smiled, his bookmate's nickname making him smile. Sure, though I won't be back here for a while. I hope we can play together sometime, Pink. The girl's eyes widened as a smile crept across her face. She nodded in response. With that, she took the book and ran off towards a woman with long light blue hair in pigtails, leaving Izuku alone with a tinge of sadness. Though they had only read together, he thought the girl was nice and wanted to play with her. Miku Hatsume had merely taken her daughter to the library as a reward for her finishing her chores and finishing her schoolwork in time to do so. She was worried her daughter wasn't making many friends, and she showed no interest in girly things like dolls, instead asking for Legos and models. While she could understand kids wanting toys, she was not pleased when her daughter began asking for things that were in the realm of tools, which no child would usually ask for. At least she hadn't when she was a kid. But a faint light of hope appeared when she saw her daughter and a boy her age sharing a book. It was the cutest thing right out of a kid's movie or commercial. Her daughter ran up to her and grabbed her hand as they began to leave. So, May, did you make a friend? Miku swung her arm with her daughter as they walked. He was nice. He didn't interrupt my reading just cause he wanted the same book. May looked up and smiled at her mother. Oh, that is nice. I saw you shared. I'm proud of you. Remember, sharing is caring. Miku praised her daughter. So what was his name, sweetie? May stopped and frowned a bit before answering. Green? Miku's face froze at that. Her daughter hadn't learned the boy's name or promptly forgot it. Knowing her daughter, it could be either. May, do you remember what to do when you meet someone? May nodded confidently and put a fist to her chest. Determine how much money they have. Miku facepalmed, unable to do anything but groan, knowing exactly who taught her that. No dear, Grandma isn't right. You should introduce yourself so they do the same back. May cocked her head to the side in utter confusion. But Grandma says that it's important to know that so you know who is worth your time. That woman. I swear I'm gonna. She stopped herself from continuing, noticing May's gaze. Ahem. Anyway. If you see him again, be sure to ask his name after you give yours. Kai. Mei nods and continues walking with her mom. Hisashi was lost for words. One moment Izuku had been smiling about meeting someone at the library, then the next he was panicking. Apparently his son was having such a fun time he neither gave his name nor got the other kid's name. And now, his son was mopping in the car, muttering under his breath whatever clues he could find about her identity. Which would be impressive if Hisashi wasn't sure that Izuku would learn to hack just to get into the police database to find a fellow bookworm. Say Izuku, you said you two were reading the same book, right? What book? This caused Izuku to snap his head up and stare at his dad. Combustion Fundamentals by Chasuka Lapo. Hisashi lets out a silent groan inside his mind and promises to himself to ensure his son doesn't read any more potentially dangerous material. So wouldn't that mean you two have the same interests? Izuku nodded, following along with his dad's logic. Now this may be a stretch, but don't you think if she lives around here, has similar interests, she might also go to the engineering summer camp? Izuku's mood instantly flipped, his somberness becoming a fantastic hope of seeing the pink head again. Which of course caused him to remember all the other people he could meet. You're right. Thanks, Dad. Izuku beamed at his father. Hisashi lets out a sigh, glad he got his son in a better mood before Inko could see him. He still hadn't gotten out of the doghouse for falling asleep while at the library last week. After getting home, Izuku began his usual note-taking and such, the amount of books filled now filling a bookshelf. Hisashi saw this and had a pang of worry. At this rate he'll run out of room by next year. Perhaps a phone would nip the issue in the bud early. It was soon time for the first day of the summer camp, though it was actually a summer school program. Inko had been in charge of accompanying Izuku for the first day of the course. Due to being his guardian, there was an orientation of sorts to understand what her child would be doing each day. The course was 5 days a week from 9 to 3, which involved labs and lectures on engineering. These were of course meant for kids on the younger side, the oldest kids being 10-year-olds. Izuku and Inko walked into the classroom set up at a local community college to see a number of parent-child duos sitting at 2-person desks facing the whiteboard. They were not the lady ones to enter the room, so that meant they'd need to find a seat before they blocked the entrance. Izuku however saw the back of someone's head and could barely hold back from dragging his mom down the path between desks to the front of the classroom. Izu, hold on, Inko pleaded as her son pulled her hand towards a pair of pink and grayish-blue heads. One done up in a bun behind with the other in small braids. As Izuku got closer, the pink one perked up from her focus on something and turned to see a boy smiling toward her direction. Green. Pink. They both said as they made eye contact. The older lady with the bun glanced up from a word search as her granddaughter called out. May, you know him? The old lady questioned, getting a nod in return. The girl had been fiddling with some Legos, some small electric pieces weaving into them as well. Pink. I forgot something the last time. Izuku gave a slightly embarrassed smirk as he stated, my name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Inko looked at her son fondly as she watched him make a friend. She had heard the story before and her husband guessed the girl would be here too. The pink girl responded in kind. I'm Mei Hatsume. Future inventor. Nice to meet you, Green. The old lady next to her gave a snort at the response, then looked to Inko. I'm Midoriya Polyak. This little gremlin is my granddaughter. The old woman was the picture of a mischievous grandma. Her eyes were sharp and almost bird-like yellow with an almost beak nose. Inko couldn't help but giggle, giving a bow as she pulled out the chair on the desk behind the grandmother and daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Inko. Midoriya. My son met your daughter at the library the other day but had completely forgotten introductions. Sounds like we both have some lovable goofballs to look after. The two guardians began casual conversation as two problem children began theirs. The pink-haired Mei fiddled with the Lego contraption in front of her as Izuku leaned against her table to watch. So, what are you making? Izuku questioned, trying to gauge the parts Mei was working on. Baby number 3. The combustinator, Mei enthusiastically said as she squished some Legos together. Isn't that dangerous? Izuku cocked his head. Only if I fail, and failure is the mother of invention. Mei boasted. A click could be heard in Mei's hand. After which a flicker of panic went over the girl's face as she quickly took apart the toy. Izuku noticed her swift movements and grew curious. What's wrong? Did you mess up? Mei tried to deflect. No, I merely loosened something. Then tighten it. I am trying. May began to sweat a bit. This was causing her voice to waver, which led to the guardians glancing over. May, I thought you just brought Legos like you said. Why is it starting to swell? The old hawk-eyed lady said. I might have fibbed. Sorry, Granny. May gave a head knock and stuck out her tongue. Inko's eyes widened. That's not gonna blow up, is it? May slowly nodded. Mom, can I eat it? I could eat Katsuki's quirk. Izuku put a finger to his lip, however his mother's response was cut off by a boisterous laugh at the front of room. A man with rounded claws for hands and a monocle began to draw on the WHTE board to start the class as the small group panicked and glanced between the time bomb and the man. Izu, you might miss camp if you do. You know what happens, right? Inko asked seriously. I think I'll be fine. I'm not hurt, so it won't be bad. Izuku smiled, however the comment caused worried looks to deepen on the other two. All right, just be sure not to interrupt class. Inko sighed, knowing that the consequences would likely be dire if it did blow up. Miss Inko, what? Before May could ask, Izuku took the device and shoved it in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up in a flash with a muffled sound like a burp. He then spat out the device and complained. Tastes like mustard. Izuku opened and closed his mouth in disgust. Neat. I guess I know your quirk now. May smiled and then poked at the small broken device before having it snatched by the old lady next to her. Hey. Nope. Shush and listen to the teacher. Izuku found his way to his seat next to Inko, now paying attention to the gentleman who had written welcome to class on the board. Welcome, young ones, to the Kyoto Summer of Engineering course. I am your instructor, Carrick Montague. I am a retired support engineer and am of course in charge of your rascals for the coming month. Parents, you are welcome to attend any day to sit next to your child as well as leave them. We offer daycare services if you require it and have filled out the paperwork. The man's hands shifted from claws to metallic digits. He then put up a finger. I have but one ask. Do not interrupt me or other engineers. Other than that, we shall get along fine. The man stroked his curling mustache with his hand before changing it back to a claw. Izuku became curious of the man's quirk. He could not help it, he had to know. So, he raised his hand, which the teacher motioned to him to speak. Are your claws your quirk, Mr. Montague? The older man gave Izuku a gentle smile. No, my quirk is a mental one. I crafted these hands myself after I lost mine in an accident. A word of caution, boy, do not forget safety procedures. Izuku nods hesitantly but continues to listen to the old man's orientation. Now for starters, I shall have you young ones build me something out of these materials. With the snap of his finger, the door he came through opens and an assistant wheels a number of sticks, glue bottles and different pasta on a tray to the center of the room before bowing and stepping back. Toria here will help pass out your materials. This is a test of creativity and wit. All I need from you folks is to have some creation by the end of it. I do not expect this to be a working thing, but a model of course, so just come up with an item and make the shape. You'll have until lunchtime to finish and after we'll begin the pitches. Yes, you will also have to explain your idea. I do not mind if you use your quirks to aid you, however, I will ask they be used at a minimum. Teaming up is also within the rules of this bout. Parents, however, can only help in physical labor and pitches. I will ask that only those with children below the age of 7 be allowed to have their parents help pitch, as engineers need to be able to explain and communicate their ideas to others. Now if you have any questions, please come up and ask me. If it relevant to the whole class, one will explain it. Izuku and May looked at each other, trying to silently decide if they should work together or not. Inko, however, interrupts. Izu, sweetie, how are you feeling? No tingling or numbness? Nope, I'm fine. Dr. Tsubasa said I could start using my quirk now, remember? Inko nodded, letting out a sigh. But he also said not to push it. If you feel off, then let me know, okay? Beitoria arched an eyebrow, while listening to the two, which Inko didn't fail to notice of course. Izu has had issues with his quirk since he got it. Last time he had to go to the hospital since his body wasn't quite right for his quirk. The old lady nods, deciding it prudent not to ask too much about it, seeing how worried the mother was. May, however, didn't have her grandmother's knack for social cues and bluntly asked, "What's wrong with your quirk, Green?" cocking her head to the side slightly as she asked. "When I eat fire, it heals me, but my healing doesn't work right, so I have to get some shots every week to fix it. I think it was called rapid onset quirk antithesia. Izuku looks to his mom for confirmation, who nods and takes over. Last time Izuku ate an explosion he was injured, and his healing instead started to do the opposite, but it looks like he's getting better. Mom, does this mean I can use my quirk to help us make something? Izuku bounces up and down in his seat, excited at finally being able to use his quirk. Only a little bit, okay? Izuku squeals in excitement, hopping out of his seat to go get materials. He quickly returns with a tray filled with sticks, pasta, and glue, which he sits in front of May. Miss Polyak, can I sit next to May? The gentle old lady smirks and ruffles the kid's hair before moving to his old seat. Green, what baby do you want to make? We could use some hair ties for their elasticity and make something that flies. Oh, I don't want to make a model, by the way. I want a fully functional baby. Izuku nods, listening to May's ranting, which then causes him to mumble ideas under his breath in turn. We could probably use the Legos and parts you brought, as well as a napkin for a hot air balloon. Perhaps we could rig a small generator burning the sticks for the heat and hot air rising. Though that assumes my quirk's fire is normal and not quirk material. It is green, so May it's quirk material. I haven't done any checking. Soon the two began talking at the same time. Their guardians unable to make out much, while the two were able to understand each other perfectly. The two gremlins in the making decided on a launcher to start with a balloon to float. Beitoria leaned over to Inko, watching the kids put stuff together slowly, only stopping when disagreeing on trivial details which were hashed out quite quickly, as the limits on materials didn't allow much in the way of deviations. Hey Inko, you catch any of that? Not at all. The green-haired lady giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Seems we've united to very passionate future inventors, Inko remarks. The day went on, Izuku and May pleading with the latter's grandmother to give back the exploded device. Begrudgingly the old lady gives it back, after being swayed by Izuku's fierce negotiations, so the two may use the parts to make a slingshot using her hair ties. The two somehow manage to make the best slingshot possible with the materials used. Izuku hesitates a moment before nodding to himself and blowing a small green fire, the stick catching immediately and burning far more quickly than it was supposed to, a light green smoke tickles Izuku's nose as he inhales it and begins to feel better than he has since he had started his gene therapy. The child licks his lips, a taste similar to that of smoked meat permeating his mouth. He began to do the same again, of course, this time trying to slow the speedy burn, which he manages to do. This time he creates a normal flame which causes Izuku to cock his head to the side in confusion. Production quirks don't usually produce two types of things. Doubt about his quirk began to take hold. It was shattered, however, by the sudden pull from his hands as May snatched the flame from his hands. The pinkhead took it and placed it in the air balloon the two had made, and it began to rise slowly into the air. It works. Yes. Izuku and May yelled at the same time. Soon they repeated this to ensure that their baby worked over and over again. However, they were cut off by the instructor, calling out that it was lunchtime. It is time for lunch. Leave your work on your desks and head to either the cafeteria or with your guardians for lunch. We'll meet back here in 45 minutes. The monocle gentleman then walked out of the room with great speed. The quartet decided amongst themselves that instead of the cafeteria they'd head to a local diner for some cheap and simple food. The two children started talking about different things they learned, Izuku explaining about quirks while May explained about how different mechanics worked. The two kids had gone from mostly strangers to almost inseparable in record speed, reckoned the eldest in the car. Inko had been worried that her son may not be able to make friends with some of the kids his age due to what Bakugo and the others did to him, but she was glad that she was wrong. He managed to make a friend with similar interests and hobbies easily, which put her worries to the side. Now she just needed to figure out how to mend his and Katsuki's friendship. Chapter end notes. Writing original characters is kinda hard tbh, now I gotta remember names. A first, but not a last, not by a long shot. Chapter summary. Baby's first larceny. They grow up so fast. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 6. A first, but not a last, not by a long shot. Izuku and May had become a team of troublemakers to their respective families. May would often come over after summer school, except on Mondays as Izuku had to go get his shots. This pattern repeated for the majority of summer break until the next year of elementary school began. Izuku had convinced his parents to let him go to Mei's school, which was a private school. One day at recess, Izuku had been cornered by a group of boys whom seemed annoyed at him for some reason. One boy with flame red hair with compound eyes, another with no hair but golden eyes, and a third with rainbow hair surrounded Izuku while he sat on his bench typing notes on his new phone. "Hey nerd." The boy swatted Izuku's phone from his hand, causing it to land in the dirt. Izuku frowned, seeing his phone on the ground, looking up at the assailant with a glare. "Don't look at me like that. Your girlfriend caused us not to go on our field trip." Izuku rolled his eyes, then tried to pick up his phone, but the boy with no hair stepped on his foot. "Pay attention when someone I'd talking." Izuku winced, his finger pressed against the glass on his phone as it cracked and he began to bleed. "Get off!" Izuku yelled, the pain starting to get worse and worse. The boy of course didn't listen. "You better apologize. We were looking forward to going to the zoo and you freaks ruined it with your stupid toys. You're hurting me." Izuku began to tear up, the boy crushing his finger has begun to turn in foot and press harder. "Apologize for being a freak or else." The boy with rainbow hair held up his finger, which let out a rainbow-colored liquid. Settling on red, the boy's hair and the liquid began to burn. Izuku desperately pulled back but couldn't get away from the boy's finger. "They'll hurt me either way." Izuku bit his lip, he knew their type. Katsuki and his minions didn't stop either, even after getting what they want. The pain was keeping Izuku strangely calm. He could feel his finger throbbing under heel, but his mind was icy and clear. Izuku started going over his options. He could try his quirk, but he wasn't sure it would work with liquids. He could try to hurt them, but that would lead to him getting in trouble too. With him already hurt, perhaps taking the hit would be okay. But depending on the damage, it could trigger an episode of antithesia. Hydra Flame isn't my only quirk. Izuku hadn't used it yet, but Mr. Shigaraki had given him his quirk too. He had said it was a quirk taking and giving quirk, meaning it could disable enemies, right? Like a permanent erasure quirk. Izuku had found his solution, but he didn't know the specifics of the quirk. So he would have to guess, quickly going through his quirk knowledge to eliminate the conditions of the unused quirk. First, range, assuming touch should be safe. Second is activation. If I focus on Mr. Shigaraki instead of Hydra Flame, perhaps it'll work. Or is it more like sucking in fire? Izuku grabbed at the leg pinning his hand and tried to activate the quirk, feeling something amorphous in the boy. Izuku bit his lip, and then tried inhaling like when he ate flames. The amorphous thing left the leg and went into Izuku, which went unnoticed. However, the foot on Izuku's hand and phone leaned down harder. "I guess he doesn't want to Sadi's sorry Morioha. Show him why he should've." The hairless boy taunted to the rainbow-haired brat. Izuku felt a burning sensation and grunted in pain, refusing to scream to give them the satisfaction. Instead he focused. The amorphous thing was in him, but now he needed to know how to give it back. So instead of inhaling, he exhaled, pushing the thing back into the leg. Which again went unnoticed. This told Izuku that he could steal the rainbow quirk without the boy learning it was him. Mr. Shigaraki had said people were scared of his power. If Izuku was found to have it and have another quirk, people would accuse him. He can't notice the touch. Izuku figured he'd need a distraction, something to get the focus off him. So Izuku did something drastic. He balled up his fist and jolted towards the rainbow boy's hand, biting it hard. The boys all screamed, not expecting this. A happy side effect was the freeing of Izuku's hand, but an unusual consequence was a thought that crossed Izuku's mind. It tastes good. The taste of iron was light, but Izuku was tasting the boy's blood. His slightly sharpened canines has pierced the skin. Izuku was stunned for a moment before a dull throb of his finger snapped him out of it. Izuku decided to run. He knew a teacher would be somewhere, he just had to get to the building. Don't forget to cover it up. As Izuku ran past the boy, he pushed his arm out of the way at the same time giving his power back. A rainbow amorphous thing almost slotted back into place in the rainbow-haired boy, leaving him to never know that his quirk was ever gone. Izuku's rush of adrenaline was strong, the pain, the taste, the thrill of a plan working, all hiding a fact of Izuku's biology. Izuku managed only 20 steps before blacking out. Mei had been smiling, about to see her best friend Izuku for recess to talk about what they'd build next. She had been stopped by the teacher who wanted to impress upon her that no inventing would occur at recess. Mei had begrudgingly agreed as last time she had done so, one of her babies had hit the bus for the field trip and caused it to get a flat tire, canceling the trip. Mei was looking forward to going to see animals so she could get ideas for more inventions. Mei's happy-go-lucky attitude went away as soon as she saw Izuku on the ground and a few boys kicking him. A small group of students had noticed and a teacher was running over to stop them, but Mei was already halfway there. "You send that pink-haired freak. It's your fault. You're both weirdos." The kid kicked the unmoving Izuku once more, which caused Mei to start crying, still running. The teacher was only now able to grab the boy just as Mei ran up and crouched down to Izuku, shaking him. Green. Wake up," she pleaded with the boy. Another teacher had come and had to drag Mei away from Izuku, crying and screaming all the while. Mei cried for almost an hour in the guidance counselor's office before her mother got there to pick her up. Her mother hugged her tight and pat her back as muffled sobs came out of her daughter's mouth. Hisashi was typically a mild-mannered guy. It took a lot to piss him off. Even getting punched by a drunkard would do little to anger him, though some emotions would escape in the form of smoke. That would usually be the case except for the family button. If you push said button you will, quote, unleash the dragon, as Mitsuki Bakugo had once put it. And today the dragon was unleashed. Not only had his son been attacked, the teacher had tried to shirk responsibility by saying that it was just a scuffle and that boys will be boys. My son's finger was broken, glass wad embedded in his hand from his crushed phone. His face suffered burns from a boy's quirk, not to mention that boy then went on to kick him. While he wad passed out, "You had better have a lawyer because I will be having mine throw the book at you." Flames came out of the man's nose as he breathed, a clear rage in his eye as he stared down the teacher whom had taken a smoke break instead of watching his child. The principal was wincing at the idea of the backlash of what was to come, already calculating on how to cut off the teacher. "Your son has a regenerative quirk, it's hardly worth getting lawyers involved." "No?" The man wore a dismissive expression, waving off Hisashi's threat. This of course flabbergasted the principal. Even if the boy had a regenerative quirk, it wasn't as though he could not feel pain. It also seemed that the teacher hadn't read the young man's file, else he would have known that his regenerative part was in antithesis to his body, which was a detriment, not a boon. "Ah yes, I'm glad you brought that up." Hisashi smiled, a vein bulging on his head as he spoke. "As we informed the school, Izuku has a form of quirk antithesia which is rooted in his regeneration. As such, when he was attacked yesterday, it triggered an episode which has caused him to be hospitalized for another week. We informed you that if he was injured he would need to be sent to the hospital immediately, however you left him in the nurse's office instead. So we will be suing for medical malpractice as well." The principal wanted to protest, however he was silenced by the fury that was Hisashi Midoriya. Hisashi then left the office. Walking through the halls of the school he stomped out. He already contacted his legal team, which reminded him he should teach Izuku about laws sometime. Perhaps one of his lawyers could talk to him about it. Inko had numerous worries, any parent did, though she was currently finding that a few of those worries were being made reality. Her son had another episode after being attacked once again. He was unconscious in a hospital room again, and she was unable to do anything for her son. She was only able to watch him. She felt like she was failing him as a mother. "Miss Midoriya." An old man called out, wearing round spectacles and a lab coat. The doctor who was in charge of Izuku's treatment had entered the room without Inko noticing due to her thoughts. "Ah yes, Dr. Tsubasa." Inko sits up straight, trying to hide her sour mood. "I was hoping to get your consent on something." The doctor handed her a clipboard with a small stack of papers. "It will also require some of your blood. To give a rough explanation, I am hoping to reintroduce your genes into Izuku's. I feel it may be able to aid in the stabilization process." Inko perked up at the prospect of being able to do something for her son. She quickly looked over the papers, seeing no glaring issues. She signed on the dotted line. "If you think it'll help my Izu, I don't mind shedding some blood." The doctor gave a kind smile, taking the clipboard back. "I assume you haven't eaten today, since you haven't moved from that spot, but if you are to give blood you need to have something. Please go to the cafeteria, Miss Midoriya. I will let you know if your son awakens while you are gone." Inko looked to her son, letting out a reluctant sigh. "You're right, and Izuku would be sad if he saw me starving myself because of him. Thank you, doctor." With that she bowed and collected her purse to leave the room. After the woman left, The old man locked the door. Taking out a needle, he inserted it into the IV. Izuku had to keep his fluids up. The doctor sat down on a stool, looking over the packet and other files he needed to go over for other projects while he waited. A familiar sound awoke Izuku, the soft beeping of a heart monitor telling him he was alive and in a hospital. Izuku fluttered open his eyes only to sense something to his right. He glanced to see an old man, a familiar old man, but his body let off a sound. This sound was pulsating, artificial. It beckoned Izuku to reach out to the doctor. "I wouldn't do that, young lad, else I'll become a crippled old coot." Izuku pulled his hand back. Snapping out of his haze, he looked at the doctor once more in alarm. "Does he know?" The old man gave a smirk. "The look on your face tells me you're wary. Good. Master's successor should be wary." "Master? You mean Mr. Shigaraki, don't you?" Izuku quickly caught up. "Mind getting back into the swing of things?" "Indeed, I am one of his confidants. He has made me your doctor as well. Since we cannot risk his power getting out, of course. You, young Izuku, have just uses his power for the first time, causing your body to shift once more, which caused you to black out. You've been here since yesterday." Izuku listened silently. This meant Mr. Shigaraki was watching over him, not just leaving him on his own. He could tell the vestige of Mr. Shigaraki had more to say than just what was being told to him. "I am curious. The master sees quirks like an aura around others. Do you see the same?" Izuku shakes his head. "I hear something, like a beat, almost musical on repeat. Yours sounds like synthetic music." The doctor blinks in surprise, eyes wide. "Synthetic? Would you be surprised to know my quirk is a copy of my original?" Izuku closes his eyes, listening to the sound of the doctor's quirk. He notices a second distinct sound coming from his coat pocket as well. A piano, at least that's the closest thing he can compare it to. "You have something in your jacket." Izuku stares around where he heard the sound. The doctor now dropping his jaw, sputtering to collect himself, the boy having exceeded his expectations. "You are quite correct. I have a gift from the master for you. It will allow you to take and give quirks a bit more cleverly. It is a copy of one of the master's favorite quirks, Rivet Stab. It allows for tendrils to be generated from different parts of the body. If done correctly, you'll be able to stealthily give a quirk back, as they don't need to harm the target." Izuku digested the words the doctor spoke. A word which stuck out to him was copy. Copy? Copy quirks? The doctor has access to this, meaning so does Mr. Shigaraki. The man definitely didn't need to give him his own. He could have just given a copy, but a copy might not have a vestige. Why? Izuku's mind was racing. He felt indebted to Mr. Shigaraki, but he could tell. After speaking to the vestige, he wasn't a hero, nor did he have a good impression of them, which meant he was a villain. Was Izuku supposed to be a villain too? The doctor took out a vial with a squirming mass inside it. Something alive was in this vial. Izuku could hear the piano now. It was sheer and metallic, unlike a normal piano. Izuku reached out his hand and took the creature's casing. "Good lad, now open it and take the quirk." Izuku followed the doctor's instructions and felt an amorphous thing enter his body. It felt sharp to Izuku, who soon felt it click into place in his body. "It feels different." Izuku flexed his hands, causing black tendrils with red lines to extend from their tips. It is likely due to being a transformation-type quirk. The doctor was starting to smile broadly, his breathing slightly labored. "If you ever need something, young Izuku, call this number. This will connect you to the master's assistant, Kurogiri." Izuku mustered up some courage to ask. "I want to learn about quirks, to train mine too. If I'm a successor, I should know things, right?" The doctor wasn't shocked by the request, but it hadn't been expected either. From what he'd seen of the boy, he was a glutton for knowledge. Their observations noted he visited the library often. But the doctor was unsure how to answer, not sure if the boy was of the right mindset yet. "I will have to ask the master on this. I am unsure how that would work with the current situation." The doctor had decided to respond in uncertainty, an inoffensive answer. Izuku nodded, his eyes penetrating into the doctor. This boy is too observant, too smart, but he is still a child. So long as the possession goes well, it won't be a problem. The doctor, a coward by nature, found himself wary of a child of 5 years of age. "Now, I will be putting you back to sleep. You'll awaken in about an hour, so your mother may be the first to see you awaken." The doctor pocketed the vial once more and took out another needle, injecting it into the IV. Sleep well, young Izuku. I shall inform you of his decision next visit. With that, the doctor waited for Izuku to sleep once more and exited the room, chuckling to himself in glee. It's working. The improvements to All for One have taken hold well. The lack of palm holes means he only needs contact, while the sensing of quirks is no longer blocked by only what is seen. If my theory is correct, he may be able to take quirks by mixing the mothers into it now that it isn't bound by factor. Not to mention, it seems mutant factors are no longer surfacing beyond the Hydra Flame composite. It seems he is able to selectively activate which to work with while keeping the other in a dormant state. The master will be pleased, very very pleased. The doctor went on to continue his work in an unexpectedly good mood. Quirk. Rivet Stab. Copy. This quirk is a copy of the original transformation type. It allows the user to create black tendrils laced with red circuit lines along them from different body parts. Hands, spine and calves. These tendrils can be pointed to stab or meld into a target, as it is also a part of the body. Touch quirks without factors can be used from them as well. Quirk factor. A part of the user body which the quirk manifests or can only be used from. An example would be Katsuki Bakugo's palms, as only they can create sparks for his explosions, or Izuku's reptilian eyes, which are a mutant factor. Chapter endnotes. Do you think Jaku General has stamp cards? Izuku would have a free ice cream by now if they did. Might add that tbh haha. Festering hatred. Chapter summary. Angst and mental instability. Smiley face. Chapter notes. Writing kids is hard, greater than sad face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 7. Festering hatred. Izuku had been in the hospital for a week, waiting for his body to acclimate and stabilize. He had decided to test his new quirk while his mother was gone for the evenings, finding out that he could connect his tendrils to objects and pull them towards him by deactivating the transformation. He also managed to entertain himself when he found out he could make shapes out of the long tendrils. After he was discharged, his father reminded him to make a thank you card for the Hatsumes who had sent a get well card. Izuku was excited to see his best friend again. The week was very boring without her. His dad had brought him a book of laws to keep him entertained, but of course he had gotten through it in about a day and a half. I'll also see them. The thought cut through his happy mood like a hot knife through butter. Izuku frowned, a small plum of smoke exiting his mouth when he let out an exhale. He shook his head in an effort to rid himself of that thought, trying to look forward to seeing Mei instead. Izuku entered the classroom and looked for his seat. His senses were attacked by the onslaught of sounds from the children's quirks. It felt like being forced to listen to a song he liked on top of another. He saw Mei sitting at her own desk and waved, only to be met with a slight frown and a look away. He tried to listen for her quirk but couldn't separate the sound, not that he'd heard it before. Izuku was confused as to why his friend was avoiding his gaze. He had been looking forward to seeing her again. Instead, he saw one of the boys who attacked him snicker behind her. A feeling in Izuku's chest made him ache. All he could do was wait, even though he wanted to talk to Mei immediately, even though something made his chest ache and burn. The day went by and finally it was recess. He turned to look at Mei, who looked away again only to run off. Izuku gave chase, however. As Mei ran, Izuku ran faster. It didn't take long for him to catch her by the hand. Pink? Why are you trying to avoid me? Did I do something wrong? Aren't we friends? Izuku stared at Mei, his eyes showing a loneliness. Still Mei looked away, only responding with a sob. We shouldn't be friends anymore. This caused Izuku to let go of her hand. The pain in his chest growing fiercer. Smoke began to escape his mouth as his breathing became labored. Why? Izuku muttered quietly, then yelled. Why? Izuku exhaled a bout of flame. The green enveloped his vision a moment as he pulled Mei's shoulder. This forced her to turn around. The sight of his friend crying made Izuku's chest hurt in a different way. The burning pain became sharp. His frustration faded, replaced by concern. Through her sobs, Mei uttered a sentence that caused Izuku's emotions to shift once more. Because you got hurt because of me. It wasn't her fault, it was theirs. They attacked me because of the bus. The realization of his friend's logic giving at least some clarity to the situation. Mei, you weren't the one who attacked me. They did, they chose to. Mei shakes her head, her tears splashing away from her cheeks as she does so. If I hadn't messed up, if I hadn't built something, then you wouldn't have gotten hurt. And what if I want to be your friend anyway? Izuku's question had Mei take a step back. What? Why would? Mei was cut off by Izuku pulling her into a hug. The boy began to mimic his mother, patting and rubbing Mei on the back to get them to calm down or let it all out. I'm sorry, Izuku said softly. Mei slumped against him crying even more. It's my hick, he said, it was my fault. Mei sobbed out. Izuku let her cry, collecting his thoughts as she let it out. He kept saying they'd hurt you again. They'll be the ones hurt. Izuku pushed Mei away gently, leading her by the hand to a bench. Would you like to be friends with me, Mei? Izuku let out a smile, and put out a hand to his only friend. Mei rubbed her eyes, nodding with a frown on her face. Good, 'cause I want to be your friend. Izuku's smile turns wry, his outstretched hand waving slightly, waiting for Mei to take it. It's at this moment that a sound reaches Izuku's ears. A soft grainy sound, like that of a record player playing an upbeat tune. It was almost like the sound of a cartoonish march. This causes him to smile wide and chuckle softly. This causes Mei to look at him a bit confused. What? Izuku shakes his head. Nothing. I just remembered you made a Lego bomb at summer camp. Mei let out a huff, indignant at his remark. I fixed the issue on that baby. It won't explode unless I mean it to now. She stared at Izuku, her pupils dilating in and out, looking over him. You really want to be friends with me? Even though I just cause people trouble? Mei fidgeted where she sat, her hands together with her thumbs twiddling. Izuku sighed and took Mei's hand, putting it in his own. You're not getting rid of me. We're gonna be a team. No matter what. Izuku clenched her hand hard, waiting for her response. Well? Are you gonna leave me hanging pink? Or would you rather a pinky swear? Mei let out a small giggle at that, pulling her hand away and putting out her pinky finger. A greeny swear. Swear you won't stop being my friend. Izuku nodded, putting his other hand to his chin. Fine, but you have to pinky swear you won't try to make me not be your friend. It's a deal. The two linked pinkies, the two becoming that much more inseparable. None knew it, but this would become a catalyst for something great and terrible in years to come. The two began to catch up a bit as they hadn't seen each other in a week, and a week could feel like a long time without your best friend. Mei told Izuku how the teacher was forced to resign a few days after he left, something Izuku hadn't put together. He'd noticed the substitute teacher but thought the teacher was just out sick. Izuku told Mei about the books his dad got him. This subject didn't particularly interest Mei, but she listened nonetheless as she missed her friend now, her guilt mostly relieved after a good cry. Apparently Mei had been getting hounded by the bug-eyed bully a few times while Izuku was gone, a fact Izuku saved for another day. When the pair went back to class, as the bug-eyed boy walked by Izuku, he used a tendril to trip him, making sure it went unseen. Izuku finally noticed the sound of the boy's quirk. It was a buzzing sound overlapped with the sound of a cicada, perhaps? Izuku was still new to the sounds of quirks, if they were sounds at all. The boy glared around the room filled with laughter, singling Izuku out, who was lost in thought, not laughing. Guess that was too obvious, huh? Izuku noticed the glare, figuring the boy would try for revenge sometime. When Izuku got home, his mood plummeted. His father had to leave again for a business trip to Thailand. And the bad news just kept coming. He was inviting Bakugo to his birthday party. His birthday was a few days ago, but because he was in the hospital they'd had to put off a party. Izuku didn't want to see Bakugo, not after just been attacked by bullies last week. Not to mention Mei, who would have to meet Katsuki as well. Izuku grumbled to himself most of the night, but to put icing on the cake, Izuku had a nightmare. It was a world where he never got his quirk, where Get was treated like some useless idiot. They bullied him, taunted him, calling him a Deku. Katsuki beat him, and the boys who attacked him even told him to kill himself to save them the trouble. Izuku woke up with a yell, a phantom pain in his side from the broken rib he had suffered just a week or so ago. Izuku rubbed his side. It felt tender, but he knew it wasn't. In the dark of his room he was alone with his thoughts. He replayed the remnants of the nightmare in his head. As they faded only to have them replaced by actual events, he could feel his chest tighten and his breathing quicken. Smoke began bellowing from his mouth. Why? Why him? Does he just have a target on his back? Do assholes just magnetically attract towards him as a punching bag? Both Katsuki and those boys, Morioha, Tagati and Vivani. They're trash, garbage. Flames began exiting Izuku's mouth. his fingers slowly extending into claw-like tendrils which dug into his sheets. If I hadn't fought back, I could have suffered more. Why can't they suffer? They don't care if they miss school? Vivani didn't even get in trouble. He made Mei, my friend, my pink, cry. Izuku's room glowed a sickly green. Izuku's eyes reflected the flames which were inhaled and exhaled again and again. Suffer. They'll suffer. One day. Izuku smiled to himself, his mind racing as to how he could make the boys pay, all of them. This smile, however, didn't belong to Izuku Midoriya. Sitting in the vestige world, a man in a suit and white hair held onto a boy with green hair. The flesh of the man's hand began to melt and fuse onto the boy. The assimilation had begun and no one would be able to stop it. Deep inside an underground laboratory in the basement of Jaku General, an old man with a bushy mustache sat in a chair, while a man with white hair stood next to him looking over the old man's shoulder. My doctor, you've outdone yourself." The man smiled, his hands coming together in a slow clap. "Thank you, master. I myself am quite proud of this as well. With this we'll be able to make copies of quirks far easier than before. Shaving off a whole 6 months. Ha ha ha." The old man cackled in glee. Waving his arms, he spun around in his chair to look at his master. To see a quirk completely change into another, see that same quirk grow a new portion of itself. It's like watching a starfish regenerate. The old man adjusted his goggles and calmed himself. "By the way, master, your successor has made a request of me. I am unsure how to move forward with it, so I think your input is required." The white-haired man nods. "You see, he wants to learn about quirks and train his. I get the sense he didn't just mean the Hydraflame quirk you made him either. What should we do?" The gentleman in the suit placed his hand to his chin in contemplation. With his eyes closed, he nods to himself before speaking. "You gave him access to Kurogiri, correct? Then I think it's time we start letting the boy spread his wings. Perhaps he and Tamura could become rivals if sorts. Have him begin. Practice in the steel chamber, it should suffice. As for teaching him of quirkology, I believe mixing it into tests of our own would best suit him. He is a clever boy, I'm sure he'd figure most of what is needed in a few years without our assistance." Chapter end notes: the domino effect, my friends. This chapter ramped up a bit. Hope you enjoyed, short but dense in importance. A reunion. The bomber returns. Chapter summary: Izuku gets an unwelcome surprise after school. Chapter notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 8. A reunion. The bomber returns. The next morning Izuku woke up groggy, the lack of good sleep, the emotional stress of the last few days getting to him. Luckily school was off today, some national holiday he hadn't had any interest in. But this meant he could sleep in, though this thought was interrupted by his phone going off. The Pink Menace. "Hey Green, your party is this weekend, right? Anything I should bring? My mom says she wants to be a good guest. Oh, and what kind of present do you want? I could make you one." Izuku smiled. The image of Mei showing up to his party with a random invention was funny. Though he wasn't sure what to tell his friend, he hadn't put much thought into something he'd want, especially not from his friend. The Green Gremlin. "To be honest, I don't know what I'd want. And I think my mom has things covered, but I'll check." An almost instant reply was sent as Izuku was changing out of his PJs. The Pink Menace. Unhelpful. D. Less than now you'll suffer my gifting wrath. Greater than laughing face. Izuku chuckled to himself, finding it both hilarious and slightly terrifying. He'd seen one of Mei's rampages, as her mother so lovingly called them, firsthand when he'd challenged her to see who could make a better toaster. Luckily they have a fire extinguisher on hand since he and his dad both have fire quirks. The Green Gremlin. "I look forward to it. See you Saturday." The Pink Menace. "Mwahahaha. See you oh." Izuku headed downstairs to the living room, grabbing one of his tinkering sets for kids. He sat at the table. The faint sound of suction emanating from the kitchen, his mother's quirk. Attraction of small objects gave off this sound, which made sense to Izuku. He had noticed a few things about the sounds. They often had something to do with the quirk itself, however it didn't seem like that was an end-all be-all since Mei's didn't sound like a zooming in sound effect. He'd need a larger sample size to figure it out. "Izu. What did I say about tinkering at the table?" Inko had come out with plates full of eggs and bacon, breakfast enough for a small family like theirs. "No tinkering during dinner. Izuku pleaded his case, which only caused his mother's eyes narrow at him. That applies to breakfast too. Didn't you get enough tinkering done last night? You were using your quirk and I thought I heard the sound of metal scrapping. Izuku jumped, staring at his mother like a deer caught in headlights. Don't think I didn't hear you. I know you don't have school today, but that doesn't mean you can stay up all night. Inko pointed a serving spoon at Izuku pointedly. Izuku was both thankful for the near miss and sad that he wouldn't be able to stay up late to do that exact thing northwest either. Izuku reluctantly put his tinkering kit down on the floor just as his father came down with his suitcases. All right. All packed and my plane leaves in a few hours. Anyone want any souvenirs? Izuku raised his hand. Oh me. I want some hero merch, oh and a tie to Japanese dictionary. Hisashi smirked at his son, still a bit predictable to what he'd ask for. Hisashi sat down his suitcases and fished something out of his suit jacket, handing it to Izuku. I know it's a bit late for your birthday and a bit early for the party, but I want you to open it before I leave. It was a thin box, about 3 inches wide and 9 inches long. It wasn't wrapped and the box was a plain black. Izuku smiled. He had a guess as to what was in it, but he was happy anyway, so he opened it. Inside the box was a watch, not just any watch but a support watch from his dad's company. It could be linked to his phone to take calls, use GPS, and even had a single-use taser in it for emergencies. His dad had probably gotten it after Izuku was attacked again, hoping to give him something to protect himself. The watch itself wasn't very eye-popping, however. It wasn't ugly by any means. It had a mostly black exterior with a small circular screen with a silver rim around it. Beaming up at his dad, Izuku took the watch out and tried putting it on. He struggled to do so one-handed, but his dad leaned in and helped him. There, it looks good on you, little man. I'm sorry I'll miss the party, but happy birthday, son. Hisashi hugged his son, who immediately hugged him back. I'll miss you, Dad. Izuku hugged tighter as he said that, causing Hisashi to hug tighter as well. Me too, son. I'll miss you both very much. I'll be back before you know it, though. Izuku let his dad go so he could eat and head to the airport. Hisashi sat beginning to eat, while complimenting his wife's cooking. Inko smiled, giving an exasperated sigh, putting her hands on her hips. You'd like anything I make, even if it was bad. Hisashi's response to that comment was to keep eating. The family had one last meal together before getting split apart once more. Have a safe trip, and text me when you land. Inko leaned in, kissing her husband goodbye. Hisashi leaned into it, putting his arm around her waist, his leg bending back as cartoonishly as he could manage. Inko noticed and hit him playfully, breaking their embrace. Oh, all right, off with you then. I love you, Hisa. I love you too, Ink, with one last peck on the cheek. And hug to his son. Hisashi left for Taiwan. Izuku looked down at his tinkering kit and began to continue his current project. This kit bringing with it knowledge on circuitry. He wondered if he could fiddle with his new watch or if he should wait till he got better with it. A few days later, Mei and Izuku sat in the grass of the schoolyard looking up at the clouds, playing I Spy, which Mei was somehow winning despite it not being a competitive game. I spy with my dragon eye, something yellow. The sun. Dang it. I spy with my zooming eyes, something metallic. Izuku scanned the sky above but was unable to see anything like that. He looked over to Mei, whose crosshairs were trained and zoomed in to their maximum. No fair. You're using your quirk. Grandma says to use any advantage you have, no matter how small. Mei sticks her tongue out at Izuku while still focusing on what she was looking at. This left Izuku only one choice. He turned his body and tried to look exactly wherever Mei was looking, which led him to a dot in the sky. Is it a plane? No, you sound unsure. Cause it's not, but I can't remember the word for it. A drone? I think that's the word. How high up? Maybe a mile, 2 at most. Wonder what it's doing. No clue, not like we can reach it. Unless we want to try making an anti-air defense system. Izuku smirked, this remark getting Mei to shoot up in excitement. Can we? Mei bounced up and down, shaking Izuku, who was chuckling and nodding. Thus the two started on the world's first elementary school defense system, which they told no one about. After getting home from school, Izuku found himself surrounded on all sides. The Bakugos were waiting outside of his home while his mother was pushing him towards them with a hand on his back. Mitsuki had a big smile on her face as she waved to Inko and Izuku, her husband, Masaru, carrying a few bags while wearing his own gentle grin. However, Katsuki was the only one without a smile, his arms crossed almost glaring at Izuku. Nope, he was definitely glaring at Izuku. Sup Inky. Thanks for the roof by the way. Yes thank you Inko. The Bakugo couple gave their thanks to their hostess as Inko and Izuku got up to them. Inko shook her head, we have the room and I'm not going to let you pay for a hotel just for a weekend. You are all more than welcome. Izuku let out an internal sigh, he stares at Katsuki who hadn't said a word only glaring at Izuku. That changed with a swat to the back of his head from Mitsuki, say thanks brat. Katsuki raged at his mother. Oi, don't hit me hag, hag? The hell are you calling a hag? As the two began to argue Masaru guided them to the side to let Inko through to open the door. Izuku stared at the arguing pair with apprehension. He'd heard Katsuki was doing better but he seemed like the same old Kachan he'd always known. What are you staring at nerd? Izuku had stared too long, catching the attention of Katsuki. Mitsuki didn't let the nerd comment slide however, giving him another swat upside the head. Oi! Don't you be rude. We're guests. I'm calling it as I see it hag. This again, caused him to get smacked by his mother. Don't call me a hag. Where'd you even learn that word? Auntie Mitsuki. I don't really think nerd is an insult. Izuku stepped up, pulling on Mitsuki's sleeve. Both of the Bakugos paused glancing back and forth between Izuku and each other. Mirroring each other they both crossed their arms at the same time. Alright. Well let me know if he steps out of line. Her scowl to her son switched back to a pleasant smile while talking to Izuku. Dragging her son through the door, Mitsuki quickly gave Inko a side hug as she walked by. Nice place Inky, better than your old place by fair. Mitsuki glanced around the large open floor plan. The dining and living rooms having no wall between them. The kitchen right next to the front door, and the stairs upstairs just opposite the kitchen. I didn't like it at first but it's grown on me. Having no wall between the dining room and living room is better for inviting people over. Not to mention the master bath is phenomenal. Mitsuki gives a jealous sigh at that. Masaru finally returning downstairs without the bags he had before. I noticed Hisashi isn't here. He raised an eyebrow, whilst prying apart his wife and son. Katsuki used this chance to bound to the couch and sit down, looking over the setup for any games. No, he left this morning. He sadly was not able to shift his schedule again. Boo, that guy needs to get another job already. I barely see him at all. Mitsuki stuck out her tongue in disapproval, while Inko shook her head in amusement. Suki, he just got a promotion. This is his first trip in months. Plus, if we'd had planned to do it last week but things happened. Inko frowned as she trailed off, causing Mitsuki to scoff. What could have happened that pushed back your kid's birthday party? She crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. I've only known you to cancel cause of 2 reasons, someone is dying or someone is pregnant. Wait, am I gonna be an aunt again? This caused Inko to sputter and wave her hands frantically. No, I'm not, we aren't Suki, oh god. Inko blushed heavily trying to guide the conversation away from that topic. Well, you didn't say much when you incelled so I've been dying to know Inky. Inko took a deep breath but Izuku was the one to answer. I was in the hospital again. All eyes shifting to him as he spoke. What, I'm better now. Inky, what the fuck? Why didn't you tell me? Mitsuki turned on her friend, her teasing mannerisms now gone. Well, between that and the lawsuit. Lawsuit? You guys are getting sued? Inky, you've got to keep me posted on stuff like this. Oh. No, we're suing the school Izuku transferred to. And why are you doing that? Inko hesitated for a moment, uncomfortable about the fact she hadn't told Suki about it. However, in her defense she forgot that she didn't. Some jerks beat me up. Izuku said, grumbled as he sat down at the dining room table, a tinkering set in hand. Mitsuki was flabbergasted, her hands moving as her mouth flapped open and closed while looking back and forth between Inko and Izuku. Masaru patted Izuku on the head, ruffling his hair. Sorry that happened to you, Izuku, it must have been rough. On the couch Katsuki clenched his fists, growling slightly. How'd you let some punks beat you up? What are you, a weakling? Izuku ignored Katsuki, not wanting to deal with him any more than he needed. Thanks, Uncle Masaru. It wasn't all that bad, I got a lot of reading done. Masaru smiled gently while his wife began scolding their son again. Izuku was getting tired of this back and forth already, but resolved himself to make it through the weekend without incident. After scolding her son, Mitsuki and Inko began discussing sleeping arrangements for the guests. Well, we have the couch in the guest room. Izu, do you want Mei to sleep over? Yeah. We just thought up project to work on, so I want to do as much as possible. Izuku smiled, bouncing up and down in his seat. Who's Mei? Katsuki asked incredulously. My best friend. Izuku spoke as if it was obvious, but Katsuki didn't seem to get it. No, I'm your best friend. We've been friends since forever. Katsuki in turn spoke as if Izuku was mistaken, trying to correct his mistake. Huh? But we haven't seen each other in months. The greenette looked utterly baffled as to how Katsuki thought Izuku would see him as his best friend. So, we were gonna be heroes together. You can't just back out? Katsuki frowned at Izuku. He had been looking forward to seeing his best friend again after so long, but his best friend hadn't reacted like he should. Why would I want to be a hero with you? You beat me up. Izuku glared at Katsuki, his reptilian pupils narrowing as well. The adults in the room could only glance back and forth at this spat, none of them entirely sure what to do. The Bakugos wanted to rekindle their son's friendship with Izuku, but it wasn't going as smoothly as they'd hoped. Katsuki had gotten a hold on his rage after starting his meds, but it seemed he never thought Izuku wouldn't be his best friend after what he did. Inko decided to stop watching and stepped forward, however Katsuki got off one last remark before she stopped the boys. It's your fault for making me mad. This made Izuku start to bellow smoke from his mouth. Alright, you two. Enough. You're both right and you're both wrong. Katsuki, Izuku hasn't seen you in months and you can't expect him not to make friends at a new school. Izuku, we talked about why that happened, didn't we? Izuku nodded, glancing to his aunt slightly guiltily. He's getting treatment like I am. Izuku looked down at his feet, unable to look his mother in the eye. Fine. But they better be cool. Katsuki huffed, looking away indignant. Anyway, Izuku, would you mind if Mei stayed in your room? Oh, what if we slept in the living room? Inko pondered the request for a moment before nodding. Only if you don't tinker all night. I'll come down to check on you, and if you're still up you'll have your kits taken away. Okay. Izuku smiled, whilst Katsuki pointed to himself. What about me? I want to sleep in the living room. Inko glanced back to the Bakugo couple, who both shrugged. We'll see, it'll depend on how you get along with Mei. Katsuki frowned and nodded, deciding not to give his aunt a hard time. Inko turned back to the Bakugo couple, continuing their conversation from before. You two will have the guest room, though Masaru has already put your things up there, so it's a done deal. Mitsuki nodded while Masaru sat down in a chair, looking over to Izuku's kit in object curiosity. Say, Inko, what's Izuku messing with? Izuku by now had trudged back to the table to continue his kit, his mood much more somber than before. Oh, due to him being in the hospital for a month, he had so much free time we gave him school materials to catch up. Well, we accidentally gave him materials from higher grades which he absorbed like a sponge. So to keep him within his age group, we're kind of distracting him with other things like laws, engineering, and business. Masaru nods, seeing the wisdom in keeping Izuku within those of his own age. He won't grow conceited as quickly, and if his mind is distracted by other subjects, he is still learning something at school. Sounds good in theory, but don't you think you're stunting his growth a bit? We did have that conversation already actually, however we want Izuku to grow up well-rounded. He might be smart, but he needs to learn to interact with those his own age. We'll let him advance more when he's older and courses give that freedom. Mitsuki was watching her son, a tinge of concern in her eyes. As she listened to Inko go on about her son, she couldn't help but feel jealous. She had a plan. All Mitsuki had ever done was react, and have ideas for her son's future, but nothing so detailed as to affect how he'd develop. Katsuki wasn't an idiot, but he wasn't a genius. He was athletic but wasn't a track star. His quirk was flashy, but you didn't have much beyond force. Mitsuki was bothered by this, often trying to spur her son on with high expectations. Mitsuki knew Masaru wasn't the active type. He was the soft touch in their house, but it wasn't as though he didn't put his foot down when needed. Inky, how do you do it? Mitsuki sighed, slumping forward onto the table. Inko smirked, reaching out and petting her best friend. I'm raising Izuku, not Katsuki, so don't try to raise Izuku when you have Katsuki. Okay? Perfect parents don't exist. Says the perfect parent. Masaru snidely chimes into the conversation, which gets a snort from his wife and a pair of puffed-up pouty cheeks from Inko. Fine. I'll stop comforting your wife for you, Masa. All yours. Inko crosses her arms, which causes Mitsuki to look up with her own pout. Why are you taking it out on me? I'm innocent. Mitsuki cried in mock sadness. You laughed. The punishment fits the crime. Inko looks away, a sly grin on her face. Inky bitch. Mitsuki, the picture-perfect adult, sticks her tongue out at her best friend. Hey, language honey. Children are present. Masaru chides lightly. Yeah. So what are we doing for fun? I'm not here just to play babysitter number 3. Mitsuki turns her head to the side to face Inko. Well, I'm okay with light drinks and chatting, maybe a few board games. Inko gestures to the shelf next to the television. Sounds cool. Will this May girl have her folks with her too? Masaru pointed out just to be sure. I hope it's her grandmother. She's nice and I get the sense she's got a wild side. Sounds like a good drinking buddy. Mitsuki snapped, her hand making a finger gun at Inko. Well, we might find out. Inko shrugs, not particularly caring about that side of things. That night Izuku couldn't sleep. He didn't understand why. He had a pretty normal day, but even by 11 he was still wide awake. Having nothing to do, he fished for his phone and tried to see if May was up working on something. The birthday greenie. You awake? The birthday greenie. Wait, when did you change my name? A minute passed with no answer, but just as Izuku put his phone down he got a response. The Pink Menace. This morning, less than. The birthday greenie. A bit inaccurate, but I'll let it slide. Anyway, what are you working on? The Pink Menace. Your present. I'm finishing the final touches now. The birthday greenie. Pink. Why are you staying up so late for that? I don't need it tomorrow. The Pink Menace. BRRRT wrong. This baby is gonna be super relaxing for you. I just know it. The birthday greenie. Relaxing? Alright, you've piqued my curiosity now. The Pink Menace. Nope, sorry. It's a surprise. The birthday greenie. Hint. Gimme a hint. The Pink Menace. It has to do with one of your mumblings, or at least what I could piece together from it. Izuku blinked at that, a bit confused. The birthday greenie. Mumblings? The Pink Menace. Has no one told you that you mumble when you're working through something? You were mumbling about music this morning. Musical note, musical note, musical note. Izuku tried to think back to school this morning and could only remember thinking about the different quirk sounds he was hearing and how sometimes they make music. The birthday greenie. I don't remember that, but if you say so. Music related, huh? Cheeky smiley face. The Pink Menace. Dang it, you better still be surprised. Table flip. The birthday greenie. I will. I'm interested to see what you made. Remember when I told you about Katsuki? His family arrived early and are staying here too. The Pink Menace. The bomber guy? I'll have to bring a shield. Do you think I can dilute his sweat with a spray bottle? The birthday greenie. XD, you're gonna spray him like a cat? Use salt water, it'll be safest, I think. The Pink Menace. Do you think he'll like my babies? He sounds kinda mean though. The birthday greenie. Maybe, he might just need to see the uses in them. This is gonna suck. The Pink Menace. Worry not, my friend. You won't be alone. Plus, we can always complain to your mom. The birthday greenie. Thanks, May. The Pink Menace. Not a problem. You've got my back and I've got yours. A soft smile danced across Izuku's face and disappeared when he saw the time. The birthday greenie. All right, we should both go to bed. Good night, Pink. The Pink Menace. Fiend, good night, Green H_H. After talking with his friend, he found himself relaxed. He hadn't realized how high-strung he'd been all day. Soon enough he was struggling to even keep his eyes open. Sleep took Izuku. But only a few miles away, May was hard at work trying to get her last present to Izuku to work. The other two were working fine, she just couldn't get the antennas to calibrate properly on this one. It wasn't until she had taken a break to respond to Izuku that she got it working. All that electrical work had paid off in spades. She wiped her brow and flopped onto a beanbag to sleep for the night. Chapter end notes. May never does anything without it being extra. If she's gonna make you a birthday present, she's gonna make some goddamn presents. Also, I hope the chatting wasn't too hard to follow, some fluff here and there is good. 3 is a crowd chapter summary. The belated birthday party is on, let's hope it goes off without a hitch. Chapter notes. Long chapter incoming. I hope you enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 9. 3 is a crowd. Izuku awoke on his bed like any other day. However, unlike every other day, a package was sitting in the middle of the floor. He could hear what was inside, but this didn't make him feel any comfort. I should open it, right? Izuku focused on the sounds in the box, trying to gauge their purposes and number. He thought he could hear 3 sounds overlapping, one a static pulsating, another a typing sound, constant, and a third with a strange echo effect. Listening to the sounds, Izuku decided to use this as a chance to guess the quirks within the box. He started with the pulsing static. First, let's break down T-guess sound. It's pulsing and sounds like static, perhaps this emitter or trans formation. The static could hint towards a radio effector, perhaps a mind-affecting quirk, a thastobsomth. Ingal omg, those lines. Now for these clan, its constant sound means it's stables, or perhaps a mutation quirk huff. It sounds like typing, so maybe something technology related, but thosirisual emitter which contradicts the mutation guess, perhaps a thastido with memory, then like logging information. Yada T sounds right now. Thighs choit sounds like it's copying both of the other quirks, like a resonances, or perhaps it's a copyability ID wager mutation based on the constant sound, but that's weird if it's permanent. Izuku's mind was fully dedicated to the task, the process of talking to himself, helping him formulate hypotheses on each quirk. The only thing left was to test them by opening the box. And so the boy got up and picked up the unmarked box. Inside was 3 vials packed in styrofoam and a letter. Sitting back on the bed, Izuku examined the letter. A present. You should learn the feeling of different types of quirks, so 2 of these are quirks you have yet to appropriate yourself. Based on your ability to hear quirks, I recommend stopping before reading on to guess what the quirks do and which is which. The third quirk is a very unique case. As you can give and take quirks, it will leave evidence behind, so this quirk was fashioned to be able to replicate a quirk in its entirety, much like a printer would. Feel no guilt for taking a quirk, as you can now have a copy for yourself. These vials can also be used to contain quirks who become unwieldy. To use them wisely, we are giving you these as both a present and a show of trust. Since you requested to learn from the doctor, you first must prove you can be trusted with his knowledge. Izuku turned the paper over to read the back, still digesting the information from the former page. He had been given confirmation that he would be taught. He was conflicted, unsure how to feel about it, knowing his future mentor likely wasn't a good person. These are the details on the quirks, be sure to use them well. Quirk. Encyclopedia. Mutation type. This quirk enhances the user's mental capacity for information. Memories becoming easier to recall. It seems to work on the all memory except working memory, giving no boost to cognitive function overall. However, it will cause an individual to almost never forget traumatic events. Quirk. Radio waves. Emitter type. This quirk allows the production of electromagnetic waves on the slow side of the spectrum. Radio waves can be produced as well as stored and released in a quick pulse to disrupt electronics. Directional release requires fine control as well as the translation of thoughts to waves. This quirk is quite technical in its usage curve, so study on the subject is recommended. A side effect of the quirk is the ability to interpret radio waves. This, however, is as difficult as learning a new language to a user given the quirk. Quirk copier vial. This vial contains a subject which can serve as a copier for quirks you wish to have without taking them from an individual permanently. Do not take the copying quirk into yourself. Doing so will break it. This quirk requires about a minute to create a copy, and only after a full day of photosynthesis or nutrients. The strain on the subject is immense, so do not force multiple quirks into it at a time. Now Izuku was confused. Was Shigaraki a villain or not? He had thought so based on how the vestige spoke, but he was unsure now. Maybe he should just ask. Then next he sees the vestige. He did seem to encourage Izuku in a certain direction, but that didn't mean he was forcing him. Izuku took out the mutation quirks vial. He saw a similar apparatus like the last time, used one of these which allowed him to put his finger in to take the quirk. He did so, reaching out to the amorphous thing and snagging it for himself. The feeling of something clicking into place filled his body. He imagined a bookshelf and slid the quirk onto it for safekeeping. Best not to use it now, there may be a sudden change and people will notice. He looked down to the other vial, slowly reaching out to it. Radio waves, huh? I think I read about them. I guess it'd be fun to add a new subject to tinker with. Doing the same as with the other quirk, he took it from the vial and placed the quirk onto his internal bookshelf. The last vial, he took out and sat it on his bed. This vial was slightly different, having 3 segments each with a finger entrance stopper on them. To Izuku it looked less like a vial and more like a triple gun barrel he'd seen in a video game. The vial was labeled, copier, copied, and copy on each of the 3 sides. This is cool, makes it hard to stay suspicious. The young boy grumbled to himself. Taking the box, he felt a weight still there and removed the styrofoam to see a small holder for the 3 vials, making them seem like All Might merchandise which could sit in the light. Letting out an internal squeal, Izuku took the All Might themed panel out and looked it over. It would fit quite innocuously with his other posters and toys. The panel had a metal plate perpendicular to it on the bottom that it balances on. It was just thick enough to hide the vials within. Izuku took them and sat them in the holder, then placed the holder on the desk in the sun. Wait, how did this get in here? Izuku sat at the table, which was absolutely packed in comparison to normal. The Bakugos sat on one side with Izuku and Inko on the other. Izuku had woken up at the perfect time. Breakfast was ready and he was the last one downstairs. Still wearing his All Might themed pajamas, he sat and eyed his breakfast. So what time will this Mei girl get here? Mitsuki glanced to Inko. Around noon. Seems her dad will be dropping her off. He wanted to at least meet the 2 of you since Mei is going to stay over. Inko replied, putting a bite of pancake in her mouth. Careful man, I like him already. Masaru chimes in, polishing off his plate. Well, that's the minimum for letting your kids stay over. Mitsuki points out. True, but there are worse parents. Masaru got a bit of an uncomfortable look from Mitsuki in response, which he squeezed her hand to soothe her a bit. He's a nice man, a bit conservative but not suffocatingly. Inko injected, taking a sip of her juice. Bakugo meanwhile was finished his meal and grumbling that he wasn't allowed to get up until everyone ate. This wasn't Inko's rule but his dad's, but Inko didn't mind it since she wasn't his parent. Mom, can I tinker until Mei gets here? Izuku asked, trying to finish his food quickly so he'd have more time to tinker. No, you may read though. I figure you and Mei will try to tinker all day, so at least wait till she gets here. You can use the tablet. Izuku snapped to look at her with those words. Yay, tablet. Izuku raises his fork in cheer. What's so great about a tablet? Bakugo asked. Seeing his friend so excited had made him curious. I can read anything I want with it, know just what's in a book. Plus I can take notes too. Izuku beamed. Isn't that just school? Bakugo cocked his head in confusion. Why would you want more school? Izuku inhaled sharply, gasping at the remark. You don't like school, Katsuki? Katsuki shook his head. No, what weirdo likes school? It's not weird, it's fun to learn something, Izuku retorted. Mitsuki snorts. Sounds like Lil Izu takes after his mom. I remember when I had to drag Inko out of the library for lunch. And I remember having to stop you from starting fights with every upperclassman who looked at you funny. Inko glared indignant at her friend. Inky, you could slug with the best of them. Oh, I remember the time you pulled out Shifuya's tooth. Inko took an empty bottle of syrup and threw it at her friend. I was aiming for her retainer. Masaru looked to the 2 boys and spoke in a whisper. Your mothers were quite the troublemakers, be sure to be better than them. This got him a bottle to the head as well, the bottle floating back to Inko's hand for her to reload. Oops, my hand slipped. Inko gave a kind smile which didn't reach her eyes. I want to be like mom and auntie. Kicking ass, Bakugo cheered, however his language got him shut down immediately as Mitsuki took Inko's empty syrup bottle and threw it at him too. Watch your language, young man. Bakugo bared his teeth at Mitsuki, glaring at her. Izuku watched the chaos, thinking to himself. Who do I want to be like? Izuku, I'm bored. Let's do something. Katsuki complained as Izuku sat on his couch reading about radio waves. Bakugo shook Izuku's shoulder, trying to get the boy to move. Come on. Put that stupid tablet down and let's go play outside. Bakugo tried to grab the tablet but Izuku held it away from him. Fine, but we're going to the park. We still have a bit before Mei gets here. Izuku put down the tablet and went to get change. You go tell our parents. Izuku got changed slowly, not particularly excited to be playing with bothersome person like Katsuki. Returning downstairs, he found Katsuki and his uncle Masaru waiting for him by the door. "Izuku, put your shoes on, else cat here will run out the door without us, haha." Masaru ruffled his son's hair a bit before the three walked to the nearby park. Izuku heard a strange sound from his uncle. It was almost sizzling, but not quite. It wasn't a constant sound like a mutation quirk, but something similar. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of it. "Uncle Masaru, what's your quirk?" Izuku pulled on the man's sleeve to get his attention. "Oh, it's called acid sweat. I can sweat acid." "Why? Are you gonna put me in your notebook?" Masaru gave a light tease toward Izuku, which the boy promptly ignored. "No, I was just curious. Is it a mutation quirk? Or emitter?" "It's an emitter type. But, come on slowpokes, hurry up," Katsuki yelled, standing outside the park waiting for the two trailing behind. Izuku slumped forward a bit inside, deciding to indulge Katsuki for the sake of his mood. "Coming." With that, Izuku ran forward, the two boys running into the park. Izuku and Katsuki began to play like they did before the move, looking for beetles, exploring the small park area, and even playing heroes and villains with Izuku as the villain as per usual. Katsuki was having fun. He had missed his friend, and the other kids back home weren't very interesting. Izuku, on the other hand, found himself going through the motions, wishing Katsuki could just leave already. "Come on, Deku." "Katsuki, that's not my name." "Well, hurry up then. You'll never be a hero if you can't even run." Katsuki smirked, jeering at Izuku. As time went on, Izuku was having less fun and Katsuki was now becoming annoyed. He even tried to use his quirk on Izuku once or two, which was met with a scolding from Masaru and a spicy taste in Izuku's mouth. Izuku was about to rest for a bit when he heard a rustling behind him. He peeked behind the bush and saw a blonde girl biting into a bird that was struggling in her grip. It struggled and died in her hands. Izuku leaned in and caused a bit of rustling, which caused the girl to turn to look. Her eyes were slitted like his own, but hers were more cat-like than lizard. She pulled the bird close to her and tried to hide it, her mouth a bit bloody. Hi?" Izuku waved, trying not to scare the girl. He wasn't repulsed, strangely enough, maybe because her quirk was like a heartbeat pushing blood through the body. It also had a faint echo to it, though it was small. The girl looked at him cautiously, tears in her eyes. "You didn't see it, did you?" She spoke softly. No, if you didn't want me to, at least." Izuku raised his hands and shook his head. "Izuku, we have to go. Hatsume will be there soon," Masaru yelled towards Izuku. "Kai," Izuku replied before turning to the girl. "I like your eyes, they're like mine." Izuku mewed, pointing to his eyes. "See you around." "Oh, I'm Izuku." He turned to leave, but heard a faint response. "Himiko Toga." It was soft, but Izuku thought he could hear a sniffle as he ran off back to Masaru and Katsuki. Upon arriving home, Izuku got a sense of déjà vu, seeing someone at his house he wasn't expecting. A fairly buff man with red dreadlocks stood with a cart of boxes at his door talking to his mother. Between the two were Mei, looking back and forth, while his aunt noticed them from behind his mom and waved. The wild group turned to see the others. Returning, the man had yellow eyes like Mei, but not her crosshairs. Instead, he had a metal ring around each eye. "And there they are now." Inko waved as well, the red-haired man keeping his stern face. While the group approached, Bakugo was the first to speak, much to the terror of those who know him. "So you're Mei? Your eyes look weird." Bakugo stared at the girl, narrowing his own eyes as she did the same, now glaring at him for his remark. "HMPH, I don't like you." The man that was likely her father patted the girl. "Now Mei, don't be rude back, ignore them or work through it." The girl looked up at the man and then looked to the ground. "The name's Hatsume Mei. Nice to meet you. Now introduce yourself to Katsuki." Mitsuki insisted from inside. "Yeah, I know. I'm Bakugo Katsuki," the boy barked out. Izuku walked up near the man and gave a light bow. "It's nice to see you again, Mr. Hatsume. Thank you for letting Mei come over." The man gave a nod to Izuku. "Thanks for being friends with my daughter. I hope you like her gifts." The man motioned to the cart. "Gifts? Mei, don't tell me you made multiple." Izuku turned to Mei, exasperation all over his face, but now beaming in joy. "Well, I've got an appointment to make. Inko let me know if you need me to pick her up." Early. The red-haired man pulled the cart up next to the door and turned to his daughter. Be good, have fun, and call if you need anything. He hugged her before Izuku could continue his scolding. Okay Dad. I love you. Mei hugged her dad back. Inko stepped forward and grabbed the cart handle. I'll let you know if anything comes up Yaren. Your daughter is in good hands. Yeah, she seems like a nice kid. Mitsuki supports giving a thumbs up to the man, which elicits a smirk on his otherwise stern face. The man turns, giving a nod to Masaru as he walks by, getting on his motorcycle and driving off. Mitsuki gives a long sigh as she deflates. I felt like I was going through an interview. Masa, you lucked out. The three just arrived stood a bit confused as Mei let out a giggle. Dad is intense when it comes to family. Inko nods, knowing how her own husband can get when family is involved. Well, come on Pink, we've got a party to start. Izuku grabs his friend's hand and guides her inside. The collection of kids and adults settling in so the festivities can begin. Open it, open it. I know you're going to love it. Big one first. Mei jumped up and down, her dreads faintly bouncing with her. I still can't believe you made 3. Don't tell me you stayed up even later last night. Mei looked away, her smile never leaving her face as she didn't make eye contact. Just shut up and open it, nerd. Bakugo let off a small crackle in his hands, getting annoyed at the obvious closeness Mei and Izuku had. With a glare and a sigh, Izuku began to open the present. He tore off the wrapping paper to see a case of some kind. The 3 parents stood near by, recording the whole thing to send to various others. Go on Izu, pop it open. His mother encouraged him, a smirk on her face. She knew what these were since Mei's mom wanted to make sure it was okay her daughter was building this for her son. With a click and a squeal from Mei as he lifted the lid, Izuku blinked in slight confusion. He wasn't entirely sure what this was. He looked it over carefully. A box with knobs, sliders and buttons, as well as 2 antennae on each end. A theremin, one of the first tech instruments. Izuku looked between Mei and the device before him, recalling her text from last night. You built this? It's really cool. He wasn't too sure how to play it, but he knew it was a complicated thing to make. So he hugged his friend, who was beaming ear to ear with a smug grin. You like it? She hugged back, her smug grin going nowhere. It's amazing. I can't wait to learn how to play it, Izuku nodded, then pulled away to open the next one. This one was small, a rectangular block with buttons and a segmented board on the bottom, as well as a stylus attached by a wire. Izuku knew what this one was. He found one in his dad's closet back at the old apartment but wasn't allowed to play with it. I'm sensing a theme of electronic instruments, Mei. It's a stylophone, right? Mei nodded in response. Mei, this is too much. You better expect a gift in return. Izuku stuck out his tongue, already planning his revenge. Nope. I refuse. Mei made an X with her hands, shaking her head no adamantly. Izuku sighed, deciding to open the last of Mei's gifts. This one was thin and long compared to the others. Opening it, he found a music note with All Might hair and a grin. An All Might themed automaton. Izuku instantly grabbed it and hugged it to his chest. I love it. Izuku looked around. The adults were all smiles. The Bakugos, save the youngest, looked impressed at Mei's ability to build, while Katsuki was staring at the automaton with a hint of jealousy while grumbling to himself. My gift is way better than hers, Katsuki declared, pulling out a stereotypical present box. Bring it on. My babies are the best of the best. Mei opened and closed her hand, challenging Katsuki to a present off. Izuku looked back and forth, between the pink gremlin and the bomber. He wasn't sure if he was the focus anymore, but he didn't particularly mind it. He was finally enjoying himself and he was happy to be surrounded by people he cared for. Well, except Katsuki, he was still unsure on that front. Taking the gift from the flight risk, he opened it to reveal an All Might hoodie, one in his newest theme. He pulled it out of the box, a smile on his face as he measured it against himself. Thank you, Katsuki. This is great. Katsuki smirked but cleared his throat. It's not for wearing, look at the front. Izuku flipped it, his jaw dropping as he saw what was there. But a second later he saw something that made his excitement ice over. To Deku, you can do it plus ultra, All Might, smile, they're recording. Izuku forced himself to smile. He didn't want to leave a trace of his true feelings towards the child whom he was infuriated with. Thanks, Kachan. He beamed, carefully placing the hoodie down and hugging the boy who hugged back. The only person who could see Izuku's face as he hugged Katsuki was Mei, who stared in confusion. Izuku was smiling, but she was sure it wasn't a happy one. She felt like she'd seen the intense look in his eyes before. Whenever they talked about Vivani, his eyes would always look scary. Mei bit her lip. Something wasn't right, but she couldn't tell what was bothering her friend. "Hey, do you want to play with the instruments?" she asked, holding up the two lighter ones. Bakugo turned and looked at the instruments, scoffing. Who'd play with instruments? Weirdo. The victory already going to his head, he was smug. Izuku, however, took the automaton, turning it on, began to mess with it a bit. "Thanks, Pink, I appreciate it." Izuku had never meant those words more than right now. He was convinced that if Mei wasn't here, he'd have attacked Katsuki. Mei beamed. "No problem. You can always count on me, Green." Bakugo stood between the two a bit awkwardly. He wasn't sure what to do. He thought he'd won, but Izuku was still entertaining this girl's stupid ideas. Why was she even here? She should have just left after losing so he and Deku could play, but instead Izuku was playing with her toys. Katsuki blinked as a box was put in his hands. The stylophone. "Here, hold this while I set up the theremin for you. You seem like you'd like that more." Mei turned on her heels, getting the assistance of Masaru to set up the theremin. Izuku sat, staring into the void as his hands moved for him. The automaton feeling fairly natural in his hands. He listened to the sounds around him, the most annoying sound overlapping with his current favorite. His hands moved faster as his thoughts drifted. Soon he realized everyone was staring at him and he stopped. The adults in the room, specifically the two mothers, began clapping, but Izuku hadn't quite caught up yet. "That was beautiful, Izu. I didn't know you could play." Mitsuki nudged Inko, who was clapping right alongside her. "My baby boy has musical talent. Wait, we didn't record that." "No." Inko stopped clapping and fell to her knees dramatically as Mitsuki gave a hearty belly laugh. Izuku hadn't even meant to, but apparently he'd played a song on the automaton while deep in thought. Katsuki was staring at his friend, both shocked and a tad bit jealous. He looked down at the stylophone in his hands and then to Mei. "Hey, how does this thing work?" Mei, who had the theremin mostly set up, had also paused to watch Izuku, a silent pride in herself and in her friend. Masaru, however, had completely stopped, staring at Izuku and clapping, his eyes misty with tears. That was beautiful. He wiped his tears and plugged in the theremin, which began to self-calibrate. Mei turned to Bakugo. "The stylophone uses that stylus to touch the board to produce different pieces. While the theremin here uses these antennae. One controls pitch and the other volume." Katsuki grunted, trying to turn on the stylophone to play. He struggles with all the buttons but then finally finds the on switch. Taking the stylus, he runs it across the board on the bottom, trying to mimic Izuku's music. Katsuki was not, in fact, a musical prodigy, as the sounds he was making were really bad. The boy's face began to contort in anger. His palms produced an explosion which damaged the stylophone. He threw it to the ground and began stomping on it, much to the shock of everyone in the room, especially Mei. "My baby! Stop it! Stop!" Mei rushed over, pushing Katsuki back onto the couch as she grabbed the now broken stylophone. "Katsuki, Bakugo! Go upstairs, now!" Surprisingly, these words weren't from Mitsuki but the ever-passive Masaru, who was now seething at his son for do such a thing not only to someone else's gift but in front of the person who made it as well. Bakugo had never heard his father raise his voice at him, so it had shocked him out of his anger, but only momentarily. Why am I the only one who thinks this is weird? Deku and his weirdo friend are making things that they shouldn't be able to. Why is she even here? Explosions crackled along his palms as he glared at Mei, who was cradling her baby, tears now threatening to break from her eyes. Among the chaos, Inko was the only person to notice a bout of green come off of Izuku. The boy was staring at Bakugo with a look she hadn't seen on her son's face before. Izuku's breathing was heavy and his reptilian eyes were slitted and sharp. Inko was about to call out to him when he stood. However, whatever he was about to do was stopped by Mei grabbing Katsuki's collar. "What the hell were you thinking? That stylophone was my baby. How could you do that to my baby? Would you do that to someone else's baby?" Mei began shaking the boy, tears rolling down her face. Masaru placed a hand on her shoulder. "Hatsume, I'm sorry for my son's actions, but would you let us handle it?" Mei snapped back to glare at Masaru but looked down thoughtfully. Fine. She took the destroyed remains of her baby and walked to Izuku. Izuku was glaring at Katsuki as he was dragged upstairs. Mei nudged him and offered the scrap to him. "Wanna try to salvage it?" Izuku looked down at it and back to Mei, a mix of sadness and anger on his face. "Yeah, let's try." Izuku nodded as he felt a hug from behind. His mother was hugging him, leaning over the couch. She said nothing while his auntie Mitsuki came around the other side and gave a bow. "I'm also sorry for my son's actions. I'm sure you put a lot of work into that gift." Mei looked back to the remains of the stylophone and sighed. "I did, but I can take this. Chance to improve it with Izuku." Mitsuki let out a small sigh of relief. This, however, didn't last long. "Auntie, I'm sorry. I tried, but I can't be friends with him." Inko hugged her son tighter. Izuku stared firmly at Mitsuki. "I didn't want to make you feel sad, but I can't pretend anymore." Mitsuki bit her lip, wincing in pain. She had hoped her son had improved a bit, but after what he just did, she couldn't blame it on his Eid anymore. He hadn't been as violent, but he hadn't calmed either. To be completely honest, if Mei hadn't acted first, I don't know what I would have done. Izuku exhaled a bout of flame as he spoke these words, a sign of his emotional state. "I'm sorry we pushed you to stay friends. I know Katsuki isn't bad deep down, but his actions aren't reflecting that. I think it's best if we leave." Mitsuki patted Izuku's head and looked to Inko before walking upstairs, a bitter look on her face. There was no yelling, there was only a bitter goodbye between parents and friends. Inko hugged her best friend tightly as she did with her son, whispering something in her ear before caressing her cheek, Mitsuki holding back tears and nodding in response. Katsuki had been put by Masaru holding his arm. Every time he tried to speak, his father glared at him, which caused him to close his mouth. Masaru had thoroughly cowed the boy. He watched the boy get into the car, frowning at him all the while. The father then walked over to Izuku and Mei, who were already taking the stylophone apart. "I didn't get to say this before, but happy belated birthday, Izuku. I hope, despite what's happened, you've had a good one." Izuku let a smile dance across his face. "Thank you, Uncle Masaru, and I hope you'll be well." Masaru gave a side hug to the boy and a look to Mei. "Next time I'd love to hear more about your babies, as you call them." Mei almost knocked over her chair with how fast she got up, her hand on the table, and beaming she almost shouted, "I can't wait." The enthusiasm startled Masaru a bit, but he gave a slightly twitching smile in response, feeling he said something he'd regret later. With that he went upstairs to quickly pack the bags. Mitsuki was the next visitor to the pair. Izuku stooped his tinkering and instead got up to hug his aunt. "I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, Auntie. I do want to see you and Uncle again." Mitsuki, who had been feeling a slew of complex emotions about the situation, quickly hugged the boy back. "Thank you, Izuku, and happy birthday. You're growing up into a fine boy already. Be a good boy for your mom and dad, okay?" She ruffled the boy's fluffy hair and then looked to Mei. "I hope you can fix it, it sounded pretty good." Mei nodded, giving a smile to the nice lady. "If not, we'll build it from scratch." Mitsuki smirked at this. "Make it blast-proof if you do." Mei's eyes went wide, ideas already filling her noggin with the term blast-proof. Mitsuki turned to walk away, stopping by Inko to give one last hug before stepping outside, followed by Masaru not long after. Inko stood in the doorway waving as the Bakugo family left, only to mutter to herself, "I should have sent some cake home with them." Chapter end notes. Please tell me someone gets the reference. It's IMPERITIVE. You get the reference Mei made. I plan on making references all throughout this work. If you haven't watched SAO Abridged, I highly recommend it. Lol. It's never explained how quirks get copied in canon, so I made my own explanation. It's shown Monoma can copy quirks but not permanently, so with a bit of tinkering by a genius on Garaki's level, it could likely be made to grow quirk copies instead. This is how he got so many regeneration copies for the Nomu. Interlude, the Bakugos, the Togas, and the father on business. Chapter summary: things occurring outside of Izuku's knowledge. Chapter notes: I plan on doing interludes as well. It started with some stuff that I couldn't fit in the chapters, but I think we'll get to other stuff later in the story. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 10. Interlude, the Bakugos, the Togas, and the father on business. Masaru closed the door behind him as he pushed his son into the guest room of the Midoriya household. Turning to his son, he gave the fiercest glare he could muster as he walked up the boy and slapped him. "The hell is wrong with you?" The boy, for his part, was stunned. He felt his cheek as the stinging pain pulsated through the side of his face. His mother had hit him before, but never hard enough to actually hurt. It also was mostly her personality. She'd do the same to her friends or his dad when they said something dumb or embarrassed her. His father, however, was a completely different story. Katsuki had never seen the man raise a hand to anyone nor raise his voice. "Well, are you going to answer, or am I going to have to list each fuck up in order?" The older man seethed, awaiting his son's response. "I don't know. The stupid thing just wouldn't do as I slap." Another open-handed smack to the face was the father's response. "I asked about you. Not the stylophone you destroyed. Why the hell did you think it was a good idea to destroy something that wasn't yours? Was a gift to the friend you were so excited to see, and a gift from another guest who put serious effort into making it. Katsuki, I'm beyond disappointed in you. I'm appalled at your behavior. We are leaving now, and you will not say a word until we are all in the car. Do you understand?" But his defense was cut short by a glare from the man. "I have been patient with you, however your management meds have already kicked in, and you continue to act like the world revolves around you and resort to tantrums and violence when you don't get your way. From today on, I won't tolerate it. You've proven you can't even go to a simple birthday party and be happy for your friend. So we'll be finding you an outlet whether you like it or not." Katsuki had lost all his nerve in front of his father's unyielding wrath. "Yes, sir." He slumped forward listening to his father's lecture. He knew he could challenge his mom on certain things, but his dad seemed like a completely different person now. "Grab what you want for the drive home. Then without even saying a word you'll be escorted to the car." Katsuki grabbed his stuff and was unceremoniously dragged by the arm to the car. He went to complain about his rough treatment, but each time he opened his mouth his father glared at him. His mother had come upstairs while he was packing and began to cry. He didn't understand why she was, but it made him feel guilty. He couldn't stop thinking about it while he sat in the car. "It's not your fault, Suki." Mitsuki wanted to grab her friend, hug her and cry against her as she whispered those words into her ear, but instead she nodded. Inko caressed her cheek and gave a gentle smile. She could read her friend like a book. Mitsuki had a bit of a complex about this. She felt guilt for being the reason her son had IED. She felt guilt because if she hadn't passed it on to him, his actions wouldn't hurt people. Wouldn't have put his best friend and the son of her best friend in the hospital. Inko was her family, a sister to her when her family tossed her out. Knowing that her son had done something like that in an IED episode killed her inside. Seeing her son crush Izuku's present, made by Izuku's first other friend besides her son, made her feel like a failure all over again. She wasn't sure this was an IED episode at all or just plain anger, but regardless, her son's words and actions were harmful. Izuku's and Mei's words had comforted her a bit, but she still struggled not to cry. The silence in the car ride home was the worst. She wasn't sure if she could manage words without breaking down. However, a warmth made itself known. Her husband placed his hand on hers as he drove, squeezing it gently. He mouthed, "Are you okay?" to her, and she shook her head, mouthing, "Not really." He squeezed a bit harder, giving a soft smile in return. She inhaled and exhaled to collect herself before addressing her son in the back seat. "I'm sure your father has already scolded you, so I won't yell, but I want to spell put something to you in case you were unaware. Izuku has made it clear that he doesn't intend to invite you back next year." What? "But he's my friend," Katsuki cried, unable to understand that he was in the wrong. "You may see him as your friend, but he doesn't see you as his," replied, her voice shaking a bit. "But our promise, we promised to be heroes together. You broke that promise, Katsuki. You were a villain today." If Katsuki could see his mother's face, he wouldn't have continued, but alas, he could not. "No, I wasn't. That girl was stealing Deku from me. He betrayed me. It's his fault. His and hers." Bakugo was fuming at this point. Her couldn't hear how he was making his mother cry. "I really am a failure," Mitsuki muttered to herself, Masaru caressing her cheek to wipe away the tears. "Katsuki." His father spoke, stern and precise, causing Katsuki to straighten up a bit. "Be quiet." He obeyed, and then he heard his mother sobbing lightly. Katsuki wasn't sure why, but he felt like it was his fault. He couldn't understand why his mother was crying. The car ride was painful and long, but home wasn't much better after that. Home. Hisashi wished he was home instead of stuck in a meeting about some material negotiations. He was missing his son's birthday party to be here, and that made him more ruthless than normal. His nickname was Hisashi, the dragon, as he wouldn't let a single yen slip through his fingers in a negotiation. His opponents today were not prepared for how much pent-up resentment had accumulated and were thoroughly destroyed as he took the best possible deal for his company. Superb Support System Industries, or SSS Industries, is a good company. The employees do their work efficiently and are treated well in kind. However, as a company run by people, someone inevitably drops the ball, and today that someone hadn't informed Hisashi of a competitor joining the negotiations. He was underprepared for a bidding war between SSS Industries and an American-based company which was famous in Japan for its support to their number one hero. Hisashi couldn't let his smile slip one bit. If he did, he'd lose momentum in this mental war. Sitting across from Hisashi wasn't just some negotiator, it was two people. One he could understand, a black American gentleman with slightly pointed ears. The other he was purely baffled by, the lead support engineer of Shield Tech, David Shield. Before we begin, I'd like to address something if possible. The Thai representative nods, giving Hisashi the floor. Might I ask why your lead engineer and current CEO is here, Mr. Alexei? Instead of the negotiator, the unexpected guest himself responds. Ah, that's my fault. I made a bet with Rick to see if he could reach his goal in each negotiation, and he does. I'd have to give him 3 of my PTO days. The scruffy engineer scratched his cheek as he spoke, not making eye contact. If he loses, he has to wear a special tie to next month's negotiations. Hisashi blinked, and began to chuckle heartily. He had prepared for a 2-versus-1 negation duel, but now he was purely amused by the dynamic. Rick Alexei gave a slight smirk, confidently saying, "No hard feelings, but I need those days off." Hisashi waves him off. "You've got some rotten luck then, though this doesn't explain why you're here, Mr. Shield. Could you not have reviewed the results?" "Nah. Rick here decided to cheat me out of the lab by making me observe his skills." David narrowed his eyes in Rick's direction, but he wasn't acknowledged. "But what do you mean rotten luck, Mr. Midoriya?" Hisashi gives the man a fierce grin. "I'm currently missing my son's birthday party, so I'll be damned if I give an inch for missing it. No hard feelings, Mr. Alexei, but you'll be wearing that tie." David winced. As a dad, he knew driving force behind Hisashi on a personal level. He placed on Rick's shoulder and shook his head. "Sorry, Rick, hell hath no fury and all that." "Oi! Don't write me off like that." Rick looked offended. "Fine, let's see if I can slay the dragon." "Wait. The dragon? What are you talking about?" David looked between the two men, both wearing fierce grins. "It's a nickname I picked up cause of my quirk, fire breathing, and my ferocity. But I agree, let's get started." This marked the first time Hisashi met Rick Alexei and David Shield met on the battlefield of negotiations. A rivalry and friendship which was absolutely packed with duels and bets. Hisashi managed to eke out a victory barely, but a win by the buzzer was a win nonetheless. As he made to shake hands with his opponents, he asked a favor. "Mr. Shield, I was hoping to ask a favor. Actually 2. If you wouldn't mind spending a minute of your time." The dragon looked meek compared to just 5 minutes ago. "I'm going to venture a guess. Is your son a fan of All Might?" David gave a wry smile. This wasn't his first rodeo? "Yes. Would you mind a picture and signing 2 things?" Hisashi asked sheepishly. 2? 1 for you?" "No, haha. My son's best friend is quite the tinkerer, so I thought to get her something as well given the chance." Hisashi rubbed the back of his head. "The picture is for me to brag about." This got a chuckle from the Shield CEO. "I don't mind. What am I signing and who am I making it out to?" In the suburbs of Jakku, not far from the Midoriya household, a girl with a bloody mouth was getting scolded by her parents. The 2 parents surely meant well in their own way, but to the girl she was meant to feel ashamed for how her quirk affected her. She craved blood. She wasn't bothered by it. In fact, she thought the color was pretty. Himiko was ordered to go clean herself up immediately. Upon reaching the bathroom, she stared into the mirror. She felt alone. Her parents had started looking at her strangely after her quirk came in, and now they were almost colder towards her. She continued staring at her reflection when her eyes caught her attention. A thought crossed her mind. "I like your eyes, they're like mine." The image of a boy around her age with fluffy green hair and slitted eyes and slightly sharpened teeth like her was put front and center in her head. The look on his face wasn't disgust like her parents, he looked interested. A soft smile spread across her face. Izuku, I think? She thought to herself, as she picked leaves and twigs out of her messy hair buns. Chapter endnotes. Personally, I don't like the passivity of Masaru in canon. It makes him seem like a weak man, but my headcanon is that he is the type to take a lot to get angry, but once he is, he's pissed. Aftermath. Chapter summary. Welp. The party went about as you'd expect. Let's see the clean-up smiley face. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 11. Aftermath. Izuku and Mei spent a few hours on repairing the stylophone, playing with the other instruments and writing up blueprints for their school defense system. By dinnertime the two had amassed a pile of scrap and paper in the living room. Inko wasn't pleased with the mess they made but decided to let the kids off lightly by just making them clean up before dinner. Dinner was katsudon, one of Izuku's favorites. Inko watched fondly over her son and his friend as they ate, barely touching her own food. How is it, you two? It's yummy. Mei yells with a mouthful of katsudon threatening to fall out. Izuku instead continued shoveling his favorite food into the seemingly bottomless chasm that is his gullet. Ish riri gu. Izuku managed to spray a bit of katsudon back into his bowl, which was promptly eaten like the rest. Remember, don't speak with your mouths full, you two. Mind your manners. Inko gently reminded the two, which caused them both to swallow and almost choke. Inko covered her mouth, trying not to laugh as they both scrunched their faces in pain and then reached for their drinks simultaneously. After dinner you'll be heading to bed. You don't have to sleep, but at least stay in your room. Mei, I set up an air mattress for you, or if you want the bed, Izuku can use it. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Mei smiled a toothy grin, giving a light bow which came off as more of a nod. Inko dear. Ms. Inko, if you really want to. Mei nodded, clarifying, thank you, Ms. Inko. Of course, honey. Inko smiled, returning to her food. After dinner the pair got ready for bed, Mei changing into some pajamas with bolts and wrenches on them, while Izuku used the bathroom to change into his All Might pajamas. Mei's pajamas sleeves were slightly too long, a size or two larger than her. After brushing his teeth, he came back to Mei looking over all of his All Might merchandise, the newest addition, the hoodie which Izuku was thinking about burning, now sitting next to the shelf which had the disguised vials. Izuku panicked a bit. He wasn't sure he'd be able to talk himself out of it if Mei found the vials. Hey Pink. Do you want the mattress or the bed? Mei turned around, a finger on her chin in contemplation. I would feel bad taking your bed, so I'll take the mattress. Izuku let out an internal sigh, being able to get her to look away from the merchandise. A thought betrays him, however. Would it be so bad if she found out? She is a risk. Izuku shook himself out of that line of thought, knowing that even telling one person about his situation would be a risk. As he focused again, he saw Mei staring at him almost an inch away from his face. Startled, he let out a yelp and took a step back. What are you thinking about? The pinkette asked, her pupils dilating on Izuku. And nothing. You're making a face. I'm making a face? You're making a face. Izuku presses his hands to his cheeks, trying to figure out what face he was making. You make a lot of faces. Sometimes you look a bit scary. Mei makes her best scary face to emphasize her point, but her pajamas don't do her any favors. I'm just thinking about stuff. Izuku refuses to meet Mei's gaze, but this only causes Mei to push harder. About Bomber the baby killer. I mean, Katsuki. Mei's penchant for nicknames almost makes Izuku laugh, a smile forcing its way onto his face. Maybe, it's just hard. Izuku's smile runs away, replaced by a bitter frown. You made a pretty scary face when you hugged him. I only see that face when you're around Vivani. You don't like Katsuki, do you? Mei turned, speaking to Izuku as she grabbed his newly signed hoodie. Not really, but I didn't want to make Auntie and Uncle sad, so I gave him a chance. Last time I saw him he was beating me up cause I triggered an episode of his IED. Dad said blaming him cause of it would make Auntie sad, so I tried, but while Izuku had successfully drawn Mei's attention from the disguised vial case, he was now talking about something he hadn't really made clear to even his parents. You hate him? Mei turned back around, the All Might hoodie in hand. Izuku freezes up. He did. He hated Katsuki. He hated that stupid jerk and his stupid nickname. He hadn't wanted to invite him. He didn't want to see him. Izuku slowly nods. I shouldn't, because he was my best friend. And he's sick like me. Mei cocks her head to the side, a bit confused. He was. But what does that have to do with anything? Izuku could only blink, equally confused. Mei went on, looking down at the signature on the hoodie. Grandma told me once that hate is too strong an emotion to waste on someone you don't care about. But he was your best friend. Do you care about him? Izuku took a moment to digest her words. Do I still care about Kachan? He had his answer the moment he asked himself. Yes, he did. They did everything together, promised to become heroes together, but he changed after getting his quirk. Until Izuku got his own, he was cruel to him, teasing him and beating on him. Yeah, I do. We made a promise like you and me. Mei smiled, deciding to give Izuku a hug with the hoodie still in one hand. So it's okay to hate him, so long as you still care about him. Mei had definitely misunderstood the intent behind her grandmother's words. She has meant this in the case of strangers, or classmates, meaning it was a waste of time to hate someone rather than just let it go. But Mei had taken this to mean the opposite was also okay, that so long as she cared about someone it was okay to hate them. Mei wasn't good with emotions and social cues, but in this case her genius guided her to the wrong result. Izuku had always been told to be kind, to stand up for the little guy. He was a heroic little lad, but the opposite was also true. Any resentment was waved off, explained away or guilted by his parents. Even if they had not meant to do so, his parents were refusing a part of his feelings, which often left him feeling like he was the one to blame. Mei's words gave him an epiphany of sorts. His negative feelings were valid. He hugged her back, resting his chin on her shoulder as he let out a long breath. A tension in him he had been repressing now breaking as he began to cry. I hate him. I didn't want to invite him. He's violent and mean and always yells at me. Izuku hugged Mei tighter. Mei now rubbed his back to let him get it all out. She was going to do the same thing he did for her, be a friend. Izuku sniffled lightly as the two sat on the bed, a mirror image of the two only a few days ago. Mei rubbing Izuku's back as they sat facing away from the pillows. So what do you want to do with this? Also, who's Deku? Mei nudged the hoodie, knocking it off the bed. Izuku rubbed his nose, sniffling again as he spoke. Katsuki calls me that to make fun of me. I got my quirk later than him, so he kept calling me that even after you got mine. Mei nodded, understanding the kanji joke after a moment or two. It's a bit clever, surprisingly for him. Wanna blow it up? I think I wanna burn it. Izuku stared at the hoodie, feeling no positive attachment to it despite his love for All Might. Wanna go to the park tomorrow then? Wait, is there one around your house? The pink menace casually agreed to the burning, her lack of safety concerns clear. Katsuki dragged me there earlier. Oh, I saw a girl drinking a bird. Izuku exclaimed excitedly as though drinking a bird was like seeing a shooting star. Mei however stared at the boy like he grew a second head. How do you drink a bird? Did she use a straw? Nope, she was like a vampire. It was really cool, her eyes were like mine too. But yellow like yours. Izuku pointed to his teeth then his eyes, remaining enthused as he described a bird-drinking vampire girl to his best friend. Do you think blood tastes good? Did the pigeon blood taste like chicken nuggets? Mei began to lose herself in intrusive thoughts as Izuku let something dark slip. Yeah, it tasted pretty good. This caused Mei to stop and turn to him. Did you drink a bird too? Her face a mixture of exasperation and concern. No. Remember when Morioha, Tagati and Vivani beat me up? Well, I bit Morioha to get him off me, and he tasted surprisingly good. Mei was a bit bitter about that whole thing, but she knew she couldn't change what happened. So, what did it taste like? Have you ever licked a battery? Or sucked on a coin? Kinda like that. Mei nodded thoughtfully in response. She was no stranger to those examples. A lot of her thoughts were intrusive, often using her quirk to look at things she shouldn't without getting caught. I wonder if she'll be there tomorrow. I hope so. Izuku laid back on the bed, exhausted from the day and his crying. Luckily he hadn't gained his mother's pension for flooding a room with tears yet, so he hadn't wet his floor or bed. His eyes fluttered between open and closed, the room soon filled with soft snoring. Mei struggled between the choice of moving Izuku so she could get off the bed or staying there. She sighed as she stared down at the fluffy-haired boy now sleeping, his hand gripping her baggy sleeve. She laid back with him, Staring at her friend sleeping softly, she thought to herself. Green, ya big dummy. After cleaning up, texting a few people, including a mushy conversation with her husband about him missing her, and making sure the tinkering sets were put away neatly, Inko headed upstairs to tuck her son in for the night. Instead, after cracking the door open to see the two friends sharing the bed and sleeping on top of the covers, she smiled to herself, grabbing a spare comforter from her bedroom closet and sneaking into her son's room to ensure the friends didn't catch a cold. As she began pulling the cover over them, she noticed her son's hand and face. He was clutching May's sleeve even asleep, while he had slightly puffy red eyes and faint tear lines on his cheek. Inko felt a pit in her stomach seeing this. She turned to grab the All Might hoodie the Bakugos gifted him but then paused reading the signing. To Deku, you can do it plus ultra, All Might, Deku, she muttered to herself. She picked it up and held it closer, thinking on the word. Soon remembering that Katsuki had called her son that. She had also seen a look on Izuku's face she couldn't quite place. It looked like he was angry or perhaps disgusted at Katsuki. Looking back at her son, seeing the tear lines, she felt the pit in her stomach grow. She looked for a place to put the hoodie. She opened a drawer at the bottom of Izuku's dresser to find all manner of broken things. Each All Might related. Well, most of them. She was confused. She instead closed it and instead laid the hoodie on the shelf next to an almost billboard-style All Might placard. She turned to the sleeping pair once more and then left, her thoughts a bit jumbled by what she saw. What isn't Izu telling me? He'd tell me if something was wrong, right? The next morning the dynamic duo, after a breakfast filled with pancakes and so many chocolate chips that May was cut off, the two grabbed the cart her dad used to cart the gifts over and dragged it upstairs. So why do we need this? May asked, pulling through the door. Well, I have some other stuff I want to burn. And if we're careful I can use this to test my quirk too. Izuku opened the drawer. He hid the destroyed merchandise he broke after a fit of rage over Bakugo. He had originally thrown it in his trash but decided to keep it after a talk he and his dad had. After filling the cart, dropping a blanket over it and putting some tinkering materials on top of it, the two slowly wheeled it back downstairs to the door. What's this? Izuku's mom peered over at the pair as the cart went thunk 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 down the stairs. Testing. We want to make things that won't be a good idea in the house. May smiled, not technically lying as she did want to work on some stuff while at the park. Izuku nodded, smiling with May. Oh, and where do you plan on testing? Inko raised an eyebrow at the admittedly strangely smiling kids, both having no concept of a poker fi. The park. Well away from the park, don't want to hit anyone. Izuku quickly added, trying not to sound suspicious but only adding to Inko's suspicions. Now Inko knew the kids were being shady, but she also trusted her son enough to know that he wasn't going to do something extremely dangerous, only that he'd likely get yelled at for whatever he was doing. Alright. You have your phone? You know the way? Be safe, and if anyone suspicious approaches you call me immediately. I'll drive over to pick you up. Izuku and May nodded before heading out the door without a second thought. Inko let them off lightly, deciding it'd be a good chance to look at what Izuku had in that drawer. She was however disappointed as she found it empty, the hoodie gone too. She concluded the pair were going to throw it all away in a trash can at the park. Cursing herself for her actions, she could only wait to ask her son after May left later that evening. Izuku began unloading the cart onto the ground. The two had found a small clearing beyond the bushes in the park. May went around clearing the area of any things that could catch fire, marking a circle in the center for them to place things. You've told me a bit about your quirk but not much. It's flame breath, flame eating, and regenerating? May asked while removing the blanket from the cart to uncover the All Might gear. But I can also eat explosions. Izuku took a small sheet of metal and placed it in the circle May drew. So it's not flame eating, it's energy eating. May paused, remembering when Izuku put baby number 3 in his mouth to keep it from exploding. Yeah, I think. I always feel a warmth whenever I eat something, and it goes away when I exhale flames. Izuku then takes a broken All Might action figure and places it on the sheet. So does that mean you store energy? May takes a pair of sunglasses out for herself and hands one to Izuku. Probably, I think my regeneration is powered by it too. This for the baseline, right? Izuku takes the sunglasses and flicks a stylus around his fingers, his phone now in his other hand horizontally. Yup. Just set it on fire, Mei exclaims, doing a double take for a moment. I didn't see him take that out. Izuku, without any fanfare, takes a deep breath and from a few feet away exhales onto the figure. Green flames setting the metal sheet and the figurine ablaze. Within a few seconds the figure is melting, a small trail of green smoke coming from it. Izuku, seeing this, decides to try to eat the flames before the thin metal sheet takes any damage. Izuku focuses on the flame and inhales, an indescribable taste filling his mouth. The green flames telekinetically moving to the boy's mouth. Izuku can't help but mimic chewing while the flames make his body warm. Mei watches with dilating eyes, burning the detail of it into her mind for the sake of the experiment. At what distance can you suck up the flames? Mei starts inspecting the damage, noting that the flames did more damage than she thought it would, the metal plate having a radius around the toy where it was almost carved out. I don't know, I haven't tested. Izuku lines up the next test subject, backing away to test a shot instead of a spray. I want to see if I can make a smaller shot. Mei nods, moving behind him as he finishes his notes. Izuku inhales, this time keeping his mouth shut to try to pressurize the flames before letting it all out in one puff. The flames seem to have condensed, hitting the new target and knocking it off the metal sheet. The toy makes a small trail of flames as it tumbles and stops. Ooh, you can do single shots which have a bit of kick to them. Do you think it's pressure or your saliva? Mei smiles, getting close to Izuku, focusing on his mouth. Let's test it out. Izuku walks to one of the small flames burning the ground and spits on it. The flame becomes smaller and a darker green, suggesting the flames solidify in contact with his spit. Note to self, try this on normal flames next. Your quirk is weird, it's got so much going for it and is almost complicated in its mechanism. Izuku tries his best not to react to that, knowing that Mei is at her most observant when testing. I wish I brought a lighter, I want to tear the difference in flames. Izuku turns to Mei with a half-hearted frown which Mei smirks at. Have no fear, I figured this would come up. I brought all the necessary tools to make an electric lighter. We have cloth so we can use that. Mei's grin grows bolder as she fishes through the stuff they brought for a battery and some wiring, quickly making a spark plug of sorts. The ever-prepared Hatsume Mei, Izuku remarks as he consumes the flames he just made. The more solid flame coming to his mouth much slower than the rest. Sacrifices speed of consumption for punch, it seems. Agreed. Anyhow, wanna burn your All Might hoodie? Izuku nods, sitting the hoodie in the plate. Hold on. Mei takes the hoodie and begins cutting it in half. We're gonna time them both. First is normal fire. Mei backs away, half the hoodie which years later may have been worth a small fortune over her shoulder like a towel. Izuku takes the spark plug, after counting down he lights it. After a few minutes the fire goes out on its own. The half of the hoodie fairly burned but not completely so. Izuku removes the half and tosses it to the side while Mei replaces the other. Izuku repeats the process, however after a minute the fire has yet to go out, the flame burning until the entire half was gone. No ash remaining. The green smoke hovering in the air a ways up, collecting together instead of dispersing. Huh. I wonder why there aren't any ashes. Izuku stares at the smoke, deciding to step even further back than before and inhale once more. Though it does take more time, Izuku notices the green smoke makes him feel warmer than either the fire or his fire. So, your flames are probably not normal flames since they don't really go out like normal fire. Maybe its fuel is different than normal flames? Mei asks, trying to talk through her ideas. No ashes, so does that mean it doesn't waste? Plus the smoke felt warmer than the fire and it started to coalesce after a bit. Maybe it would solidify after a while? Izuku writes some of these thoughts into his phone for later use. So how do you feel after burning the hoodie? Mei asks, breaking their previous line of dialogue. Izuku puts a hand to his chin, mulling over the question. About the same, I think I feel better after last night in general. Thanks, Pink. Izuku gives Mei an embarrassed smile, while Mei extends her arm into a thumbs up. No problem, Green. What are friends for? Izuku's smile turns a bit broader, he nods in full agreement. Now, we have more things to burn. Quirk. Hydra Flame. This quirk seems to absorb energy, not just fire. The flames it generates converts matter into energy fairly efficiently, leaving little to no waste behind. The newly converted energy tends to collect together for ease of absorption for the user. It is noted that the user's body stores the energy it consumes for later use, a sense of heat being the measure of said energy. Kinetic energy seems to also be absorbed in the mouth at point-blank range, likely a side effect of gene therapy with a shock-absorbing quirk mixed in. Chapter end notes. I think we all have some level of resentment towards someone we care about, but that doesn't mean we don't still care about them. I like the idea that hate is still rooted in some connection to the person you hate. You can't hate something completely foreign to you after all. Also, just like in canon, I'll be doing quirk updating. When a character gains an understanding of a quirk that they hadn't noticed previously, I'll add a note about it. An encounter with a vampire. Chapter summary. I spy with my cool ass eyes. A vampire spying on technically illegal quirk use. Chapter notes. Valentine's Day is about hearts, right? So is the day after about blood, right? Time to befriend the bloodsucker. Let's go. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 12. An encounter with a vampire. Izuku and Mei finished their notably illegal quirk experiments and were about to leave when Izuku noticed a pair of familiar eyes peeking around a tree. The small girl with messy blonde buns and yellow cat eyes warily stared at the two fire scientists. Izuku met her eyes and waved hesitantly with a small smile, causing the girl to pull back behind the tree. "What are you looking at?" Mei asked, looking in the same direction. She stared and stared, finally training her eyes on a pair of hands on the side of a tree. "Someone hiding?" Izuku nodded, whispering to his friend. "It's the girl, the one with the bird?" Mei put her fist in her hand in realization. "Just don't scare her, I want to talk to her." Mei raised a finger in protest but lowered it, knowing she wouldn't win that argument. "Toga." The girl peered around the tree, hearing her name. She didn't say anything, but she was staring at Mei. Mei, of course, the picture of good decisions, as she decides to smile and wave enthusiastically. This of course causes the girl to hide again and Izuku to look at Mei expressionlessly. The greenette lets out a sigh and juts his thumb toward Mei. "This is my best friend Hatsume. She's a bit enthusiastic, but she's nice. Did you want to talk with me?" "I'm very nice," Mei mutters to herself, which earns her a head of ruffled hair courtesy of Izuku. "You can stay there, but I will ask you not tell anyone what we did. We'll get yelled at if you do." Himiko leans to the side to look at the pair, nodding in confirmation, grabbing the sleeves of her sweater to calm her nerves. "She does have eyes like you, green. I think they're cat though." Mei was staring at Himiko and using her quirk to get a detailed one at that. This remark causes Himiko to snap her focus to Mei, which causes her to inhale sharply upon noticing Mei's eyes. "Yours are yellow, like mine." Himiko continues to stare at Mei and Mei back at her. Izuku ponders what he should do before nodding to himself and spreading the blanket they had on the group and sitting. "Wanna come sit with us? I'd like to talk with you if you'd let me." Izuku pat the ground across from him, then turned to Mei and gestured for her to sit. "Oh, okay." Himiko slowly walked over, looking nervous but coming over despite this. Holding her skirt down, she kneels down and sits across from the pair. "How about we reintroduce ourselves? I'm Midoriya Izuku." Izuku gestures to himself and then looks to Mei for her to continue the trend. "I'm Hatsume Mei. It's nice to meet ya." Himiko looked a bit timid before, but a bit of tension was slowly leaving her. "I'm Toga Himiko." The cat-eyed girl looked between the pair as if waiting for something to happen. "Yup, still awkward. How about our favorite colors? Or something. I'm really bad at making friends." Izuku laughs self-deprecatingly, causing Mei to give a wry smile. "My favorite color is purple, and I like learning things." "Mount favorite color is black. Wait, maybe gold? One of the two. My favorite food is chocolate." Mei has to hold herself back from getting closer, but her enthusiasm does leak out a bit. Himiko spoke softly, almost ashamed of what she was about to say. "My favorite color is red, and I like climbing trees." "I don't know how to climb a tree. Would you teach me some time?" Izuku smiled, which got him a small smile in return and a nod. Himiko, now a bit more relaxed, decides to ask a question of her own. "Why were you burning things?" Izuku does his best to word his answer to properly explain, while Mei just outright answers. Green was burning stuff from someone he hates and testing his quirk at the same time. "I was helping. The cheerfully blunt girl says it like the act was completely normal. You hide your quirk? Himiko asks, a bit hopeful to find someone like her. I don't think it's the same as you think. I was hiding using the quirk cause it's illegal. Sorry, Izuku didn't want to mislead Himiko, so he cleared it up before any confusion could occur, which caused Himiko to deflate a bit. Do you need to hide yours, Toga? Mei asks, the question causing Himiko to startle a bit, her eyes turning to the ground and a sad look covering her face. Mom and Dad say I'm not normal, so I have to hide my quirk. Izuku and Mei nodded in understanding, both wearing frowns of recognition to those words. Mei was often called a freak by her bullies, even to this day. While she could try to ignore them, words still hurt. When you're told over and over. Izuku, however, felt the connection on a different wavelength, his constant need to hide his other quirks making him feel a bit guilty and alone. Who cares about normal? Normal is boring. I'd rather interesting people like Green be around me than some butt faces. Mei forces a smile, she reeling from her own thoughts, but she wanted to help this girl in any way she could. She owed it to someone made to feel bad like she was. Agreed, if being a butt face is normal then I think I'd rather be weird. Izuku concurred. He looked over to his friend and put a hand on hers, squeezing it lightly before turning to the sound of sniffles. Himiko was touched. Her parents had been her only real relationship and she couldn't be herself at all. She felt these cravings for blood, but she was scolded and even hit if she didn't push it down. She looked between the two as tears began to fall. These were words she needed to hear. Not from them, but from her parents. However, she didn't think she'd ever hear them come from two complete strangers. Mei hugged Himiko. The girl was tense at first but melted into it. A soft purring sound began to emanate from her as she leaned her head against Mei. Izuku came up to the two and joined the hug, patting the crying girl on the head softly. Himiko, would you like to be our friend? Mei was the one to ask. Ever since Izuku had promised to stay her friend, she had become more confident and resolute. She'd do what Izuku did for her for Toga, and she'd try at least. Himiko pulled back slightly, but began crying even harder, nodding all the while. It took a while for the girl to calm down enough to speak again, but Mei and Izuku weren't bothered by it. Izuku seemed to be lost in thought over something. If I'm green, and you're pink, what's Toga going to be? Izuku asked Mei, who was still holding Himiko protectively. Green? Pink? Himiko questioned only to be ignored as Mei spoke. I know. Yellow. Mei raised her hand excitedly, a now confused Himiko leaning against her. Her hair is blonde though. Mei frowned hearing this rebuttal. Yeah, but blonde doesn't fit the color motif. Plus her eyes are yellow, Mei countered, but Izuku struck back again. So are yours. Toga, what do you think? Izuku looked to their newly adopted friend for her take. Himiko. Call me Himiko or Himi. But I think yellow is fine. Mei is already pink, so I think it's okay. Himiko did her best to keep up, though getting used to the duo's quick banter was going to take some time. See, it's settled. Yellow. Welcome to the group. Mei hugged Himiko tighter and smiled without a care in the world. Welcome to the club, Yellow. Izuku stared at the two fondly, a question raising in his mind. Himi. Where do you go to school? Himiko, who had been smiling a moment ago, straightened up. Mom said I can't go back until my cravings go away. Himiko looked ashamed, but Izuku nodded in understanding. Was the bird not enough? Himiko looked to Mei in fear, realizing she didn't know about her previous meal. Oh, don't worry, Pink already knows about that. Sorry, she's my best friend and I had to share. Izuku bowed slightly, but Himiko was just relieved, her fear now gone as soon as it came. Himiko looked to Izuku and shook her head. It's okay, but not enough. It's not right. Mei cocked her head to the side and glanced to Himiko. What is your quirk? Mei as usual asked hard-hitting questions as though it made no difference. Blood drinking? At this Izuku shook his head in disagreement. Hearing Himiko's quirk, he knew it wasn't a simple mutation quirk with a drawback. It had some element to it that copied similar to the vials. Have you drank a person's blood yet? Izuku asked, which got a hesitant shake of the head from Himiko and a look of aha from Mei. Then drink mine. I think your quirk is trying to tell you how to use it. Himiko looked baffled by the offer. She had just met them and had just become their friend. No normal person would offer that. Oh right, no normal person would. Himiko smiled to herself. Mei nodding in agreement. We came here to test quirks, so might as well test yours too. Izuku crawled over to the pair, peeling Himiko away from Mei much to the latter's displeasure. He put up his wrist for her to bite. Himiko, however, hesitated to bite her new friend. Izuku seeing this decided to help further, much to Mei's horror. Izuku bit into his arm just before the wrist, which caused him to bleed profusely. The taste of iron filling his mouth once more, Izuku let out a soft exhale. The pain was intense, but he found a sense of clarity in it, while the oddly satisfying taste of his own blood permeated his mouth. Himiko recovered from her shock as soon as she saw the blood, her cat-like eyes changing to those of a predator. The girl grabbed Izuku's arm and began letting the blood drip into her mouth. The taste was sweet to her, and soon the urges she felt waned far more than they had from the birds. In fact, her craving felt like it had gone completely, replaced by a calm satisfaction. As she gulped down the blood, she felt it stay somewhere near her stomach. A faint bloated sensation stuck around, filling more and more like an empty stomach she hadn't known she had. Soon enough the blood stopped flowing as Izuku's wound closed over, leaving Himiko to lick his arm for the last of it. Izuku couldn't help but giggle at the rough sensation on his arm. He had been told cats had rough tongues, so he imagined they felt similar. With his wound healed, he looked to Mei, who was a bit pale. Having no experience with blood, she wasn't super comfortable with the fact her friend just bled out into her new friend's mouth. Sorry Mei, I didn't mean to startle you. This snapped Himiko out of her trance and caused her to look at Mei in fear. Mei was pale, but thankfully for Himiko she wasn't showing a sign of disgust, just worry. Himiko let out a sigh as Mei crawled over and began wailing on Izuku, her arms raining pops onto his head in righteous fury. Warn me when you're gonna maim yourself. My heart can't take you getting hurt anymore. Mei continued to whack Izuku until he apologized. She then huffed and turned to Himiko. So how was that yellow? Feel any better? Himiko nods, smiling brightly for the first time since she arrived. Where are my sunglasses? Mei had to look away from a moment but nodded to herself in satisfaction. All right. Sadly we have to go. But I'll be sure to visit the park whenever I come over Green's place. Oh, do you have a phone? Himiko frowned and looked like she was going to cry again. Don't worry Yellow, Pink and I will build you one if you can't afford one. Right Pink? Izuku nudged Mei, who was already muttering to herself about the design. Can't promise anything fancy though. Izuku chuckled before standing up. He offered a hand to Himiko to help get up, which she took. Izuku gave her a quick hug before pulling Mei up while she was doing some rough calculations in the dirt. This snapped her out of the baby creation trance she often got into, which she promptly hugged Himiko after. Afternoons after school, except Mondays. Izuku has his gene therapy on Mondays. With that, Mei broke away from Himiko and began packing anything else they needed to. Himiko nodded and clutched her hands to her sides, trying not to be upset at them leaving. Bye Yellow. We'll see you Tuesday. Mei shouted as she began walking, Izuku quickly turning and giving Himiko a pat on the head. See you Himi. I hope you'll get to join us in school soon. Himiko smiled at the thought and gave one big nod. Bye Pink. Bye Green. Thank you. With that, Himiko, Izuku, and Mei all went their separate ways. When the gremlin duo got back to Izuku's place, they were greeted by a scarily smiling Inko who had tried to text them to see where they were but had gotten no response. The two were made to kneel with books on their heads for their lack of communication until Mei's mother came to get her. Inko decided to broach the subject of the All Might merchandise and the hoodie over dinner. She was expecting Izuku to dodge the question or outright deny it as she hadn't caught him, but to her surprise he didn't. Oh, Mei and I took it for target practice and testing. Inko raised an eyebrow at that. He hadn't quite answered completely, but it was a start. And why was some of it broken? Izuku looked a bit guilty at that, but he had decided to answer anyway. When we first moved in, I was really angry at Katsuki, so I threw it all away. But after talking with Dad at the dinner, I felt bad and tried to hide it. I'm sorry. Izuku looked down in penance. Inko had a hard time getting upset at him for that, but she still had to set him straight. Was Katsuki bullying you, Izuku? Inko frowned, now asking a hard question. She wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer, but she had to at least ask. Izuku paused, staring down at the table and his empty plate. He hadn't told his mom what Katsuki had been doing to him, the teasing, the name-calling or the beatings. He didn't want her to worry, he didn't want her and Auntie to fight about it, but now He was. Izuku didn't meet his mother's gaze, instead he let his thoughts simmer a bit. He thought back to the few months between him being diagnosed as quirkless and meeting Mr. Shigaraki. They were not fun to say the least. Inko knew the answer to her question before she asked it. She could feel it but she didn't want to admit it. She was already upset about how Katsuki acted at the party yesterday. Had she known this she wouldn't have invited him at all. She was hurt her son didn't tell her but she also let her son think that he mattered less to her than he did. She wasn't sure how to feel. She knew she was going to cry but if she did she wouldn't be able to correct her son properly. She bit her lower lip and closed her eyes. Letting her emotions wash over her, she let out a small sigh. Just so you know, Izu, you can tell me these things. I don't want you to think you have to hide it from me. Hell, you can tell your dad too. We're your parents, regardless of who's involved. We're here for you. You are my priority. I know you didn't want to hurt Suki and my relationship but you're too young to be worried about that kind of thing. I didn't want you to be upset, Izuku muttered, a slightly pained look on his face. I'm more upset that you were hiding it, Izu. It's not okay to lie to people about things. But it's also not okay to take abuse for no reason. Okay? Izuku nodded. He knew she was right and had been feeling bad about lying, not just about this but his quirks too. Now go upstairs. No cake for you. And only get ready for bed. Inko couldn't stay too upset with him. He had been afraid of getting in trouble. Hopefully he wouldn't do such a thing again. I'm disappointed in myself more than I am in you. I love you but please rely on me and your dad in the future. Izuku did as his mother told him with one exception. He took the 2 vials of quirks from their hidden case. He took encyclopedia which aided his memory and absorbed it into his body. After a clicking feeling and this amorphous object going into him, he felt his mind become oddly widened. The difference like a fogged road versus a clear day, he could remember things with absolute clarity. He turned to the other vial, which let off a static sound only he could hear. He stuck a transformed finger inside, the quirk traveling down it into his head. He began to feel different frequencies, almost like thoughts in his head. It was overwhelming. He decided to lay down and try to sort through them. The mental strain starting to get to him a bit. Luckily he had prepared by reading about radio waves and used that knowledge to imagine a radio being tuned to a frequency. He slowly acclimated to the quirk, allowing him to focus and change the frequency he focus on. He even attempted to produce one himself, though it was sloppy. Izuku quickly tired himself out, falling to unconsciousness quickly after tuning into a radio station. Inko couldn't hold it in any longer. She sat at the table and began to cry frustrated tears. She slumped over, leaning onto the table into her own arms, her thoughts whirling around inside her head. She needed someone to talk to. She wanted to talk to Suki but she knew her friend was struggling with her own issues regarding Katsuki and she couldn't pile them on top of it. She decided to call Hisashi instead. She didn't want to bother him with it while he was away but she couldn't take it. All the while, Himiko got ready for bed at her own home. She stared at herself in the mirror once more, a smile forming on her lips as she thought about her new friends. They were kind, understanding and didn't try to tell her she was wrong. She imagined their faces and wished that she could be as cool as them, as kind as them and as free as them. Her eyes closed. Himiko felt her body tense up and felt like she was forced to put on another set of clothes. She opened her eyes to see Izuku staring back at her. She blinked in surprise thinking he was here for a moment then noticed the reality. He put up her hand to her cheek, the sensation the same, but the hands different. She was wearing the same clothes but some other clothes were wrapped over them. She spoke hesitantly, her voice was Izuku's as well. Whoa, is this my quirk? Himiko stared at herself in the mirror, admiring the face and noticing how similar they truly were. The eyes and teeth were almost the exact same. She felt a sense of comfort as she looked into his eyes, then remembered where she was and began to panic. How long was she going to be Izuku? Can she turn back? Will she be able to do it? Again, she took a deep breath and focused on her face, removing that second layer she felt. All at once her form melded, revealing her face as this sludge-like stuff fell from her and hit the bathroom floor. It didn't stain her clothes, it was just messy looking, so she took a towel and cleaned it up. Now she had something to share with Pink and Green. Chapter endnotes. Fast friends. Fast friends. It may be a bit rushed but Himiko needed someone who could understand and any kid would latch onto the first person who did. I would like to think Himiko didn't actually know what her quirk could do until she drank her classmates' blood in middle school. which had caused years of mental scarring due to her repressed cravings. The doctor's offer chapter summary: our favorite Eggman is back once more. Chapter notes: I'm out of work for a bit due to coming down with a mild case of COVID, so I might be able to get a new chapter each day for a bit. Maybe. Depends on how much I sleep. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 13. The doctor's offer after school. That Monday Izuku had his usual gene therapy appointment. His mother drove him there and sat with him while he was given the shot. He noticed something he hadn't before, however, a faint sound from the syringe he was being injected with. This told him that his gene therapy indeed involved other quirks being grafted into his own. The old doctor noticed his sidelong stare and gave a knowing smirk. His mother sat in the same chair she usually did, reading a magazine while the doctor finished up. Now, Ms. Midoriya, you had asked how his treatment was progressing. To be honest, I believe his situation has completely stabilized. However, as he is a growing boy, it would be the safest to continue gene therapy long-term, at least until puberty. This should prevent him from relapsing. Other than that, I would give him a perfect bill of health for a child of his age. Perhaps a slightly lower muscle mass, but nothing to be concerned about or outside an average for intellectual children. Inko nods, glancing to her son. Izuku wasn't the most physically active child, so that was understandable, though she would likely try to change this in the future. If he wishes to become a hero in the future, will he? The doctor faked a contemplative look and hummed to himself. I believe so, though it would be wise to have him practice his quirk to see if anything feels off with it. Traditionally, hero students have little quirk training unless they are from a hero household, but that may be dangerous given the fact we are going to have influence on the relationship between his body and quirk. We have a quirk rehab facility here, though no visitors are allowed, as pro-heroes recovering use it as well. Given that, would you permit this? Inko frowned. She would need to discuss this with Hisashi. This was not a small matter. She could text him, but this felt like an in-person decision. While Inko thought it over, the doctor passed a small note to Izuku. Take all the time you need. It's not as though he will be a hero tomorrow. The doctor bowed out of the room, giving the two space, which let Izuku slip the paper into his pocket. The two went home, Izuku heading upstairs and Inko starting dinner preparations. Closing and locking his door, Izuku sat down on his bed and read the note. The master has agreed to your request, however there are conditions. 1. It will take place at night. 1. You will fall under a particular quirk, so you may not leak information on your training. 1. Your schedule will be 2 days of study, 2 days of physical training, 2 days of rest, and the final day will be left for possible variations. If you agree, text the number I gave you for confirmation. It will begin in 1 month's time after your confirmation. Izuku debated it for a while, but ultimately decided to agree. He felt that he wasn't going to be given a choice eventually based on the interactions he had so far. He felt like he was being prepared for something, whether he liked it or not. Taking out his phone, he typed up a message to the number. Izuku Midoriya. I accept. Unknown number. Very well, I shall inform the master. He stared at the screen, still having many questions, but none of them could be answered now. The next day was interesting. He and Mei returned to the spot they were using for quirk testing to find a cross-dressing Izuku. Izuku was shocked at first until he heard the person's quirk. He recognized the unique half-echo from it and his eyes went wide. Mei, however, looked back and forth between the two, scanning them with her eyes and finally nodding to herself. Green, you look good in girl's clothes. This caused Izuku to sputter and blush slightly. Don't say that. Izuku stomped over to the now laughing Izuku and grabbed her arm. Himi, that's you, right? The Izuku stopped laughing and puffed out her cheeks, while Mei blinked in surprise. Ah, how'd you know? Process of elimination, girl's clothes, meeting us here and you're me after I gave Himiko my blood. So feel any cravings since then? Izuku ruffled his copy's hair, which caused them to purr lightly. No, I feel fine. I think you were right about my quirk telling me something. I figured out this by accident that night. Himizuku motions to her appearance. That's amazing. Imagine the spy missions you could do with your quirk, and I could make your gadgets. Haha. Mai began shaking the copy in excitement. The old spy movies her dad got her into close to becoming a reality. What's a spy? Mei paused and looked horrified at the question. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at his best friend's face. Sounds like we're going to need to do a movie night. Mei nodded seriously. She couldn't let someone who was to be her friend not know what spy gadgets were. Anyway, Yellow, can you use Green's quirk? Mei changed the subject, her curiosity getting the better of her. The Izuku copy cocked his head to the side. She didn't think of that. She wasn't completely sure what Izuku's quirk was, so she couldn't even begin to try. I don't know, I haven't tried. Hey Green, how do you use your quirk? How to describe it? Imagine heat from your stomach expelling from your mouth as you exhale. Izuku did his best to describe his quirk. Himiko thought it over and took a wide stance, inhaling deeply before exhaling. The clone of Izuku only shot out a very small amount of flames, then her disguise began to melt off her. Oh neat. You did it. Though you melted after. Mei cheered for her friend. She poked at the sludge that came off of Himiko, curious of its composition. Himiko's breathing was ragged. A considerable effort was needed to do that at all. Izuku began to rub her back as the girl caught her breath. That was a lot. Yeah, I figure using someone else's quirk would be hard. But that opens a lot of doors for you, Yellow. You could copy someone's healing quirk and become a doctor, or as Pink would want, become a spy. Izuku chuckles to himself while Himiko thinks it over. What do you guys want to be? Himiko asks, trying to get to know her friends and use them as examples for her own thoughts. I want to make my babies. A support gear engineer would be the best. Mei beams. Nothing would make her happier than the freedom to tinker all day. I want to help people. Maybe I'll be a hero since my quirk is pretty flashy. Though I think becoming more than a hero would be good. This got curious looks from both Mei and Himiko. More than a hero? Himiko questioned. Izuku nodded. A symbol, someone who can make lasting change. I want to make it so people like us aren't considered weird. Before my quirk came in, I was misdiagnosed as quirkless and was bullied for it. Yellow, your parents were uncomfortable with the need of your quirk, and Pink, kids keep calling you weird even though you're the smartest in class. Whoa. Both Mei and Himiko stared at Izuku in surprise and admiration. Mei was the first to break into a smile, quickly crossing her arms and nodding. To be expected of Green. It seems I'll have to set my sights higher. Mei kept smiling, while Himiko was still staring in admiration. I like that. Himiko smirked and looked down bashfully. I'll help the best I can. Me too. Mei shouted. I'll make babies that can't be ignored. Izuku smiled, looking back and forth between his friends. A single thought penetrated his mind in that moment, a thought which no ordinary child would have. We'll tear it all down, and rebuild it better than before. Far from Jakku, in a shady bar, a man made of black mist looked towards a light blue-haired boy with a slightly wrinkled face. The boy was playing a portable game station with two of his index fingers up in the air. Tamura, the master has a message for you. The mist's voice was deep and almost refined. The boy, named Tamura, paused his game and glanced up to the mist man. What is it? It better be important. I'm mid-boss here. It is. The master will be bringing you a training partner next month. You are not to harm him outside of training. The master wishes to make this clear. He is young, so will not start with the Nomu. Instead you will train him. The mist man finished his message and began to leave the room, but halted at the sound of the boy's voice. Huh? What's so special about this kid? Why'd I have to teach him? Tamura put his game down and began scratching at his neck a bit. The skin was flaky and dry, which often itched. The master has plans for him, like he has plans for you. This is also a test for your ability to raise others. You possess a strong quirk, but you have little experience with people. The master has requested you level this lad up, as it were. The mist man left the room. The sound of running water could be heard from where he went. The boy sighed. A player too? Huh. I guess we'll have to grind for express. Sounds like a pain. The boy went back to his game. However, when he touched the game with his fingers, the game began to disintegrate into dust. Fuck. The boy began throwing a tantrum, destroying anything he could touch. By the time the misty man returned, a cup of instant ramen in hand, the bar was in ruins. The man let out a sigh and took out a phone. I need a full replacement. The man spoke into the phone, then put it away. Standing stock still with a hot cup of ramen. No bar to sit it on. On the other side of that call, a white-haired man placed his own phone down. Looking to one of his minions, a passive-looking man with no eyes, he motions for him to come forward. Set up a meeting with the usual contractor. Tell them I have need of a replacement for my bartender, they'll understand. With that the man nodded, bowed and left the room without a word. Now, where were we? Ah yes, your son's situation is unfortunate but I can help. I have a quirk that will fit nicely with your family, mademoiselle. All you need to do is agree to my terms. The man turned to face a blonde French woman who was shaking in fear. She was young, perhaps late 20s. And, what might they be? This response caused the white-haired man to grin. Services rendered, your aid in my time of need. Your entire family, not just you. The white-haired man walked down to the woman, placing a hand on her shoulder as he walked around her. The woman gulped. The pressure this man exuded was suffocating. She hadn't believed in him at first, the legend of he who takes, but she was a believer now. I accept. The woman jumped in surprise as the man clapped once, her legs giving out from under her and causing her to land on her knees. Excellent, I will instruct my subordinate to fetch your family. The man walked to his seat, taking out his phone once more to text someone. After a few moments a black misty circle appeared behind the man. Glowing yellow eyes peered through the circle as a man in a suit like a butler or high-class bartender whose limbs and head emanated the same black mist. Behind him was a gentleman with short blonde hair and 2 lines for a mustache in a kimono, while a small scared child in French-style dress. Attire followed, gripping the man's hand. Ah, you must be Yuga. Well, congratulations, young man. You'll be getting a quirk today, good for you. The white-haired man, all for one, he who takes, wore a kind smile looking to the child. The child, however, was on the verge of tears, looking around scared and seeing his mother on her knees equally frightened. Oh, don't be scared. This is a great day, you could even call it the most important day in your tiny life. The boy's father squeezed his son's hand, looking down to him, nodding to reassure him. He was, however, sweating profusely, which did no favors for his attempt. He then pulled his son's arm forward toward all for one, forcing the boy to stumble onto his knees on front of the man. Relax, it'll only take a moment. Yuga looked up to see a hand with a hole in the palm reaching for his face. Quirk. Transform, has yet to be properly registered to the Quirk database. This quirk allows the user to use blood consumed to assume the form of the person the blood came from, as well as use the quirk of the person in a seemingly limited capacity. The user needs to know the person's quirk and how to activate it to use it. It is unknown if th person can copy multiple quirks from a person at once. However, they seem to have no ability to sense the person's quirk innately. Chapter end notes. Yes, I know Himiko's quirk only copied quirks after her awakening, but I like the idea a lot for her becoming a hero. Also, the Aoyama clan smiley face thoughts and vestiges. Chapter summary. Izuku gets to thinking, and visits his vestige friend once more. Chapter notes. Light body horror incoming. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 14. Thoughts and vestiges. It had been about 2 weeks since the three had become friends. Mei, Izuku and Himiko were spending lots of time together, and Himiko had even started school again, joining the two's class. Eventually Izuku's parents found out he and Mei made a new friend. It was Hisashi who found out first while giving his souvenirs to the two. In her excitement, Mei had let the name Yellow slip, which led to questions from Izuku's dad since he had only heard pink and green till now. Hisashi gave Izuku a smirk, calling him a ladies' man, but Izuku didn't get it, and due to Inko overhearing the comment, he got an empty water bottle to the back of head and a glare for his troubles. This of course led to Inko finding out as well, which was when all hell broke loose. She wanted to meet Himiko and wanted her to come over like Mei would. Himiko was a bit intimidated by Inko's intensity when she met Himiko's mom. The two did not get along well, but Himiko's dad was another story. Inko and him had apparently went to middle school together. Both parents were surprised but happy their daughter made two friends. Having been worried she would hurt people due to her cravings, though they'd never say it out loud. A common occurrence would be the three kids at the Midoriya household, playing, tinkering, and studying. With two of the smartest kids in school helping her, Himiko was quickly ahead of her peers, though not quite at the level of the other two. Mei had also finished a phone for Himiko just in time for Himiko's birthday, which was celebrated at her house with her younger siblings in attendance as well. Izuku had got her a hero plushie of Vlad King, a blood-based hero which her parents didn't know about, but Himiko was ecstatic. All three kids had gotten closer, so much so that due to the size of the group none of them got bullied when together. only a bit individually. At least once a week the three got together in the park and practiced with their quirks, Mei using hers to draw what she saw, Izuku setting fires and absorbing them, and Himiko drinking Izuku's blood and trying his quirk. This was said to be the new normal for the three until one evening, a box wax dropped from a black misty circle in Izuku's room. Izuku was alone, but he was still startled by it. Though he figured out how his birthday present had gotten there now, he could hear two sounds coming from the box, one very low, a slow and steady tempo, the other constant and almost squishy sounding. Izuku let out a sigh. One transformation and one emitter. The transformation is likely something biological while the emitter is internal and energy-based. Let's see if I'm right. Izuku opened the box, seeing a note he expected and two vials which were different from the last. These looked like normal test tubes with no reusability to them, only a cork blocking the fluid inside. Izuku got up and locked the door before anything else, then opened the note. These are for your training, take the time to get used to them before next Monday. Dump the vials down the toilet after and burn the vials themselves. Quirk. Regeneration. Transformation type. This quirk is self-explanatory. Activating it will heal most any wounds so long as the cells aren't carbonized or a counter quirk prevents it. It can be used to heal torn muscles as well, making it efficient for training. Though be careful, as it is quite fuel intensive, you will need to replenish your nutrients after. Quirk. Energy saver. Emitter type. This quirk makes the body more efficient. It is a passive quirk with no activation. Coupled with regeneration, it will balance out the costs. You will become able to be active for about 3 times as long with half as much sleep. Though this is factoring in the energy you store with your Hydra Flame quirk. Izuku's interest was piqued. He hadn't considered that quirks could complement each other in this way. The idea of quirk combos brought a new sense of awe and many ideas for what he could do. He recalled that Mr. Shigaraki could fuse quirks together, however he wasn't sure of the method. If it was his quirk or if it was done without it, but if quirks could combo without that, then what was the point of fusing them? Izuku began to mumble to himself about this subject but soon smacked his own cheeks to get it together. He reached towards the vials with the intent to take them and noticed a pull. He was confused. He had never felt this before. It was faint and weak, but it was there and it was connected to give and take. Izuku closed his eyes and focused on the pull. The pull grew stronger and stronger, and soon he felt something amorphous enter him. He opened his eyes and stared at his hand. He never felt the cold of the glass on his fingers. Fantastic. Izuku's eyes went wide, a smile growing on his face. He was only a foot or two away from the vial. Well, his hand was likely a foot, but he had just taken the quirk without touching the vial. He immediately looked to the second, however he felt fairly tired. Normally he would feel a quirk click into place, but he hadn't this time. Izuku focused on his mental image of his shelf of quirks. The new quirk could be described as like a book with its spine facing the wrong direction, unable to read the title. Izuku could tell it was the quirk he took since it was the only one which felt this way. Izuku frowned, then focused on flipping the quirk around. He immediately felt that click telling him it worked. Izuku pulled the book off the shelf, activating it into his current set. The stored energy with Hydra Flame immediately felt like it was giving him a shot of caffeine or espresso. He felt wide awake, which caused a thought to occur to him. If Mei had this, she'd rule the world. He chuckled to himself, then refocused on the other vial. He was hesitant. He knew his body was stable, but that was for his own regeneration, not another quirk. He once again clapped his hands against his own cheeks, now red-faced from the blood rushing to the impacted site. Izuku tried again to pull, but with his eyes open this time, he noticed the vial slosh a bit like it was shaking. There was a faint colorless thing floating out like when heat is visible. Izuku could hear the quirk as it got closer, and as it got closer the flow was faster. Izuku noticed two things about his newfound power. The distance was short, perhaps short enough to make it faster to just touch someone with rivet stab. He also noticed that the vials moved when he pulled on the quirk, which meant that it was likely someone would feel this. He wanted to practice this power, however, and so the first thing to be tested was giving. Izuku focused on the idea of pushing his regeneration quirk back to the vial. Izuku began to feel pain, and lots of it. Like something was ripping from him. He slowed his pace and the pain faded proportionally to his speed. He heard the quirk in the vial once more, which told him he could give it to a target from a distance as well. Izuku then did his best to carefully take the quirk back. He imagined not a pull this time but a sleight of hand. Which worked, no shaking though the process was focus intensive and had a visual effect even if just barely. The idea of sleight of hand made Izuku wonder if he could swap a quirk. He made an attempt to do the two at the same time. He imagined it like switching Himiko's and Mei's juice boxes at lunch. The quirks swapped but Izuku's head felt hot. He wiped his nose and saw blood. He was overusing his quirk. He pulled the rivet stab quirk back to him before activating the regeneration quirk to heal any damage to his brain. Izuku took a minute to rest, thinking things over. He came to the conclusion that this was being done to him. The gene therapy was changing his body and quirk, with Mr. Shigaraki being the one to order it. He would need to decide whether he liked it or not. He hadn't had a talk with Mr. Shigaraki's vestige in a while, so perhaps if he focused on it, he could speak with him. Izuku crossed his arms. Laying on the floor, he stared up at his ceiling, which had some All Might posters on it. Mr. Shigaraki chose me for something. It was important that I was quirkless, they say successor, but I can't help but feel like they aren't telling me the whole truth. The vestige said I'd merge with him. Is that why I haven't spoken with him in a long while? Izuku would need to get to the bottom of this. He would also need to sort out his feelings on it while he did. He was grateful to Mr. Shigaraki. He'd be quirkless without him. He'd never met Mei or Himiko had he not developed quirk antithesia and moved to Jakku. He was willing to play along with whatever plan the man had for him so long as he wasn't kept in the dark. Izuku had once had a blind love for heroes, but he had also done some research on them, which broke him out of his naive perspective. Heroes were people too. Even All Might was a person and could make a mistake. Hero statics were public if you navigated the proper links on the Hero Kamizen website, and Izuku was a bit shocked how bad some of them were. All Might had a decent record, but he still had a few fatalities accredited to him, but Endeavor had a good many. Izuku wondered if it was because the number 2 had a fire quirk. He also had a fire quirk, but he could call back his flames. Most of the high-ranking heroes had these types of scores, while mid to low-ranked heroes had far less. This fact had Izuku hold lower-ranked heroes in higher regard than high-ranking ones. He also found no rules for the ranking, figuring out it was just a popularity contest instead of doing a good job. I wonder if there's any point to the hero rankings? It's a symbol. Izuku blinked in surprise, realizing the hero rankings purpose for the first time. A symbol, something for people to gather around. That's what the vestige told me I could become. But why didn't Mr. Shigaraki? He has a fantastic power. He could have become something great, so why didn't he? Izuku continued his thoughts on the floor, staring into space while running his mind through reason after reason, finally landing on a new line of questions. What is a villain? Who deems people villains? The simple answer would be the legal definition of a villain, which Izuku knew, but that wasn't what he was getting at. Himiko had told him her parents had told her to hide her quirk, that they said it wasn't normal. But what was normal? Is a villain abnormal? Izuku couldn't figure out his answer. It wasn't as simple as legality. The words hero and villain were representations of a side of a story. Good and evil. Were all villains evil? Were all heroes good? Izuku was intelligent, but he was still young. And a child with such a curious nature would ask questions until there were none left to ask. Well, at least until he got interrupted by his father. Izuku. You know I don't like it when you lock your door. A knock accompanied Hisashi's voice. Huh? Sorry, Dad. I was doing some thinking. Izuku pushed the remains of the vials under his bed and got up to let his dad in. Hisashi tapped his foot with his arms crossed, looking at his son in displeasure. Come downstairs, it's time for dinner. You can do your thinking after. Hisashi gave his son a wry smile, turning to leave but paused as Izuku asked. Dad, what makes someone normal? Hisashi's eyebrow arched in confusion. His crossed arms reaffirmed as he leaned to the side slightly. That's a tough question. Is that what you were thinking about? 'Cause that's a pretty big question. Normal. Well, that I guess would depend on from what view are you looking at someone relative to. Izuku nodded along, his father's words making sense so far. Say you're looking at someone wearing blue but everyone else is wearing red. Red would be the normal, but if you add more blue than red, blue becomes the normal. But you could also say that having blue and red is the normal too. It's a complicated question. Normal both does and doesn't exist. Izuku looked confused at his last statement, which prompted Hisashi to continue. Normal is something that is invisible. It's a social construct to describe a commonality between mass groups of people. So when you look at a small group, it disappears. What's got you thinking about something so heavy? Izuku looked back at his father, his index finger on his chin. Kids have been calling May weird, and I didn't get what they meant. Ah, well, weird is the rude word for different. At least when it comes to kids. Hisashi began scratching the back of his head, remembering when he was called weird as a kid for being in the debate club. It isn't always, Izuku asked. It isn't always meant in a rude way. Words have different meanings based on how they are said and who says them. Like you calling May and Himiko pink and yellow. You could be referring to them or the color. Hisashi put his index finger in the air as he gave this example. I think I get it. Words are tough. This gets a snort and hand on Izuku's head from his dad. Yeah, sometimes they are. Hisashi ruffled his son's hair a bit, smiling down at him. That night, Izuku was visited by a ghost. Well, does it count as a ghost if the person is still alive? The vestige of give and take. One Shigaraki stood near Izuku, his hand a matted form of flesh connected to Izuku's shoulder. Izuku had to look to the side to look at him as he stood slightly behind Izuku. Welcome back, young Izuku. It has been a bit. The vestige gave a smile, staring down at the boy whose body emanated a faint black and green mist. Izuku said nothing. He was too busy staring at the hand which had melted and fused into his shoulder. Ah, this? If you recall, I had mentioned this before. I'd say I'm about 3% along. The white-haired man gestured with his other hand. Izuku nodded. He soon also noticed another figure across from the two of them. The figure held his hands to his eyes, crying while muttering incoherently. Who is that? Izuku could hear a sound from this figure, one which told him what it was but not who. That was the previous holder of your regeneration quirk. His vestige seems strong enough to manifest but not quite strong enough to do so with a sanity along with it. I recommend you curb it now before it causes you night terrors. Shigaraki spoke with disdain and experience. His face bitter about something as far as Izuku could tell. Your smile is slipping. Izuku pointed to the man, which caused the man to knit his eyebrows and smile calmly. Well, are you not going to cage it? Izuku cocked his head to the side, unsure what to do. A moment later, the other figure who had been crying began screaming like a damned soul. Izuku tried to cover his ears, but this did nothing to soothe him. The figure let his hands fall, revealing hollow eyes which dripped blood and viscera. It began to charge. Izuku began to fear it, but as soon as he did, Shigaraki stuck out his free hand and used the mist coming off of him to bind the figure. The figure began to morph in a grotesque way, its body swelling with flesh, eyes and mouths to scream. The red tendrils of mist restraining it, moving not even an inch. Child, do something. I can only do so much in your world. Izuku blinked. This was the first time Shigaraki had ever admitted to weakness. Izuku smirked to himself. He looked at the red mist and balled his own green into a firm sphere. Izuku then chucked it at the inhuman figure. It hit where the head was. This caused the vestige to falter and calm. The swelling ceased, leaving only a figure with no eyes. Shigaraki smiled, his face stretching beyond what should have been able to for a moment. He stared at the mist he controlled. He hadn't been able to do such a thing before. The doctor's gene therapy had succeeded. His quirk was now no longer a touch-based quirk. Not only had the holes on his hands disappeared, but he was able to affect vestiges without touching them. Izuku watched the hollow-eyed figure. It was a man, maybe in his 30s, with dark long hair. He didn't dislike the vestige, he just didn't like the idea of another person in his world. He could hear the vestige muttering again. This time, however, he could make out words. Who? Body. Not mine. Body. Find. Izuku walked forward, dragging the smiling Shigaraki out of his euphoria and back to focus. Child, what are you doing? The man raised an eyebrow. He didn't resist the movement, curious of what the boy was doing. Izuku got to the bound quirk vestige. He was shorter than it, but it was still shorter than Shigaraki. The vestige stopped muttering for a second and looked to Izuku only to speak once more. Body. Who? Find. Who? Izuku stared the quirk in its hollow eyes. Izuku took some of his mist, fashioning it into a rope and tying the quirk up. He paused and stared intently on the floor where a semicircle formed for him to tie the rope to. This shocked Izuku for a second. He hadn't expected it to work. He then tied the rope around the vestige to keep it from moving anymore. Hey, what is the mist anyway? Izuku pondered aloud. He noted that the hollow-eyed vestige also gave off a bit of mist. A difficult question. I believe it to be our essence, much like embers drifting from a fire. Shigaraki let go of his mist binds. The hollow-eyed Quirk had gone docile. Oh, I see. So we're made of this mist too? Makes sense. I was all misty at first. Izuku took a few steps back, admiring his work before remembering what he had wanted to ask the vestige. I have a question. I asked my dad this too, but I want to ask you the same. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow. He had seen what the boy asked his father but not the relevant thoughts behind the question. Izuku let out a sigh, then looked Shigaraki in the eye. What is normal? Normal. After a pause, Shigaraki continued. I believe your father was spot on, however I would like to amend one thing. Normal is dictated by society. Society is guided by those in power. The one in that throne currently is the Hero Commission, guiding the masses towards the polarization of heroes. I'd like to ask you a question in return, something to think on until we meet again. What does it take to change normal? Izuku pondered the question, but very suddenly he was back in his bed after a dreadful wail filled his senses once more. All of his quirks off his shelf, and on him. His breathing labored. He found himself in a cold sweat. A phantom pain on his chest and back. He couldn't tell what caused him to be in such a state. Perhaps the fear from the regeneration vestige? Or was it something he did in the vestige world? All he knew was that he didn't like the feeling of awaking in this way. Was this fear? Izuku hadn't felt fear before, not the kind of fear which made the knees weak, the stomach unsettled and the body clammy. He had been afraid before, but a primal fear never once reared its head in his fairly peaceful life. Izuku clenched his chest. His back hurt all the same. He couldn't describe this searing pain. He raised his shirt and in the faint light of his all-might night light, he saw a dark black bruise over his heart. Quirk. Give and take. All for one. Due to genetic tampering on a body with a dormant telekinetic gene, the all for one or give and take quirk, which Izuku calls it, has been upgraded to be able to take quirks from short range instead of just touch. This power, however, isn't part of the original foundation of the quirk, meaning after even light usage it can cause fever, headache, nosebleeds and even unconsciousness in the user. Perhaps a tolerance could be gained if used enough, but no one in their right mind would willingly cause potential brain damage for the sake of this power, right? This quirk has also shown signs of being able to manipulate things in the vestige world, the user's own misty essence becoming malleable to it. More notes to be added on this subject. Chapter end notes more quirks, and an upgrade to All for One. I may be misremembering, but I recall that some quirks haunted All for One over the years. And if they were going to give him of all people nightmares, then they better be nightmare fuel. Thank you guys for reading my crazy little fan FIC. I hope you guys are enjoying it. It's going to be a slow burn, but there will be time skips. I don't plan on going week by week every time, especially when there are literal years between significant canon events. I will be using some Vigilantize canon as well because I think it's rather important. A good foundation is everything. Chapter summary. Izuku has an eventful Monday. Chapter notes. Long chapter inbound. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 15. A good foundation is everything. Izuku spent the rest of the weekend in study. He had his mom accompany him to the library so he could find materials on the origin of heroes. He wanted to get his mind off of the vestige dream, let his bruise heal a bit. The regeneration quirk wasn't letting him heal it for some reason. It didn't take long to distract him as this was a historically important topic for this kind of society. He found a book on the Rhode Island New State Statute, which was the basis for the current hero system. This statute had recognized only 7 of nearly 200 vigilantes as state-sanctioned heroes. He couldn't find any information on these rejected heroes, however, only the 7 which were accepted. These heroes all had a few things in common. They had emitter-type quirks, no mutations, and their quirks were flashy enough to be recognized instantly. Izuku noted the clear similarities between the heroes. He wasn't sure as to why, but he found it important. A symbol. During his research he also found a name which he wasn't familiar with. Destro. He was an activist or terrorist. Izuku found conflicting information on this topic. Some books claimed him a madman, while others simply called him misguided in his efforts for free quirk use. Izuku wasn't uninterested in the idea, he found it difficult to use his quirks unless hidden in some way. He wanted to practice, he wanted to test things and collect knowledge on quirks. Izuku had a hunger for knowledge, he would have spent every single hour in the library if his mother hadn't been there to drag him away. Inko wasn't just sitting around waiting either, with Hisashi's promotion came more home time, which meant more free time for Inko. Inko had broached the idea of her going back to school to Hisashi, who wholeheartedly supported his wife. She had done a lot while Hisashi chased his career, he thought it was high time he supported her in turn. Inko began her studies, she had once dreamed of becoming a lawyer but had put it on the back burner to raise Izuku. And so Inko would begin at Jaku's local community college next semester. The weekend came and went, Monday and Izuku's usual appointment arrived. The Midoriya couple had taken a while to decide whether they wanted Izuku to be practicing with his quirk, but after they had come to the conclusion that he was better off doing so at Jaku General. A good choice. Young Izuku may be young, but understanding and control are very important so he doesn't cause an incident in a fit of anger or high-stress situation. I will have our rehabilitation specialist aid him for a half-hour each session and then bring him back up for his shots. How does that sound? The bushy-mustached doctor spoke as if this was the obvious choice, much to Inko's slight irritation. That sounds fine, however my husband and I want to make clear that he is only to be doing basic quirk exercises. Is that clear? Inko wasn't certain about the idea of her baby learning combat from the specialist. They were there to retrain heroes after all, so the idea had crept into her worries. Of course. Control and understanding. The specialist I plan on assigning would likely punch me if I even suggested the idea of making a child train in combat. Inko nodded in satisfaction. Her son had gotten into 2 fights, but he wasn't the initiator, so while Inko wanted to avoid him being injured again, she didn't want him to think violence against violence was right. Who is the specialist? Izuku raised his hand to interrupt the small verbal duel. The doctor adjusted his glasses and sat up straight to answer the young lad. His name is Johnny Kokia. He's a small man with a mutation quirk which makes him mostly quadrupedal. He is also in charge of mutation quirk counseling here. While Izuku does give an emitter quirk, it does show a slight mutation like some do. Izuku nodded, though he wondered if the doctor was placing him with someone in his pocket. He got the sense this didn't particularly matter. Inko nodded as well. She saw no issue with the specialist, while she was a bit confused on why he was being placed with someone who works mainly with mutation quirks. She didn't question it. The doctor surely had a reason, and while he annoyed her with his slightly condescending tone, he surely had his patient's best interests at heart. Would you two like to meet him before you go today? Dr. Tsubasa began to stand, walking over to a phone in the corner. Yes, I would. Sure. The 2 Midoriyas replied, which the doctor took as his cue to call down your quirk rehab. This is Tsubasa in room 467. Would you send Kokia up? He has a new patient and their guardian to meet. All right. Yes. Okay, thank you. Tsubasa ended the call and put the phone down, turning to the others in the room. He'll be right up. I'd give him 5 to 10 minutes. You said Mr. Kokia has a mutation quirk. Can you tell me about it while we wait? Izuku asked, a beaming smile on his face and his phone and stylus in hand. Wait, where'd? Inko shook her head. Her son had a knack for pulling his notes out from thin air. His quirk is fairly simple, it's called Land Newt. It had given him features of a newt mixed with human characteristics. He wears shoes on all 4 legs. While he can stand upright, he tends to be more comfortable on the ground. Izuku furiously wrote on his phone, making sure to put down any questions he might have for the man when he arrived. Excuse me, but doesn't that get in the way of his work? Inko asked, imagining herself wearing shoes on her hands. At times yes, but he wears something akin to slippers on his front limbs so he can still use doors and the like. Tsubasa nods to Inko, understanding the issue. And he is more akin to a physical therapist than a nurse or doctor. His unique body also allows him to resonate with those whose mutations are debilitating in some way. His primary focus is mental effects, such as urges for arson. The doctor said pointedly, his glasses failing to hide his glance to Izuku. Are you suggesting this individual for a psychological reason? My son is no arson? Inko was a bit furious at the implication the doctor had clearly made. I believe he may have some psychological byproducts from his quirk. I am merely trying to ensure that a boy with a fire quirk doesn't stoop to arson. It is a well-known trait that fire quirk users often have pyromantic tendencies. I believe Mr. Kokia to be the most suited for Izuku. Inko was upset. The doctor hadn't brought up the potential before, so why now? She looked to Izuku, who, contrary to her trust in him, had a somewhat guilty look on his face. Looking away from them as though trying to avoid the subject. Izuku, have you been having the urge to burn things? Inko asked carefully. This would be the second time her son had hid something from her that mattered a lot. This time being one that involved his quirk and a dangerous tendency. I might have started to burn some stuff with May at the park. No one else's stuff. Just stuff I didn't want anymore. Izuku couldn't meet his mother's gaze, but Inko didn't react the way he thought she would. Instead she sighed. You're broken All Might merchandise, right? The stuff you broke when we moved in. Inko spoke calmly, almost resigned in fact. Yeah, the boy could feel his shame growing by the moment. Young man, you are aware that unauthorized quirk use is illegal, correct? It's especially serious for quirks with higher potential to cause harm such as yours. The doctor reprimanded the boy's mother nodding along in support of the doctor. I cannot stress this enough when I say that you mustn't be so careless. What if you hurt this, May? What if you had caused a fire to break out at this park, hurting other children? Izuku looked ashamed. He hadn't thought about the potential risks much after they had done the bare minimum to set up a spot. I don't know. This was followed by a knock on, or rather kick on the door. Tsubasa got up and opened it to reveal a large newt with blue skin and big lips. He was wearing a set of scrubs like a nurse, but it was made to fit with his special body shape in mind. The newt was large for a newt. Still quite small compared to the doctor, only coming up to his knee at most. Ah, Mr. Kokia, thank you for coming. These are the Midoriyas, Izuku and Inko. Izuku here will be with you for a half-hour Monday afternoons before his shots to get a handle on his quirk and any mental effects it may have. The newt nodded, walking in and using its tail to close the door. The doctor went back to his seat so not to get in the way of introductions. My name is Johnny Kokia. I'm a quirk rehab specialist here at Jaku. I'll be measuring your quirk as your treatment continues and asking some common questions that a therapist might. I'd rather you treat me as someone you can talk to, so feel free to just call me Johnny. The Midoriyas both nodded, Inko clearing her throat before speaking. I'm Izuku's mom, Inko. If you have any concerns, please let me know what I or my husband can do. Izuku stared at the newt like man in awe. He hadn't seen a mutation quirk like this before. Some of Izuku's classmates had mutation quirks, but none that changed their bodies so extremely. Kokia nodded to Inko and looked at Izuku, making eye contact and giving a knowing smile. First time seeing a quirk like mine, kiddo? Izuku nodded quickly, his hands still moving as he stares. Just so you know, it's a bit rude to stare. The newt chuckled lightly. Izuku was too busy listening to the pitter-patter of the man's quirk to realize his mistake in time. Izuku stopped writing at that, a slight blush on his face as he stared downward. Sorry, this only caused the newt to smile at him warmly. It's okay, kid, I'm used to it. You seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders, so I don't plan on holding it against you. So, I'm a bit swamped today, so we'll have to start next week. I'd like you, Mrs. Midoriya, to walk him to the southern entrance. There's a waiting room I'll guide you to just outside the rehab room. I can't let you attend due to it being a communicative space for heroes, but you'll be as close by as possible. Is that okay? Kokia looked to Inko, who bowed slightly. Thank you, Kokia. The newt rubbed the back of his head with an elongated hand taken from his slipper. You're a mom. It's only natural to keep you as close to your kid as possible. Tsubasa thought it would be best to do this in case Izuku needed you. Inko glanced to the doctor, who was sitting in a chair now looking over his clipboard. She may have misunderstood the man a bit. Her faith in the man was restored by this small act of kindness. Now, I sadly have to take my leave. It was nice to meet you both. See you next week. The newt raised his slipper in farewell after checking a watch on his wrist. Ankle? Both. I believe I will take my leave as well. Farewell, you too. Tsubasa stood, grabbing the door for Kokia. Bye. It was nice to meet you. Yes, it was. The Midoriyas both bid farewell to the medical staff. The doctor and Newt walked down the hall, with the Newt letting out a sigh of relief. A word of warning, Jonathan, do not get attached to young Midoriya. Should you overstep, I will not hesitate to cut you off. The doctor's tone was deadly serious, which caused the Newt to gulp, a bead of sweat trailing down his face. I will keep that in mind. I know my purpose. I won't mess up this time. The doctor smiled falsely in response. See to it you don't. Had you not procured the regeneration quirk, you'd be on a table right now. The master rarely gives second chances. Do not waste this one. That night was a very important night for Izuku. It was the night he was supposed to start training. He waited in his room, faking his slumber so his parents would be satisfied after checking on him once. The second that 11:30 hit, a black misty hole opened in front of Izuku's closet. Izuku was hesitant. He got out of bed. He had changed into shorts and a t-shirt due to his idea of what this training would be. With a deep inhale, Izuku stuck his hand through the mist. Nothing seemed off yet, so he closed his eyes and walked through, immediately regretting closing his eyes as he tripped and fell. Luckily, he felt a hand grab his arm before he hit the ground. Looking up, Izuku saw his savior was a man made of mist. Glowing yellow eyes were the only facial feature he could make out. The mist man was wearing a suit like a butler, slacks over a white button-down and a metal brace around his neck. Are you harmed, young master? Izuku could only stare in awe. The man's quirk sound was nothing like he had heard before. It was a warped guttural hum, constantly changing pitches while he could swear another sound was mixing with it, but he couldn't discern the difference between the two. Are you harmed, young master? Izuku snapped out of his stare, blinking in confusion. Why yeah. Wait, no, I'm fine. The mist man righted Izuku, now letting him get a good look at his surroundings. It was a bar of some kind. Two people sat at the bar, one of which was a man with white hair that Izuku recognized, while the other was a boy with light blue hair who was playing with a handheld console. Mr. Shigaraki. In response to Izuku calling out to him, the white-haired man turns on the stool to look at Izuku. Indeed, welcome, young Izuku. I was unsure if I would see you again, but I'm glad to have proven myself wrong. The dear doctor has impressed upon me that you wish to learn and train. Before anything, however, I must confirm you do still wish to do so. The white-haired man wore a black suit, almost business attire. His red eyes bore into Izuku, no sense of comfort to be found. Izuku found the sound coming off the two figures strange. The white-haired man's sound was indecipherable. It was just white noise. The boy's quirk, however, was a slow downward pitch, a trick of the mind making it seem it was only lowering. I want to learn and practice. I don't think I can learn about quirks or use all of mine anywhere else but with you. Izuku had long come to this conclusion. He knew he wasn't going to be able to use his quirks without bringing suspicion on himself, and if the real one was anything like the vestige, he felt that Shigaraki wasn't going to refuse him. Indeed, our power is not one for public view. However, I believe it was explained that there are conditions. You must uphold them, otherwise this training stops. I can take away my gifts to you just as easily as I gave them if you break these conditions. The white-haired man smiled at Izuku, as though he was simply speaking of a Christmas gift to a child. Okay. I accept. So long as nothing has changed. Izuku had already been given the conditions and had already accepted them. He had no reason to back out now, nor did he think he could. Very good. Now come here. You'll be subjected to one of my quirks. Shigaraki gestured to the seat beside him. May I know which one? Izuku slowly approached. I like to call it Secret Keeper. It allows me to deem a subject taboo for a person to speak on. However, it requires touch and an understanding of that topic myself. Does it hurt the person to speak about the topic? Izuku was instantly curious about the quirk. It seemed like a useless quirk at first glance, but in the right hands it was helpful for unsavory deals. It doesn't. It creates a mental block which causes an eternal stutter on the topic. If it were pain-based, it could likely be powered through. Izuku nodded, a phone and stylus in hand, writing down notes. The white-haired man smirked. He hadn't expected to see this from his perspective. Seeing someone take such a keen interest in quirks like he does, it was refreshing in a way. The doctor was interested in quirks, yes, but he wasn't interested in the use of them in a practical way like Shigaraki was. How far each one could stretch and influence, the purpose for each one. Could another quirk not counter it? Like someone with a compulsory quirk? Izuku pointed with his stylus, which caused Shigaraki to do a double take. I didn't give him that quirk yet. Did I? Correct. Most quirks have some forms of counter. Shigaraki nods. Now back on track, come here. Izuku sat down next to the white-haired man. The man then placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku Midoriya, secret. Lessons with us. Izuku heard a faint sound. It reminded him of whispers. He figured that when a quirk was activated its sound got louder than others. Now, this is mostly to prevent accidental leaks. I hope you understand. Why not bind me before? Izuku questioned. This quirk allows you to speak the secret with those present on its activation. Had I did so before, you wouldn't have been able to speak with my associates at all. Just because I did not know if you wanted to associate with me again. Did not mean I wanted to close that door. The white-haired man ruffled the brunette's hair before hearing a grumble from his opposite side. Ah. Yes, I believe introductions are in order. He reaches around the blue-haired boy, pulling him into a side hug. The boy grumbles some more, busy with his game. Izuku was focused on how the boy was holding the game. His index fingers were extended as to not touch the console. This is Tamura, he is my adopted son of sorts. Tamura, this is Izuku, he is my successor. Tamura only glances towards Izuku, paying little attention to him. Only huffing in dismissal of Izuku, which didn't please the elder Shigaraki. Tamura, greet him. Properly. The white-haired man's tone gave no room for argument. The blue-haired boy got up begrudgingly. He pulled up his baggy hoodie and put his hand out to be shaken. I'm Tamura Shigaraki, I'll be your trainer. Izuku eyed the kid's hand. He was hesitant to shake it. He had put together that the boy had a hand-based touch quirk, and one that would mess with his game if all his hand touches it. Instead, Izuku reaches out with the parallel hand and shakes the back of the boy's hand. The boy clicks his tongue in annoyance, pulling his hand away from Izuku. A good attempt, Tamura, but I will advise against such a blatant trap again. Be more creative next time. Shigaraki smirked at Izuku, which caused the caution Izuku held to be justified. The younger Shigaraki sat back down in his seat, picking his game back up to play it. And lastly, that is Kurogiri. He is Tamura's caretaker, but he's also going to assist in training. As you can tell, his quirk is quite useful. He will ferry you back and forth from lessons with Tamura and lessons with the doctor. And if I'm OT busy, I will give you a lesson as well, or a mission to complete. The misty man, Kurogiri, bowed politely towards Izuku after being introduced. Mr. Shigaraki, what do you mean by missions? Izuku hadn't agreed to do missions. He merely wanted to learn how to use his quirks and to learn how quirk copying worked. He didn't particularly want to do work for the man. Have you ever heard the phrase, there's no such thing as a free lunch? By giving you missions, I'll benefit from this exchange while you gain practical experience. These missions will be quirk hunts or information gathering. I don't plan on making you into a villain as young as you are. Izuku wasn't comforted by this. In fact, he felt that he had fallen into a trap. The unending smile on Shigaraki's face was something that Izuku thought was real at this point. He was smiling at the fact that he had the boy right where he wanted. Izuku had the feeling that this was a turning point, one that he would not be able to come back from. On the other hand, this is a chance. Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. While Izuku was grateful to Mr. Shigaraki, he couldn't help but feel that he did not care what Izuku wanted. He had installed Dr. Tsubasa as his doctor, likely knowing what the quirk he had given the boy would do to his body. Izuku felt like this was all a setup. Something he was sure about was that it was important that he was quirkless. Why else would he be chosen over Tamura? You seem distracted, young Izuku. Does the idea bother you? Izuku snapped out of his thoughts to quickly answer the man. No, it makes sense. I'm just doing a comparison. Izuku scratched his cheek as he lied. He thought he heard a quirk activate within the man's white noise. It almost sounded like a buzzer to him. I see. Does my vestige match up with the real thing? The man seemed amused. Perhaps comparing the two was interesting to him. Yes, though I think he is a bit more dramatic. In response, the man chuckled lightly and ruffled the boy's hair. I can't deny that I myself have a flair for theatrics. Now, time is short. You have around 3.5 hours before you should be sent home. I would like you to start with Tamura today. The man looked to his misty servant, Kurogiri. Yes, master. The Misty Man raised his hand and a portion of his Misty created a portal next to him. Tamura, Izuku. Get going and Tamura, have fun. The white-haired man smiled and waved his two young protégés off. Tamura got up, handing Kurogiri his game and then walked over to Izuku. The boy grabbed the boy by the back of the shirt and dragged him off his seat. Izuku barely managed to keep himself from falling as he was dragged. Hey! Izuku tried to announce his disapproval but the boy paid him no mind as he dragged Izuku through the black portal. Kurogiri turned to his master before he followed, pausing to ask a question. Master. Forgive me if I speak but of turn, but why train the boy? It seems a waste of time. Simple, whether a building or a body. A good foundation is everything. He waved the Misty Man off. Now, be gone. Ensure neither kills the other, even by accident. The Misty Man bowed and entered his own portal, closing it behind him. Left alone in the bar, the ancient man began to speak softly to himself. His personality has changed a bit, perhaps I'm having more of an affect than I thought. Or perhaps he was more like me than my brother to start. Quirk. Secret Keeper, Emitter type. Mental. This quirk allows the user to restrict a target's speech on a certain subject. The user must know the target's name or a name they call themselves and a bit about the subject they are restricting speech on. Any who are in proximity to the activation of the quirk can be spoken with about the secret. The restriction doesn't cause silence but a difficult stutter when speaking on the topic. Smart individuals can use this to spell things out if necessary. Chapter endnotes introducing Johnny. Nomu are made from people's Sue, spoilers. Also made my own quirk, Secret Keeper. It's one of the ways All for One hides himself and his business. Information is power after all. It's not an all-powerful quirk by any means but it does restrict speech. But does it restrict writing? Who knows? Izuku didn't ask and AFO won't tell. A beating by any other name is just as painful. Chapter summary. Warning: child abuse inbound. Chapter notes: I'll be starting classes next week so chapters will be a little less often. I won't however be only doing one per month. More like one every week or two depending on the fickle mistress that is creativity. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 16. A beating by any other name is just as painful. The room Tamura had dragged Izuku into was a plain concrete room, some vents on the ceiling, a metal door on his left and a stove. The stove seemed completely out of place in the plain room. Tamura took off his hoodie, throwing it to the side. Beneath he wore a normal white tank top. He opened and closed his hands staring at Izuku almost waiting for something. Soon the Misty Man, Kurogiri, followed through the portal and closed it. This was what Tamura had been waiting for as he spoke, scratching at his neck. I don't like you. The boy-haired kid said this like Izuku was supposed to do something about it. As if Izuku knew the first thing about the boy. Okay. Izuku answered a bit bemused. Sensei says you're his successor, but I should have been. Instead I'm stuck training you. The scratching intensified. Flakes of skin began falling to the ground near him. It's not like Izuku tried to argue but he was cut off. So I'm going to make this hell for you. First tutorial quest brat. Dodge. The older boy charged at him, his hands outstretched to touch Izuku. The room wasn't all that large so the boy was close enough to touch Izuku fairly quickly. Izuku hadn't been expecting the bigger kid to charge at him, nor did he react fast enough. Izuku put his arms up in reflex to block, however this was a grave mistake. The first thing Izuku felt was the pain. It was dull at first but quickly became sharp. It was like opening a cold sore on his lip, except this pain was over his arm. He had closed his eyes in panic, but then snapped them wide open in surprise as pain shot up his arms. Tamura had his hand around Izuku's forearm, which was causing it to crack and crumble away. Raw muscle was now being revealed to the air, blood leaking out. Izuku was paralyzed by the pain. The young boy could only scream. This was completely different from the bullies. This pain was far more intense. Stop. Let go. Izuku pleaded through tears. Tamura smiled. He was enjoying the simple pleasure of hurting someone he didn't like. He gripped down harder on both arms. You should have dodged, brat. Now I'm gonna take your arms. Izuku tried to pull away, his pain and fear growing. He looked for a way out of this. He looked around the room. His eyes landed on Kurogiri who was simply observing. Then he shifted to the stove. then back to Tamura. Izuku inhaled, but before he could exhale his flames, however, a portal opened in front of his mouth, redirecting his flames behind Tamura. I was told to ensure you not kill Tamura. Please avoid burning his head off. Kurogiri spoke, unbothered by the scene of violence before him. Tisk. I don't need your help. Tamura snapped at Kurogiri. Izuku slowly lost feeling in his hands. He was in so much pain that his vision was starting to tunnel. In a fit of manic fight or flight, he kicked at Tamura. The next moment Izuku felt the pressure on his arms fade as Tamura fell to his knees. He closed his legs, wincing in pain. All the while Izuku stumbled backwards onto his butt. He stared down at his arms. He could see bone. He felt his stomach churn, blood dripped down his arms. His heart rate was through the roof, each beat sending a new jolt of pain through Izuku's RMS. Adrenaline was rushing through Izuku, but it did nothing but increase the amount of blood that spewed from his arms. If not for the bone, his arms would be hanging by the flesh on the other side of them. Regenerate. Izuku couldn't focus. His mind was racing, his body was screaming, and all he could do was wail and scream in pain. He knew he could die from this. He was scared. He didn't want to die. He begged for someone to help him, anyone. Regenerate. You'll die. Izuku, for all his intelligence and calm, was still just a 5-year-old child. When put in a situation where he couldn't keep his cool, he panicked. He had kept his cool during his encounter with the bullies because he was used to getting beaten up by Bakugo. This was not that. Tamura was trying to kill him. Izuku inhaled and exhaled at tremendous speed. He was hyperventilating. He just kept begging and screaming and crying. Forced quirk activation. In the midst of Izuku's panic, a different sensation, like someone was shocking his muscles to test which muscle contracted to make his arm bend. This feeling rushed through Izuku's body, causing him to seize up. His arms began to heal at an extreme speed, muscle fibers, nerves, endings, veins and arteries, finally skin replacing itself. Izuku didn't calm down, however. His heart rate was still going, his breathing still ragged. I thought I told you to ease into this, Tamura. Did you not listen? It's not my fault. The brat froze up. Izuku stared at his arms, now covered in his own blood, slick and warm. Just below them was a puddle of his blood. Izuku's brain was finally starting to catch up to what just happened. Useless. Deku. First came the anger, then the relief, and finally the shame. He had frozen, he had panicked, he did nothing but cry like a child. He had numerous options. He could have used Rivet Stab to push Tamura away. He could have just regenerated, or taken Tamura's quirk from him while he was still touching him. But none of those came to mind in the heat of the moment. Izuku. Are you all right now? The voice caused Izuku to look up, tears still streaming down his face. In front of him, looking down at him with a raised eyebrow, was Mr. Shigaraki. The man didn't look concerned despite what he just asked. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Izuku looked away. He tried to stand, but his legs were jelly. He staggered, falling down into the small puddle of his own blood. Izuku clenched his jaw. Hearing a snicker from Tamura made his shame turn to frustration. His own blood now covered the majority of his clothing like a badge of shame. The only saving grace was that Izuku had used the bathroom before coming here. You look like you did when I first met you. Perhaps worse, the white-haired man commented. It was a cruel comment, almost seeming to be tailor-made to make Izuku resent him. I'm not the same. Izuku muttered through his teeth. Izuku couldn't stand it. He felt like he'd come so far from being that helpless, quirkless nobody. But now he was beaten and bloodied once more, forced to rely on Mr. Shigaraki to pick him up. He hadn't moved a single step from where he was months ago. Oh, prove it then. The man took a step back, letting the two children continue. Izuku pushed his hands against the floor. His body felt heavy as he rose to his knees. His legs felt like jelly still, but he leaned back, pulling one leg up and pushing down on his knee to force himself to his feet. Tamura was already on his feet when Izuku looked around. Mr. Shigaraki was standing to the side of Kurogiri, watching and waiting. An amused and slightly sadistic smirk on his face. Come on, brat. Make this game fun. Tamura charged Izuku once more, but Izuku was prepared and angry. Izuku figured that he couldn't beat the older boy in strength, and Kurogiri wouldn't let him use his fire, so what did that leave him? Rivet Stab, Regeneration, and Radio Waves. Among those, only Rivet Stab was obviously combat-focused. Izuku extended his hand. He looked at the charging boy and pointed his index and middle fingers towards his knees. Black tendrils extended from his fingers. They hit the boy in the shins, causing him to fall on his face, his hands creating cracks in the floor where they touched. The boy began pounding the ground with his hands and feet, throwing a tantrum like a child. Fucker. Brat. Bastard. I hate you. Master, let me kill him. He's making a fool out of me. Tamura scrambled up to look at Shigaraki. However, the man paid him no mind. No, you can take your anger out on him, but you cannot kill him. You are to teach him, train him, and build him up. You've already done that a bit today, it seems. The man glanced to Izuku, who now held himself better than before. He had gotten over his fear through anger, which was far faster than Shigaraki expected. He thought he'd need to let Tamura beat the child until he was unconscious at least a few times. Izuku stared down at his hands, gripping them open and closed. He hadn't used that quirk on a person directly before. It was an odd feeling but not unpleasant, much like the time he bit into Morioha. He raised his hand to stab Tamura once more but was cut off by the older Shigaraki. Izuku, you aren't to use your quirks on Tamura. He is going to teach you to dodge, parry, and counter. If you get touched, then you'll be decayed. Heal after, then consume some flames for energy. The white-haired man then looked to Tamura. Now Tamura, you are older, stronger. Limit touching to 10 seconds at most for now. Yes, master. Tamura agreed begrudgingly, then bowed to him. The oldest Shigaraki, seemingly satisfied, turned to Kurogiri, who opened a portal for him. But you're telling me I can't fight back? Izuku complained, his eyes wide with betrayal. This caused the man to pause and turn to him. If you don't want to get hurt, then it is quite simple. Just don't get hit. With that, he left his adopted son to beat up his successor at his leisure. Izuku bit his lip. He was frustrated. He couldn't argue with that logic, but he knew it wasn't that easy. Before Izuku could continue sulking, however, a giggling laughter took his attention. You hear that? You're all mine. Tamura gave Izuku a manic smile. I'm going to set the difficulty to max for kicking me in the balls. Izuku could only resign himself to his fate. His anger had subsided. Now he could only endure. The room was explained. The stove was for him to use to replenish his energy after healing. He had been given the quirk to make sure he could put himself back together after being put through the ringer. Izuku sighed. He might as well get this over with at least. So, Tamura. What now? Izuku couldn't deny he was slightly afraid of the boy now. So he spoke softly to not challenge him. A tactic he learned from trying to avoid Bakugo beating him up, though it only worked a fourth of the time. Sensei. You call me sensei. I'm better than you. Master said it, so you better show me some respect. Haha. Izuku wasn't entirely sure when Mr. Shigaraki had said that, but he wasn't about to make his life harder than it needed to be. All right. Sensei. What now? This took the wind out of the boy's sails. He had been too busy enjoying the superiority over his savior's successor to think of actually training Izuku. Silence was Tamura's only answer. He hadn't actually done any preparation for today. He figured he'd kill Izuku and Master would make him his successor. Now that his jealousy had been sated a bit, he realized his mistake. Sensei? Izuku asked, making sure he was heard. Tamura began scratching at his neck once more. Stupid training. Stupid brat. Stupid tutorial. I'm not an NPC. Tamura began walking towards Izuku, getting within arm's reach before stopping. Maybe you could teach me how punch, or how to parry a blow. Or, Izuku was cut off by a yell and a kick to the nuts. Dodge. Tamura yelled while delivering vengeance again, the 5-year-old. Izuku was again on the ground, this time clutching his crotch and trying not to tear up. Izuku could tell, this was going to be hell for him. I'm telling you what to do. So just do it already. Tamura looked down at Izuku, swiftly kicking him again, sending him rolling. Izuku couldn't breathe after that hit, his stomach tense and a burning sensation crept up his throat. Bile spewed out of his mouth and onto the floor, the remnants of his dinner now gone from his stomach. Get up, or I'll take your arm off, the boy yelled. Izuku didn't feel that he was lying, so he did his best to get up. Though he staggered a bit and almost fell again. Good. Now again. Dodge. This time Izuku just ran, Tamura went for a grab with his hand, but Izuku barely moved out of its path. Running to the wall of the room, Izuku put his back against the wall. His breathing was already erratic and unstable. Good. Again. This devolved into a painful game of tag. When Izuku was hit or knocked to the ground, if he didn't get up he'd get hit again. Every few minutes Tamura would turn on the stove for Izuku to use his quirk to replenish his energy and heal, but then it was back to the hellish game of tag. Izuku's reflexes were slowly getting better. Each time Tamura got closer to him he was able to try to knock away his hand, emphasis on try. By the end Izuku was dirty and exhausted, his clothes covered in blood, bile and sweat. Kurogiri forced the boy into a bath where Izuku began to pass out, his fatigue getting the better of him. The next day, Izuku awoke in his bed, a new set of pajamas on him, and strangely he wasn't sore. He was sure it wasn't a dream, he could still taste his own bile in his mouth, and he still had another session to do tonight. The second session of training was nothing more than a list of exercises that Tamura gave him to do within a set time limit. Time trials, as Tamura called them. Each time Izuku failed one of these, Tamura tried to use his quirk on the boy. Izuku's regeneration made him unable to just die. The times when Izuku couldn't get his quirk to activate due to the pain sending him into a tailspin mentally, a portal would open with a rivet stab coming through to impale him and forcefully activate his regeneration quirk. This was torture with extra steps. You could call it training, but you'd have to subscribe to Pavlov's methods. The worst part was that Izuku didn't want to stop. He felt that if he did, he wouldn't be able to keep himself from falling apart. After the second session, that night he had nightmares, not of Tamura, not of Kurogiri or Shigaraki, but of the beatings he had gotten from Bakugo and his flunkies, as well as the trio who made Mei cry. He was afraid of Tamura. He didn't like the training that he was being given, but he couldn't help but hate being helpless more. He wanted to learn and grow strong enough so that no one would ever put him in that position again. No one would make his friend cry. He hated these sessions, but there were things he hated more. Assimilation rate. 4% chapter endnotes. Hey Dodge. Another abridged reference. I think if anyone was going to make the reference, we all know it was going to be Tamura. A day off. Chapter summary. A brief reprieve from the stuff involving the villains. Chapter notes. Had another chapter written before, then scrapped it, then wrote this one. I decided to tone down the edge a bit before someone gets cut. Hey. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 17. A day off. Friends often have varying levels of insight into each other's moods. And when one of your friends was a habitual hyperfixator with a love of inventing, this could venture into slightly strange areas. Izuku was currently on that side of things, bound in a chair, a massage chair of all things, but bound all the same. How do you like baby number 11? I made it from the remains of my granddad's recliner and some mixers from the dump. You're super relaxed now, right? Mei smiled at her captive friend, her other friend gazing a bit concerned from the corner of the room. The color trio was currently in Mei's basement, Himiko sitting on a stool waiting for her turn and a complicit witness to what could be called torture. Izuku on the other hand found himself bombarded by forceful massages to his back, backside and legs. It wasn't particularly relaxing, in fact it hurt, but he was strapped in by the arms. You might ask why Mei would build a massage chair of all things, but Izuku startled his friends with how haggard he looked the day before, which didn't improve today. This caused a brainstorming session between Himiko and Mei, which by the end had spiraled into a plan to capture Izuku and force him to relax. They had attempted to ask why he looked like crap, but Izuku simply replied, I didn't sleep well. Mei, can I please get UUUUP? Izuku pleaded, but Mei pouted in response. You don't like it? Izuku looked to Himiko, who was just watching. When the two met eyes, Himiko lingered for a second and sighed, getting up to let Izuku free. Come on, let's let Greenie out, he seems uncomfortable. Okay. Mei looked a bit upset. Ever the voice of reason, Himiko unlocked the arm straps, which also turned off the machine. Izuku let out a sigh. Getting up, he was surprised to find his body was no longer tense. Mei was now sulkily tightening a screw on one of her other projects as Izuku walked over to her, flanked by Himiko. Now I know I didn't resist, but I think we need to work on your definition of relaxing. Izuku crouched down to level himself with Mei on the floor, giving a soft smile. Thank you for the effort. I'm sorry for worrying you both. He glanced to Himiko, who was leaning against a table full of metal scraps. I'm fine, But don't lie to us. It makes me worry more, like you don't trust us. Mei looked up from her screwing and pointed her screwdriver at Izuku. Himiko nodded in agreement, though he wasn't sure who was the lie detector here. Looking between the two, Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He lied because it was the easiest way to avoid the subject. He obviously didn't expect to be seen through so easily. Could it be that he was just a bad liar? Izuku wasn't particularly used to lying, so perhaps he just was. Alright, I won't lie anymore, though I feel like you'd know if I did. Himiko was the one to nod smugly. She jutted her thumb towards herself. Izuku guessed that meant that she was the one who could tell. You can't hide anything from me, Greenie. I see all, know all. Himiko started to giggle to herself, her theatrics getting a smirk from Mei and Izuku. All hail Himiko the wise. Mei giggled out, raising and lowering her hands in mock praise. Yeah, I get it. I won't do it again. Izuku scratched at his cheek with his index finger. Not long after, a set of footsteps came down the stairs into the basement. Mei's grandmother, Beitoria Polyak, walked into the conversation holding her keys, wearing a leather jacket and goggles on her forehead. Her grayish-blue hair pulled back in a bun, she looked like a biker rather than a grandmother. Twirling her keys around her finger and looking around, she gave a mischievous grin. Those sticks in the mud are gone, let's go. All three kids grinned to each other and instantly ran past Beitoria upstairs, almost knocking the lady over. Damn brats. Beitoria chuckled to herself. By the time she caught up to the kids, they were already at the car. It was a hot rod red convertible. It was a muscle car which she zealously guarded against her daughter's tyranny. She unlocked the vehicle, which prompted all three kids to filter into the back seat. After getting in herself, she turned to the kids, scrutinizing them before nodding in satisfaction. Good, seatbelts on and quiet. Now who's ready for the new science center? Each kid yelled. Me. Wearing a beaming smile, Beitoria smirked, opening her glove compartment and handing some sunglasses to Izuku and Himiko, while handing Mei a matching set of goggles. Ah, Mei gets goggles. Himiko seemed disappointed, but this got a snort from the old hag. Of course. You two aren't my grandkids, gotta show her she's my favorite. The lady was giving a good-natured grin to the two, while Mei giggled. I'm your only grandkid, bah, details, still my favorite. Ensuring they all put on the glasses, she put the roof down and shifted into gear. Beitoria Polyak was the coolest grandmother. Or at least that's what the three kids that stood in front of Jaku's new science center thought. The Jaku Center of Interactive Sciences had opened only a week or two before, but it was criminally busy, children and parents coming and going through the doors with smiles on their faces. The exhibits the center currently had were as follows. Support Gear Up, Minerals, Gems and Metals, Oh My, Ridley's Quirk Rarities, and the Old World. Izuku and Mei's interests were instantly piqued when they heard about these. While Himiko was curious about the Old World exhibit, she didn't know much about history, but Izuku had told her that people didn't always have quirks. She kind of wondered how that even worked. Alright. When we get in there, we'll go to each exhibit. Make sure not to wander off and stay in my line of sight. I don't want to have to go looking for you. Do you all have your phones? Each of the kids nodded, Izuku almost dropping his when he lifted it up to show he had it. Beitoria nodded and ushered the kids inside. The kids each got day pass armbands which were orange, while Beitoria got a lanyard with her pass on it. Can we get them in different colors? Himiko asked the clerk, who gave an amused smile. No hun. It's the same for all day passes. I have a sticker if you'd like, the clerk offered. Himiko an All Might sticker, who promptly gave it to Izuku. Thanks. Izuku beamed. He put the sticker in his pocket to save it for his room. After getting through the line, Beitoria turned to the kids, letting her gaze fall to Mei. Alright, Mei, you get to choose the order. Where to first? Mei pondered for a bit before snapping and pointing to Himiko. Let's do Old World first. Yellow, do you mind? Himiko grinned and shook her head, her buns letting a few hairs fall loose. Nope. Let's get the boring stuff out of the way. After Old World, wanna do geology? Sure. Green. Wanna do the Quirk Rarities last or support gear? With her almost blank smile, she turned to see Izuku wearing a serious concentration face. During this short conversation, Izuku was trying to absorb a decent amount of information through the sounds of the quirks of those who walked past them. Earth to Zuzu. Himiko waved her hand in front of his face to get his attention, This did work, the third time. Huh? Oh yes. Izuku jolted back to attention, looking to Himiko. Yes to what? Himiko asked back, smiling. The first one? Izuku could only guess at this point. He had heard them but didn't process the words. Cool. Mei smirked. So we're skipping quirk rarities. Izuku looked like he had his candy stolen from him, which got the three girls laughing. Himiko doing so slightly bent towards him, holding her stomach and pointing, while Mei held a hand over her mouth trying to stifle her laugh. No kid. We aren't skipping anything. Beidouria ruffled Izuku's hair while wiping a tear from her eye. Do you want to save it for last or second to last? Izuku pouted a bit, but gave a disgruntled, last is fine. Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Beidouria looked around to the kids expectantly, which caused the two girls to start walking towards a big sign that guided people towards the Old World exhibit. Izuku was left in the dust, well, for about 5 seconds. After which Izuku walked after them, Beidouria along with him. The group walked into a hallway, an intercom started a monologue and the lights dimmed. Screen walls flickered on, showing pictures of old Japan. It looked similar to Japan now, but the buildings were less streamlined with an artistic touch on some. The old world was much like our current one, however the introduction of quirks in the late 4th century led to drastic changes to society all over the world. The screens flickered through some images of fires, buildings collapsed and children on the streets. This is sadder than I thought it would be. Himiko murmured. Beidouria nodded with a strained smile while Izuku's eyes were glued to the screen. Mei meanwhile was looking at the screen in a different way, trying to gauge how it was put together. The world before quirks was a tense place, countries over the smallest things. However, humans also built great things. Wonders of the old world such as the Great Wall, the pyramids and Sealand. Izuku cocked his head. He didn't know what the pyramids were nor Sealand. He was familiar with the Great Wall since his dad had a picture of him there from one of his work trips. Sealand, isn't that the old name for island? Mei pondered aloud. Oh, neat. I didn't know it was that old. Himiko chimed in. It is? Izuku wasn't surprised Mei would know something about support gear related things that he didn't, but he was surprised that he himself didn't know this particular tidbit. Though many wonders were lost in the chaos of the Great Regression, we are still able to appreciate them through photos and videos. The screens flipped through photos of the lost wonders of the world. It wasn't just 7, however, it also had pictures of a reef of some kind as well as a very tall mountain, not many things that the quartet recognized. This went on for another few minutes as the group looped around the hall. The group soon exited the exhibit. Izuku glanced over to Himiko, who looked like Mei did when she found a new piece of technology to tinker on. Himi, you liked it that much? Izuku asked. It wasn't bad, but to Izuku it was just a bunch of pictures he could have looked up at home. Himiko nodded again and again. People made all that stuff. Even before quirks. I didn't know history wasn't boring. Is this how you feel when you nerd out on something? I want to know more. Himiko began to expel a bit of goop that changed shape into Izuku. Her clothes hadn't changed, but now having two Izuku's shocked Beidouria. Yellow, you're wearing green again. Mei chided Himiko, while etching the image of Izuku in a skirt and sweater into her pupils to mess with him later. Wait, so why is Lil Himi looking like Izuku cross-dressing? Beidouria asked, trying to wrap her head around the quirk. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Beidouria. I just got a bit excited. Himiko looked down in embarrassment, making a shade of red cover not her face, well, Izuku's face. What's cross-dressing? Izuku asked. He could imagine the term's meaning, but he wanted to be sure. This of course caused Beidouria to completely stop herself from accepting Himiko's apology and slowly turn her head to Izuku. Izuku had never seen Beidouria flustered, but he imagined this was it because the old woman was opening and closing her mouth like a fish. Ask your mother. Wait, no. Ask your mother, but say your dad said it. Thus, the coolest grandmother hoisted the blame onto the unsuspecting Hisashi. Which is not very cool to do. Well, that's what Hisashi said when he found out later that day. Beidouria glanced back to Himiko, who was being pestered by Mei. The pink-haired girl was taking measurements with a small tape measure she usually kept on a keychain. Anyway, Himiko, you're all right. I was just confused. Can you change back? Himiko fidgeted a bit, looking a bit conflicted. Seeing this, Izuku decided to intervene. When she turns back, her disguise drips off and it tends to make a mess. Beitoria was familiar with quirk matter. Some quirks would have byproducts or make things that which don't appear in nature. I see. Well, would you like to go to the bathroom to deal with this? Himiko shook her head sheepishly. Outside is better. I don't think there are any bathtubs here. Beitoria nodded in response, turning to the other kids. All right. Let's go, kids. The greenette and pinkette both nodded, being fairly casual about this so not to make Himiko feel bad. She already had a bit of a complex about her quirk, so the two didn't want to make her ashamed of it. As they were walking out the entrance, Izuku got distracted once more. He heard a quirk with a sound he hadn't heard before. This one sounding like a muffled grainy rolling marble. He looked around for the source but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Izuku let himself follow the quirk, walking back inside and away from the group, but Mei grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Where are you going? She frowned, looking at Izuku accusatory. Oh, sorry, I was just following. Izuku could no longer hear the quirk, which disappointed him. Mei sighed. You're really out of it today. Well, maybe not out of it, you seem focused on something else. Mei at this point began to drag Izuku back. I guess. It's just a lot of people. It's a bit loud. Mei arcs an eyebrow to this, a bit confused. I mean, it's not that loud. Mei scratches her head a bit. The science center was crowded, but it wasn't loud per se. Izuku doesn't elaborate, deciding it best not to, after being dragged back to a now untransformed Himiko and an old lady who looks slightly pale after seeing a boy melt. It took some time, but the group continued their day with the geology exhibit, and there the day ended as an alarm began to blare. Some began to panic. Himiko covered her ears while Beitoria pulled all the kids to a nearby wall so they wouldn't get separated. Mei stared in confusion at Izuku, who had complained about it being loud but wasn't bothered by the alarm. Izuku was instead staring upwards. He could hear a particularly loud quirk again and again. Izuku had figured out that when quirks activated they would become louder than before, though this only seemed to apply to quirks with activation abilities. In the end, the science center was closed. Police called and a trio of kids miffed at the fact that they only got through one exhibit. Later, while Hisashi was being unjustifiably blamed for the phrase cross-dressing, Izuku found an article about a theft at the science center's geology exhibit. The thief using his quirk to cause damage to the roof of the building and to take the numerous gems, minerals and metals on display. Chapter end notes. I really like Beitoria as my original character. She's based on a mix between my grandmother from my mom's side and my grandfather from my stepmother's side. That's why she gets to be in this chapter. Smiley face. Sealand the best country lol. If you don't know, look it up, it's pretty funny. And yes, I do think that if the world started getting superpowers, some people would trash some of the wonders for shits and giggles. If someone would graffiti them, they'd blow em up with superpowers. Tsubasa isn't Tsubasa. Chapter summary. Izuku has his first study day with Tsubasa. Chapter notes. Yes, I am making the doctor a bit goofy. No, I won't apologize for it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 18. Tsubasa isn't Tsubasa. Izuku found himself in a familiar bar. Tamura and Shigaraki wasn't there this time, just his misty servant, Kurogiri, who was once again cleaning a glass behind the bar. So where am I going for this? Izuku was here for his first day of studying quirks, though he wasn't expecting to learn about quirks much, seeing as his quirk training had not trained his quirks at all. Kurogiri replied after a beat. I am waiting for the doctor to confirm his status before moving you again. You will be under his care. The master has decided it best for you to learn from him while building your stamina up with Tamura. Izuku was surprised. He hadn't considered that Shigaraki wasn't just torturing him, but he supposed it made sense. Quirks were physical like a muscle and took stamina to use again and again. Izuku found himself reevaluating his thoughts on the matter. Izuku sat in silence, the light shuffling of Kurogiri cleaning and stocking the only sound in the bar. So Kurogiri, is this bar an actual restaurant? The question caused Kurogiri to pause. If the mist could look confused, then that was what was happening now. Like, do you open the bar? Izuku asked, trying to gauge whether this was a dumb question. I cannot say we have guests often, though the bar is almost always open. The master likes to have some of his dealings here as well. Izuku cocks his head to the side, contemplating the response. So this is meant more as a meeting place? That could be. I do not pretend to know the master's mind intimately. Kurogiri responded, a shred of longing in his tone. Izuku stared at Kurogiri, listening to his quirk tune as he was calling it. The dissonant hum. The longer Izuku listened, he thought he could hear a puff of smoke with it. He was certain of something. This quirk was like his Hydroflame quirk. It was a composite quirk made from multiple. Would he be able to do this in the future? A quirk that could teleport was useful, but a quirk that could make portals was useful in an entirely different way. Would he be able to improve a quirk to the point that it was almost a completely different quirk? Kurogiri paused his cleaning and a wisp of his mist parted from his head, floating over to the side of the room to open a portal large enough for one person. Through the portal came a yawning doctor with a bushy mustache and a packet of paper in his arms. "Good evening, doctor." Kurogiri greeted the man, pulling out a mug and turning on a coffee machine. "Your usual?" The doctor wiped a tear from his eyes, before yawning once more. "If you'd please." The doctor walked by Izuku and sat on a stool to his right, 1 or 2 seats down. "Good evening, Dr. Tsubasa." Izuku gave the old man a smile, shifting to face him. The old man slid the packet toward Izuku. It was quite a few pages, perhaps 10 or more. "First things first, kid. The master may have made you his successor, but I'm a very busy man. That there is a test I put together. Pass it and I might spare the time to teach you as though you were my successor." Kurogiri sat a cup and saucer in front of the doctor. The smell of coffee had begun to permeate the bar. The doctor picked up the mug and began sipping it lightly, a satisfied look on his face. "I am reminded again how useful you are, Kurogiri." "I live to serve, doctor." Kurogiri bowed slightly towards him. The doctor chuckled slightly. "That you do." Izuku picked up the packet. Flipping through it curiously, he saw that it had 10 questions on various subjects. The total numbering around 110 questions, each question getting harder and harder from 1 to 10 in that subject. "This is a lot. I guess this is to gauge my intelligence and knowledge, though, so maybe thorough is better." Izuku smirks to himself. He wasn't sure how much he could answer these, but his thirst for knowledge called him to succeed. "Now, you have the remainder of the evening to finish this test. I suggest you get to it." The doctor gave Izuku a sidelong glance, a confident smirk on his face as though to challenge him. Izuku nodded, immediately delving into the test. I don't have anything to write with." With an exasperated sigh, the doctor pulled a pen out of his lab coat jacket pocket. Clicking it, he handed it over to Izuku, who bowed a few times and then began his test. The first 10 questions were math, starting at his grade level and climbing. Izuku could answer these with little issue except the last, which Izuku didn't know the relevant equation for. He instead wrote a question of his own about how to solve it. If he was going to be graded, he might as well ask his own questions as well. The next set was on language, each question asking for a dictionary definition of a less and less common word. Izuku found this more interesting than anything, as it wasn't grammar or punctuation or even kanji he was being quizzed on, but just if he knew what words meant. Izuku had answered each with ease due to his memory quirk helping him out. The next section was about an odd subject for whom the doctor worked for, ethics of all things. Izuku wasn't sure if there was a correct answer for some of these, so he just wrote what he thought fit the best. Following this section was a section on history. Izuku was now thankful he had studied this area a bit, because the last question was about Destro himself. Next was chemistry. He had looked into it a bit for his experiments with Pink, but he wasn't an expert on it. He was only able to answer 6 of these. Next was biology, which he had only a cursory knowledge of. This showed him that the doctor wasn't going to take it easy on him, since he was only able to answer 3 of the questions. Perhaps because he was a doctor, the man made this one the hardest. Then a few questions on famous heroes, not so famous ones, and frankly ones Izuku has never even heard of. This irritated his hero-loving spirit a bit. Kurogiri and the doctor sat in silence, or perceived silence. Izuku was too focused on his test to listen to any small talk. Quirkology was the next section. It asked questions which made Izuku question his own title of quirk nerd. Izuku had never heard of the accumulation type, quirk type, or the mitochondria. This section kept going, asking about quirks and quantum physics. Izuku was now completely lost. Luckily, physics and engineering rounded off the packet of paper, giving Izuku some confidence back due to him answering each question. Only 2 hours has passed when Izuku was done. He looked up from his test to find the doctor asleep in his seat and Kurogiri sweeping, soon noticing him. "Ah, young master. Are you finished?" the misty man asked, not pausing his sweeping for a moment. Ah, yes. I think. Izuku glanced back down at his test, then looked around. Where did Dr. Tsubasa go? Tsubasa. Ah, you mean Dr. Garaki. He left to rest. I shall inform him of your completion. Kurogiri promptly left through a portal, leaving Izuku alone. He must not get to leave much, Izuku thought, gazing towards the closing portal. Izuku was left alone in the bar for a solid 10 minutes. He used this time to sat his curiosity. Looking behind the bar, opening cabinets, and even taking a sip of a drink, he really didn't like spitting it back into the bottle. While Izuku was messing about, he realized that Kurogiri had referred to Tsubasa as Garaki, a name Izuku didn't recognize. I guess having multiple names would make sense for a doctor with ties to a villain like Mr. Shigaraki. I wonder if I'll need a new name. With that thought passing, a new portal opened where two somewhat familiar figures passed through. The first was Kurogiri, the second was the doctor. However, the doctor was wearing a nightgown and a cap with a little white puff at the end. The doctor looked a bit upset. Izuku could see a small vein bulging from his forehead. The small man stomped over to Izuku in a bit of a huff. You took too long. I was just about to enter REM sleep. The doctor snatched the packet and began looking it over while Izuku's opinion of the man plummeted further. Yes. Okay. Not quite. The man bit his lower lip, focusing on the packet. Flipping the page every so often, his face was slowly changing from an expression of annoyance to a smirk. Getting to the back of the test, his eyes went wide in surprise. Boy, would you count yourself as proficient in engineering? Izuku put his hand to his chin and thought about it for a moment. I can keep up with Mei, so I think so, yes. The doctor nodded, looking back down at the test only to close it and sit it down on the bar. All right, last question, lad. What is a quirk? Izuku raised an eyebrow. It was a simple question, but he felt that he wasn't supposed to give a simple answer. Izuku knew what quirks were on a basic level, but not their true makeup. He stared at the doctor for a moment before closing his eyes to think. The test. It was full of clues. The quirkology section mentioned quantum physics and a thing called the mitochondria. If it's anything like the mitochondria, then it's in the human cell. Izuku spent a bit forming his answer to the doctor, using every bit of his intellect to cobble the pieces together into something coherent. All right, I think I have my answer. Izuku opened his eyes to see the doctor was asleep against the bar, his nightcap in his face. Oh. Worry not, he merely fell asleep a moment ago, Kurogiri assured Izuku. You let him sleep on the ground? The thought concerned Izuku, seeing as Kurogiri was also supposed to be Tamura's caretaker. The misty man seemed quite careless in odd ways. The misty bartender then promptly used his mist to cause the doctor to cause violently into consciousness. Turning to the side on his knees, Dr. Tsubasa sputters a bit while hacking up the mist that entered his lungs. When he was done, he gave a sharp glare towards his awakener. Do not do that again. The man slowly got up, trying to look dignified. He moved his nightcap from his face and put his hands behind his back. I assume you have an answer? Izuku nodded, standing up straight before speaking. Quirks are expressions of a person's individual quantumness through their biology, which makes them both physical and non-physical. The doctor blinks in surprise, jaw slightly agape. He stares at Izuku like the boy had grown a second head, though perhaps the doctor wouldn't find that strange nowadays. Izuku is left a bit worried that he gave a completely nonsensical answer. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. You pass, ha 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 ha. The doctor puts his hand to his forehead, laughing uproariously. To think that would be your answer. I couldn't have predicted this in all my years. Perhaps you are worth my time after all. Izuku let out a sigh, a faint clapping heard to his side as the bartender gave a peaceful applause. Congratulations, young master. Thank you, Mr. Kurogiri. Izuku blushed faintly, scratching his cheek before turning back to the doctor. So was I right? Quite frankly, my boy, you were closer than most. Not completely correct, but not far off, perhaps a few miles off the mark. But in the same town. The doctor let out a few more chuckles and a cough of black mist before composting himself. Miles? Izuku took a step back in surprise, then narrowed his eyes at the doctor. Isn't that pretty far? The doctor nodded. That is correct, but compared to modern quirk research you were closer by a few margins. I would say modern quirk research is on the same continent. They understand that quirks have a biological component but nothing else. Though this can hardly be blamed on them as it's almost impossible to observe the parts that matter to the core of quirks. The doctor twirled his mustache a bit as he lectured. Anyway, I'm going to be your professor from now on. The focus in my teachings will be on quirks, biology, physics, quantum mechanics, biomechanics, chemistry, mathematics, business, quirk medicine, management, quirk technology, medical technology, genetics, medical law, quirk law, and my own research. That's not very focused. Izuku pointed out, however he couldn't deny that all of that information and knowledge was tantalizing to him. You'd never have this chance anywhere else. Izuku firmed his resolve. He hadn't made the wrong choice. Even if they weren't good people, he'd take what they'd offer. A thought then resurfaced in Izuku's mind. Dr. Tsubasa. Are you using a fake name? Izuku asked a bit sheepishly, trying not to step on a landmine. I suppose you'll find out eventually, though I'll guess where this is coming from. He gives Kurogiri a sidelong glare before nodding to Izuku's question, of course ignoring his previous comment. Yes, Tsubasa is an alias. I am quite long-lived, my quirk is thanks to that, so to hide it I have faked my identity a few times. Oh, so that's what it does. I thought it sounded similar to Energy Saver. Izuku nodded. If the doctor had a quirk of a similar type to Energy Saver, then it's not too far-fetched that he'd live longer. It seems that way to you? Curious. The two quirks are unrelated in their history, so your ability to sense quirks doesn't stem from their ancestors but their ability. That is different from the master as well. Izuku cocked his head to the side. Do quirks usually have differences when they are transferred to someone else? The doctor stared at him like he was an idiot. No, of course not. I see, so you are changing my quirks and my body. The doctor smirked at the boy who had proven yet again that he was smarter than the doctor gave him credit for. Indeed, since you're likely curious to the reason, I now have some required reading for you. Take some time to research. The quirk singularity theory, or as it was once called, the paranormal singularity theory. I expect you to have an opinion to share and any observations that you make. Homework, fine. Are you going to teach me anything tonight? The doctor scratched his head in thought, unsure if he wanted to teach tonight. How about I give you a tour of my facilities instead? The doctor looked to Kurogiri. Send us to Jaku's basement please. It's not as though Izuku won't get to see it before long. Kurogiri nodded, a flick of the wrist allowing him to casually collect his mist into a portal. Izuku knitted his brow, still processing his words a bit. This meant it was always the plan for him to see this, whatever this was. Come on, we both need some sleep, so hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger. The doctor turned to the portal, waving to Kurogiri as he walks through. Izuku looked to Kurogiri, bowing in thanks only to follow behind the doctor's stride. Coming through the portal, Izuku was immediately bombarded by the scent of death and chemicals. It made him retch a bit. The doctor in front of him takes notice and gives him an eye roll. If you puke in my lab, I'll turn you into a lab rat. With that he turned away, walking past large tubes full of different specimens. After Izuku collected himself, he was finally able to see something that looked like it was straight from a movie. The lab was massive. It had all manner of devices that Izuku could only guess to their function. Whoa. Izuku stared, his gaze short and slow as he watched things in tanks twitch or glow. The only light in the lab was from the tubes, and some tables with mounted lights. This, my boy, is my own personal playground. The master has funded me so that I might further quirk research. Though I will warn you, my methods are far from ethical. I hope you can understand that in the pursuit of knowledge, you must do what needs to be done. The doctor outstretched his arms wide. It would have been a much more impressive moment if the doctor wasn't in his PJs. Izuku swallowed hard. He would be lying if he said the thought of experimenting in dangerous ways or on someone hadn't crossed his mind. He had wanted to make things, and not all of them were harmless. I understand more than you think, doctor. Actually, what should I call you? The doctor grins, letting his hands fall. Garaki, my boy, or Tsubasa. Neither bother me. Though you will find it easiest to call me doctor. Numerous names can be confusing. Izuku nods. Okay. So doctor, I assume this is where you do much of your quirk modifications as well. Does this mean this is where you made the quirk copier and storage vials as well? An astute observation. Yes, this is. Those were one of my most recent breakthroughs. They have made my research far easier. The doctor puffed out his chest in pride, like a child, explaining how he made macaroni art to their mom. I see. Well, that's good. About the copier vial. It said not to transfer it to myself, but what about to someone with one quirk? Izuku wanted to know if he could, instead of taking the original from the holder, give them the copier quirk and take the copy and copier back. I suppose it would be possible, however multiple quirks can damage the user's mind. The only reason you are able to function as well as you do, is due to the master's quirk giving you resistance to that. Not to mention that to transfer the quirk you would need to take it into yourself, which would likely activate it. It is a passively active quirk which was built to copy any quirk it comes into contact with. We could look into creating a transferable version, though it could take some time. Unless you find a way to transfer it without it entering you first. The doctor listed things off as he explained, doing his best to explain the situation. Wait, so what if I drop someone's blood or other DNA into it? Izuku asked, wondering if he needed to steal the quirk to begin with. That would create a copy slower, and it has a high chance that the copy is inferior to the original. Say for example I dropped an old sample of the master's blood into it. This would create a copy of all for one, but it would likely have a limit to the number of quirks it could control or help store in the user's body. The doctor gestured to Izuku while twirling his mustache, his expression much like a professor lecturing his class. I see. What if the quirk is a mutation type? How would that work? Izuku placed his hand to his chin, both asking his question to the doctor and himself. That is a good question. Some mutation-type quirks have active abilities. They are likely to be weaker, slower to activate or more draining to use. The doctor nods emphatically, enjoying having someone to teach and share his knowledge with for the first time in perhaps decades. Now what about a composite quirk? Hydra Flame is made of multiple quirks, right? Izuku starts to mutter a bit. The doctor, however, keeps pace. Yes. A composite quirk is more complex, however, since the master's ability sees them as a single quirk. I believe they could be copied as well. Perhaps it would take a longer time to do so. The pair now getting lost in their excited quirk nerd talk, the doctor beginning to get infected by Izuku's enthusiasm. Oh, I've been wondering, what happens if a person has multiple of the same quirk? Do the effects stack or do they do nothing, like trying to freeze something already frozen? That is mostly dependent on the type of quirk. Mutation types don't tend to have any increased effect but do. While some emitter quirks have a doubled effect or in some cases a diminished efficiency. It is quite interesting to see the compounding effects of quirks. The two went on like this for another hour, completely forgetting about the laboratory tour. They didn't move from the spot even when Kurogiri called out to them. He eventually had to separate them with a portal sending Izuku home. The pair would often have to be peeled away from each other in the future. Izuku would find the doctor's classes to be the single thing he looked forward to regarding his relationship with Mr. Shigaraki and his associates. The doctor, however, would later regret forming this bond with Izuku. Mitochondria. This is a part of the cell in where the quirk phenomenon takes place. It is like a black box for the individual's quirk information. This portion of the cell evolved near the dawn of quirks. Most multicellular organisms have this important piece of quirkology. Shigaraki theorizes that it houses some kind of quantum effect, allowing for the biology of the individual to rapidly change to fit the blueprint inside it. Quirk copying vials. These vials can also copy a quirk from blood, however, due to having to extract mitochondria from the DNA sample, the quirks are often less potent in some way in addition to taking longer. If it were transferred to someone, it would begin copying the original mitochondria. While transforming into the foreign ones, it has yet to actually be tested whether transferring it to a creature with multiple quirks would break the affect or not. Though it would likely keep activating over and over as it reacts to any quirk including itself. Though the copier quirk won't copy the quirk it just copied again. Chapter end notes: the mitochondria is my quirk explanation. It's like a mitochondria, but it's what gives quirked people their powers. I'll go into more detail later, but basically due to the upheaval at the dawn of quirks, most didn't notice the addition of these almost submicroscopic parts of the human cells. They do have minor quantum effects. This scaled up to every cell in the body makes quirks work, allowing for the creation of Things like giant ice walls and dense materials from lipids without breaking physics too much. I prefer having an explanation of things, which is why I enjoy worlds like Tensura, which has an explanation for magic and the soul that doesn't get too convoluted. Mr. Shigaraki Chapter Summary. Izuku has his first session with All for One himself, as well as an encounter with Johnny. Chapter notes. I stole things from the fanfic Deku Sensei by Bloomerbill. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend it, it's a good read. The Vespas are from his work. They are one of the information broker type underworld cartels with their hands in a few different places. Perhaps we'll see Jiren interact with them sometime. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 19. Mr. Shigaraki. Izuku and Dr. Garaki had gotten off to a fairly good start. The second session had passed and Garaki had given him more and more homework, as Izuku called it. Izuku was told to look into the basics of the Quirk singularity theory, and he found it rather quickly. The Quirk singularity was based on the observation from a biologist named Kyudai Garaki that quirks seemed to get stronger and more complex with consecutive generations. Therefore, if quirks continue, one day quirks will become more powerful than the human body can control. Izuku could see the reasoning behind it. Quirk antithesia could be a symptom of this. The doctor's research into quirks surely demonstrated this, and if Mr. Shigaraki had numerous quirks, then it would likely concern him as well, since he can take quirks. The doctor looked old. He was most definitely older than he looks. This theory was from 70 years ago after all. But how old was Mr. Shigaraki? Was he as old as the doctor, or perhaps even older? The doctor had explained his quirk to him. It made him younger. He also said that some quirk copies effects could stack onto each other. So it wasn't as though he couldn't be older than the doctor. Following that line of thinking, he must have numerous quirks, have immense power. Izuku continued his thoughts. Humans won't be able to control quirks as time goes on. This includes Shigaraki himself. Izuku made a realization. His gene therapy was quite possibly to allow him to surpass the theoretical singularity. A successor was supposed to be equal or superior, so it would make sense. His gene therapy was supposed to go on for years, until puberty, whatever that was. Not to mention, if he were to keep up his training, his body would likely be sturdy and powerful like All Might's. Izuku felt like he was seeing a puzzle with most of the pieces filled in. However, he couldn't help this nagging feeling that tugged at the back of his mind. This all seems right on paper, but it doesn't explain why it needed to be a quirkless kid. I wasn't chosen by accident. He made it seem like that at first, but the doctor was the one Mom and I went to for my quirkless diagnosis. Izuku laid in bed, staring up at the ceiling while letting his mind wander to complicated things. I wish to become one with you. This was what Mr. Shigaraki, Vestige, had said when he first met him, but what did that mean? The other quirks in him didn't merge like him. Why was that? He never explained why he had to in the first place. Not very clearly, at least. The way he spoke made it seem to make the power his. He would need to merge with Izuku, but he never clearly stated this. Izuku was grateful, always grateful to the man, but he knew the man had his own motives. What's going to happen if the Vestige merges with me completely? Izuku's thoughts were halted by the appearance of a misty gate in the corner of his room. He knew this was the signal for him to enter it, but he hesitated, an anxiety passing over him about his future, if he would truly be okay with these people. In the end, you did ask for this. Izuku let out a sigh, getting up from his bed and walking through the portal. Tonight was his first night with the big man himself. Izuku found himself in a luxurious hall, bright and finely decorated with decadent furnishings. There were two in this room, an utterly massive man who sat crisscrossed in the back, barely able to properly fit in the large room even with the tall ceilings. The second was Izuku's supposed predecessor. He was sitting eating like some kind of noble. Welcome, Izuku. Have you eaten recently? There is enough to share. The white-haired man gave a playful grin towards Izuku, who had learned not to have large meals before these sessions of his. Even during his time with the doctor, the lab was enough to make him feel sick. I don't know if that's a good idea. Are we doing anything tonight? Izuku approached. A chair was there for him to sit at as well, and so he did. Not eager to eat dinner just to lose it later. I can't fault the logic in that. Business it is then. The man wiped his face with a napkin and sat up properly. For the next few hours, you'll be playing some games with me. Each time you win, I will answer one question. Each time you lose, I'll give you a task. You'll need to complete each task before the next week. Sound fun? Izuku was caught off guard. Of all the things Izuku thought he'd be doing tonight, playing games was not one of them. The white-haired man smiled. Seeing the boy surprised was a welcome sight to him. I get the sense you expected something cruel. I can be at times, but I am far from the only one. And why games? It's both training and fun. It is how I train Tamura as well. The man pointed to Izuku half-heartedly. I see, I guess that's smart. What game are we playing? Izuku glanced around, seeing no games or systems in the room. Do you know how to play reversi? The man pulls a board from under the table, beginning to set it up. Izuku nods. I played with my dad the other day. The man's smile doesn't change, as he pushes a bunch of black pieces towards Izuku. I'll go easy on you for now. Shigaraki places 2 pieces in the center of the board from each color diagonal to each other, then places his first piece, flipping one over. Thanks. Izuku places a piece and then flips a piece. The two go back and forth, Izuku slowly becoming accustomed to the game. It isn't long before he finds himself able to look at the board and see his possible moves and his opponents. Of course he loses the first game, but to his surprise it wasn't a complete loss. Your first task, I want you to be able to use radio waves in indestructible way. I am able to disable electronics with it, so what about you? Shigaraki looks to Izuku, his head emitting a radio wave of some kind, which a radio the man in back began to pick up and play a message. I expect you to be able to cancel out my own at least. The voice from the radio was distorted, but it was definitely Mr. Shigaraki's. Izuku would be lying if he said he was proficient with this quirk, but he wasn't terrible at it. He could imagine that to cancel another wave, he'd need to emit an opposite or a stronger one of the same frequency to override I. Izuku notes down his ideas and looks back up to a clear board. Now, again. The two continued playing. They got a total of 3 more games in before Izuku had to go to bed. Shigaraki had been holding back. He was as calculating as the best of them, but he had been surprised when he fell into a trap. He did however manage to flip half of the board at the end, which made up for it. Izuku had been given only one task, but Shigaraki made it clear that these banked tasks from his losses could be used at any time. I'll have Kurogiri send you tasks if I want you to do something, the old man said, standing from his chair and towards the other fellow in the room. Mr. Shigaraki, who is that man? The man paused, turning back to Izuku with a smug grin. You didn't win, lad, I'm not going to answer that. Before turning back, leaving the room through a portal with the exceptionally large man. A portal also opened behind Izuku, which he used to get back to his room and climb into bed. The next day was Monday once more. September was here. He spent the morning at school and then had his first session with Johnny before his injections. The salamander man led Izuku down the hall to an elevator. The two went inside before Johnny pressed a button stopping it. Mr. Johnny. Why did you do that? Izuku looked down to the man who looked hesitant. Mr. Johnny. Izuku's phone went off. The boy was concerned, but he looked at his phone to see who texted him. Kurogiri. Task from the master. Knock him out. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the message. He was about to look at the physical therapist, but his foot was pulled from under him. Johnny had used his tail to trip him, before quickly pinning him under his limbs. Izuku struggled on the ground, nose now bloodied from when he hit the floor. He tried to move his arms, but Johnny had them under his front feet. I really am sorry. He told me that if I manage to get rid of you, I'll be able to see my little girl again. He knows where they are. The salamander man moved one of his feet to the back of Izuku's neck, pushing down as hard as he could, his small frame making it difficult to manage. Izuku thought about his situation. He was being tested again. He needed a way to knock the man out. His options were limited, however. He could steal the quirk, but he didn't know if that would be enough. Rivet stab was too fatal, and he didn't think radio waves was going to do anything either. I'm sorry too. I don't think you're going to see her. Izuku closed his eyes and listened to the man's quirk, that pitter-patter sound, and pulled as hard as he could. He felt nauseous, the feeling of quirk entering him at high speed causing his body to enter a slightly state of vertigo. Johnny felt a searing pain, like his skin was being ripped from his body. He couldn't take it. His mind did the sensible thing to protect him and caused him to fall limp onto Izuku, who was still on the ground. His body had yet to change, but his skin was beginning to flake off like chipped paint. It took the 5-year-old a bit before managed to right himself from under the unconscious man. The elevator began to move once he did, which sent him into a panicked spiral. No, what am I gonna do? He quickly pulled out his phone. He had a new text from Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Task completed, remain calm. The elevator will take you to the doctor's lab. Izuku let out a sigh. He couldn't help it when his legs lost all strength. The bit of adrenaline that had kept him together now subsiding, the greenette leaned back against the cold metal wall staring at the man who was coerced into attacking him. A bitter frown ran across his face as he lamented the man's fate. He's probably going to be killed. He tried to kill you, don't feel bad. Izuku shook his head. Empathizing with someone who tried to kill him would only lead him to feeling guilty. After all, it wasn't Izuku who put him in that position, it was Mr. Shigaraki. With a pleasant ding that didn't fit the situation, the elevator doors opened to a dark lab that he found familiar. This was where he had been brought to by Dr. Tsubasa, or was it Garaki? He still wasn't clear on that. A voice called out to him from the dark. It was unfamiliar and hoarse. Move, kid. You're in the way. 2 arms shot out from the dark, stretching and latching onto Johnny, pulling him from behind Izuku. The boy didn't move in time and was knocked into the lab, rolling to the feet of a man in a hoodie who was now hoisting Johnny over his shoulder. I told you to move. The hooded man then turns, not sparing a glance for Izuku, and slams Johnny onto a metal table, using chains to restrain him. Izuku can hear multiple sounds from this man. He can't help but wonder who he is. They sound like a symphony of tense wires and flexes of springs. He thought it was 3 quirks, 2 transformations and an emitter of some strength type. He was beginning to see how powerful Shigaraki truly was if he had allies like this. Izuku, I do apologize for the fright. However, it was necessary to see at what level you were able to act on defense of your own life. Came the voice of the mad doctor himself. You're dismissed. Kurogiri will send you to the pit's hood. The man huffed and walked through the portal that the doctor had come through. It was a test, right? Izuku slowly gets off the ground, using his regeneration quirk to heal any scrapes or bruises. Indeed. And by passing you have proven that you can operate outside of our walls. The doctor approaches the table, picking up a tweezer from nearby and picking off a large amount of shedding skin. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. They were going to take me away from Mom, Dad, my friends? I raised concerns that you may have been better off under our care for an indefinite period. The master, however, wished for you to prove otherwise, which you did. I am happy to be proven wrong. The doctor looked as though he just remembered something. Might you return Johnny's base quirk? I plan on using it. Thank you, doctor, I guess. And just give me a moment. Izuku took a moment to collect himself. It was a swift ordeal, but it had shaken him a bit. He was reminded of the bloodlust Tamura exuded, which made him a bit frightened, but after a moment, he visualized his shelf once more. Johnny's quirk was there, but it had been haphazardly thrown at the shelf and wasn't settled. Izuku approached the table with the still unconscious Johnny. Placing a hand on his underside, he placed the quirk into the Johnny-shaped hole. Izuku felt lighter. He hadn't noticed it before, but having Johnny's quirk was like putting another binder in his backpack. It wasn't much, but when it was gone he felt it. Thank you, now feel free to relax. Perhaps listen to some music or something. The doctor stared down at Johnny, a grin forming as the skin he peeled away began to regrow. Izuku shuddered a bit. He could imagine the doctor doing things to Johnny that would give him night terrors. Instead, he tried to focus away from the scene, sitting on a nearby stool and opening a little keyboard app he downloaded when he was bored one day. Music, huh? That night was surprisingly tame. Tamura had decided to make him play a reaction game instead of his previous methods. He said something about a level calculator, but Izuku assumed he was trying to test his baseline. His next session started off odd. Tamura, instead of his normal outfit, wore a bunch of hands all over. One even grasping his face. The eyes peering between the fingers of this ash white were blood red and full of apathy. You're here. Sensei wants us both for something, so no tag today. This Tamura was shockingly calm. His other encounters with the boy made Izuku think he was slightly off, but now he seemed to be collected. Here, put this on. Tamura threw a bag towards Izuku. The boy managed to catch it and look inside. It had a small dress shirt and a mask with no features on it inside. Kurogiri will help you if you can't do it yourself. Izuku walked to the bathroom to change. He had worn a shirt like this for a family wedding a year or so ago so he could manage it, but Kurogiri still adjusted a few things to make him look presentable. Izuku stared at the mask. He wasn't sure he liked it. It was too plain. He pondered what he could do before an idea struck, and he asked Kurogiri for a marker. The mist man obliged, and Izuku used a marker to draw a toothy grin on the gray metallic mask, giving it a cartoonish touch with bushy eyebrows that made it look like the mask was grinning evilly. Izuku nodded to himself. After all, if this was something that involves masks and costumes, it had to be something villainous. Or at least something that it would be important to make an impression in. HOI, brat. Are you done character building or not? We can't keep sensei waiting. Tamura grumbles, while Kurogiri creates a gate for the trio to walk through. A moment before we enter young master, Kurogiri places a misty hand on Izuku's shoulder just before he enters the portal. You should only refer to the master as all for one during this. His name is not shared lightly among his confidants. All right. Wait. Does this mean we're meeting some of his people? Kurogiri nods in response. The master plans on you sitting in on a negotiation between him and the Vespa family. Ah, they're a cartel. They deal in black market goods. Kurogiri then walks through his own portal, Izuku trailing behind, trying not to let his nerves get the better of him. The room the three walked into was a large conference room. Shigaraki was already there flipping through a packet of documents, likely in preparation to the negotiation. Tamura was already sitting in a chair to his right, a small handheld game occupying his attention. Ah, Izuku. I'm sure you're a tad bit confused as to why you're here. I've prepared a task for you to complete during this meeting. You'll also need to be prepared if you're my successor, which means you should have knowledge of my dealings and connections. Though don't think you'll be getting out of training with Tamura. You'll be with him during my usual time. Shigaraki gave a teasing grin towards Izuku, who kept a strained smile, trying not to let himself be disappointed. Shigaraki glances towards Izuku's hand. A smile. I can't say it's a bad first moniker. A smile is a valuable tool. It inspires your allies, keeps your enemies guessing, and ensures that no matter what comes your way, you're the one in control. Shigaraki raises his hands to force a smile onto his face. A lesson, Izuku. One that will be invaluable to you. Just because you see a smile, don't think you know what is happening underneath. Izuku ponders the lesson and nods. All right, I think I get it. So you mean that a smile can be as effective as a mask? Shigaraki's smile grew into a genuine one. That is exactly right. For example, All Might himself is often smiling. He uses this to inspire feelings of relief. And you can see how popular he is. But I digress. Tonight you'll be listening to the meeting. Well, really the quirks there. You'll be trying to gauge their respective strengths and if the person's quirk would be useful to us. There's no harm in being wrong for this instance, however I will reward you if you meet my expectations or exceed them. Sounds interesting. Will I be allowed to take notes during the meeting? Also, what will I be called? I can't go by Izuku like Tamura does. I mean, you go by all for one, right? Also, is there anything I should avoid doing? I don't know anything about the Vespas. Kurogiri wasn't very silencer. It took a minute or two of silent rambling to realize that he wasn't making any sound. Even his breathing was silenced, but he could still hear things such as the white noise coming off of Shigaraki and Tamura's game console giving a level-up sound from an old pre-Quirk video game. You will be referred to as Singularity, since you and the doctor have evidently become quite the teacher-student pair. The white-haired man grins, which makes Izuku blush a bit. The two were staring to get into the habit of running later than they were supposed to due to their enthusiasm. A knock on the door signaled for them to all come back to focus. Kurogiri quietly went to open the door, and in came a man with long rabbit ears, perhaps in his late 50s, an Italian suit with a carrot-patterned pocket square. His skin was olive and hair salt and pepper black. Thus began Izuku's first taste of the underworld. Quirk. Silencer, emitter type. This quirk seeming silences a person, making them incapable of making a sound. This ranges from speaking to clapping. Sounds made by the target are entirely negated. It is unknown if it can be used on objects, the user itself, or on multiple people. Chapter end notes by Johnny. Hello Hood. I know this might be earlier than Hood was added to All for One's ranks, but I couldn't find a timeline on that, so here he is now. Also AFO names Izuku Singularity as an inside joke, cause he plans on using him as a body to control the quirk Singularity like in canon with Tamura. You should never trust what the man says at face value, he's like a demon or fae making a deal. What sound does a rabbit make? Chapter summary: Izuku gets to listen in on a meeting between AFO and the Vespa family. I wonder what kind of information will be on the docket. Chapter notes: I really like the idea that AFO trades favors like Rumpelstiltskin from Once Upon a Time, not to mention it makes it easier to hide the trail for transactions. Vespas are from Deku Sensei by Bloomerbill. I highly recommend it if you want something to read, besides my work of course. Hot damn. 10,000 hits? Over 250 kudos? And almost 100 bookmarks? Thank you guys for reading my weird fanfic. Hopefully you keep enjoying reading as I am very much enjoying writing it. A tidbit about the inspiration of this fanfic: I use music for a lot of my inspirations, typically the lyrics. Though I like to make references to works. A big inspiration for this was the Death Mage Who Doesn't Want a Fourth Time. If you want to read it, you can find the web novel on Light Novel Bastion. It's a quite varied story in terms of genre. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 20. What sound does a rabbit make? The Vespa family was much like the Yakuza, but as they had roots in Italy they were technically mafia. The family was in fact mostly made up of family members, with some outsiders having married in or adopted. The older man wasn't the only person to enter the room. 3 more people, each dressed in suits, came behind. The first was a man with rabbit ears but hair which was yellow with streaks of blue spiraling around his head. He was at most in his late 20s with facial features that looked like the older man. A son perhaps. The second was a purple-haired rabbit lady. Her ears were floppy, hanging down towards her temples. Her features were markedly more Japanese than the yellowed-haired man, but she was about the same age. The last person was the outlier. He was bulky but short, perhaps only 4 feet tall. His eyes were covered by some kind of blue crystal visor that faintly pulsed with green energy. He also had hands that ended in blunted tips of thus same material. A normal person would assume this to be a mutation-type quirk, but Izuku could hear a different story. It was a constantly used emitter type. It sounds like a Geiger counter mixed with a buzzing sound. His hair was blonde with a small spike to it. The older man sat at the end of the table far across from all, for one wearing a stern but positive expression. His accomplices standing behind him while the yellow one pulled out a small tablet for the older man to use. "It's good to see you again, Yorick. It has been what? 3 years? One for all spoke as if greeting an old friend. Indeed, you seem well. And you seem to have another child. Will you have another one more the next we meet?" The rabbit man gave a smile, mocking the man in front of him good-naturedly. "Ah yes. This is becoming a pattern. Though I don't plan on having another child next we meet. Shall I introduce you?" All for one gestured behind him towards Izuku, who was wearing his mask. Not making a sound, or rather incapable of making a sound currently. "While I am curious, I am tired from having such a late meeting. These old bones aren't as energetic as they used to be. So perhaps only a quick one." The rabbit gave an exasperated shrug while shaking his head. "Ah, yes. This just happened to be the best time. I am sure you have had your fair share of meetings in the night." Izuku wondered if it actually happened more often than he thought it would. While he wasn't sure, he couldn't let his thoughts wander too much. This one is called Singularity. He is merely here to observe, however, so pay him little mind. Izuku feels the hair on the back of his neck stand up, as the sound of Yorick Vespa's quirk kicks up a few decibels. A sound of a wave crashing into rocks. It was a force of nature. Yorick's ears start to emanate a bit of water which gathers into sharp pikes. Hiding his full identity. A lack of trust can be quite offensive, all for one. Izuku could feel some amount of pressure from the Black Rabbit Man. This was a requirement to be someone of power, the ability to force those into line without having to much of anything. A quick activation of his quirk was already enough to force Izuku into a defensive state of mind. He had felt something similar from Tamura during his sessions, but this felt more focused. Like the difference between a great sword and a rapier. Now, don't go scaring him. Not that I think he's fragile enough to be terrified by just that much. I hide his identity because it is important to build a reputation. The Vespa Familia and my organizations are quite different. You use your name, we do not. Though Tamura refused, so he is an exception. The head of the Vespa family nods. giving a mischievous smile. I am fully aware, but I must say I am a bit disappointed from the lack of reaction. I don't hear his breathing or heartbeat. So I wanted to at least see him move a bit. He's like a statue. The water pikes began to evaporate into the air as the man sat back. Izuku let out a breath, noticing the purple-haired woman was wearing an exaggerated look while the yellow was giving a smug grin. Izuku pouted a bit on the inside. He had indeed reacted, but it wasn't noticed because of the precautions taken by All for One. He's been trained well. I am trying a different approach than with Tamura. Shigaraki smiled, a prideful expression, but to Izuku he felt that it wasn't directed at him but about him. Stop talking about the brat and get to work," Tamura complained, and shockingly some of the Vespas agreed with him. The head of the Vespas coughed lightly to break the awkward silence that came after. "You wished to hear and negotiate trigger sales in our territory, yes? Are you attempting to get into the game or just want a steady supply? You have treated us well in the past, your connections making our lives easier, but I don't want a competitor. I need a supply. I will pay, of course. However, I also need the base ingredients." Izuku heard something like a Geiger counter go off. He did his best to look for a visual effect, but nothing happened to the shorter man. The man did tug on the purple-haired lady. There was no quirk reaction from her. Izuku only heard a passive rustling like someone moving through the forest. Izuku considered what this meant, what the man's quirk could be, and why he tugged on the woman's arm. "I can do the product, but we don't sell the ingredients. I would have to charge you far more since giving you the ingredients would be akin to giving you the recipe." This time Izuku heard a buzzer. He thought it came from the white noise in Shigaraki. "I see, I would rather have both. I don't plan on selling, you can trust me on that. I am merely interested in the effects of the ingredients." A Geiger counter went off again. This time louder than before. He tugged again and Izuku still heard no difference in the lady's quirk. He didn't see her make a motion or snap her fingers. "I see, well. I could sell you the ingredients at a small amount. However, I will not give you the recipe." This time no sound went off. "How much exactly? How often can you do so, and I'd like to negotiate for information as well. You have an extensive network, one that rivals my own." A very loud Geiger went off. Izuku was starting to get the picture of this quirk's effect. His theory was a lie detector quirk, one with a scaling affect as well as some physical effect, perhaps one which activated on touch. He decided to focus on the green energy which pulsed like waves on the visor. "Indeed we do. High praise from you. Who do you need it on? It may take some time if we don't have it already." The head of the Vespas slid the tablet over and began entering a code. It took him a solid 2 minutes before he continued. "Person, place, or thing." "Person. I need information on a hero named a clock. As much as possible, including personality and mannerisms." While Izuku was curious, he didn't want to pry. He knew of the high-speed hero. He was fairly popular and was from China, so he was on a short list of international heroes. "I see, we don't have that, however I can get the rest of it to you tomorrow. Is an online transfer alright, or would you prefer a physical transfer?" Yorick began typing and swiping on the tablet. "An online transfer should be fine. Shall we exchange favors or currency?" This piqued Izuku's interest. He hadn't considered favors to be a payment, but perhaps it would be if there was enough trust. "I would prefer money. But recently there's been an undergrounder on us. He's an annoying one, so I'd like to borrow your transport services. A period of a month should suffice to get him off our trail." The yellow-haired Vespa looked a bit peeved, as though swallowing something bitter. Izuku guessed this undergrounder, whatever that meant, had gotten in his way specifically. "That sounds fair enough. I will have Kurogiri take notes of the time and places you need." Warp to and from. A small Geiger went off which told Izuku there was a small lie there. Izuku was confident that he knew the man's quirk and shifted his focus on the yellow-haired Vespa. His quirk sounded like a storm. It was probably something like the head Vespa's. He didn't want to assume lightning because of the yellow, but he felt that it was based on the combination of running water and electric buzzing. When Izuku focused back on the negotiation, they had moved on to something else. "Yes, there are a few quirks I think you'd be interested in." Izuku himself wasn't immune to cool quirks, so this got his attention as well. "You always know how to solicit more business. How many do you have movable information on?" All for One leaned forward, eager to hear about quirks he could use. "I have 2, and one with an opportunity for you, but it'll be out of grasp soon." The Vespa winced a bit at the last point. See, the last one got the attention of a certain rat. And I think he's gonna make an offer soon. All for One nodded, placing a thoughtful hand on the table, his finger tapping mindlessly. Tell me about the last one, and send the details on the others. If you think they are worth it, then I'm sure you've vetted them at least a bit. The Vespa pulled up something on his tablet and slid it across to All for One. It's a hero named Ectoplasm. He's got a quirk which allows him to make duplicates of himself. Sounds useful for a man who is so busy, don't you agree? Izuku heard duplicates and instantly whirled his mind into high gear. He thought he'd seen the hero before. He was fantastic at goop fighting and could even make a large version of himself. He was based in Tokyo, if he recalled. All for One seemed to dismiss the idea, however. As he was about to respond, Izuku stepped forward and tugged his sleeve. This earned a raised eyebrow, but he didn't seem upset as a look of realization and a grin formed across his face. It seems my young protégé has found an interest in the quirk. May I let him read over the data you're sharing? Vespa smiled and nodded. Of course, he is welcome. With that, All for One passed the tablet he had skimmed over to Izuku, who immediately took it in a nerd-fueled excitement. Subject: Hero, Ectoplasm. Quirk: Clone's danger level, 4. The target has recently been injured, his leg amputated to save his life. This means he'll be in the hospital for a while, but it seems that the new principal of UA means to offer him a recently retired position. Nezu is highly intelligent, which means he'll be able to use the target's abilities to their fullest, which could be very dangerous. Quirk description: Clones allows the target to exhale a mist to form a number of copies of himself. Each copy seems to have the same mind in it, which allows them to create a communication network. The copies can also produce copies of themselves, though this seems to be bound by the limit of the user. That limit currently thought to be 36. Izuku continued to read, then flipped the page thinking it would lead to more information, but it led to a page to another target. This one was something Izuku hadn't heard much of at all, a quirked animal. Subject: HPSC Acid O272 species. Vespa mandarinia type. Quirked animal. This target is a recently appropriated animal found in the Gifu prefecture. It seems to have the ability to insert itself into a host's eye and gain control. Primary targets for this is humans, however it was able to target large mammals as well. By inserting into a host, it becomes as intelligent as the host, able to use their quirk and gains the host's personality as well as some memories. The target seems to have a mental connection to its kin, able to control them on a large scale. However, if there is a strong connection, a kin's death is felt and can result in massive pain. The subject's quirk has been named Queen Bee as it allows a hive mind-like effect. Izuku was entranced, not just one super interesting quirk but a quirked animal as well. He passed the tablet to All for One while still on the page. Oh my, this is quite interesting. Is this for sale as well, Yorick? He had a calculating look on his face, wondering if the man meant for him to see this. With a knowing grin, the Vespa replied, Indeed, this was one of my offers today. However, we've yet to find their location, unlike Ectoplasm, so I was hesitant to show it. I see, you'd do well to find it as soon as you can. I want it. All for One wore an expression that gave no room for argument. It was borderline lustful or insane. Izuku felt in that moment like he was looking in a twisted mirror. It made his stomach tense in knots, but in some area of his mind he felt a sense of understanding as well. Very well. I will make it a priority subject. It will be located within the remaining year. This placated the underworld warlord who used the tablet to look at the other prepared offers. He was interested. Vespa had prepared a total of 4 quirks to look at for today. This included the 2 prior talked about. These other 2 quirks were called Propagation and Bullet Laser, which seemed to be pretty combat-focused quirks. Kurogiri for a month, 3 million for the Wasp, and 1 million for the other 2. That seems a fair and round price. Don't you, Vespa? The 2 Vespas behind the head seemed surprised by this amount. Izuku didn't have much of an idea how much that really was, so he didn't seem to know why they were surprised. As generous as always. I'll have the relevant information sent to you. I hope to see you again soon. Another buzzer and Geiger went off. Izuku remembered the words his master had spoken not long ago. Just because you see a smile, don't think you know what is happening underneath. Izuku now knew why his master warned him. Just because someone pretended to like you doesn't mean they want to be your friend. With that, the Vespas prepared to leave, retrieving the tablet as the leaders of the two groups shook hands. Having finished, the Mafia left with a farewell from All for One. After they were confidently out of earshot, All for One turned to Izuku. "Well, give me your deductions." With this, Izuku took out his note tablet and began to type up his thoughts on the matter. Silencer release. First, Yorick has a minor mutation towards rabbit. He also has a water manipulation quirk as well. It seems to use water he takes from his ears, but I think that's due to the space around them being clear. It may take water from his pores, but I couldn't tell from here. All for One nods. He was happy with the analysis and potential reasoning. Next, the yellow one. Izuku inhaled and continues his analysis. I think based on his lineage, he has a water-based electric quirk. I can only guess its activation requirement, but I think it can only electrocute water or produce electrocuted water. That's a good guess. He is able to produce electrified water from his ears. He can use them to make extra limbs of sorts. Highly useful in a battle. All for One mimicked the ability with some rivet tendrils making bunny ears. The non-rabbit seemed to have a lie or negative intention detecting quirk as well as some touch effect relating to it. I think based on where his quirk produces, it likely allows him to touch and share his feels from his quirk or sense the level of something better through touch. Izuku wiggled his fingers to emphasize the part of the man he was talking about. Indeed, he looks to have a sensory quirk, though I am unsure of its specifics. I believe your conjecture to be accurate. All for One then gave a wicked grin. What about the middle one? Izuku took a moment to consider what he observed. He came to the conclusion the lady had a quirk which allowed her to communicate in some way. I am sure of her ability to communicate. The method is lost on me. Though I think her quirk was activated as she came in. She sounded like a bunch of whispers, so maybe she could speak to someone without being heard, but he also didn't see her move her mouth. Oh, you can tell when a quirk is activated? Izuku was surprised that his predecessor didn't have this power. You can't? I think the doctor told me you can see quirks. The boy replied, trying to gauge whether the information was correct. Indeed, I can see targets for my quirk. Each have an aura, and by reading it I can tell their rough ability. All for One made a motion of a circle in emphasis. I guess it's another difference. I'm sure the doctor has told you, but I hear quirks. When they are activated they get louder, but not all quirks have the same volume. I haven't been able to figure out the reason to it, however. Meaning if a quirk is already active when I hear it, then I can't tell if it's active or not. All for One gave a thoughtful hum. A question nagged at him. What do I sound like? White noise. It's almost impossible to tell what you have. Though I can tell when some activate, like your lie detection quirk. This got a toothy grin from the white-haired man. You've met and exceeded my expectations. You have an analytical mind that puts other children and even some adults to shame. I'll overlook your blunder during the meeting. However, you'll need to think up a plan yourself if you want that quirk. Shigaraki wore an expression of a parent scolding his child for being selfish, though it felt fake to Izuku. I see. I'm sorry for overstepping, sir. I just thought that I could use it to do things here and at home. Said Izuku. If I had that quirk, I could learn from Dr. Garaki and go to school. I could practice combat with Tamura and play with my friends. And I could learn from you. While also spending time with my parents. It's too good to pass up. You've gotten quite greedy, though I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. Everyone has some amount of greed in different forms. Shigaraki sat up straight and changed to a serious demeanor. Izuku. This is your third task. Take the clone quirk from this hero and kill him. You'll have full support, but if you want this, you must take it. Kill? No, I can't. That's too far. I don't need to kill him. This single word sent Izuku into a panic. He didn't want to imagine taking someone innocent's life. It's mercy. He's better off dead if you take his quirk. It is true that he'd be leaving the man without a quirk in addition to the recent loss of his legs. He'd have little to use for work. He'd suffer and struggle for the rest of his life. Killing him would be mercy. The cruel thing was taking his quirk. But it's something you could really use. Izuku wanted it. If he could make a clone of himself, he could do things that he couldn't before. He could devote a clone to non-combat things while his body practices. Wait. When did I get so focused on this? Izuku realized he was oddly focused on bettering himself in this way. He was confused. He didn't feel like it was odd per se, but he felt like he was getting ahead of himself. He had completely breezed through the fact that he'd have to kill a man. Why was that? Izuku couldn't put his finger on it, but he felt off, like he was missing something, like he should be reacting more than he did. When Izuku looked up, only Kurogiri was in the room waiting for him to snap out of hid thoughts. The master has instructed me to send you home. You are to rest, and over the next week come up with a mock plan to get into a secure hospital. Kurogiri opened a portal to Izuku's bedroom and then returned to the bar, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. As he walked into his room, he realized he hadn't changed and would have to hide his mask. He put it where all kids hide things, under his bed. That night, Izuku found himself pondering whether or not he was a good person. It kept him from sleeping, and in the end, he couldn't reach a conclusion. He began to fear how easily he had gotten over the idea. All for One sat in his recliner, a personal comfort none but him knew about. Keeping up appearances was important for a demon lord after all. He pondered his successor. The boy was a genius. He was frighteningly gifted in analysis, having only been in the room with a person for less than an hour, and he had gotten the basics of the person's abilities. He also showed a sense of greed that All for One knew that he himself had. Oh, the places you'll go. I can feel you changing slowly. I need to give you a push in the right direction. Murder may be beyond you now, but you'll get there. The more you become like me, the more the me in you can take over. The ancient man smiled. It was full of excitement and longing for the future. He closed his eyes and caught a rare bit of sleep, not haunted by the quirks of those he himself killed for them. Assimilation rate 7% quirk. Queen Bee. This quirk gives the user powerful mind control. This is limited to those within the hive and the hive itself. Using a function of this quirk, a hive can be made in another creature, which gives the user a boost in intelligence comparable to the host. The user can also command any kin who originate from the hive. If the queen dies, a hive member becomes the new queen. Quirk. Bullet laser. This quirk allows the user to fire lasers from their fingertips which explode on impact. The user can decide if the lasers explode or pierce. If they don't pierce, they will explode. The user can somewhat curve the lasers as well. Quirk. Clones. Clones is a power similar to Queen Bee, allowing the creation of bodies which the user can control. However, it is more versatile in the creations as well as allowing the user to spread their consciousness to the creations. The clones can create more clones up to a limit of the user. This limit is likely due to the spread of consciousness, not the quirk itself. Quirk. Propagation. This quirk allows the user to grow duplicate parts of their body, which gives them a boost in power equal to the number of duplicate parts. Quirk. Bodily pikes. This quirk uses water in the body to create spikes of water. It also passively makes the body of the user resistant to dehydration and store water more efficiently. Quirk. Taser fluids. Using the bodily fluids and a direct connection to the nervous system, this quirk can create electrified fluids which shock those who come into contact with it. Quirk. Lie Geiger. This quirk allows the user to sense lies on a scale of how close to the truth the lie was. Touching another person allows the user to limit them on the scale of the lies they can tell but not prevent them outright. The effect ends when the user loses contact with the person. Chapter end notes. Ha. Ha ha. Things are gonna kick up from here. Brace yourselves, cause this is where the steep hill becomes a cliff. Self-defense. Chapter summary. Izuku is stressed. It only takes one bad day. Chapter notes. Trigger warning. No spoilers, but yeah. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 21. Self-defense. Izuku laid in bed. He hadn't slept. He kept thinking of himself killing a hero, someone who had done nothing wrong, who he had never even met. The quirk would be insanely useful to Izuku, being able to constantly learn with a clone while staying with his family. He could do both. He could have it both ways. He didn't need to choose. He had thought that one day, he might have to. But with this quirk he could be in 2 or more places at once. Izuku, however, had debated with himself whether he could, whether it was right, whether he even wanted to kill the hero. Izuku went through all manner of reasons, logical, ethical, moral, but he couldn't figure out what to do. He felt some emotion towards the idea, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It wasn't discomfort or disgust, which told him he wasn't feeling what he should be feeling. His mind was just rejecting the idea outright, but he couldn't pin the reason. Izuku? Are you awake, honey? Inko called out to her son. This got Izuku out of his spiral. It was time for school. At least Izuku would be able to see his friends. Maybe he could get their opinions. Through breakfast and the car ride to school, Izuku kept thinking back to his newest task. Killing someone. He couldn't, could he? "Are you okay, Izu?" Inko asked, turned to face him from the driver's seat. "You seem distant. Something on your mind?" Izuku swallowed. He felt like his mouth was dry. He didn't know how to talk about this with her. He wanted an opportunity to ask for help, but he was contemplating murder. She'd never support him in this. She'd demand an explanation, and he didn't want to involve his mother in this. "It's nothing, Mom. Just been thinking about a project giving me trouble. I think talking to Mei will help me get past it," Izuku lied. Inko smiled softly, reaching back to pet his head. "You're such a hard worker already. You know it might be good to take a break from your tinkering, get a new perspective." Izuku smiled softly through his guilt. "Thanks, Mom." Izuku got to class and saw something he really didn't want to see. Two faces he would have been happier to never see again. Togashi and Morioha. They were supposed to be expelled, but they were here. They were both talking to Vivani, the bug-eyed redhead. Togashi glanced toward Izuku and scowled. With Izuku already in turmoil over the idea of murder, this was just the icing on the cake. Oh great. Izuku decided that he'd tell his dad about this when he got home. Hisashi would surely have some choice words to the principal about them being allowed to only return to school but also being put back in the same class as Izuku. Izuku found his seat. Neither Mei or Himiko were here yet. Of course, this didn't stop Izuku from getting something out to tinker with until class started. "Hey Greenie." Izuku looked up to see a smiling Himiko, backpack on and hair down today. Her smile went away as she saw Izuku's expression though. "What's wrong?" she asked, a tinge of concern in her question. Togashi and Morioha are back." Izuku gestured behind him to the back of the class. "The ones who beat me up." Himiko's gentle concern made way for a scowl of disdain. She wasn't around when it happened, but Mei and Izuku had told her about the little bastards. "Don't let them bother you. They're jerkfaces." Himiko blew a raspberry towards the group of jerkfaces, which went unnoticed. Izuku smiled lightly, his mood already improving due to Himiko. "Thanks Himi, I'll try." Izuku reached up and pat Himiko on the head. "By the way, no buns today?" With a grin Himiko twirled, letting her hair go with the motion. "Nope, Mom wants to cut my hair after school, so she told me not to tie it up." From behind, a pink-haired gremlin snuck up and began using a small tool to measure the length of Himiko's hair, which caused Izuku to smirk, holding back the urge to laugh at the fact that Himiko was being measured without her knowledge. "Well, you look cute." Izuku covered his mouth when Mei took out an even larger measuring tape, as if it would change anything. Himiko initially blushed until she noticed Izuku struggling to hold it together. She followed his eyes behind her where Mei was nodding to herself and taking notes with a tape measure extended. "Pinky." She began playfully wailing on her best friend, while Izuku began bellowing out a laugh, unable to hold it in any longer. Mei on the other hand stood there unbothered until she looked up and received a weak hit in the face due to the angle shift. With Himiko's hand still on her face. "Good morning, Yellow," which came out slightly muffled. This caused Izuku to lean back too far in laughter and fall backwards. This got the attention of the entire class and the teacher who had walked in moments ago. "Midoriya, no fooling around like that. Somebody could get hurt." Izuku shot up from his horizontal position. "Sorry sensei, it was a mistake." "Now everyone take your seats. Midoriya, fix yours and go stand in the corner." This got a snicker from the back of the classroom and some sad looks from Mei and Himiko. Izuku did as the teacher said, standing facing the corner, and listened to the teacher until he was allowed to sit back down. The day went on as normal despite the unwanted faces returning. Mei and Izuku worked on their super-secret project. However, Himiko began fidgeting, unsure how to interrupt her friends. It escalated until Izuku turned to her with a bit of dirt on his face. "Need something, Yellow?" Himiko looked down, a bit ashamed, mumbling something that Izuku couldn't hear. "Say again?" This time he leaned in to hear her. "Can I have some blood?" she repeated. Out again?" Izuku questioned while rolling up his sleeve to get to his arm. Himiko nodded timidly. She had been hiding this side of herself from her parents, who would yell at her if they caught her. She had basically only drank Izuku's blood. Animal blood would tide her over for a week or so, but a person's blood would last longer, and she didn't feel the itch during that time. It wasn't like she couldn't suppress it, but she felt a lot more relaxed when she had some blood stored. Himiko looked up from her own part of the project, equally coated in a bit of dirt. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, Izuku and I explained it before, right? It's like someone needing to take supplements, my grandma does that. Izuku looked around, making sure no one was around. He knew that the others would look at Himiko differently if they saw her like this. Want a knife? It might be cleaner. Mei pointed out, but Izuku just shook his head. I'm fine. I kinda like biting myself. This response got a sigh from Mei, shaking her head as she went back to her work while Himiko inched closer to Izuku. Thanks, Zuzu, Himiko said, an embarrassed smile across her face. I don't mind. If it helps a friend, I'd happily bleed. Izuku said this wholeheartedly. He valued his friends. They were actual friends, unlike what he had before. With a sickening squelch, Izuku bit into his forearm just below the wrist. A trickle of blood began to drip down into the dirt. Himiko's feline eyes dilated following the red. Himiko unconsciously licked her lips as she leaned in, lapping up the blood like a cat with a bowl of milk. Izuku couldn't help but giggle a bit. The feeling was rough but not unlike someone tickling him. Izuku looked down at the small drops of blood in the dirt, his smile fading as he remembered his line of thought from last night. Hey Mei, Himiko, would you still be my friends if I did something bad? Like really, really bad? Mei looked up once more, cocking her head to the side. Are you going to take away my tools? Huh? Izuku was the one confused. Well, you said really, really bad, and that's about the worst thing I could imagine. Maybe destroying my babies, but that's something not even mom would do. Mei spoke nonchalantly, missing the weight of the question. No, I mean like, if I committed a crime, became a villain. Izuku began to frown, eyebrows knitted together. Are you going to change? Mei countered. I don't think so, Izuku replied. Then nope. So long as you're always green, I doubt we would stop being friends, Mei shrugged. What if? What if Himiko looked up, a bloody grin scrawled across her face. Would you be friends with me, if I hurt someone? Or if I became a blood-sucking villain? Huh? Why wouldn't I? It was a knee-jerk response. No thought put into it, he wouldn't want to lose a friend. Mei smirked. She saw what Himiko did. Sue, you think we'll abandon you? This caused Izuku to sputter a bit. Of course not. Then you don't need to ask, Mei said, a smug grin on her face. Yeah, Himiko giggled. Izuku let out a sigh. He was relieved. A part of him still felt uneasy, but friends were a great medicine. Thanks guys, Well, add another freak to your ranks? The voice was like a bucket of cold water on their wholesome moment. Izuku glanced over, seeing a group of 3 who weren't welcome. The front of the trio was a rainbow-haired boy, Morioha. Flanked to the left was a hairless boy with gold eyes, Tagati, and the right by a red-haired, bug-eyed Vivani. Himiko quickly looked away from the boys, but it was too late. They'd seen her face. She began panicking. Maybe they didn't. She turned quickly and it was only a little bit of blood, right? Gross. Did you see her face? It was all bloody, called Tagati. Izuku did his best to hide his arm, surreptitiously hiding it opposite to the group. It was just a bloody nose. I could give you guess 1 or 2 if you want. Himiko was grateful for the lie. She didn't want people to treat her like her mom and dad did. Like some unnatural monster. Oh, looking for more, huh? How about I burn off your tongue this time? Morioha sneered. What do you jerks want? Just here to mess with us? Mei complained. She glanced back and forth between the trio and Himiko, who was refusing to look in their direction. Just saying hi to some old friends and making new ones. Vivani chuckled. Why? Are we interrupting something? The group started closer, but Izuku stood and met them halfway. Go away. We're building. We don't have to. Right guys? Vivani smirked as the others nodded. Plus Tagati wanted your help with something. Midoriya, be a pal. Morioha snorted. Izuku in that moment glanced to Tagati, a missed key which he would immediately regret. He heard a quirk activate, like tuning on a radio. The boy's eyes glowed, causing Izuku to feel like something was forcing him to submit. Punch yourself. It was Tagate's voice in Izuku's head. He felt his body do so without him moving a muscle. In the next moment he was on the ground, clutching his chin in pain. What th? Izuku is cut off by another command. Punch yourself. Again, was instructed to hurt himself. Himiko turned hearing the slap of flesh against bone. Mei on the other hand shot out of her stalk and ran over to Izuku. Crouching down with a concerned look on her face. Stop it, Tagati, Mei yelled. Stop what? I'm not doing anything. He is, he replied with a smirk. Punch yourself. Izuku was waiting for it this time. He tried to resist it. It worked, for a fraction of a second. His fist hesitated before once again plowing into his face. Out of everyone present, Izuku could tell how the quirk worked. It was using something on the electromagnetic spectrum to command Izuku's body, which allowed Izuku to resist as he wasn't the one doing it. It was like a remote control. He was calm, the pain keeping his anger in check. Izuku could hear the command in his head due to the radio wave's quirk. It took a few times to pin it down, but he wasn't mistaken. Oh my god! Look at her face! Morioha exclaimed, pointing at Himiko, who looked like a zombie after a meal. The other boys stared, disgust all over their faces. She was eating him, freak. Himiko winced, covering her face to hide from their gazes. Mei looks back and forth, unsure who to help. Vivani turned to his friends with a wicked grin. How about we show the teacher? She'll get kicked out of school and Midoriya will too for letting her. Don't. Please. Mei pleaded, getting up and standing between Himiko and the boys who had begun moving towards Himiko. A friend of a freak is a freak too. I bet you were gonna help her eat someone too. Yeah? Outta our way. Morioha and Vivani both verbally attacked Mei while Tagati kept Izuku from interfering, getting his revenge for getting him expelled. Izuku's mind races. Each time Tagati uses his quirk he tries something new. His face getting increasingly injured. His lip was busted open, his knuckle too was bloody. Each punch causing his thoughts to shake up, like a computer resetting an application. Punch yourself. Tune it carefully. This time Izuku tries to use radio waves to cancel out the quirk. Though the wavelength is off, but he manages to keep himself from punching his own face for a moment or two longer, like it took a moment for his body to decrypt the instruction. You know, I wouldn't have had so much time to practice with my quirk if it weren't for you. So really, this is your fault. Scum. In the midst of Izuku's struggle, a yelp of pain from his side, he slowly turns his head to see Mei on the ground. Morioha looking down on her while Vivani smirks once more. It's your fault we got in trouble, you and your boyfriend. Tagati and I have been practicing so we can repay you. Morioha's hair shifts colors. Landing on green, his finger drips a green fluid that sizzles in the dirt. My dad mentioned that Midoriya has a quirk with healing. So that means he can fix you up, right? The kid is smiling, enjoying the look of fear Mei was wearing. Having power over someone like this, it was intoxicating to the boy. Himiko tackles the boy, having gotten over her fear. Don't touch Pink. The two begin to tussle on the ground, Himiko slapping the boy, scratching at him, and when he tries to push her away she bites his hand in the same way Izuku had once before. Vivani is stunned for a moment, but soon pulls Himiko by the hair and off of Morioha. Seeing his friend getting her hair pulled, seeing his other friend on the ground holding her hand wincing in pain and barely holding back tears. It reignited something which was quelled by the boy's absence, the recent developments with Mr. Shigaraki and the fun he had with Mei and Himiko. The combination of the lack of sleep, the stress of his mind rejecting the idea of killing ectoplasm and the blunt force trauma all causing Izuku's push towards the edge, once again entering a manic state like he had been in the night after the boys had attacked him. Flames began to lick the edges of his mouth as he exhaled, while a voice echoed in his mind, guiding his thoughts. They're hurting them. They're hurting us. They'll take from you. My friends, my pink, my yellow, take from them. I'll make them regret it. Izuku was now over the edge, and he was around those who wronged him. Punch yourself. As his own fist barreled towards his face, Izuku used his radio waves quirk once more to disrupt the command. This allowed him to unfurl his fist slightly, with his hand in a pseudo-martial arts form, which could fit in his mouth. Crunch, the sound of teeth and bone cracking. Izuku slowly stood, his eyes trained on Tagati, who was staring, eyes widened in fear. Izuku spat. A tooth hit the ground, then rolled in the dirt with blood covering it, while his hand had a gash in the semicircle print of his bite. The other boys hadn't noticed Izuku, but Tagati had been staring as the boy suddenly stopped. Izuku's eyes suddenly sharpened, green flames licking out of his mouth. Tagati thought it was him trying to use his quirk, so he used his own again. He would regret it. After Izuku spat, he walked towards Tagati. The boy had lived a peaceful life so far, never being attacked or encountering someone who truly meant him harm. But today, if anyone got the chance, he would say he was afraid for his life. An avatar of death in the form of a boy, whose eyes could only be described as that of a dragon about to unleash its fury. Izuku listened to the quirk, which sounded like a radio tuning. Though he was furious, his mind was still coldly calculating. A trait perhaps shared with all for one. Or perhaps not, as the villain would never get angry over someone else hurting a friend. Pain throbbed through his face and hand, but he reached out and pulled hard. He didn't care if it hurt, in fact he wanted it to. He wouldn't feel bad for causing the boy the same amount of pain by ripping his quirk from him. Izuku didn't touch the boy, instead he tested out the ranged quirk-taking ability he had recently manifested. The pain of your quirk being ripped from you must have been painful, as the boy began to sweat, foam at the mouth and seize up and down after falling to the ground. This got the attention of the others. Seeing their friend spazzing out on the ground, they looked concerned and then angry. Vivani pulled on Himiko's hair, using it to get his arm around her neck. Tears trailed down Himiko's face as she was forced into a chokehold-like grapple. Morioha sneered at her, and was about to punch her again when both he and Vivani noticed Tagati freaking out on the ground with Izuku standing not far from him with his hand dripping blood. "What did you do?" Morioha yelled, now focusing his quirk and changing hair color to yellow, generating a ball of light on his finger. Izuku paused, slowly moving to look at the pair. Seeing Vivani holding Himiko like that, it made his fury peak. His eyes glowed a sickening green, unblinking he kept staring. The two boys felt cold sweat form on their backs, their hair standing on end. They felt pressure, an unyielding pressure from Izuku's eyes. Mei couldn't blink. She had seen scary faces on Izuku before, but he looked like he was ready to kill. Mei wasn't sure how she felt, but she was very sure how Izuku felt. She struggled to get up, putting weight on her wrist hurt. Zuzu. The deadly gaze panned to Mei, causing it to become tinged in sadness, guilt, concern, and soon anger boiled back up to the surface. "You'll still be my friends, right?" Izuku spoke. His voice, opposed to his current disposition, was fragile, as thawed wood crumble with a single nudge. Mei bit her lip, but nodded. Izuku looked down and then resolved himself. Pulling a quirk off his shelf, he focused on it and spoke. "Let go." The words were to Vivani, who immediately let go of Himiko. A moment later, he looked at his hands and back to Izuku. "But that's..." "Shoot Vivani." Morioha, who was stunned once more by the unfolding events, turned and let his light beam loose towards Vivani. The beam of light burned through the other boy's chest, exiting the other side and hitting a tree where it stopped. Blood seeped out of the hole, forming a red spot on the bugged-eyed boy's shirt, followed by a cough of blood from the mouth. The red-haired boy collapsed to the ground, bleeding out as he gasped for air. "Huh. I get it now. Why I felt killing ectoplasm was wrong." Morioha was about to scream when Izuku spoke once more. "Don't scream." The boy clawed at his mouth, but nothing came out. Himiko looked around after catching her breath, wheezing slightly. A sweet scent tickled her nose. She looked up to see Izuku, a look of sad realization on his face. She didn't like that. She didn't like to see her friend sad. Her vision spinning from the lack of oxygen and some blows to the head from Morioha, she reached out towards her friend, but he only gave a soft smile when he saw her. Izuku put his hand out towards Morioha, the tips of his fingers turning black with red circuitry lines. He spoke one last command. "Just die." Then, with his own hands, he took Morioha's life. His rivet stabs going through the boy's torso, dripping with blood, some splattering onto his friends. "I just wanted them to die first." Assimilation rate 9% quirk. Remote command. This quirk uses radio waves emitted from the throat to influence a target's body to do a single action. It takes control over the frontal lobe through an impulse. Execute the command. This can be resisted, though only momentarily, as it uses radio waves to implant a command into the target's neurons. It can be blocked or cancelled out with the right technique. The command must be short, typically 2 words. The longer the command, the easier it is to resist the impulse. The quirk doesn't require the target's attention nor the target to hear the instruction. However, range does play a factor in its effectiveness, as a further target means the radio waves fan out further. This quirk is very effective on people with poor impulse control, such as children. Chapter end notes. Sudden? Yes. Satisfying? Yes. Consequence-free? Huh. No, I told you, it's a cliff, and we just went into free fall. Accomplices chapter summary. Izuku's just committed his first murder. Well, murders. What now? What will his friends think? Chapter notes. Free fall. Free fall. I'm glad you guys liked the last chapter. All the comments were a blast to read. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 22, Accomplices. Mei couldn't help it. Seeing blood and the boys' limp bodies sent her reeling. She got up, running over to a bush, and began to throw up. All the while Izuku stood there, staring at his hand now covered in a layer of blood. Whatever he was supposed to feel, happiness, guilt, satisfaction, he felt nothing, only the warm blood on his fingers. Call Kurogiri. Izuku blinked like he was snapping out of a trance. He felt the numbness of the situation fade, realizing the fact that he had just killed not one but two people right in front of his best friends while on recess. He still had to go back to school. He needed a way out. He needed help. He reached into his pocket and called the number given to him by Shigaraki. The tone rang 3 times before Kurogiri picked up. Himiko was dazed. She had taken a few hits in the head from Morioha when she tackled him. Her head hurt. The world was spinning slightly and there was a sweet scent in the air. She blacked out once or twice but came to when she heard Izuku's voice, panicked and staggered by deep breaths. Kurogiri, I need help. I killed 2 classmates, and I took one more's quirk. My friends saw me do it. I'm sorry, I will inform the master. Fret not, young master, all will be well. Kurogiri spoke softly. His voice, which Izuku previously felt was ominous or off-putting, did give the boys some semblance of comfort. Given the time, are you on a break? Why, yes. We were at recess. I think we have 20 minutes left. Izuku glanced at his phone. It was almost noon. When recess ended, they needed to act fast if he wanted to avoid suspicions. The master plans on dealing with the situation personally. Stand by, I'll be creating a gate at your location. Izuku did his best to steady his breathing, but each time he saw his own hand he began to hyperventilate. He nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard Himiko call out to him. Izuku, who are you talking to? Himiko had managed to right herself, staggering slightly as she made her way over to him. Her face was starting to swell, her uniform was scuffed up, and she looked about to fall over. I'm talking to someone who can help us. Izuku was still unsure how to tell them about his situation, but he wanted to. Himiko staggered to Izuku. Grabbing his bloody hand, she pulled on it. I'm sorry. Izuku was confused. She had nothing to apologize for. He was the one who couldn't control himself. For all the pain he went through with Tamura, he still wasn't able to keep his friends safe. Because of me, Himiko began to tear up. You got all bloody. Himiko gripped Izuku's hand tighter, the blood getting on her hands as well. Tears flowed down her bruised cheeks, while Izuku couldn't help but stare at the two's hands both bloodied. Mei finally managed to collect herself. Having emptied the contents of her stomach, she turned back to see Himiko holding Izuku's hand and a black mist starting to collect nearby. Mei could see the bodies of Morioha and Vivani still draining in the dirt as well. She cautiously approached her friend's, eyes trained on the misty black substance in the air. She tugged on Izuku's shirt and pointed towards the growing gate. Hey Green, something's happening. Izuku looked over and looked relieved to see a warp gate, letting out a sigh and putting away his phone. Don't worry, it's just Kurogiri. Who? Mei raised an eyebrow. The recognition only confused her. He works for someone who is going to help us get out of this. Mei nodded slowly. This sounded shady to her, but she also knew that they were in a bad situation. She was still processing the fact that had she said no to Izuku, he might not have killed Morioha and Vivani. Himiko wiped her eyes, sniffling lightly. Looking up to see Mei looking uneasy, she grabbed her hand and pulled her into a hug. Mei couldn't help but smile softly, petting Himiko on the head to comfort her. Truth be told, this also helped her feel a bit better. Through a fully formed portal came a white-haired man wearing a suit. Mei hugged Himiko tighter when she saw him, while Izuku walked up to the man casually. Shigaraki was scanning the area, 2 dead, 1 unconscious from a quirk tearing, 2 witnesses though they were Izuku's friends if he recalled. He had numerous methods of surveillance on Izuku at almost all times, there was no excuse for negligence after all. Izuku. The tone in which All for One addressed the boy was stern, as though preparing to lecture the boy. Izuku looked down in guilt, but the man's next words weren't what he was expecting. It's admirable to protect your allies, however do keep the cleanup in mind next time. If I were busy it'd be difficult to clean up in a populated area. Oh okay. Izuku nods, he was expecting to be harshly reprimanded or at least looked at with some level of disapproval or shun. You aren't upset? Shigaraki raises an eyebrow. Why would I be? I assume they're dead for a reason. You aren't the type to remove those you simply dislike. Shigaraki kneeled down in front of Izuku, looking at him in the eyes. They hurt your friends. They simply paid the price. Not everyone will see that, but I do. You did nothing wrong, you merely did what you had to. Would you have been able to live with yourself after doing nothing? No. They had to die for your and your friends' sakes. Izuku begins to tear up, quickly hugging the man and crying. All for One hugs the boy back, patting the back of his head. All will be well. Shigaraki glances towards Himiko and Mei. Both a bit apprehensive about the man. Shigaraki motions for them to come forward, which they hesitantly do. Shigaraki pulls back and turns Izuku towards the pair. Now, quickly introduce me. I have a lot to do. Izuku wipes his eyes, having his actions validated by an adult made him oddly comforted. With a sniffle he collects himself and looks to Mei first. That's Hatsume. Then turning to Himiko. And that's Toga. They're my best friends. Under the circumstances, it's a pleasure. I am Shigaraki, I'm young Izuku's benefactor and teacher of sorts. Though I will ask you not to reveal this to anyone. Himiko and Mei nod. Himiko responds meekly, it's nice to meet you. Now, onto the matter at hand, 2 options. Lie or denial. You'll either become fake victims or you'll get cleaned up and return to class. I will preface this with the denial being the less safe option. You'll be questioned with no excuse as to where the boys went. Shigaraki taps his index finger on his chin, thinking about the issue. Fake victims? Mei asks while Izuku tries to work out that side of Shigaraki's plan. Shigaraki pats Mei as he walks by towards the unconscious Togati. Yes. You'll be captured, and we'll fake a villain attack using this one as a hostage. It'll be difficult, you'll worry your parents, but it will lead to a clean cover-up. It's a matter of resolve. How far are you willing to go to get away with murder? Murder? But Izu was defending us. Himiko pleads. She looks back to Izuku, who is wearing a pensive expression. Make no mistake, girl, Izuku killed them. He also took the other boy's quirk while he could return it with the other boys dead. I think keeping it would be better. The man side-eyes Izuku. Seeing the quirk he took, he thinks it'd be a waste to return it. Mei seemed to come to a realization. You used his quirk, how did you? You took it. But that's impossible. Mr. Shigaraki was the one to respond. I assure you, to us quirks are like hats, we have no issue wearing someone else's. You can give it back then? Mei asks hesitantly, which Izuku nods. Does that mean fire breathing isn't your quirk? Himiko chimes in, a bit curious. Yes. Izuku affirms. He is about to continue, but Shigaraki cuts him off. Decide now, and talk later. We're short on time. The man takes out his own phone, texting, then 2 portals open under the corpses, causing them to disappear into the black mist, followed by a third to collect the unconscious boy. I don't know. I don't want to worry my mom and dad, or my grandma. But I think it'd be hard to go back to class. Mei looks to Himiko and Izuku, trying to get their opinions. I don't want to go back to class, I don't think I could keep it together. Izuku frowns, a bitter look on his face. Ooh. If we don't go back to class, we can ask all sorts of questions, Himiko points out, a bright smile crossing her face. She may be hurt, but Izuku was thankful she wasn't looking at him differently. I can't deny that I'm super curious, but Mei can't help but feel resistant to the idea of worrying her folks. I know, Izuku looks guiltily, he wasn't 100% on idea either, but he could feel how frazzled his mind was. He felt on edge, like something could set him off again. He Goes to reach out to her but pulls his bloody hand back. He doesn't regret his actions, but he doesn't want his friends to get into trouble because of it. Himiko nudges Mei. Noticing Izuku's retreat, she motions to her own hand stained with now dried blood. Mei sees this and looks to Izuku's, his expression complicated but pained. Mei reaches out, grabbing Izuku's hand like Himiko before. The blood having mostly dried, not staining as badly on her than on Himiko. Friends till the end. She links her pinky around his, mirroring their promise from a while ago. Izuku, through his pained expression, gives a half smirk, greeny promise. Himiko sees this and smiles, putting out her own pinky finger to the two. I guess mine would be yellowy promise. Izuku lets out a snorted exhale. It doesn't sound as good. Mei smirks. It really doesn't. This gets a pout from Himiko, who forces her pinky into the promise. Yellowy. Shigaraki watches the touching scene and contemplates the trio. They could be useful for controlling the boy in the future. Perhaps they can be used to strengthen his will enough to take it. The trio found themselves in a familiar bar, well familiar to Izuku. The bar was empty save for its misty caretaker. The girls looked around while Izuku simply went and took a seat. Mr. Shigaraki. Why did we need to leave our phones? Himiko asked the white-haired man who was tending to the preparatory measures on his phone. They can be tracked. I also had the boys checked for the same, though only the redhead had one. He replied, still looking over his phone. I believe you'll be here a few days. I have a group of fall men in mind and Izuku. He glances to the boy who turns hearing his name. I have issued a cleaner, though they cannot get rid of the impact on the tree. You won't be suspected. Izuku nods, then looks to the girls who are still standing. Himi, Mei, this is Kurogiri, the one who makes the portals. He's pretty nice. Kurogiri raises a misty hand in greeting. A pleasure, let me know if you need anything. I am under orders to be of assistance to the young master. Young master? Himiko and Mei ask at the same time. Indeed, young Izuku is the master's successor and so young master. Kurogiri explains. Successor? Mei furrows her brow. So who is he succeeding? That would be me, young Hatsume. Shigaraki chimes in. Are you old Mr. Shigaraki? Cause your hair is like, white? Himiko asks, causing the emperor to force a smile. While I have lived a long life, this is my natural hair color. The man counters. Oh, Himiko said. Then why do you need a successor? Izuku was interested as well. He hadn't considered the why in this manner. It was always, why me? But not, why a successor? A simple reason, I'm not going to live forever, and I'd like to have someone to take my place. A buzzer sounded, but one only Izuku could hear. He was confused at first, but soon enough he realized what this meant. A lie. Izuku wasn't sure why, but Shigaraki's lie-detecting quirk had activated. Shigaraki turned to look at Mei, who was scowling at him with as much menace a child could muster. Now, I haven't forced Izuku to take my mantle. He made that choice on his own. He asked to learn and to train. Izuku followed his predecessor's eyes and saw his friend. He felt a warm feeling in his chest, but also somewhere a bit of guilt. Though the quirk-loving side of him also found out something new which was tugging at his attention span for control. The lie-detecting quirk might also detect malice. But he could not tell due to his distrust in the man. Mei relaxed a bit. She didn't have much to go on. Her concern was valid. Izuku had looked pretty glum this morning and now she pinned it on this guy, but Izuku's nod to his words at least made her less suspicious. All right. Himiko, on the other hand, was still thinking about something to herself, a finger to her lip. Now, I have some work to finish. But a warning before I go. You two girls. Izuku trusts you. I am willing to trust Izuku. That does not mean I trust you. All for One smiled at the girls, but his words and expression didn't match. Oh, Izuku is like a trainee. Like when a shop owner trains someone so he can retire, Himiko blurts out, finally coming to her own understanding of the situation. The energy of the girl a complete opposite to the ancient underworld warlord. Having his warning undermined by a child. Shigaraki again wore a strained smile. He was reminded once again that he didn't particularly like children. Thank you, sir. For everything. And I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Izuku bowed to the man. He was slowly becoming aware that the man didn't particularly mean him harm, he just had a particular way of doing things that most found cruel or ruthless. Though this wasn't the correct conclusion, it wasn't far off yet. It didn't factor in a critical point of the man's personality. The man did not view people as people, not like Izuku did. He merely viewed them as tools, means to an end. It's quite alright, fall, fail, make mistakes, but learn from them each time. You killed 2 people today, but don't fret as they surely deserved it. Now, I must be off. Shigaraki said. Kurogiri if you will. A wisp of Kurogiri's mist from his head separated to form a gate which all for one used promptly. Left alone save for their misty babysitter, the trio looked at each other. The girls were staring at Izuku with numerous questions burning in their eyes. Finally getting a moment to process everything, left an awkward silence until Izuku spoke. I was quirkless. The words let a weight off his shoulders, one he wasn't even conscious of yet. A lie, a comfortable lie, but one nonetheless. He couldn't tell anyone but those under Shigaraki. When he suspected the man was using him, he was left with no one he could have confided in. He was. So, your fire-breathing quirk? Himiko asks. It was a cover, to hide the quirk Mr. Shigaraki had. Izuku looked a bit pensive. He had spent a decent amount of time with Mei and Himiko going over their quirks. It felt like he was admitting to having multiple copies of a piece of merchandise a friend wanted. Himiko nodded, her question answered but another on the way. So, you have multiple. But the quirk taking one and your fire quirk aren't the only ones, right? Mei asked, listing quirks off on her fingers. How many do you have? There's 5, no 6 more now. Izuku said, also counting on his fingers. 6? Himiko exclaimed. While Mei stared, blinking in surprise. Izuku nodded, scratching his cheek. That's including Tagate's, right? Himiko asked. Yeah, want me to explain them? Izuku asked. Mei nodded enthusiastically while Himiko got closer to Izuku with bated breath. I guess I'll start with give and take. It allows me to transfer quirks to and from myself. So I could give someone the quirks I have, but having multiple quirks is usually pretty rough on people, according to Dr. Garaki. Oh, he's another one of Mr. Shigaraki's workers. He's the one I go to for my gene therapy. Wait, so how do you have so many if it's so bad? Mei asked, an eyebrow arched and crossing her arms. Give and take gives resistance to it. It acts like a shelf for quirks too. Though I think my gene therapy also does something, Izuku noted. So you don't have quirk antithesia? Himiko asked, cocking her head to the side. No, I do. My body doesn't have the resistances for the quirks like Mr. Shigaraki's does, since I was quirkless. So when I got my fire quirk and used its healing power, it caused a reaction, Izuku explained. Ah, okay. Himiko nodded. So, does it usually knock people out? Mei asked, recalling how Tagate suddenly fell. I think that's cause of how I took it. It's like the difference between a sleight of hand and pulling out a clump someone's hair. Izuku pondered. He felt that it was pretty accurate as far as description. Both Mei and Himiko nodded in understanding. Oh, take mine. This caused both Mei and Izuku to look at Himiko wide-eyed. You want me to take your quirk? Izuku asked, blinking in surprise. Yellow, it might hurt. Don't be dumb, Mei chastised. But Himiko shook her head, smiling bashfully. Greenie won't hurt me, I trust him. Izuku felt a smile creep across his lips. Though he was hesitant, he almost honored to hear Himiko say that. All right. If you want, I can. But I'll give it back after a few seconds. Izuku was saying this more for himself than for Himiko. He didn't want to get used to her quirk. He didn't want the temptation to take it from her. Her quirk was part of her, it wasn't his to use. Izuku reached out to Himiko and placed his hand in her shoulder, taking her pulsating. Echoing quirk. He felt an emptiness, like a hunger in his stomach. It may be more accurate to call it a thirst. He looked at Himiko, who was blinking and looking around, her cat-like eyes now human though still yellow. Weird. I thought I'd feel different, but I just feel normal. Himiko smirks almost self-deprecatingly. You look pretty much the same too, though your eyes are like when you're relaxed. Mei pointed out. Her relief that her friend didn't pass out was palpable. Oh, okay. Greenie, how do you feel? Himiko asked. She wanted to know how much of her was her quirk versus how much wasn't. I feel thirsty. I wonder if I can transform into myself. Izuku eyed his arm, which looked oddly delicious to him now. This sentiment told Himiko and Mei exactly what Izuku was about to do. Green. Please Don. The sentiment was cut off by Izuku casually biting into his own arm. Izuku, Himiko yelled. Don't drink yourself. Izuku felt his blood on his tongue. He already had no aversion to blood, he even slightly liked it. But now, it was delicious. He bit down again to get more, then again, then again, then again. Izuku became lost in gnawing on his arm, drinking his blood like sweet nectar. He did this until someone pulled on his arm, causing a bout of pain which caused him to let out a yelp, letting his arm go. Izuku looked up to see both Mei and Himiko looking concerned while holding his arm. You back with us? Mei asked, a tinge of exasperation and concern in her voice. Himiko, however, looked almost terrified, like she was looking in a dark mirror. Why yeah. Thanks, it tasted so good, I couldn't. Izuku blushed. Then he glanced at his arm and activated his regeneration quirk. He was embarrassed, like when his mom caught him sneaking Katsudon into his lunchbox. That's another quirk, I assume. Mei pointed to the healing wound, practically vanishing before her eye. Yeah. It's for training, it's so I don't show any signs of being hurt, I think. Izuku waves his arm, showing how the wound was gone. Himiko, however, trained her eyes on the red coating it had. Zuzu, can I have your arm a sec? She asked, eyes still staring. Izuku nodded, showing some confusion but no hesitation. Izuku felt a tongue on his arm. It wasn't rough, just soft and slimy. Himiko licked the arm clean, pulling back and smacking her gums together in contemplation. Tastes the same. Himiko shrugged. Her experiment a success, though the results inconclusive. Now I'm curious. Green, take mine too. Mei walked forward, a determined look on her face. Oh okay. Izuku reached out and poked Mei in the cheek, taking her quirk. Her eyes immediately changed to normal, though yellow eyes. It oddly suited her even though it shouldn't. Izuku blinked. He had activate the quirk. His eyes now having a set of crosshairs on them, though more like a sniper sight due to his lizard eyes, though it's lizard and cat now. Whoa. That's cool, Himiko smiled, eyes sparkling in excitement. Mei was squinting, struggling a bit without her zoom. So she got really close to Izuku, so close her and HS eyes were an inch apart. I like it. They look like a fusion of a video game character. Mei continued to squint. An idea struck Himiko. Smirking mischievously, she looked between her friends. Hey, gimme Pink's quirk and give her mine. Izuku looked a bit apprehensive about the idea. But Mei's own grin began to form. She nodded emphatically. With a sigh, he poked both their noses, causing their quirks to transfer. Himiko's eyes looked like Mei's, while Mei's looked like Himiko's. Mei began muttering something about thirst levels and the proper method of extraction, while Himiko let out an odd gasp, her eyes zooming in and out. All right, time to switch back. I don't know what might happen if you have the wrong quirks for too long. Izuku swiftly booped them once more, taking and giving at the same time. Ah, no fair. Himiko pouted while Mei looked betrayed, her hand outstretched like someone stole her new toy. I don't want you two having some sort of reaction. Izuku countered. Fine. So a regen quirk? Himiko asked. Mei looked contemplative. Yeah, it basically piggybacks the fire quirk's regeneration. I can use the energy I store for it. So if I keep a lighter on me, I'm pretty good. Izuku gave a thumbs up like he wasn't talking about recovering from wounds that could leave someone in critical condition. Alright. So fire, regeneration, give and take, the command 1. There are 4 more, right? Mei asked, once more counting on her fingers. Ah yes. 3 of them are more utility while 1 is combat, I think. Well, it does have its utilities too. Izuku pondered a bit. That one is called rivet stab. I can make tendrils from my fingers and back, which I can control and branch. Mei nodded, wishing she had a notepad to write this down. Himiko, however, was imagining Izuku with octopus arms with a giggle. Izuku activated the quirk, extending his index and middle fingers with black tendrils with red circuitry along them. Himiko slumps forward in disappointment upon seeing them look cool instead of cute, while Mei sees the circuit-like lines and considers what the purpose is for them. Izuku then branches the 2 off into 4, which I can also choose if I want to damage something or not. Izuku looked to Kurogiri, who had been passively observing. Do you have anything you don't mind breaking? Kurogiri pushed a glass forward. It was slightly chipped at the rim. Izuku then grew the tendrils towards the glass. When they made contact, the red lines injected into the glass like roots into the ground. Mei let out a gasp of realization when she saw this, figuring that the lines were meant for grabbing something instead of stabbing it. Izuku retracted the tendrils, catching the glass in his hand. Neat, huh? Izuku smiled smugly. So you don't need a step stool? I'm jealous. Himiko had some childish jealousy but didn't particularly have combat sense, so she only saw it as a way to reach high places. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. The red lines act like little roots that sneak into the material for leverage. I wonder if you could use it as a conduit for an electricity quirk? Mei pondered, her mind already grasping the idea of quirk combinations. Izuku pondered it himself but shrugged at the idea as he didn't have one of those. I don't know, maybe I'll see one day. Though maybe I could add it to radio waves to make an electromagnetic pulse? You have a radio quirk. Mei latched onto the words with an intensity that startled Izuku. Transmitter? Receiver? Are you able to go outside of the radio wave frequencies and make other light waves? Himiko giggled. Greenie, you better answer her, she looks like she's about to burst. Izuku leaned back, trying to get away from the face inches away. Yes, and maybe. I haven't tried. He looked to Himiko, who had decided to take a seat on the other side of Mei. Help. Mei smiled, her cheeks growing taut with a wide grin. So many babies, I could make us our own communicators. I could rework your phone to accept your quirk frequencies, so much to do. Mei began breathing heavily, her excitement reaching new heights. Himiko looked to Kurogiri and requested a drink, then turned to her friends once more. The pink one practically drooling over the green one's quirk. What are the last two? Thankful for the subject change, Izuku soon realized that if Mei acted like this with just radio waves, she'd go nuts over the last two. The last two are energy save and encyclopedia. The first just makes me pretty energy efficient, so I need less sleep, food, and drink. And encyclopedia gives me a really good memory. Mei paused, blinking out of her fantasy. Less sleep, more time to tinker, and a better memory. That means I can remember all my ideas, right? Mei began shaking Izuku by the shoulders. I'm not giving you them, Izuku exclaimed. A pleading look to Himiko was ignored as she sipped her juice box. Gimme. Gimme. Mei continued shaking Izuku, who was starting to get dizzy. Izuku pushed Mei away, keeping her at arm's length as she made grabby hands. I'd like another quirk too. Himiko called between sips of her juice. I told you, it's not that easy. Having multiple could really mess you up. Izuku frowned. He was pouting a bit, he didn't want his friends to get hurt. But I want a quirk to help make babies, Mei demanded. You're doing fine, so it can't be that bad. Himiko nodded in support behind the pinkette. Please Izuku, we want to be like you. Having multiple quirks seems cool. Izuku looked to his pleading friends. He couldn't deny that the thought had crossed his mind, but he figured that if he were then they'd get dragged into Mr. Shigaraki's plans, which he didn't like. I'll think about it. You'd probably need to get shots like me, and I don't know what Mr. Shigaraki would do. He's not mean, but he's not nice either. It's hard to say. Izuku winced a bit. He had imagined Mei and Himiko training like him with Tamura. Himiko and Mei were excited, taking Izuku's response positively. They both smiled before the conversation changed once more. They continued to ask questions which Izuku did his best to answer. This went on for an hour or two. The trio treated their situation like a sleepover, their company keeping the others from feeling homesick or worried. Later in the day, All for One had the kids take a picture while tied up and gagged. He then had their injuries healed by a subordinate. Izuku noted to himself to find a healing quirk for himself one day. Kurogiri brought dinner to the kids before moving them to a hotel room for them to get ready for bed. However, Izuku was pulled to the side for a moment. The master wishes to confirm whether you wish to finish the job. It took a moment before Izuku realized what this meant and his stomach tensed. Togati. You still have work to do. Izuku bit his lip. He had almost forgotten the situation he was in, but now he felt that he had left something undone. He looked to Himiko and Mei chatting while exploring the room. A vision of them bloody on the ground flashing through his mind. He gives Kurogiri a nod. Very well, you are to inform me when the girls are asleep. Kurogiri then turned and left through a portal. This left Izuku, clenching his fists as his hatred swelled once more. Chapter end note. Sorry if you guys were hoping for something with more public consequences. But this is AFO at almost the height of his power. It's not unreasonable to think he has someone who cleans up after Tamura, should the situation call for it. Or that he'd be unable to hide a simple murder. But don't think this means nothing is changing. Winking face. Now Izuku has come clean to his friends, and 6 children are missing. Izuku may have had a parachute, but that doesn't mean he's landed yet. Interlude. It was the worst of times. Chapter summary. Different reactions to the incident, and some tying of loose ends. Chapter notes. Some POVs from other characters besides Izuku. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 23. Interlude. It was the worst of times. The day was supposed to be normal, stay home, have some video calls, and go pick Izuku and his friends up before Inko got back from her study session at the library. So why was he getting news like this? We're still searching the premises, but from the looks of things, it doesn't look good. I'm sorry, the officer said. Hisashi slumped over in the chair prepared for him in the principal's office. He glanced over to his wife, who was covering her mouth with tears falling down her cheeks. Wednesday, August 19th, his son's 2 friends and 3 boys who had attacked the 3 previously went missing without a trace. Hisashi, Inko. Walking down the hall of the school, a familiar male voice called out to them. Yarin Hatsume, flanked by his wife Miku and her mother Beitoria Polyak. Hisashi could see tear lines on the ladies' faces, while Yarin had clenched fists. Hey, how are you all holding up? Hisashi asked despite knowing the answer. The trio each wore pained expressions as Yarin spoke up. We're still here, we have to keep it together until Mei is found. Hisashi nodded. He had liked the man before, but that response solidified it. We'll do the same. Hisashi glanced to his wife, putting his arm around her to hug her. Inko looked absolutely terrible, having cried for almost an hour before going silent as a mouse. Let us know if we can do anything, we're in this together I guess, Yarin remarked, trailing off at the end before taking a deep inhale to keep himself together. Hisashi nodded. Same here. Actually, have you seen the togas? I haven't seen them come through. Yarin frowned. Beitoria looked disgusted at the mention while Miku slowly walked to Inko and gave her a hug. Those 2 aren't meant to be parents. I pity that girl. Beitoria spat, her voice filled with venom. This concerned Hisashi, who looked to Yarin for clarification. They had an unexpected reaction to the news. Beitoria heard the dad muttering something inappropriate. Yarin looked like he was ready to give someone a good punch. Hisashi frowned. He hadn't had much interaction with the toga father. The mother seemed okay, if not a bit strict with her daughter, but it sounded like he would not get along with him. Lovely. This was all Hisashi could say on the matter. He didn't have the energy to deal with it, nor was it his place to. So what are you all going to do? I'm gonna see if I can find someone with a location quirk, while Beitoria and Miku plan on getting some posters printed, Yarin said. Inko, who had remained silent through the conversation, tugged on Hisashi's sleeve. I'd like to go with them. Hisashi glanced and nodded. I think that's a great idea. I'll do the same as Yarin, I think. Hisashi leaned down and kissed his wife's forehead before looking to Miku and Beitoria. Take care of her, please. Beitoria nodded as she pulled her daughter and Inko along down the hallway. Yarin watched the girls go before turning to Hisashi and putting his hand on his shoulder. I'll keep you posted if I find someone. With that, he followed the trio of women who were leaving the school to put together missing papers. Hisashi sat at home, a drink in hand, staring at his emails. It had been 5 hours since he was told his son was missing. He had reached out to some of his business partners to see if anyone they knew had a location quirk. But the goddess of fortune wasn't on his side. None of the contacts who had responded had any leads on someone with a locating quirk. He sat back, sighing before draining his cup. He stared at the ceiling, anxiety and worry slowly overtaking him. Izuku. Miku was at work when she got the call. Hearing that her daughter disappeared at recess didn't feel real until she showed up to the elementary school to find at least 6 police vehicles there waiting. She wasn't the only one. Her husband met her there while her grandmother was already there with her bike. They were taken to an office away where a police detective explained the situation. Her husband was furious at first. He lashed out at the man and one of the teachers in charge of recess. Apparently it wasn't just their daughter but 5 other kids, including their daughter's friends. Beitoria. Ever the level-headed one comforted her daughter and reprimanded her son-in-law. The detective said that they found some traces of some kind of burn on a tree which might have been from one of the boy's quirks, but that meant there was only a possibility of a struggle, but that doesn't tell them much. Miku couldn't keep it together. The thought that her baby girl could have been kidnapped was too much to bear. She began to cry, clutching her mother's shirt while her husband looked down with a pained expression on his face. After running into the Midoriyas in the hall, she, Inko and Midoriya all left to purchase papers to make missing posters. She managed to keep it together only because she put all her focus off of herself. Even then it was a challenge. The women managed to find a photo of all 3 kids from Himiko's birthday. Inko managed to make a poster to print out at the Hatsume residence. Miku couldn't manage to look at the picture. Her worry and pain would have caused her to break down again. Detective Tsuchitsova wasn't a parent, but he still found it hard not to feel something when kids went missing. He could imagine the pain if he thought of it as his little brother going missing, but he also knew that it wasn't the same. The pain of your child being taken from you was not to be compared to a brother being taken. He had gotten the call around 1 in the afternoon that 6 students from Jaku Elementary School were missing and that he was now the lead detective on the case. Knowing how important the first few hours in a missing persons case was, he rushed over. The school was instructed to lock down until further notice, whilst the detective was questioning the teachers who were in charge of recess for that class. The detective was surprised to learn that 2 of the students had just returned from suspension due to an altercation with one of the other missing students. Tsuchitsova decided there was a possibility that the kids were in the middle of another when something happened. After poring over camera footage, he found the direction the kids went, a small clearing in the forested area behind the school. It was empty, no kids, no signs of a struggle, and sadly no cameras. Tsuchitsova closed his eyes, trying to think of what he could look into next when an officer called out to him. "Detective, we found a few phones." Tsuchitsova frowned. That was a telltale sign that someone took them. Kids would have no reason to leave their phones unprompted. After taking a picture of the phones, they were divided up into evidence. While an officer was doing that, Tsuchitsova noticed a mark on the tree. Squinting at it, he thought it looked like an impact burn, recalling one of the boy's quirks made for circumstantial evidence of a struggle. How many would it take for 6 kids? Tsuchitsova pondered the manpower required to kidnap that amount of children, not to mention how they'd transport them. Tsuchitsova had a theory. A recent theft had been committed by a man with a storage or space compression quirk. If they were involved, it'd require a minimum amount of people. Perhaps one kid got his quirk off beforehand. Though that'd mean they revealed themselves and got the kids to take out their phones. Tsuchitsova muttered while staring into the forest. The detective requested a search of the forest and numerous officers to search the perimeter of said forest. After another half-hour, the parents started to arrive. The first was the Tagatis, then the Vivanis, the Togas, the Hatsumes, the Midoriyas, and finally the Mirohas. He decided that due to the relationship between the children, and the potential blame game that might ensue, it was better to inform each family separately. He had made time to introduce himself to most of the families, however the Midoriyas had left before he got to. Though he could understand their distress due to the situation, he would need to visit them the next day. Shoto Tagati woke up with a splitting headache, unable to move his arms and legs, and in a dark room that smelled putrid. "Mom? Dad?" the boy called out, the silence slowly scaring him. He began to panic, tears collecting at his eyes. He struggled against the zip ties which bound him. "It hurts, Mom. Help," Tagati yelled. He wasn't used to being alone. The boy wouldn't admit it to his friends, but he still used a night light. The boy whimpered and yelled, however his only company was the pain in his head and his wrists. This went on for 10 minutes, 7 minutes of yelling before the boy went silent and began to sob and beg for someone to come help him. Before a sudden and bright light blinded him momentarily, someone had turned on an overhead lamp. Tagati felt a sense of relief when he saw a familiar face. It was Izuku Midoriya. Though he didn't like the guy, it was better than nothing. "Midoriya. Thank God. Where are we? Where's everyone else? Please help me." Tagati smiled through his tears. Midoriya, however, remained silent. Tagati was confused. He thought Midoriya was looking at him funny. "Come on. Help me out. Please, we're classmates, right?" Tagati begged. That seemed to get through to him as he began to walk towards Tagati. The boy smiled wider. "Thank you, thank you." The green-haired boy stopped in front of him, however he didn't free Tagati. Pain. A sharp and burning pain began to spread into Gate's leg. He screamed. Midoriya had taken a knife and inserted it into the boy's leg just above the knee. The golden-eyed boy looked up in shock and horror. What? Why? Tears fell as his leg began to turn red with blood. Midoriya didn't say anything. Instead he watched with cold eyes. He pulled the knife out and stabbed the other leg, causing Togati to scream once more, devolving into sobs and whimpers. Why? Why are you? What an awful sound. Silence. Togate's question was cut off as he began to realize he was about to die. A wet spot pooled at his crotch and leaked off the chair onto the ground. He struggled wildly, shaking his head as though that would make a difference. He had no voice, yet he needed to scream. Only air came out of his lungs when he opened his mouth. With a slight squelch, the knife is pulled out of Togate's other leg. The boy could only stare and let out a silent scream as he cried and pissed himself. His assailant looks down at him, taking a lick of the bloodied knife before letting out a disappointed sigh. Nothing. Nothing at all. Togati blacks out for a moment, the pain bringing him back when his mind tries to escape. He stares pleadingly, but Izuku looks uninterested, taking the knife to the boy's throat, leaving it in the middle of his neck. Togati begins to choke on his own blood, hacking up blood and a bit of bile, which only causes the knife to cut him further. Togati can do nothing but stare into the reptilian eyes of someone who no longer cared if he were to live or die, only eliminating him due to the current circumstances. The last thing Shoto would see was a face who didn't see him as anything but a chore. Shoto Togati died in agony, alone and afraid, far from anyone who could help him and far from those who care for him. All this at the hand of a boy who hated him until he saw him begging for his life, a boy who now felt nothing, no joy, no guilt, for his actions. This boy watched the light fade from his eyes, and then he let go of the knife, leaving the cloth he was holding the knife with so not to leave a trace. Nothing, not even hate anymore. Just a sense of empty finality. Izuku remarked to himself before a portal opened behind him. He left the body as it leaked fluids, and the fluids pooling on the floor. Reiner Toga and Yuki Toga were worried at first, but then silently another emotion crept into their minds as they spent a night without their daughter for the first time in years. Relief. A relief that was filled with guilt, but a relief all the same. Yuki had been the first to discover her daughter's quirk. She had taken a dove and began to drink its blood, calling the dead bird cute. If nothing else, it was the girl's wide and cheerful smile that bothered her the most. It was creepy. After screaming at her and cleaning her daughter up, she told her husband, who seemed just as disgusted as she was. They decided to hide her blood-drinking quirk. No normal kid would enjoy the sight of blood like that, so they took her out of school. This didn't stop her from consuming more, however. They caught her returning from the park with blood along her mouth. They hadn't caught her again after, but Yuki had a sickening thought that her friends were being used as a food source for her. They were coming up on the deadline on reporting her quirk to the quirk registry, which they'd have to admit that their daughter was a freak just like those mutant types. Maybe this is for the best. Reiner had muttered this nervously as they walked down the hallway of the school, paying no mind to those around them. Yuki wanted to argue, but deep down she couldn't help but agree. A silent anxiety crept into Yuki's mind. She was pregnant, but what if her next kid was like Himiko? A freak. A villain in the making. What if Himiko hurts the baby? Maybe she should stay gone. Yuki bit her lip, her thoughts distracting her from the officer's questions. They had asked about Himiko, her friends, and who might take her. Yuki didn't know much about her daughter's friends. Her daughter bragged about them sometimes, but she hadn't committed much to memory besides their names. Reiner didn't particularly think of himself as a father. Sure, he had a kid, but he was still in his 20s. He still had a life to live. He left Yuki to care for Himiko, only doing the bare minimum. So the news that he might be able to have more free time soon sounded great, though he didn't dare voice that, else Yuki would leave him. Reiner glanced at the picture of him, his wife and Himiko. He frowned at it, putting it face down, not wanting to think about her. The man found her nothing but a burden from start to finish. Himiko heard Izuku come back to the hotel room. She could smell a sweat scent from him. The scent of blood. She couldn't help the thought that surfaced. It was impulsive. He smells so nice. Soon, however, she realized how strange a thought like that was. She knew where he'd gone. She knew what he had just left to do. It wasn't hard to figure out why Izuku would smell like that. Her friend, one of her only friends, was a murderer, a villain, a criminal, but she wasn't bothered by it, not as much as she should have been. She stared across the bed, seeing Mei sleeping and drooling into a pillow she hugged to her chest. She wondered what she thought. Mei was the most straight and narrow of the three, but she hadn't said much on Izuku's actions besides support. Himiko could tell that Mei was conflicted definitely, but she felt more guilty for some reason. She watched Izuku sit on the edge of the other bed and let out a sigh. Himiko decided to make herself known before she lost her train of thought. Did it feel good? She whispered, her yellow eyes almost glowing in the darkness. The green-haired boy tensed slightly, before quietly responding, his voice cracking slightly as he began to break down, not looking towards Himiko. I looked at him and I felt nothing. I watched him bleed, I made him bleed and I felt nothing. I saw him die, I made him die, and I felt nothing. Himiko gulped. This tone her friend had, it was empty, almost like disappointment, like he was expecting something but instead left empty-handed. But pained as well, he felt fragile. Slowly and carefully, Himiko got up and crawled behind Izuku, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind. She could feel him start to shudder and heave, before sobbing quietly. She tightened her hug, pulling him against her. She could feel her friend mourning his innocence, regretting his actions, and she could tell he had been suffering alone. So she held him. She didn't need to know exactly what he went through or what he would have to go through, but she'd be there. He was her friend, her greenie, her first friend. Himiko and Izuku sat like that for a while, Izuku letting out all the stress and worry he had pent up, while Mei listened silently, hugging the pillow tighter, having been woken up by Himiko's question. She couldn't help but feel dirty for her dream, her nightmare. She loved her friends, but seeing Izuku do those things had taken a toll on her. Himiko had dreamed of Izuku stabbing her, hurting her. She knew he'd never do that, but that didn't stop her mind from making her afraid, from warping her friend into a killer. Mei struggled with it. It was true, but it was more complicated than that, right? He wasn't just some villain. He was green, her friend, he defended her, and yellow. That made it okay, right? Mei began to cry, scrunching up her face into the pillow. She jolted as she felt a hand on her back, rubbing it lightly. She turned to see Himiko giving her a gentle half smirk. Mei looked away in guilt, but Himiko just pulled Izuku over to the other bed and laid between the two. Mei couldn't bring herself to look at her friends, but Himiko didn't seem to care. Instead, she did her best to pull the others towards her. Himiko lightly pressed her head against Izuku, and then Mei, she spoke gently. I'm glad I met you guys. You both make me happy. Thank you for being my friends. She pulled a blanket up and over all three, her remark getting both Izuku and Mei to stop crying, and instead cling to her for the comfort that having one person in the world who accepted you could bring. Hisashi spent most of the night consoling Inko. She finally managed to get to sleep around 1 in the morning. He, however, couldn't sleep. Doing nothing was killing him, so he decided to send off another round of emails. He still got nothing from those who didn't respond earlier. Scratching his head in frustration, and slumping over onto his desk, his eyes fell on a business card that he wouldn't usually consider in this situation. Mulling it over, he decided to take the shot. The guy did have some decent ties to heroes here in Japan, so he might as well try. It's not as though he's gotten anything so far. He sent the email, which due to the time difference got a reply. Hisashi finally had a bit of hope. I do, yes. Though I have to say this isn't how I hoped you'd reach out. Why the need for locating Quirk? David's shield. Hisashi was hesitant to spread it around, but having met the man, he didn't think he was the sort for nefarious business, so he replied honestly. Earlier today, my son and some of his friends disappeared from their school during recess. No cameras caught where they went, and so far there aren't any leads. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Hisashi Midoriya. The reply was fast, faster than Hisashi thought it'd be. Let me make a call. I'm a father myself. I can't imagine what you and your family are going through right now. Can I send them this email to contact you? David's shield. Hisashi began to cry. It had been hours since he had seen his son, but the police having no leads made him fall into despair. Only comforting Inko had kept him from breaking down. Thank you. I'll never forget this. Hisashi Midoriya. Hisashi wiped his eyes, blinking away the tears. He had at least some hope, which was more than the police had given him. A call from his personal phone woke up a certain hero. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. The hero grabbed his phone. groggily answering it while rubbing his eyes. "Hello," said Toshinori Yagi, who was laying in bed wearing his favorite rabbit slippers. "Toshi. Sorry to call you this late," apologized David, "but I'm hoping to ask for a favor. An acquaintance of mine reached out to me because he needs someone with a location quirk, fast." "Huh? Why go through you? Couldn't he just go through the commission for that?" Toshinori was still a bit sleepy, so he hadn't clocked his friend's tone through the phone. "Toshi, you aren't a parent, so I don't expect you to understand. But this acquaintance, his son and his friends went missing at their school during broad daylight. He's desperate and I doubt he's completely collected." David spoke, imagining his own kid being taken from him. It was every parent's fear. Toshinori Yagi shot up from his bed, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. He had been a hero for a long time, and missing children's cases often lead to underground dealings. Kids potentially being taken from a school. Spoke to a professional. "I'll reach out through the Hero Network. Can you send me the information?" yawned Toshinori. "I'll send you his email. As much as I want to help, I don't think playing messenger is really useful. His name's Hisashi Midoriya, nice guy. I don't recall where he lives though, so you'll have to ask him. He's awake now, or was a few minutes ago," explained David. "All right, it was nice to hear from you, David, despite the circumstances." Toshinori scratched his head. "You too, Toshi. See you for Melissa's birthday?" Toshinori nodded. "Yeah, wouldn't miss it for the world. Thanks again. I know this is a lot. I know you well enough to know you don't think this is a waste of time. Don't worry about it, I'll find someone for him. I'll talk to later, David." "Good night, or I guess morning." David chuckled before ending the call. Toshinori let out a sigh, opening the network app on his phone to filter heroes by quirks. David sent him the guy's email promptly, using that All Might used his Toshinori email he had set up for when he needed an offhand identity to request some information to give to the heroes he wanted to request aid of. The next day Inko woke up to Hisashi having an unexpected good mood, while she on the other hand wanted to stay in bed and cry again. Finally noticing Inko in the doorway to the kitchen, Hisashi grinned at her. "I know this may not be what you want to hear, but I made some calls and managed to get in contact with a hero with a location quirk." Hisashi beamed. Inko held her hand over her mouth, her eyes holding a faint smile. "We can find our son, Inko." Chapter end notes. Some more ideas to play with. Also I know, shameless All Might addition here, but it makes sense in context. I wonder if someone can spot the reference I've made. Hint. It's a song from a musical. Also first official date in the timeline for this FIC. Cats. Of course. Chapter summary. The situation with Izuku continues, but some heroes appear, which makes things a bit more dangerous. Chapter notes. The reference last week was from the musical The Asylum for Wayward Victorian Girls, the song, Nothing. I recommend a listen to catch it on a second reading. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 24. Cats, of course. Detective Tsuchitsova arrived at work the next day to a startling new aid to the investigation. Well, 2 aides, and one of the aides' team. Apparently, according to the hero correspondent at the precinct, Hisashi Midoriya had made contact with a hero who then used the hero network to find 2 heroes with locating quirks and who were willing to make a sudden morning journey to Jakku to assist in locating the missing kids. One hero was part of a 4-man team specializing in mountain rescue, while the other was a low-ranking hero out of Naruhata with a reliable compass-like quirk. The detective was now FRCED to deal with a rowdy bunch while he did his job, and he wasn't pleased. With a sigh, Tsuchitsova entered the conference room, causing the group of 4 to start their introductions. "Lock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help." Coming out of nowhere, stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild pussycats. The group posed, the 3 girls in front with the man standing on one leg curling his body in a cat-like pouncing stance. The girls on the outside leaning and slightly crouching towards the center, while the blonde woman in the center stood in the center with a crane kick stance. "Why, Mr. Midoriya, why?" Tsuchitsova thought in despair. The overly flamboyant types were his least favorite. A man in his late 20s wearing a suit slightly too small for himself began clapping enthusiastically in support of the hero group, much to Tsuchitsova's chagrin. "Ahem. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Detective Haruto Tsuchitsova. I'm the lead detective on this missing persons case." I personally believe this to be a kidnapping case, however we only have circumstantial evidence of that, so for now it's a missing persons case. Suchitsova gave a light bow. The clapping man struck first while the pussycats were recovering from their ignored introduction. I'm Compass Kid. Nice to work with you. Gotta say I'm hoping that we can find those kids soon. Else I'll have to tell the wife I'm not gonna be home this weekend. The man was all smiles. Even though he was here to find missing kids. The detective wasn't a detective or anything, but he thought that was meant to be a joke which didn't land as well as the man thought it would. A pleasure, and might I get all of your names? Suchitsova motioned to the cat troop. The well-built man spoke first. My name is Tiger. I also hope our partnership is brief. Hiya. I'm Ragdoll. I'm the one with the search quirk. Don't worry, detective. I'll find kittens in a jiffy. The green-haired lass cheered. Her cat pun caused the detective's businesslike smile to twitch. Next was the blonde lady in the center. Somehow the way she was looking at the detective felt the most cat-like or perhaps predatory of the lot. Hey. I'm Pixie Bob. I'm 22, single and ready to mingle. Pixie Bob then leaned forward and made a kissy face with her paw-glove-covered hand making a peace sign over her eye. This caused Suchitsova's already strained smile to turn to a strained chuckle. He quickly moved on to the last of the troop, likely the most reserved member of the group. I'm Mandalay. I appreciate your willingness to brief us. Is there anything you need to know about us before we start? Suchitsova was relieved to know there was at least one who could act normal in the group and nodded in response. Truthfully, I'm confused as to why heroes not based out of Jakku would bother to come all this way for a case that only opened yesterday. Suchitsova sat a pile of folders on the table before pulling out a chair and sitting. You can't really say no to a request from the number one hero. Compass Kid laughs, however his words give Suchitsova pause. All Might is involved? The detective asked a bit surprised. I was told Mr. Midoriya had asked a hero to use the hero network to find you, but I hadn't been told it was All Might himself. If he has those kinds of connections, perhaps I overlooked this being aimed at his son. And only catching the others due to necessity. Suchitsova leaned forward, interlocking his fingers as he began to ponder the possibilities. Nyow. Don't get distracted. You still have to catch us up. Ragdoll wagged her finger in front of the detective, who nodded. All right. Let's get started then. This puts a wrench in things. All for One's contact in the Jakku police force had given him some intel which complicated his original plan to clean up Izuku's first murder. Izuku's father had involved some heroes who had locating quirks, and depending on the potency of those quirks they'd be able to figure out Izuku wasn't in Jakku. He was now regretting having the scene cleaned instead of staged. Tapping his temple in thought, an idea popped into his head. Why not make this a lesson for Izuku? Information warfare is quite important, after all information is power. He grinned, deciding to use the picture he had taken of the trio for the first steps. Mei slowly came to. Still clinging to Himiko, she had managed to avoid another nightmare, though she still get guilty for being afraid of Izuku even on a subconscious level. She felt a hand squeezing hers which she had thought was Himiko until she noticed that both Himiko's arms were around her and Izuku respectively. She didn't recoil. Instead she powered through and squeezed back, which had the unintended effect of waking the owner of said hand. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. Mei still found them pretty, though she'd never tell Izuku that. Maybe. Anyway, she gave a slightly smile to the tear-stained greenette, who responded in kind. How are you holding up? He asked her, as though she was the one hurting the most. I guess I'm fine. Mei said, hesitating to tell her friend that she had a nightmare about him. Good. Silence followed. Neither particularly sure what to say in the moment. Mei looked away, Himiko's breathing the only sound in the room besides the two. Mei gathered her courage, but before she could say anything Izuku spoke. I killed Tagati. He looked straight at Mei, who blinked, taking a moment to recover from the shock of the statement, though she wasn't recoiling, which was good in her book. I know, I heard you in yellow last night. Izuku let out a drawn-out breath, squeezing her hand a bit. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't hide it from you. The notion made Mei feel even guiltier about her nightmare. Hey, Mei? Yeah? Mei responded. Thank you. For everything. I think I'd be worse without meeting you. Izuku looked down, smiling to himself. I had a nightmare. About you killing me. I'm sorry, I'm not afraid of you. I just, seeing you do what you did, May began to look frantic as she tried to explain herself. Her guilt was too much after hearing Izuku say those things. It's okay, you're still my friend, even if you did get scared. Izuku smiled, it was reassuring. A knock on the door signaled the trio to get up. Himiko groaned as she was pulled out of her blissful sleep. Young master. The master wishes for you to get ready. He plans on giving you a lesson today while Ms. Hatsume and Ms. Toga are kept in a secure location, and prepared to be rescued. I wish to inform you that I am both respecting your privacy by knocking but asserting my authority as caretaker by coming in anyway. Kurogiri called. He had knocked on the outside of the door before entering with the portal. Fair enough. May seemed to view this as reasonable, turning to the waking Himiko and noting to herself, Himiko is pretty cute when she's sleepy, and drooly too. She let out a small chuckle seeing Himiko in this state. Izuku rolled to the side, getting off the bed so he could go through whatever portal Kurogiri prepared for him. Can we eat breakfast first? Asked Himiko, whilst rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Just eat green, it'll be okay. May teased, though her joke didn't land as Himiko looked over at Izuku with a groggy and toothy smile. She rarely smiled like this due to most seeing her face as creepy, but it seemed she wasn't bothered by her current company. Izuku gave a half smirk before pulling up his sleeve. Thank you for the meal. Himiko put her hands together before biting Izuku's arm, eliciting a giggle from Izuku and a sigh from May. I was kidding, May complained. However, she couldn't deny that this was lifting her heavy spirit. Himiko hadn't bit into someone before, so she hadn't known this, but her canines seemed to lengthen slightly when she did, both upper and lower, though only by a millimeter or so. After drinking a bit, Himiko didn't feel hungry anymore, suggesting that she could drink blood not just as a fuel for her quirk but also as a dietary supplement. Which tracked since she'd have cravings for it every so often. After pulling back, Himiko pondered to herself. She kind of liked biting, it felt natural to her. She wondered if Izuku felt the same given the small inclinations she had about his tendency to bite things. She'd seen him bite one of the boys, bite himself multiple times, and even gnaw on his arm with her quirk. Hey Zuzu. Do you like biting? Izuku didn't take long to respond. I think so, it kinda feels natural. That response made Himiko beam while May stared at Izuku's arm, considering something before crawling to the side of the bed and grabbing Izuku's arm. We should get ready, come on. May pulls on him a bit, which Kurogiri supports. Indeed, thank you Ms. Hatsume. Kurogiri opens a single portal for the group so they can walk through. After straightening themselves out, the kids all walk through the portal. On the other side seems to be a warehouse. A catwalk on the second floor has a room attached to it where a familiar white-haired man stands in front of the door too. Leaning against the wall are a group of 4 tattooed men waiting. Izuku could hear their quirks, though they didn't seem particularly interesting ones. Himiko and May stood close to Izuku and Kurogiri, the latter of whom pulled a few chairs out of another portal as well as a set of games for the pair to play with. Izuku, come up here. Shigaraki called, which Izuku obeyed, looking to May and Himiko before going upstairs to his predecessor. Izuku entered the room, seeing Shigaraki taking a seat at a table filled with files. Now, your father has made the situation more complicated by involving some particularly potent locating quirks. Truthfully, I'd love to have one of them for myself, however now isn't the time. Shigaraki pushed some files on the table towards Izuku. And to offset this, I've decided to use the 3 corpses we have as destructions. You will be placing them, and orchestrating a crime for my actors to follow the script of. Oh, okay. Izuku began looking through the files. After reading the quirk sections he understood why All for One wanted them. I've never heard of this group, but I can see why you wanted the quirks. All of them seem useful. Indeed, now it's not to say I will leave you on your own. I'll review each step and point out issues. This is a delicate situation after all. Now the first step will be figuring out the real goal. And the fake goal. Izuku nodded, following the train of thought. So, what do you think the fake goal should be? Izuku pondered, muttering and working through each possibility as he thought it up. Why would someone want 6 kids? This was the first big question. Money? Revenge? Materials? What if it wasn't supposed to be 6? What if some were taken because they were seen? Izuku continued that line of thought. Though he didn't know much about his father's company, he decided it seemed plausible. I think I was the goal. Shigaraki grinned. A good choice. There is a thief in town who could make a person disappear quite easily. I've already sent feelers out for him, what else? I think 6 was by necessity. A mistake. Indeed, this thief is relatively new, a mistake is feasible. Now what would a group do with corpses now that they had some? Get rid of them in an inconspicuous way. Maybe the dump or burying them. Tisk tisk, too focused. You don't have to get rid of them secretly if you want to be taken seriously, Shigaraki said pointedly. Oh. It's about sending a message. Izuku then raises his hand like he's in school, which causes Shigaraki to chuckle and motion for him to continue. I don't know much about my father's business. How do I figure out who would kidnap me? A fair question, though in our case it comes to who is best to frame. Shigaraki crossed his arms as he continued. Leaving evidence, then setting things up for said person, that requires connections to do properly. If you choose that route, I'll take care of it since you don't have those connections. How would you present it? Izuku pondered it a bit before reaching a solution he was confident in. Burn the bodies, send the ashes to the police precinct after making a demand for me. Attaching the picture of the 3 of us tied up, Izuku felt this would best hide the cause of death for the boys, while sending an impactful message without traumatizing the families too much. Classy, covers up the time of death, the lack of quirk, and could be seen as a sign of respect. Good thing I hired the Yakuza for this. Izuku could tell. Shigaraki already had every step of this plan set, he was just waiting for Izuku to catch up. It was sobering to have someone seemingly predict your thoughts, your plans, as though they were their own. But it also unnerved him the tiniest bit. Their own? Something about that thought bothered Izuku, but once more he couldn't place it. What's next? Do you send them one at a time? All at once? How would you send the message? Shigaraki continued his lesson, questionnaire. One at a time, give them a chance to reach the demands. Izuku glanced to a file he hadn't been given yet, an eyebrow arched. Those demands being company information, transfer of funds, and publishing of records which would make his workplace look shady. Superb Support System Industries does have a few ties to the black market, though I doubt your father knows this. Turning him into a whistleblower while ruining the company's name would be a decent motive. Shigaraki lectured, sharing information that would drastically change Hisashi's world. I think I get it. Though I guess Dad's gonna need to get a new job after this though. Izuku said a bit resigned. He's a successful man, I doubt he'll have any issues finding a new place of work. Shigaraki pushed the next folder towards Izuku. This is the CEO of Geranium Incorporated. They recently had a deal fall through which could have been a great boon to them in hard times due to Hisashi's quick actions on a buyout. He has an unofficial record with corruption being the main issue, while also being known to hold a grudge. He fits out criteria. I've purchased a framer's aid for doctoring transactions and messages between him and the thief we are using as a scapegoat. Izuku followed along while reading. He noticed how much dirt this file had on the CEO. Izuku was reminded that the Vespas were not to be crossed, and wondered if there was any information that they didn't sell. Any questions? What if my dad immediately fulfills the demand instead of waiting? This was a valid concern. At least for Izuku, he had never known his parents to value something above him. However, Shigaraki scoffed in response. It is naive to believe the police would allow him to do so. Your father has summoned heroes with locating quirks. He is going to at least let them try to do their jobs. The man reprimanded. Even if he does, there's no reason to play by the rules and return you right away. Izuku nodded. He didn't particularly like lying or cheating, but hostage situations didn't have rules of engagement, or at least Izuku didn't know of them. Now, we'll need to lure the heroes here, and I would prefer you and your friends be unconscious, as having all this fall apart due to bad acting would be a waste. Izuku couldn't argue with that logic. If Himiko or Mei couldn't act scared, then they'd bring the whole plan down. Not to mention Izuku, who felt less than confident in his own acting skills. A thought crossed Izuku's mind, however. What if he took the quirks from a distance while pretending to be asleep? He could do it. And not to mention 4 Yakuza would be outnumbered by heroes and police. The only issue would be having a criminal act like something they did took their quirks temporarily. Like a new brand of trigger or a side effect, how their own quirk. What quirks do the Yakuza have? The question piqued Shigaraki's interest, so he answered. Strength, weakening, fire, and an ink quirk which makes enchanted tattoos. What are the details on the weakening quirk? Izuku asked. a slight grin starting to form on his face. You have an idea? Shigaraki crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair as he waited to be filled in on the boy's thoughts. Yes, if you'd like the quirks. At least a copy of them. Izuku could be accused of getting greedy, but if they were going to put on a show, then having an extra objective wouldn't be too much. Especially if it got him in good graces with Shigaraki. Shigaraki stared at Izuku, a smile on his face. For the first time he couldn't tell what the boy was thinking. He was missing something, and it was getting under his skin. I believe the weakening quirk is connected to his hands, so at most it's 2 targets at once. If I can collect some, I would like you to waive the rest of my tasks. Izuku looked the ancient emperor in the eyes. He was sure he could do it if he saw the chance. All for One contemplated the request. He was specifically interested in the hero ragdolls. Search quirk. The others didn't particularly interest him, though Pliabody could be useful for future experiments. The telepathy quirk was one way which didn't fit his needs, not to mention that radio waves worked just as well. The earth manipulation quirk could be useful for a large amount of fodder, however not knowing the true extent of the quirk made it questionable to risk. The pointer quirk was far too vague in its description to properly determine its usefulness. You've piqued my interest. I will waive them for the search quirk which Ragdoll possesses. However, she mustn't suspect a thing. If you are discovered, you are on your own. All for One gave no room for argument here, which Izuku obeyed. As Sun Tzu says, in the midst of chaos there is also opportunity. Who? Izuku cocked his head to the side in confusion. All for One let out a sigh. He'd need to have Izuku read the art of war as one of his lessons. Oh, I also have a way to lead the heroes here. Izuku raised his arm, showing a power-off support watch which his dad had given him. Good, if the heroes take too long then you can turn that on. Izuku nods in response. Now, go instruct the Yakuza of your plan. I'll deal with the cremation. Ragdoll's quirk had a few functions. It could mark someone to keep track of, pulse and detect people within a kilometer of her, though it only detects the first 100, and gave her a decent amount of information on the physical status of a person. Though this is all a lot of information, which is why metropolitan areas are quite difficult for her. The high population density meant her search quirk wouldn't go very far. However, she had a theory that like an internet search she could filter out certain things so she could hit a wider area. She first started with something simple, but that would most certainly help the search. Backed by Compass Kid, the wild pussycats went in the direction of the kids. They had to start later than they wished due to having to wait for Tsuchitsuba to finish his fact-gathering to narrow down what was actually happening here, since this was yet to be an official kidnapping. However, this all came to a halt when a mail delivery to the precinct called him back. The heroes were already there with mortified expressions, each one having been told the same devastating news. At exactly noon that day, 3 packages filled with ash were delivered to Jaku police. It was confirmed an hour later that they were indeed human remains of 3 male adolescents. A note with each had described them as such, but it needed to be confirmed. The notes each read: Here are the remains of each boy's name. Out of respect they are returned. They were merely in the wrong place at the wrong time, however they could not be returned due to their resistance. Inside the 4th package is our demands for 1, Midoriya Hisashi. If he complies before Saturday, we shall return the 3. For each day he does not, you'll receive another package. There was no 4th package, however it wasn't long before a call from Hisashi reporting a package that he didn't order. The police told him not to move it or open it until an officer got there to ensure his safety. It turned out, however, the box only had 2 flash drives and a note with how to transfer money to an offshore account. As this has become an official hostage situation and kidnapping case, I want you to start with Compass Kid giving a direction. Then after traveling a few kilometers do so again. This was what the detective had told them to do, which was how they managed to get to the local warehouse district. There's still too many people around. I can try to lower the search criteria, but it might not work. Ragdoll complained while massaging her temples. Her quirk was starting to get overused, which was causing a headache to grow. Don't push yourself too much, Ragdoll. We still don't know how many people these guys have, Tiger replied. Compass Kid quickly spun around in a circle on one foot, his arms and leg pointing in the same direction towards the wall of a building, which could be what they were looking for, or the kids were just in that direction. This way. The group of 4 followed the human compass as he ran by the building. The search was Slowing down. Each time they passed a building they had to have Compass Kid use his quirk. Using it over and over was making him dizzy, which caused him to vomit more than once. However, he still kept using his quirk. After the 8th time, he nearly collapsed. However, it was Pixie Bob who caught him. Compass, you have to pace yourself. However, all she got was a stern glare. 3 children are dead. 3 families wounded. I refuse to let another kid get killed while I'm on this case. Compass pulled away from her and continued walking, wiping his mouth after spitting. Pixie Bob frowns. She couldn't argue with him. He was right, but she also knew that overdoing it would make him useless during the rescue. Mandalay spoke up instead. We understand, however, if you don't want to be a burden, if you want to reassure the kids when we find them, then you can't be falling over yourself. Compass Kid let out a sigh, begrudgingly deciding to sit down to let his nausea pass. Ragdoll sits next to him while the others stand around on guard in case someone approaches them. Mei and Himiko watched as Izuku directed brawny guys who looked like they owned motorcycles. They had gotten bored of playing video games and decided that what Izuku was doing was more interesting at the moment. Izuku was talking to a particular fellow with small red pads on the inside of his fingers which were more like rubies than paw pads. The man nodded along. He was to take some trigger and use his weakening quirk to target a green-haired hero, and then a big burly man dressed like a cat. He needs to hold his quirk on them for at least a minute while the fighting ensues. Having snuck up behind Izuku to listen in, Himiko asks, "Why those ones?" This causes Izuku to yelp in surprise and a slight snicker to come from Mei, who wasn't far behind. Izuku frowns, then glances back to the group of Yakuza. They don't need to know, just target them like you're told. After I start struggling, you can let them take you out. The group nodded in response. Himiko pouted, wanting to be let in on the details. Though it took a moment, Mei got it. Pulling Himiko by the arm, she whispers, "He's gonna take their quirks." Himiko looked at Mei with her eyes wide in realization. Oohhhh. Izuku let out a sigh, turning back to his friends. "All right. It's time to get tied up. Then you two are getting put to sleep while I fake it." "Ah. Okay." Himiko looked disappointed, but she went back to her seat so she could get tied up. Mei, however, decided to ask something on her mind, leaning in to ask, "Are you going to keep them?" She looked a bit concerned but not judgmental. Izuku shook his head, taking out 2 vials from his back pockets. They had squirming things inside them which reminded Mei of bacteria in books. "These can make copies for me to keep. I just need enough time for them to do it, then I can give them back. I'd like to get all of them but I don't think I can." Mei cocked her head. "Why do you want them? They'd be useful. And I want to know how they work." "Yeah, but why do you need them? Why take the risk?" "Well, apart from that, Mr. Shigaraki also said he'd waive the tasks I still need to complete for the week. I feel like I owe him for all this. Plus, if I want to get you guys extra quirks too, I have to keep myself on his good side." Izuku scratched his cheek in embarrassment. He was doing this for both him and his friends. Now that they knew, he wanted to give them the best chance he could if they wanted to involve themselves with his secret. "Oh, I didn't think you would actually consider it," Mei smirked. She had realized how pushy her and Himiko had been about the idea, so she didn't think Izuku would go for it. "I said I would and I did. It'll take some time though." Izuku gave Mei a smile, then turned to one of the Yakuza. "All right, tie them up please." With that, Izuku and his friends were staged like the hostages they were meant to be acting. As Mei and Himiko were knocked out with an injection while Izuku laid on his back with his hands bound in front of him, he clicked a button on his watch, turning it on for the first time. He laid like this for a while, maybe another hour or half, until he heard a voice in his head. It was soothing and feminine. "Keep pretending to sleep, lay very still, we'll save you soon. You're a very smart boy, Midoriya." Izuku couldn't help but smirk. If only they knew. Another 10 minutes passed, and Izuku heard shouting. He could hear quirks unfamiliar to him. He took a moment to process what he was hearing, noting the sound of a radar of sorts and something like the flexing of rubber. He heard a quirk that sounded like something thick going down the drain of a sink activate. And he could hear the other 2 quirks' sounds almost distort in response. Izuku used his own to lightly tug them towards him, then transfer them into the copiers. "I can't use my quirk. The trigger must have given it an erasure effect," a male voice cried out. "Good, it worked." He heard more and more fighting. Some more quirks showed up, then he began struggling to give the sign. Hearing the draining quirk stop, which told him his plan was working. He then transferred the quirks back to the targets based on the sound of their voices. He heard footsteps towards him. He peeked an eye open to see a blonde lady crouch down to him and his unconscious friends. "You're okay, kid, they won't hurt you. We got M," the lady said with a smile. Izuku glanced around, seeing the Yakuza members being carted away on gurneys and cuffs. "Thank you, miss." He smiled, looking up to the lady. She gave him an impressed smirk. "You're a pretty smart kid, you know, keeping your watch off until they thought you were asleep. It would have taken a while longer to find this place with our method." She messed up Izuku's hair, ruffling it. "It was Pink's idea, she snuck it in her pocket," Izuku responded, lying while glancing to his friend. "They'll be okay, right? They injected them with something and then we fell asleep. I woke up though, Himi and Mei didn't." The woman nodded, comforting Izuku's concerned glance. "I'm sure they'll be okay, it was probably something to make you sleep so they could." She was cut off by a clawed hand grabbing her by the head. "Pixie Bob, you shouldn't say unnecessary things." A menacing man with a smile pulled her up by the head while the blonde woman tried to defend herself to no avail. Quirk. Pointer. Emitter. This quirk allows the user to use their arms like compasses towards people, places, or things they're looking for. This also applies to things the user doesn't know, such as the murderer in a mystery. It's a simplistic quirk, however its vague abilities make it quirk strong for certain situations. Quirk. Earth Flow. Emitter. The quirk gives the ability to manipulate Earth, even allowing the formation of complex dolls for a personal army. It has a fairly long range as well. Quirk. Search. Emitter. It allows the user to monitor up to 100 people at a time, though it can also give information of the status of that individual, such as physical weak points or allergies. It has a range of 1 kilometer, however the ping for selecting a new person to monitor only bounces off of the closest 100 people, making it quite ineffective for finding people in highly populated areas. Quirk. Pliabody. Transformation. A quirk which turns the user's body elastic, allowing for incredible flexibility as the user can stretch and flatten themselves at will. An underused effect of this quirk is to dampen blows. The elastic nature of the user's body would allow for better kinetic energy transferring as well as softening their bones and organs. Bonus. All for one in the doctor. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Shigaraki looked down at the doctor, who had planted himself on the floor of his research lab with his arms crossed. "I'm going on strike," huffed the old man. "Why?" asked a confused supervillain. "You keep giving me unreasonable demands and no free time. I have to balance the hospitals, orphanages and procure you copies whenever you need them. I want time off." The old man was pouting like a spoiled child, which only caused the ancient emperor to laugh at his only friend. Fine. You've been doing great work for me, so you can have some time off after we finish dealing with the current workload," the man said flippantly. "You mean it? Oh, all the experiments I could run? Oh, and the orphans? So much material?" The old man hopped up with uncharacteristic bounce in his step and bounded away. However, his mood would sour once more when he learned that Izuku had given him more work to do by procuring 2 new quirks for the master. Chapter end notes. Another reference. Some more quirks too. Pliabody is quite the combat support quirk. Imagine mixing it with rivet stab to make whips. Some familiar faces, though quite young currently. Comment if you get the reference I made this week. Putting a skeleton in the closet. Chapter summary. The aftermath and some bonding time with Tamura. Smiley face. Chapter notes. I have some projects and exams coming up, so I might not upload a new chapter next week. We'll see though. Wow, 25 chapters. I've been coming up with where I want to take this quirky little story of mine, and I think I've decided its direction. I hope you'll join me on what will surely be a wild ride. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 25. Putting a skeleton in the closet. At 3:26 p.m. on Thursday, August 20th, Midoriya Izuku, Hatsume Mei, and Toga Himiko were rescued with the combined efforts of the Wild Pussycats, Compass Kid and the Jaku Police Department. 5 people were arrested, 4 Yakuza members and the CEO of Geranium Incorporated, who was found to have links to the group through messages and the wiring of funds. This would be reported on as a major conspiracy in the support industry, Numerous reporters hounded the residences of the 6 families who were victims of the kidnapping incident. The Jaku Elementary School pledged to up their security by adding cameras all over the forest and even hiring a few security staff. All this was pennies to Hisashi when he had evidence of black market dealings within the company he was contracted to. After taking a week to think about it and ensure Izuku was alright, he told his wife he needed to head to the head office of Superb Supporter Systems to deal with some work. "Hisashi, it's good to see you. I heard about the incident. I hope your family is doing alright." This was an elderly man in his late 50s, the current CEO of SSS and Hisashi's direct boss, Linshu Toburama. "We've been through a lot." Hisashi tightened his grip on the thumb drive he was holding. He was hoping it was doctored. However, Hisashi had done his own digging in order to confirm the information on the drive, which he was all too dissatisfied with results of. "Sir, I asked to see you, due to something which was delivered to my doorstep during that incident." This got the old man to stop smiling, now looking serious at Hisashi. "And might I ask what that was? I assume it involves the company if you're bringing it up to me." Hisashi swallowed and took a deep breath before speaking. "A number of board members have been dipping into the black market with company funds and products. I have the evidence to back this claim, and I am aware that you are one of them." The old man scowled and began to raise his voice. "How dare you?" December 10th, January 8th and 16th, as well as a number of other dated transactions, all with pictures attached. Hisashi wasn't intimidated, he instead cut the man off. "I could have given this directly to the police. However, I know that many workers would lose their livelihoods. So, I wish to make a deal instead." The old man was flabbergasted. He didn't know how he got it, but Hisashi wasn't bluffing. "What sort of deal?" "I want you to amend my contract length to end a year from now. I will sign an NDA about the files, however I will be keeping a copy for my own safety. After that I want no part in this company." Red flames licked at Hisashi's cheeks as he spat those last few words. "All in all, this is a good deal for you. Had my family not just gone through an ordeal, I might have tried to go down the bloodier route." Toburama nodded. In reality, Hisashi was opting to cut himself out of the situation entirely, with both parties coming out unscathed. The only loss on the company's part was Hisashi himself. "I'll have it done. Was there anything else? I'd like something noting that my leaving the company was not dismissal or negative, and for you to function as a reference if needed." Hisashi made sure to cover all his bases. He didn't want this company to affect his family again, no matter how small. "Fair enough. I'll put it in writing." "Got you to save." The elderly man stood and put a hand out for Hisashi, which the latter took. "Despite your feeling of the company, you've made the right decision." Hisashi only nods before bowing and leaving the room, a deep sigh leaving him as he walked out. This is going to be a long year. Izuku had a tough time the last week. His mother would not let him sleep alone out of fear. It was both nice and awful, as Izuku hadn't slept in the same bed as his parents in years, but it also made him feel horribly guilty about his plan. It also made his late-night lessons impossible, which he was both thankful for and saddened over. The return to school was awkward, as all the kids kept asking questions about what happened, and he was almost constantly being watched. Which meant he and Mei couldn't work on their secret project in the woods. Himiko found the attention a bit confusing. She had been called creepy because of her smile, but now she had people constantly talking to her. Though she liked it a bit, she could tell it was temporary and only out of curiosity. Her parents had seemed happy for her return only in public, their looks of disdain returning the moment they got home. Izuku and Mei had to comfort her and keep her from running away after that. It wasn't until September 4th that Izuku saw Shigaraki again, and it was only briefly. Izuku had put the copied quirks through a portal back when he got the quirks. So, he didn't get to hear anything about how he did until now. "The quirks you provided are quite useful. I will keep our agreement. Now you'll be with Tamura today while I am putting together the materials for retrieving Ectoplasm's quirk. You won't have to do it yourself, however I do want you to observe. You must learn how a large job like this is put together and run. I will have you take the quirk once we capture him, however, this is yours after all." Tamura was wearing his hands again, which didn't bode well for whatever he had planned. After going through a portal, he found that he was in a room, a kid's room. Tamura was taking off his hands and placing them on the shelf next to his bed. "Sensei says you killed someone." Tamura was acting weird. He sounded nicer than usual. "I want to hear about it. Who was it?" Izuku stood there, Still shocked at how Tamura was talking, it was like a big brother taking interest in their little brother's first day of school. They were bullies. This got a smile from Tamura, so they deserved it. Tamura clapped, as he continued. How did it feel? It was relieving, but hollow. It wasn't as satisfying as I thought it would be. Izuku looked down in shame, but Tamura chuckled. Killing random NPCs isn't satisfying. It's the bosses you want. Tamura pointed at Izuku with a look that said, don't you know? Bosses? Like who? Heroes, duh. Izuku cocked his head to the side in confusion. Why heroes? 'Cause heroes suck. Tamura responded, while setting up a game console. Some do, at least from what I read. Izuku put a finger to his chin, pondering the statistics he had looked into. All heroes do, Tamura snapped, starting to scratch at his neck. Izuku continued in his thinking pose when a question surfaced which he felt he should ask. Tamura, do you hate heroes? Of course I hate heroes. They're all government dogs. Then you care about them, right? This gave Tamura a pause, his hand twitching slightly. No, I hate them. Tamura glaring at Izuku for even daring to insinuate that he liked heroes. I know, but you must care about them if you hate them. Hate is too strong of an emotion to waste on something you don't care about. So, either you're wasting your energy, or you care about heroes enough to hate them. Izuku emphasized his point by literally pointing at Tamura. My best friend told me that. So why waste your time thinking about something you didn't care about? Instead think about things you do care about. Tamura frowned, muttering something under his breath. Things I care about? The 10-year-old turned and glanced at the games, then to Izuku and back to his games. What do you care about? Izuku considered the question. I care about my friends, my family, my hobbies. I care about heroes, I think. Some of them are good, some are bad. But I think people are too. Tamura began scratching his neck again. I don't get it. Why care about people? Tamura turned on his console and handed Izuku a controller. Well, I don't know. I just do. Do you care about Mr. Kurogiri? Izuku asked innocently. He's nice to me, though he's annoying sometimes. Tamura has a soft grin on his face, his hands distracted on setting up the fame. Him and Sensei too. Both of them. Do you have any friends you care about? Izuku asked. He didn't know much about Tamura, just that he was probably adopted by Mr. Shigaraki, and he lives at the bar. Friends? Tamura went silent for a while. His hands clutched the controller which started to crack. Do you not? Izuku pressed. He hadn't noticed Tamura's mental state. I do. Mikan and Tomo like me, and Mon always wants to go on walks with me. So, I do. Tamura yelled at Izuku, his voice coming out frail like a child trying to prove something. Before clutching his head with one hand on scratching with the other. Who is that? Mon? Mikan? Tomo? Izuku blinks in both surprise and confusion. You don't remember? But you were the one who said it. Tamura continues scratching at his neck. It even starts to bleed. Get out, go away, the boy starts to bend over in agony, his head throbbing in pain as things he didn't want to remember flood back. It's not my fault. I didn't mean to. Izuku rushed to help but was met with a black portal blocking his path. I'll ask you to stop there, young master. Tamura seems to have been triggered by your questions. Izuku began to feel a bit guilty. He didn't expect a simple question to cause Tamura to freak out like this. The boy began decaying things around him, going between lashing out and fetal position. I didn't mean to. Kurogiri's eyes appear from the mist. He collects Tamura who struggles in his grasp. Pass me his hands please. Izuku looks for the what he thought were fake hands, but upon touching one he feels cold skin. He drops it in surprise. They aren't real, are they? They are young Tamura's family, as well as some of his first kills, as I've been told. Kurogiri replied unbothered by Izuku's visceral reaction. His family? Izuku took a step away from the hands, his eyes trained on the whitened and embalmed digits. Indeed. They have a calming effect on him, so if you will. Kurogiri put out a misty hand to receive one of the hands. Izuku hesitantly picked up one by back, a box with 2 holes like that of a plug. He gave it to Kurogiri who promptly put it on Tamura. He began to calm down, muttering to himself. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Young master, I will ask you to stay on the bar a while. I must tend to Tamura. Kurogiri asked while laying Tamura in his bed. Izuku nodded, deciding to leave the room. He kept glancing back to the blue-haired boy as he left the room. He walked down the stairs and found the bar once again. His mask was on the bar, which at least gave him something to think on a while. Izuku kept thinking back to Tamura. He was scary, but the way he broke down in front of Izuku made him think that perhaps he wasn't as bad as he thought. He seemed to take an interest in Izuku's first kill, which normally would seem like something a crazy person would be interested in, and it was, but it seemed genuine. Thinking about the boy led him to think about the hands, which caused him to frown. The thought of using his family's hands as a mask, it put him off. Izuku put the mask on, nodding to himself. Masks are better than hands. He said this to no one in particular, but someone responded. Yeah, I don't like those creepy hands either. Izuku jumped, turning to see a gray-haired man with a scarf and a purple suit. He wore a pair of purple shades which went well with his suit. Sorry kid, did mean to scare ya. The man chuckled, walking over to the bar and taking a seat. Where's Ol Misty? Izuku stared at the man, trying to decide how to answer. He seemed suspicious but nonchalant, which confused Izuku greatly. Come on kid, I'm here on business. Ya don't need to be so wary. Actually, that's a good thing, ignore me. The man gave a toothy grin, his messy teeth on full display. He's dealing with something. I'll text him you're here. May I have your name? Jiren, tell him I got an update that can't wait till morning. The man then took out a cigarette and lighter to light it. However, Izuku didn't let him, inhaling the flame before it reached the cancer stick. I don't like the smell. Izuku texted Kurogiri, however the misty man's reply wasn't helpful. He wants me to take notes on what you say. Izuku sighs, taking out a notebook from somewhere. While he was distracted, Jiren had lit up a cigarette, which peeved Izuku when he noticed, but he decided to let it go. All right, I'm ready. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Jiren speaks up. The bug is being transferred this week. It's going from the facility in Yamanashi all the way down to Kyushu this week. The transport number is 5294, it's being flown out. As far as I'm aware, the only worrying guard is Quinn Phobi. He's a warper with a swapping quirk, makes capturing targets quite easy. It's being transported via small jet. They're hoping to avoid attention, so they likely will cover up an attack. Izuku nods along, writing down what Jiren says exactly. Do we know the details on the quirk? Not my area, I'm just a runner. Ask someone else kid. Jiren takes a hit of his cancer stick, tapping an ashtray on the bar. Thanks. Now what's your quirk? It sounds weird. Izuku flipped pages. The sound he was listening to was wobbly and unstable. It made him question what he was hearing. Kid, unless you're paying me, I'm not going to tell ya. No reason to put myself in an unfortunate position. Plus, it's like 2 in the morning, I'm going home. Jiren unceremoniously left before Izuku could get another word in. However, as he was walking out, Izuku's curiosity piqued. He wanted to know. He wanted to try the quirk out. Take it, you'll only be borrowing it. Izuku reached out, his quirk pulling on the man's quirk, but he stopped when the man looked back coincidentally. Never got her name kid. Singularity. Sing for short. Good to meet ya then Sing, I'm sure you'll be seeing me. The man waved behind him as he walked through the door out of the bar. Izuku was left with a feeling of annoyance. He hadn't gotten to try the man's quirk, nor did he even get a lick of information on it. He puffed out his cheeks as he texted Kurogiri that Jiren left some information that might be important to Mr. Shigaraki. The rest of the night, Izuku was told to research different pro-heroes and their quirks. He decided to start a message board online to collect the information together so he could reach a better data collection. It wasn't until he was about to be sent home that Mr. Shigaraki came through a portal. Izuku, how is your radio wave attack coming? I can make a small pulse. It fries any electronics around me. Izuku casually ripped out the page with the notes he took on Jiren, handing it to the man. The man took it, looking it over. He nodded. Good, you'll need it for the hospital raid. Oh, and you'll be getting a pet this week. Do some cursory research on it. Oh, okay. Izuku nodded. Mr. Shigaraki, how do you make money? The ancient emperor raised an eyebrow but decided to answer. As you know, I've lived a long life. I've had many chances to invest, buy and sell businesses. I own restaurants, hospitals, orphanages, and construction companies. A bit of everything. I assume this has something to do with the information broker you met tonight? Well, I don't have any money, and I don't want to keep asking you for things. So, I need to learn business stuff. Izuku clenched his hands a bit. All for one hummed in agreement. You should learn from your father. I do not have the time currently. Not to mention if you were to suddenly have funds to use in your day-to-day, it would be suspicious. I can supplement that knowledge with my own. It may give us something to discuss during our games. Izuku grinned ear to ear, finally something he could use without hiding it. Good night, Izuku. The white-haired man patted the child on the head before nudging home through a portal. Izuku would ask his father to teach him, and the man was all too happy to do so, even going as far as to give Izuku an allowance to learn how money worked, though he already knew. This was just an excuse to dote on the boy. Himiko came into school Tuesday morning looking crestfallen. Mei and Izuku shared a look before asking. What's eating at you, Yellow? Mei asked. Mom and Dad say I gotta have my quirk registered. They keep saying it like it's the end of the world, but I haven't told them about my changing, so if I tell them, they'll know. About. She trailed off, knowing not to say anything in class. Children were cruel after all. Even with the trio of boys dead, which didn't mean they were treated differently. After a day or two it was like nothing happened at all. Himiko looked at Izuku a bit guilty that he'd likely get caught up in the inevitable chaos that would ensue after her parents found out she was drinking her classmates' blood. It's okay. Himi, we got your back. Mei bumped her own chest with a fist, a confident smile radiating from her. Thanks, Mei. Himiko had a slight smile before continuing her schoolwork. Izuku leaned over to Mei, whispering in her ear. How do we help? Mei gave a light shrug. I don't know, maybe we can tell our parents. What'll they do? It's not like they can hide what Pink needs for her quirk. Izuku looked down and frowned. Can you? Mei asked, leaning down to look Izuku in the eyes. No, I can't. Izuku hung his head, unsure how to help his friend. Midoriya. Hatsume. Are you finished? The teacher called, causing the two to jerk up and rush back to their work. The next day Himiko didn't show up to school, nor the day after. Thursday evening Izuku raised his concerns to his parents, but he was waved off. Himiko also hadn't responded to any messages from him or Mei, which made their worry deepen. Something is wrong. Izuku began muttering to himself, deep in thought about all the things that could have happened. He knew Himiko's parents weren't very accepting of Himiko's needs. She had repeatedly tried to hide her quirk and her drinking blood from them. His emotions began to get the better of him as he imagined Himiko's parents doing something to Himiko. Intelligence is a curse like this sometimes, having a mind that can imagine things in complex situations. Having experienced a bit of brutality from others, Izuku came to an extreme conclusion. The only thing to snap him out of his trance was the alarmed yell of his mother. Izu, your flames, Inko cried. Looking down, Izuku's arms were wreathed in green flames, his clothes now burning too. Cinders as he stood there in confusion. Luckily it seemed the flames weren't traveling down onto the floor. Inko ran to get the extinguisher, but Izuku, having finally caught on to what was happening, inhaled sharply, causing the green flames and smoke to funnel into his mouth to get absorbed as energy. Inko came back running with the extinguisher, spraying Izuku with it for good measure. What were you doing? You could have hurt yourself, or set the house on fire. Inko chastised her son, though she was more concerned than angry. I didn't mean to, it just sort of happened. I was lost in thought. Izuku began to sniffle, tears welling up in his eyes. Inko's stern expression relaxed a bit. She wasn't able to play the angry parent when her son was about to cry. What's wrong? You're more than just distracted. Inko knelt down to wipe away her son's tears. With a sniffle Izuku responded. Himiko still hasn't responded. Inko gave a soft smile, figuring her son was just missing his friend. She's probably just sick, Izu. You'll hear from her soon. Izuku shook his head. No, she's not. The boy practically shouted at his mom. Izuku. Inko frowned at him. Don't raise your voice at me. But you don't believe me. Izuku scowled at his mom. Yellow would at least read our messages. Green flames started to lick the edges of his mouth as he breathed. Maybe she just didn't get them or has had it taken away. Inko tried to give her son options, but he seemed adamant about his stance. Can we go check, please? Izuku begged. He wanted to be wrong, but something told him otherwise. Inko let out a sigh. All right, you win. We'll go check. Tomorrow, after school, we'll bring her a get-well present. Do you think May will want to go too? Izuku let out a sigh and nodded. I'll ask. Inko smiled in return. Go get change. And leave those in your trash. Izuku ran upstairs, however a tinge of sadness crept into his expression. She doesn't believe me. After getting to his room, he texted May. Green Dragon. My mom says she'll take us to see Yellow tomorrow after school. Also stop changing my name. The Pink Menace. Great, I'll prepare some babies for reconnaissance. The Pink Menace. And I will never give up my power. You'll have to pry it from my cold dead hands, degree. Green Dragon. Why are you like this? The Pink Menace. Dunno. But you like me the way I am. Don't deny it. No. No. Green Dragon. I couldn't if I wanted to May. Anyway, be sure to have a container so we can get Himmy some blood. The Pink Menace. Will do? I'm thinking of an RC car or drone, Omega, B. Green Dragon. Good idea, maybe one with a camera or speaker. The Pink Menace. I think it'll be hard to sneak it in to look for Himmy if it's too big. Green Dragon. What if we leave it for later? Like I sneak out and control it with radio waves. You could link the camera to something I make so I can find Yellow. The Pink Menace. I forgot you've been sneaking out for lessons. Alright, I'll get to work on something. Green Dragon. Cool, see you tomorrow. The Pink Menace. Himiko, we're on the way. Even if it does happen to just be us overthinking this. Green Dragon. I hope so too, but we've gotta be sure. Himmy seemed scared. Izuku had his usual lesson with the doctor. This time he was merely doing bookwork as the doctor was too busy to set a proper lesson. With Izuku's spare time, he asked for Kurogiri to get some tools so he could make a video receiver. He had been looking into changing his mask into one that would have a screen with different emoticons programmed into it, though it would be an ongoing project. That night after returning to bed, perhaps due to his recent emotional instability or it was simply past due, he found himself in a void of sorts, the feeling of two hands on his shoulders. It seems you've finally recovered. It took quite a while, even with my aid, came the voice of Shigaraki's vestige from behind. Izuku looked back and he could see that the man's other hand was now fusing into his shoulder. The man was standing idly behind him. I was stabbed by the regeneration vestige, wasn't I? Izuku asked to confirm, but the evidence was fairly clear. After a sharp pain, he woke up and he had a bruise that wouldn't heal no matter how many times he had used the regeneration quirk. It faded with time of course, but he was now well aware of the danger that not being able to heal would entail. You were. Though I've taken the free time I've had to thoroughly bind it, however, you now have a new vestige to deal with. One of your very own making. The smile on the man was a mix of condescension and elation. And I must say, the quirk resulting from the boy is quite the versatile one. If I weren't a mere echo of myself, I'd be jealous. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. He had found the quirk useful so far of course, but he wasn't excited to see Tagati again. You killed him, not just him but two others. Don't shy away from that, they deserved everything those boys got. Izuku could feel the fused hands clench slightly on his shoulders as the vestige leaned in to reassure him. When you see him, imagine what he'd done to you, what they'd done to your friends. Let those feelings out at him. The vestige conjured misty tendrils of blackness housed in red, directing Izuku's attention in a certain direction. He's coming. In the distance Izuku could see a child. It was shambling towards him with eyeless sockets of gold. It was unstable, falling and reforming into a vague shape. It didn't seem hostile, just sad and lost. Is suppression the only way? Izuku questioned. His hatred for Tagati had vanished when he slew the boy. Now the only thing he felt looking at his vestige was pity. It was barely formed due to the lack of use and development of Tagati himself. What other way is there? The vestige laughed, mocking the child for his question. Only fully developed vestiges can speak, many losing their reason. Out of all the quirks I've had, very few have been able to resist me in a meaningful way. So, there were some? Izuku asked. This seemed to be the first time Shigaraki has admitted to weakness, which caught Izuku's attention. The man nodded. You see, I had a brother. For whatever reason I could not take his quirk. Perhaps because we were related? Perhaps he had a resistance to me because we were twins. I can't say. Huh, did he have the same power as you? It felt like the obvious question. Siblings often had very similar quirks and in some cases the same with only slight changes to appearance. Ah no, he did not. Now, focus on restraining the vestige, else the quirk may fail to heed your will one day. Shigaraki began to push Izuku towards the shambling child. A clear image is key. Izuku had managed to keep himself from falling forward and began trying to think of what image would be best to contain something like this. Cuffs? Ropes? What I thought the last time but hated and work? Maybe something larger, like a box or a cage. But what I fit can slip through this seems like the kind of thing Tony Dalatoff Trilander or to feel like if I gonna won't be able to tree again for feel wait no I just have to avoid a direct hit like last time. As Izuku muttered to himself, the vestige attached to him drew closer. The flesh melted to the boy's shoulders slowly inched downward, the vestige's wrist melting into Izuku. The change was slight, Izuku wouldn't notice, but the connection was nearing a precipice of no return. The monster of a man looked down at the boy, a satisfied smile on his face. He could feel how close he was to it. Once they crossed that point, there was no stopping the next him from being born. Assimilation rate. 10%. Chapter end notes. I'd like to do more with Tamura given he now has Izuku in his life, though Izuku is much younger so it might not be a clear friendship. Also more people. A younger Jiren just starting out. There comes a point where you can't undo what is done, however without knowing Izuku slowly walks towards that which will become inevitable. Parental affection. Chapter summary. Izuku checks on Himiko, and then some interactions with Shigaraki's subordinates. Chapter notes. I'm back. Finals have been going well this week, only one last class to go. Hope you guys enjoy the new chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 26. Parental affections. Inko, Mei, and Izuku stood in front of a home in the outer city of Jakku. The children wore worried expressions hidden by fake smiles while Inko was genuinely smiling. She was holding a care package of sorts. It was a container of soup which Izuku helped make. Now, we'll check up on Himiko then go home. We don't want to bother her while she's sick. Izuku and Mei nodded in agreement, though they had other plans. Knocking on the door, the trio waited for a response. It was another minute or two until a blond man, slightly rotund, answered the door, yawning as he scratched his side. Yeah, oh, hey. The man paused, then spoke as though unsure. Mrs. Midoriya. And he glanced to the two kids behind her, staring at Izuku a bit longer than Mei, a pang of disgust. Crossing his face momentarily. Himiko's friends, right? Inko bowed slightly in greeting. Mr. Toga, it's nice to meet you properly. I apologize for coming over unannounced, but these two insisted on checking on Himiko. Inko put a hand to her cheek making a troubled expression while gesturing to the kids. It's fine, I was just about to take a nap before work, so you caught me with perfect timing. Miko's probably still asleep, she's been pretty sick. Reiner looked to the side, moving his hand from his side to scratch his barely shaved chin. Liar. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, let her know we stopped by. I made some soup for her if she's well enough to keep something down. Inko held out the soup with a smile. Alright, I will. Thank you, Midoriya. He took the soup and bowed to be polite, before waving the group off and closing the door. While walking back to the car, Inko spoke up to the two kids. See, you'll hear from Himiko soon enough. There's nothing to worry about. Izuku and Mei gave their prescribed replies. Of course Izuku didn't believe the man. Mei leaned over and whispered in Izuku's ear. I dropped it in the bush next to the door. Izuku gave a short nod before getting in the car to go home. That night Izuku took the portal opened to him by Kurogiri, having negotiated the previous night to allow for him to appear by the Toga residence for a half-hour before being retrieved. Izuku wore his mask and carried a vial of his blood for the remote control drone to carry to Himiko. He recalled that Himiko's room was on the corner of the second floor, thanks to Encyclopedia. He was able to rework a mental map from Himiko's birthday. He snuck around to the front, creeping to the bush at the front door before picking up the drone Mei left in the bush earlier. He turned it on and backed away from the house, moving to the alley between the house and the residence next door. Izuku began to move the drone, using his radio waves to input commands. It took about 5 minutes to get the proper wavelength and slight changes to input the commands, but it was working. After taking out the small tablet, he prepares to receive video from the drone. Izuku sent the drone up. He slowly maneuvered it towards the house. No lights were on, but to Mei's credit she managed to install a night vision camera, likely taken from some other creation. The drone got closer to the window, which Izuku thought belonged to Himiko's room. It had its curtains pulled across, obscuring the view into the room. However, Izuku slowly managed to get the drone to peer into a small gap between the window and drapes. The tablet showed a bed with floral patterns on it with a girl curled up into the fetal position laying on it. Yellow. Izuku pulled the drone back, having it fly to him so he could attach the vial of blood for Himiko. After attaching the vial, he flew it back to the window, lightly knocking the vial against it to wake Himiko up. However, it wasn't seeming to work, so Izuku had to go a bit harder, which risked losing control of the drone. The second attempt got a startled reaction from the sleeping target, who looked to the window in concern and confusion. Izuku pressed a button on the tablet. He had Mei install 2 Christmas lights on the drone so he could turn them on if he wanted to. He could see the drone momentarily have a green and a pink light on the front. Himiko pulled the curtain to the side, a small smile on her face. She struggled to reach the locks on the window, having to do so from her bed. After opening the window and screen, Izuku moved the drone closer. He saw Himiko say something, but Mei didn't have the time to install a microphone, so he didn't know what was said, but he flashed the lights at her anyways. Izuku flew drone into her room, landing it on the bed and repeatedly flashing the lights to get her attention. "Come on, Himi, notice it." Himiko cocked her head to the side. She looked down at the drone a while, picking it up to examine it, which caused the video to turn a while. After the girl sat the drone back down, Izuku saw the vial in her hand. She pulled the stopper off, downing it in only a moment or two. Izuku saw her run her tongue over her teeth to ensure no blood was left before putting the vial back on the drone. Her small smile turning into one she tried to often hide, an open mouth and extremely wide smile. Last time she let it slip out, one of the other kids had called her creepy, which made her smile vanish completely. Izuku thought he saw her tearing up a bit and say thing again, but he couldn't be sure since she held the drone at an awkward angle to get it out the window again. Izuku flew the drone from the girl's hand, turning to flash the 2 lights at her again before flying it to the alley. Izuku was very pleased with himself, immediately texting Mei that Himiko was okay, and the delivery went well. Izuku waited for the retrieving portal, taking everything with him, leaving it in the bar as he attended another study session with Shigaraki. That Saturday was uneventful. He spent it mostly playing the instruments Mei gave him for his birthday. Sunday came around. His father came back home, where he decided to try to teach Izuku the basics of business. Apparently on his train ride back, he had made a PowerPoint presentation for Izuku. The lecture was pretty interesting to Izuku. Hisashi even had Izuku set up a savings account that week. Sunday evening was a different beast. Tamura was back, but he seemed more reserved and internal than before. However, something else was holding Izuku's attention. It was the sound of numerous quirks in a very compressed space. However, it wasn't Mr. Shigaraki this time, it was a case sitting on the counter in front of the man. The sound of a hypnotic buzz. It went up and down in pitch again and again, making it seem like it was communicating. "What's in the case, sir?" Izuku couldn't hold back his curiosity. He needed to know. The man smirked and turned on the stool to face the boy, a glass of wine in hand. "A pet. Well, many pets, but we're only interested in one for now. The specimen we took from the commission the other day has arrived. And looking at it, it seems well worth the cost." "They sound like they're communicating," Izuku muttered, his eyes not leaving the case for a moment. "That they may be. According to the doctor, the queen bee has a mental connection to each other bee. It's quite marvelous as far as quirks go. A perfect quirk for such a creature," spoke Shigaraki. "Now, on to business." Izuku snapped to attention, straightening up and bracing himself for what may come. "Tomorrow, you'll be going with Tamura to assist on an assault on a hospital meant for hero recovery. I want you to focus on supporting Tamura and destroying any cameras that you find with your radio quirk. While you do, I'll be using Kurogiri to take ectoplasm. If you see a quirk that you want, you are to remember it for later. Do not take it then. After I get ectoplasm, I will be destroying the building from the room over. We will retreat after." Izuku gulped. When he had said he wanted the quirk, he hadn't realized what he was setting into motion. This was an act of villainy. Destroying a hospital would kill so many people. Do we need to destroy the hospital?" Izuku asked hesitantly. Our goal is always to cover our tracks. Destroying the hospital will allow us to cover the taking of ectoplasm. Too many will be focused on the others who will undoubtedly go missing to investigate him as well. All for One tapped his finger on the bar as he spoke through his reasoning. But why do we need to cover it up? If we shut down the cameras and pull him here with Kurogiri, we can get away with it. Izuku pleaded. Shut up. Don't question Sensei. He's right, plus, it gets rid of a bunch of stupid heroes. Tamura snapped at Izuku, finally speaking up for the first time since he recovered. But there aren't just heroes there, right? Izuku looked at Shigaraki, who merely stared back at him. It is a hospital meant for hero recovery, but there are civilians, yes. However, Izuku, you wanted this quirk. All the preparations are finished, you just need to play your part. This will happen with or without you. Which will it be? Shigaraki exuded a pressure which told Izuku which answer he was supposed to give. I'll go. Izuku managed to answer even if just barely. Take this as a lesson in live combat. And it's been a bit since you've been given a quirk. Take Pliabody. You should try to think of combat uses for your less obviously offensive quirks. Shigaraki motioned to Kurogiri, who slid a small vial holding the quirk to Izuku. Izuku could hear the quirk, the sound of flexing rubber emanating from the vial beckoning him to take it. And take it he did. It was transformation which he promptly set to testing out. Small motions with. He found the elastic effects interesting as he could make his limbs stretch and bounce slightly at will. It will make your body far more flexible as well as resistant to blunt attacks. You shouldn't be able to break bones with it active. You'll be practicing with a new partner today, Tamura's usual partner for reflex training. This is so you will at least know how to use your new quirk. Shigaraki stood, straightening his suit, and then motioning for Kurogiri to open another portal. Mr. Shigaraki, I don't know how to fight. Is it really okay to train with Tamura? Izuku asked. It was a valid question, however the response he got confused him. Fighting is for when you cannot best your opponent with the pieces you hold. If all goes well, you shouldn't need to fight, the man responded. Then why am I learning? Izuku questioned. You must plan for as much as you can, even the worst possible outcome. It isn't often, but I do come to blows on occasion. The man looked nostalgic, glancing at Tamura for a moment. Master is the strongest, even All Might wouldn't win against him, Tamura cheered, a faint fanaticism in his voice. Izuku contemplated the comment. He didn't know how strong Shigaraki was, but if he can take anyone's quirk, of course he was the strongest. He could take their power and make it their own. But Izuku had found out that was not necessarily true. Some people had resisted this. Based on how the vestige worded it, it wasn't just his brother. Mr. Shigaraki, are there any quirks currently out there you can't take? Izuku asked, though Tamura immediately tried to yell at him for it. Of course not. Master can take one, as far as I'm aware. This response stunned Tamura, who began scratching at his neck in discomfort. It seems you've been given information about my brother, is that assumption correct? Izuku nodded. Is there a chance of us seeing them? No, it would be infinitesimal. However, no taking quirks at the hospital. As I said, take mental note of it for the future. Shigaraki turned to the still open portal. Now, you two go through. Hood is waiting already. He then motioned for the two to shoo. Tamura hopped off his stool, putting the game he was playing away and walked through. Without waiting for Izuku, the boy had to hurry to catch up. Running through the warp gate, he found a massive fighting ring on the other side. A slightly familiar man in a hoodie standing in the middle. Get over here, you're both late, the man called. Tamura clicked his tongue, taking off his various hands and sitting them down before climbing over the metal fencing surrounding the crude-looking boxing ring. Izuku followed suit, though it was mostly him taking off his shoes and struggling to get over the fencing. The hoodied man glanced at Izuku, his yellow eyes glowing beneath hood. He appraised Izuku and scoffed. You're quite the runt, aren't ya? I don't make it a habit of beating on kids, but if the master wants something, he gets it. Now, Tamura here. The man put his hand up to gesture to the boy, but the boy in question immediately took a defensive stance. Is a close-range fighter. How about you? Izuku mulled over the question. He was familiar with some heroes being at ranges. Not all of them could be All Might, of course. I think mid-ranger, rivet stab isn't suited for close combat. The man nodded, though Tamura decided now was the best time to put in his 2 cents. You're also a complete noob. All you can do is dodge. And even then, you suck. I do not. I can dodge you fine. Tamura only scoffed at this response. The hoodied man cleared his throat. Mid-range in a fight is a decent place, you can back off or rush. I'll teach you the basics, but first come at me. A sinister glow emanated from the man's smile. What? Izuku took a step back on instinct, he didn't like the crazy look the man was giving him. Tamura to his credit also took a step back, likely knowing something Izuku didn't based on how he was at the edge of the ring now. You're the master's successor, I want you to come at me like you're trying to kill me. The man's arms lengthened as he raised them in a boxing stance. Come on, hit me. Izuku took another few seconds to collect himself before steadying his resolve once more. He was going to try to kill this man. First Izuku went over what he knew, then he formulated a plan. Izuku took a step back and then ran at the man. Using rivet stab he made a jab at the man's skull, while extending his other hand wide to trap him in. He also used the remote command Quirk to command him. Go limp. To follow up, he exhaled a bout of green flames at the man who was starting to fall to the ground. However, the man instead used the limp nature of his body to roll backwards, taking only a few burns. Haha. Yes. Like that. Quick and straight for the kill. I like that. My turn. Izuku, who was recovering from using so many quirks at once, couldn't protect himself in time, taking a giant fist which sent him flying into the metal fencing, which bounced him slightly off and hard onto the ground. Ah, come on. Get up. I want more. Izuku struggled to get up. The impact had taken the wind out of him. His arms felt like they were broken, and his head was ringing. It took a moment for Izuku to recover enough mentally to use his regeneration quirk, though his Hydra Flame was already starting to work on the blunt force trauma. Eventually Izuku got up unsteady, but up all the same. Good, now. Again. This time use your new power, it'll make things easier on you, at least that's what the master said. Tamura. You too. Try and kill me, you brat. Tamura hesitated but begrudgingly joined the fray, Izuku and him forming a sort of triangle with Hood. Izuku attacked first, extending his rivet stabs towards Hood, while Tamura took this moment to charge at him. Hood dodged of course, but as he did he pulled an uppercut. Swing against Tamura, however his arm was stopped by 10 black and red tendrils wrapping around them. He clicked his tongue, grabbing them with the other arm and using them to force Tamura to dodge. This of course caused Izuku to swing around due to those tendrils being his fingers. Before impacting he tried to use Pliabody to increase his elasticity, which helped mitigate the impact, though it made his insides bounce around more, causing him to vomit onto the floor of the ring. Tamura, who managed to dodge the whipping Izuku, did his best to grab Hood. Each time he lunged, however, he was faced with a barrage of punches. Tamura attempted to catch them, but before he could get all his fingers onto the fists, they were pulled back for another punch. This punch absolutely bodying Tamura. The itchy kid now hunched over on the group, gasping for air. Hood isn't one to let his opponents catch a break, however, grabbing Tamura by the clothes and slamming him down onto the ring floor. Hood glanced around, letting out a sigh seeing his sparring partners pretty much done for the count. Not bad teamwork for a first time. I'll give you 2 minutes, then we'll start again. Hood began shadow boxing in place, as though beating on the kids wasn't enough of a warm-up. Hey Tamura. Izuku managed to choke out. Tamura spits on the ground before turning his head to Izuku. What? You just need a solid grab, right? Tamura nods in response, managing to steady himself on his feet. Just keep him busy for a moment. I have a plan. HMPH, fine, I'll keep aggro. Tamura clutched his stomach a bit, but still readied himself while Izuku stayed near the edge of the ring, barely standing properly. Oh, have a strategy this time? Good, I'll be sure to crush it. Hood bounced side to side before bouncing forward with one bound. Tamura dodged to the side, trying to touch Hood's side, but the boxer was far too quick for the 10-year-old. Stop moving, Tamura bellowed, trying to catch the nimble hooded man, but of course this didn't get him to stop. Come on. You can't even hit me. You won't survive a real fight at this rate. Hood taunts, jumping back to avoid Tamura's hand. Shut up, you stupid tutorial bot. All Tamura could do against this superior opponent was try to grab him. Touching all his fingers to him would at least do some damage. However, his opponent was getting bored. My turn. Hood was about to lunge at Tamura, but as he did, something wrapped around his leg. Tisk. Should have seen this coming. Hood glanced at Izuku's direction. He had his back to the fence, looking slightly strained. Izuku's arms were focused on bracing him against the metal as though something was pulling on him. Hood's eyebrows knitted, realizing the boy had just put a leash on him to keep him from moving towards Izuku. Clever. But, you're forgetting one. The man's words were cut off when he noticed how close Tamura had gotten in his moments of distraction. A hand on his chest was all it took for him to realize his mistake. Of course it was too late. Searing pain began to bubble on his chest. He lashed out trying to swat Tamura away, but something pulled him out of the way before he could do any damage. Ha ha ha. A point for us, Mr. Tutorial. Tamura smiled as he landed, Izuku's black tendrils retreating from his back and into the greenette's hands. Fucking brat. I guess I'll have to stop going easy on you too. Thus began Hood's Spartan training session, if you could call Izuku and Tamura dodging for their lives and occasionally getting a jab in training. By the end both boys were sprawled out and covered in sweat. Hood had left at some point, leaving the two boys alone in the ring. They both laid there in silence for a while until Tamura broke the silence. Your plan was good. Izuku let a smile grin form on his face. Only cause you held out. I'm higher level, of course I held out. Tamura's response was quick and proud. Izuku wasn't looking at him, but he imagined there was a smile on his face. He wasn't afraid of the boy anymore. They weren't friends, but perhaps on the road to that. Bonus. BSSSS. Not too long before All for One was delivered the case with the swarm in it. The doctor had lived a long life. It had many ups and downs. He'd had 4 families and seen them come and go. But never once in his centuries did he think he would die to a swarm of semi-sentient quirked honeybees. The doctor laid there, getting stung by the swarm, now looking like a balloon animal of grotesque design. It wasn't until an elephant man shot a puff of air at the bee-covered doctor that he was saved. Looking up to his savior, the doctor couldn't help but reach up. However, the elephant-quirked man just looked down at him with a tinge of exasperation on his face. After managing to catch the swarm, and to reduce the swelling, the doctor vowed to get his revenge on the swarm. But first he needed to invest in a beekeeper's suit. Maybe some bug spray just in case. It wasn't until later that the doctor discovered he now had slight melissophobia. He would need to get over it before he could enact his revenge. Chapter end note. Himiko's okay. Well, as okay as she can be, but still, she's okay. The BSSS lol. And yes, the doctor will always be a joke to me. No, I won't apologize. What we do for what we want. Chapter summary. Izuku's first raid. Chapter notes. I enjoyed writing this chapter. I'd been looking to introduce another of the high ends in a reasonable way, which I kinda did on the bonus last chapter lol. Hope you enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 27. What we do for what we want. Izuku sat next to Tamura in some kind of armored vehicle. There were him, Tamura, Kurogiri, Hood, All for One, and a man with an elephant quirk. The man with the elephant quirk didn't speak. Apparently, he wasn't here of his own volition, but instead Shigaraki had been holding something over him. The trip by van took 2 hours, which left a small amount of time for Izuku to be there. The plan was for this group to defend the van with their lives as Kurogiri hid inside as their escape. There were 2 other vans with mercenaries hired for this assault to lay siege to the hospital in the meantime. Lastly, Shigaraki would use a portal to enter the hospital through a closet and head to Ectoplasm's room, using a quirk he held to detonate the floor and potentially level the hospital after capturing the hero. If all went well, the plan would only take 15 minutes at most. Izuku has been instructed to eliminate any cameras he sees outside the hospital with radio waves to leave as little evidence of the attack as possible. Izuku was explicitly told only to use rivet stab during this mission. Radio waves could be directed without a visible sign. Tamura, remember that you are not to leave Kurogiri's proximity. There will likely be heroes who will try to capture you. Both of you are to function as support to Hood as well as Elif. Shigaraki instructed the 2 kids, then looked to the adults. You may do some damage, however you are also to protect them both from any wayward heroes who will try to deal with them. You are to cause as much of a scene as possible so to distract the security staff. Elif nodded. He seemed like a man of few words compared to Hood. Izuku couldn't help but look at the man. He was massive. He wore some kind of helmet to cover his facial features besides the obvious elephant trunk. He also had a kind of combat suit on, a vest that was bulletproof, and cargo shorts. Izuku thought that the sound of the man's quirks were amusing. It sounded like a circus marching band. Drums and toots mostly. Hood was also dressed up to the nines in gear, sporting a similar vest but also a set of brass knuckles. For some reason he was wearing sunglasses and a hoodie with it which felt strange to Izuku. Tamura had his hands and Kurogiri wore the same outfit for everything. Izuku had made some slight changes. He was given a set of all-black clothes which he poked holes into the back of using rivet stab. Then he had gotten some lights to put on his mask. The smile now glowing with red teeth and green lips. He was happy with it until Tamura told him, "You look like you're wearing a Christmas variant skin." Which immediately ruined any pride Izuku took in his improvement. Kurogiri spoke up, "Master, we are arriving. Do you wish to leave now?" Shigaraki nods, the armored vehicle slowing down so Kurogiri can make a portal. Izuku noted this weakness in case he ever needed to escape using Kurogiri. With that, Shigaraki bid farewell, leaving the five alone as the truck got moving once more. The silence was deafening. It was another minute before something hit the armored truck. With a loud clang, Hood glanced at the wall and then to Elif, who stood up and opened the back of the truck, causing a buffet of wind to blow in the armored vehicle. It took a moment for Izuku's eyes to adjust, but what he saw was chaotic. The two other vehicles had people on top of them. Some looked like heroes while others looked like normal people to Izuku. One was about to be thrown off, which caused Izuku to raise his hand to try to stop them from falling off, but before he could, Elif sent a burst of air which knocked the person forward slightly, keeping them on top of the car. A second one then impacted the tiger quirked hero who was fighting the guy. Hood noticed Izuku's movement and scoffed at him. "You were going to try to catch him, weren't you?" Izuku looked away, a telltale sign Hood was right. "And what would you have done? You would have attached to him, but you're not strong enough to pull him up. You'd have gone with him. Elif and I would have been forced to catch you." Izuku looked down. He hadn't thought that far ahead. Truthfully, it was an impulse to try to help. "Kid, it's fine to help, just don't bite of more than you can chew." It wasn't Hood who replied, it was Elif. His voice was smooth and comforting compared to the abrasive Hood. He then let off another shot of air with his trunk towards the top of the other truck, sending a hero with light green skin flying off the roof. One of the villains fighting raised a hand in thanks, which got a nod in return. "Shut the door, it's distracting," Tamura called, now holding a portable console he wasn't before. Hood fulfilled his request but kept standing, instead waiting for something else to happen. While Elif sat back down and patiently waited. "We're almost to the entrance. Brace," Kurogiri warned. Which caused most occupants to brace for something. Izuku, however, was still wearing his seatbelt, so he only readied to brace. The ride got significantly bumpier very suddenly. Then, like a carnival ride, the truck whipped around so the back was facing forward. Kurogiri made an escape portal as soon as they'd stopped, and then the two large men kicked the door open at the same time, almost breaking them off the hinges by accident. They both shared a brief look of annoyance with each other but parted quickly after. Hood climbed up on the roof while Elif hopped to the ground and began directing people from other trucks. It seemed they were given actual jobs to do as well as protection detail. Izuku unbuckled and stood, deciding to get started on the cameras. "Kurogiri, can you open a portal to where I asked before?" Izuku asked, which Kurogiri obliged. A portal opened in front of Izuku, who then stood on the bench he was sitting on and leaned into the portal while holding one of the racks above them. He struggled to pull a case through the portal, but he sat it down on the bench. He flicked it open to reveal a drone, the same one he used to check on Himiko. He then held out a small controller to Tamura, who didn't notice. "Tamura, you want a pilot?" Izuku asked, trying to get the lad's attention. Tamura glanced up from his game for a moment. Well, only his eyes looked up, but he did take a moment and saved his game. He took the controller and began to fiddle with the buttons while Izuku kept the drone from flying off. "Why do you have this?" Tamura asked, finally questioning the need for a drone. "Oh, just to find the cameras. I can bounce my radio waves off it at the right angle too, so we don't need to be seen." Izuku flipped the drone over, showing a slight modification. It now had a dish on the bottom which could rotate. I guess. I was hoping to take one hero out though." Tamura sounded a bit dejected, but he kept playing with the drone. Izuku let it go so Tamura could fly it, glancing at the screen so he could see where the first camera was. Tamura took a bit to get the hang of flying the drone, but he was surprisingly dexterous with his fingers. The first camera was actually a few, all pointing different directions. Izuku glanced at the screen, then did some mental math before pointing upwards to them whilst in the back of the vehicle. The sounds of fighting growing louder since they'd arrived. The controller screen flickered lightly as the electromagnetic pulse went past the drone and destroyed the cameras looking down towards the cars. "All right, I think I got them. Let's look for more." Tamura nodded, moving the drone so they could find more cameras to destroy. Kurogiri looked over to the boys, a bit puzzled. This was supposed to be a serious operation, but from his perspective they were enjoying themselves. The drone had been flying high in the sky, trying to spot any more cameras on the side of the hospital when the two boys noticed someone on the roof aiming a crossbow Quirk on at the battle below. "Kurogiri, make a portal up to the roof for us." Tamura promptly landed the drone on the roof to avoid letting it fall. "Huh? Why? Let's just tell Hood or Elif." Izuku looked at Kurogiri, who was about to form a portal. "Kurogiri, no, not until we destroy the cameras up there at least." Kurogiri paused. "As you wish." Tamura clicked his tongue in annoyance, knowing the boy was right about the cameras at least. "Fine." He promptly started looking for said cameras using the drone. "It does need to be us. We're supposed to protect Kurogiri." Izuku made a fair point, however Tamura felt he made a better one. "'Cause I wanna." Izuku frowned. He didn't like that response, but he could tell Tamura wasn't going to budge. "Fine, but only after we get all of the cameras, and we'll surprise attack him." "Duh, ambushing a sniper is obvious." After they confirmed no more cameras were on the roof, Kurogiri made a portal just behind the crossbow quirked hero. Using it, Tamura jumped through while Izuku simply sent his rivet stabs through to try and pin the hero. The ambush was half successful. Tamura landed on the hero's back, however it was much like a bull ride for him. The rivet stabs Izuku sent through had been aiming for the crossbow, but due to Tamura's dive the hero moved out of the way. After walking through the portal, Izuku watched as the hero threw Tamura off of themselves and against the concrete border of the roof. Izuku winced at the sight, imagining himself in that situation. Then he sent out all 10 of his digits to try to force the hero away from Tamura. The crossbow hero jumped back but was then pierced in the side by a tendril that bounced off the ground due to pliabody. Izuku pulled all of the rivets back while sidestepping towards Tamura, who was now getting up and rubbing his side. "A couple of kids. How'd you get up here? And why are you attacking with villains?" the hero questioned, hesitating to attack two kids. Izuku pondered the questions, but Tamura answered first. "We just want to kill some heroes." With that, Tamura charged the man, forcing Izuku to back him up. He extended the rivet stabs towards the hero, who was already about to fire at Tamura. Izuku then used 2 to pull Tamura out of the way of a bone arrow. He wasn't quite fast enough as it grazed Tamura, but that was better than sticking into his arm. Tamura corrected his balance and kept running, managing to lay a hand on the hero. A cry of pain rang out as the hero's crossbow string snapped due to the decay effect, weakening its stability. "You little bastard." The hero kicked Tamura in the stomach, sending him rolling across the roof. The hero extended one of the bone arrows of his to make a stabbing weapon. The crossbow hero clutched his now bleeding arm. It seemed the bow string was made of flesh, which he could feel. Izuku didn't let him get any closer to Tamura, however. "Stay still," Izuku commanded, using a remote command to keep him from moving whilst whipping some of his rivets at him, wrapping them all around his legs. "What do you have?" His exclamation was cut off by a yell from Tamura. "Just die. You stupid hero." Tamura was practically running on all fours at this point, barely staying up after that stomach blow. But between the fingers of his embalmed hands, Izuku could see a hatred, a focused intent on destroying whatever was in his way. The hero, to his credit, did manage to defend himself, trying to stab Tamura with a bone extending from his crossbow arm. However, Tamura was able to dodge on the opposite side, dragging his hand around the man's side, leaving his skin bare without his hero costume protecting him. Izuku kept wrapping the tendrils around the man, slowly enveloping his waist, then belly. He couldn't move well enough to dodge anymore. "Tamura, are you gonna?" Izuku asked a manic Tamura. He didn't respond, instead he placed his hands on the hero's back, starting the decaying process. Die. You stupid hero. Just die. Tamura wasn't listening anymore. But Izuku couldn't help but listen and hear the hero cry and beg for his life, for someone to help him. Izuku had to force himself to not let go of the man. He knew it wouldn't be possible. Please. I have a son. I don't want to die. Cracks began to form on the man's arms, then his neck, then his face. This continued for what felt like an eternity. Don't look away. The man coughed up a bit of blood as he writhed in Izuku's and Tamura's grips. Izuku didn't want to watch, but he felt obligated. He knew that if he tried, he'd be denying what he'd come here to do. Sleep, Izuku commanded the man. He wanted to free him from the searing pain that was decay. However, the command didn't take hold despite being one word. The impulses of those near death, those whose fight or flight instincts had kicked in, who were overrun with fear and adrenaline, it seemed they couldn't be influenced as easily. Or perhaps it was just so painful that no matter what quirk was used on the suffering hero, he would not fall asleep. So Izuku had to watch. He watched as the man fell apart, the cracks finally connecting, which let the man free of his tortuous death. Izuku had never seen someone fall apart like a shattered statue, but he couldn't deny that it looked awful. Blood, flesh, entrails, bones, all starting to leak out from between the black tendrils of Izuku's quirk. He could feel the sensation of silly putty in his fingers, perhaps due to killing someone himself, perhaps due to shock. He could only stare. Tamura cackled a bit before letting out a sigh and looking to Izuku. Hey, you can let go now. Izuku didn't react. He kept staring. It wasn't until Tamura touched him did Izuku flinch slightly in surprise. You okay? The phrase sounded alien to Izuku. Okay? What did that even mean? His mind was reeling. The next thing he knew, there was a violent crash from under them, a sound so loud it felt like a punch in the head. Tamura looked down in a moment of horrible realization. Come on. The boy tugged on Izuku, still staring at the pile of flesh, his rivets slowly coming back to him. Tamura pulled Izuku to the portal they'd used to get to the roof. However, the building shifted below them slightly, making it a challenge. Don't you? Tamura gritted his teeth, pulling Izuku harder, the boy still starting off into space. Go AFK. 5 feet, which was all they had to travel, but it was 5 too many. The concrete below them began to crack. The corner of the building now falling off, sending the two free falling. Tamura managed to grab a piece of rebar as he fell, but he wasn't strong enough to keep it. He hung there for what felt like an eternity, his arm burning from the overuse of his prepubescent muscles. Tamura could only hold onto Izuku with 4 fingers, else he'd decay him, but his hand was sweaty. Slowly the boy was slipping from Tamura's grasp. No, Izuku, do something? Izuku was limp, unconscious, a trail of blood going down his now unmasked face. Did he get hit by something? Shit? Tamura tried to pull up, but it was painful. He couldn't force his body to move. After a full minute of hanging there, a voice caught Tamura's attention. Good job, Tamura. The hand-ridden boy looked down to see his master walking on the air towards him with a grin on his face. Master. Help me. Tamura tried to pull Izuku up but couldn't. No, I don't think I will. The man had a sadistic gleam in his eye. Pull yourself up, or you could drop Izuku and let him fall to save yourself. The villain egged his pet on, tempting him. If he dies, you'll have your spot back as my favorite. But Tamura hesitated. Very few things surprised All for One. He had grown accustomed to predicting people. Tamura was immature and highly predictable. Normally he'd have not even bothered to grab Izuku before fleeing. This was new. Which will it be? Will you let him foul or not? He has only himself to blame for freezing up after all. The man continued to prod. He was sure Izuku would survive. Even if his injuries were bad, he'd be able to force regeneration to work. That wasn't important. What was seeing what the pawn he held to use against All Might would do. Tamura looked down. Izuku was helpless, bleeding and unconscious. He looked distraught, like a child having a nightmare. Like when Hana would. Tamura gripped Izuku harder. Something spurred him on, a memory, an echo of a memory. It wasn't Tamura Shigaraki who pulled Izuku up, but some long-dead thing. All for One was satisfied with his little test and pulled both boys to him before letting them go through a portal even further below. When Izuku came to, he was quiet, abnormally so. He was in Tamura's room, with Tamura looking over him like he'd seen a ghost. He wasn't sure how long it had been, but he assumed it wasn't long since the clock read 3 in the morning. Finally, "Kurogiri, he's awake," Tamura yelled. Soon enough a portal opened to the room, though no one entered from it. "Get up! Master wants to see you." Izuku was about to get up when he noticed his hands. His fingers were bloody again. He stared for a moment. "You didn't look away, you even tried to be merciful." The thoughts were cold comfort to Izuku until someone grabbed his bloodied hand. "Come on. I don't want to be stuck here babysitting forever." Tamura pulled Izuku up, unbothered that his fingers were becoming bloodied just like Izuku's. As Izuku was dragged along, he reflected on himself a bit. He realized that Tamura was as unbothered by murder as you could get. He had been the one to kill the hero, but Izuku helped. Seeing Tamura grasp his hand made him think of Himiko and Mei taking his hand before, but it was the opposite. It wasn't someone innocent grasping the hand of someone who had sinned. It was an even worse murderer comforting someone who had just become one. Though it did relieve some guilt for someone not to care. Izuku was reminded how far his current life was from normal. Through the portal was a small room where All for One sat flipping through a few papers while waiting. This room was lacking a metal table, and a chair was all that filled it. There was one thing which caught Izuku's attention though, a window into a room where a man was strapped down on a bed. The man had no legs, arms with heavy bandages over them and a complete lack of lips. It'd be hard to tell, but he was gangly and lanky. His lack of lips wasn't from carving. Likely a mutation from his quirk. His eyes were glazed over. No, he had no pupils to begin with. He had short and now messy black hair. It was hard to tell his expression based on his features, but he was lying unmoving, so perhaps he was resigned to his fate. All for One flicked his eyes upward as the two kids arrived in the room. "I see you've awakened. I will save the lecture for another time. Go and claim the prize for our hard work." The man smirked at Izuku. He wanted to watch the boy take a quirk from someone so close to despair. He wanted to see how close the boy was to becoming him. He could see some subtleties in the way he carried himself, but he wanted more than that. Izuku frowned. He knew it was coming, but it didn't mean he was any more prepared. Last time he took a quirk from someone, it was returned. He took Tagate's, but that was in the heat of the moment. This was a vastly different beast. Izuku nodded quietly, looking behind himself to find the door. All for One stopped Izuku before he could leave the room. Do you plan on leaving evidence behind?" All for One pulled a gun and Izuku's mask from nowhere, showing off his wrist pocket quirk. He placed them on the metal desk, waiting for Izuku to take them. Izuku looked at the gun. He had seen some in the media but never in real life. He could tell what it was meant for, and he swallowed unconsciously. This would be the first time he killed someone in cold blood, just for their quirk, but with it, you won't have to choose. You can have both, but you must be strong. Tamura glanced between Izuku and his master. Something didn't sit right, but he didn't know why. He watched as Izuku slowly took the gun, unsteadily holding it in his small hands. It was a pistol, a revolver. Clearly his master had a penchant for classics. Tamura watched as Izuku put on his mask, left the room, his master smiling all the while. His neck itched. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't tell what. His master raised an eyebrow at him, but Tamura continued scratching, unable to get rid of this feeling. The door creaked open. A small, masked figure with a glowing red and green smile entered the room, a gun in one hand as they closed the door behind them. "Why are you doing this?" The figure flinched slightly at the sound of the man's voice. It was hoarse and defeated. "Haven't I lost enough?" The man gazed toward the figure. They were short, with messy green hair poking from behind the mask. "What did I do to deserve this?" the man yelled, his eyebrows knitted together. "Nothing, and I'm sorry." The voice was meek and young. It shocked the man. He was expecting someone else, not a boy, or maybe girl. He couldn't tell. The figure walked closer. He could hear heavy breathing. The figure raised the gun. It was shaking slightly. "You don't have to do this. I don't know your reasons, but you can still walk away." The man could tell this child wasn't used to killing. They likely hadn't done so before. "I can't, it's my fault. I have to do this. I need your quirk. I don't want to choose. I want both." The child let out choked sobs as they clutched the gun tighter. "Listen, son. I can. No, I need to do this. If I don't, Then they'll be taken from me. I won't be weak again. I won't let someone take them from me. I'll take from you, so I can keep what's mine. The child was shaking, trying to keep it together. If you kill me, then you... The man began to lecture the child but was cut off by a piece of metal shredding his gray matter and spewing it across the wall behind them. Bang! Darkness, swirling anger and a sense of wrongness. The man found himself in a void, stone-like ground stretched far into the distance. Anger clouded his mind. He wanted out. He wanted to go home. He felt an uncanny pull from his anger, like the object of his rage was in that direction. And so, he walked and walked. He found others, he found amorphous things, but he wasn't bothered by them. He felt like he knew what they were. Yet the anger still beckoned. He had lost everything, his friends, his career, even the use of his limbs, and now someone else had cruelly taken him from his rightful home. Soon he could see something else in the distance. The sky was swirling above this light green something. It looked strange, like a collection of people fused together. Their bodies melted at unusual places, forming one mass of writhing flesh with wisps of green coming off of it. However, the man only finally noticed the object of his hatred when he was closer, the back of a man with white hair. He seemed to be leaning forward slightly. The man began running towards the man. He would get home, he would get revenge, he would not stay here. However, when the white-haired man turned around, the man's rage cleared. A boy, a young boy perhaps no older than 5 or 6, was crying with his eyes closed while being absorbed into this man. The white-haired man's flesh was melting around the boy's shoulders. It looked as though he'd eventually be consumed by the white-haired man. The man, no, the hero ectoplasm, the vestige of the man, found a clarity take hold of his mind. He remembered what had happened. And he recognized that even with his legs taken from him, even with his life ended, the hero ectoplasm was still needed. Assimilation rate. 11%. Chapter endnotes. Wow, I did some last-minute edits before potting, but this chapter was a doozy. This was Izuku's first murder in cold blood, not born of hatred but born of a need to have something someone else did. Plus some Tamura development. We are the guilty. Chapter summary. Izuku struggles with the events of the previous night, and uses ectoplasm's quirk for the first time. Chapter notes. I love writing this story, though I'm finding it hard to write these kids as kids. It's hard to put myself into a childish mindset without cringing after I read what I wrote. I hope you enjoy my attempt. Lol. Anyone else both hyped and sad to see the end of the manga? The last chapter really changes perspective of AFO, caused me to reread a few chapters of the backstory of AFO and Yoichi. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 28. We are the guilty. Izuku had to immediately go home and head to bed, though he couldn't fall asleep. Every time he started to, the image of the meat and blood of the crossbow hero would come back to him. The screams of the man named Ectoplasm ringing in his ear as he drifted close to sleep. Tuesday morning, he texted May and Himi to tell them he didn't want to go to school today, so he was going to fake staying home. But this was shut down when May told him she'd stay home too. Between the mental exhaustion from last night and the physical exhaustion, he didn't want to move. An idea occurred. Thanks to encyclopedia, he recalled the specifications of a certain quirk. He could hide at home with his real body and send a fake body to school. Though he hadn't used the quirk yet, he could recall its description. He could feel it in his quirk shelf. He had panicked yesterday when he shot ectoplasm before taking his quirk, but luckily, he could still hear the reverberating his quirk had, which let him know he could still retrieve it from a dead body. He listened for it, focusing on pulling the quirk from his shelf. His stomach felt strange, and his throat felt looser than normal. His stomach felt like he could burp at any time, and so feeling the urge, he did. But what came out wasn't a burp, it was so much worse. First was a burning sensation, stomach acid climbing his esophagus in great force, but it didn't stop after getting to Izuku's mouth. The light green fluid becoming more and more solid as he coughed and choked the stuff out. He was left with a pool of wispy green stuff on his floor with a vague idea that he could control it. He knew how ectoplasm could make clones, but beyond that he didn't know how technical the quirk was. He tried envisioning a bunch of clay to form a copy, but that led to a really bad and sort of melty Izuku. Instead, he decided to use a mirror and envision a copier, which did wonders. Izuku couldn't describe the sensation in words. How could he describe having a second set of senses different from his first? He saw himself. He smelled the air. He heard his own quirks. Which was both beautiful and terrible. It wasn't quite the white noise Mr. Shigaraki had, but it wasn't nice to hear. Besides the grating sound of his quirks, there was another problem. He couldn't hear any other quirks from his clone. He could feel the sense which some of his quirks gave, like give and take's quirk sense, radio waves sense for the electromagnetic spectrum, but he couldn't hear the quirks themselves. The clone tried to use rivet stab, but it only turned the ends of his fingers into the same texture as the quirk. It didn't extend. He tried to use radio waves to generate a few waves, but they were sparse. Pliabody seemed to function fine, which seemed strange. Next was Hydra Flame. He felt it activate, but nothing happened, so he tried to consume a flame, which went off fine. He found he could expel a flame after he had consumed one. He tried remote command, but it seemed to petter out like radio waves without doing anything. Lastly was give and take. He used a copier vial to make a copy of radio waves. The clone Izuku then tried to pull the quirk to him, but it didn't work. He then tried physical contact, which did work. The clone was able to use radio waves as well now that he had a copy of the quirk. A thought occurred to Izuku. What would happen to the quirk if the clone was destroyed? So Izuku, having no real resistance to self-harm, promptly stabbed himself with a rivet stab in the arm. The clone winced slightly at the pain, then tried to regenerate, the hole closing. Swiftly, it seemed regenerate worked a bit as well. Izuku was starting to come up with a theory on the quirk. It seemed that the amount of material in a clone wouldn't change. Emitter quirks also didn't function fully as the clone didn't have the proper functions for it. However, if an emitter quirk required material, it could be used with that material. Senses given by quirks also still function. Izuku noted the shared senses he and the clone had. He also found it easier to think about two things at once. Perhaps the quirk improved multitasking capabilities as well. He raised his hand and a rivet stab shot through the clone's head, causing it to puff apart in a light green smoke of sorts. Izuku felt a quirk enter his body. It was strange as he now had two copies of radio waves. Izuku's experiments were cut short by the call of his mother. He quickly made another clone, the acidic feeling not present this time. He managed to make the clone wear his uniform as well, though perhaps it was due to him being familiar with it. The clone ran downstairs to eat and then went to school, while the true Izuku hid in the closet until his father left. At school, things were normal. Izuku went through the day as usual until lunch, where Himiko asked a question. Izuku, why do you want to skip today? Izuku poked at his lunch, leftovers from last night. I was tired. Last night was a lot. Izuku gave a slight frown. Mondays are with Tamura, right? Mei asked, a PB&J in hand. What did you do last night? Izuku bit his lip lightly, his hand stopping. Did you see that hospital on the news? Himiko covered her mouth and wore a shocked expression. Izuku frowned heavily and stared at his food hard. Mei reached up and began stroking Izuku's hair to comfort him. It was for a particular quirk, which I wanted. Izuku let out a sigh. That's why I stayed home. Mei caught the phrasing. Stayed? As in you were home? Himiko cocked her head to the side and poked Izuku. Nope, definitely here pink. Izuku couldn't help but smirk slightly. Clone was an amazing quirk after all. I'm here, but I'm also home. It's kinda neat. A body double quirk? Mei asked, a contemplative look on her face. His record was around 36. Izuku chimed in, taking a bite of his lunch. 36? Himiko exclaimed, slamming her hands down. How would that even work? Is it like a camera feed? Mei asked, unbothered by the number. No, it's definitely not that. I don't know how to explain it. How do you explain the sensation of having two sets of hands to someone with one? Izuku pointed his fork at Mei. You could explain it to Horima, she has 4 arms. Himiko snidely remarked. You know what I mean. Izuku pouted. Himiko giggled a bit. So, did you have to? Mei looked like she was trying to defuse a bomb as she found the words. Yeah. It was less cruel that way. This was what Izuku told himself, but he still wasn't sure if that was true. Ectoplasm had lost his legs, most of the use in his arms, and he would have been quirkless on top of that. Killing him was a mercy. Izuku nodded to himself, trying to reassure himself. Himiko leaned forward more, joining Mei in petting Izuku. So, what are you doing right now? Mei tried to change the subject. I'm listening to music. It's funny, I feel like I'm having background music to my school day. Izuku let a small smirk form on his face. Being pet did relax him a bit, and the music was a nice distraction from his thoughts. That sounds nice, Himiko remarked. I bet you could get a lot done with two of you. Izuku nodded. The bell chimed, which signaled the end of lunch. The trio went back to class, where they spent the rest of the day. Izuku didn't want to go outside for recess. Earlier, the Izuku at home spent most of his time decompressing and recovering. The house being empty allowed him to do as he pleased for a while, though he did get hungry, so he decided to eat some of the fruit snacks his mom put in his lunch. While home alone, he flicked on the television. It was left on the news channel from this morning. Where a hero recovery facility was attacked by an unknown group of villains. Sadly, there were 119 casualties caused by the explosion these villains unleashed. Many more were injured or trapped by the rubble. Rescue heroes did their best to sift through the wreckage, but a number of individuals are still missing, including the top 100 heroes: Ectoplasm, Downforce, Gurren, Lagann, and First Kind. These 5 were still recovering from an attack by the villain known as the Chainsaw Man. The news showed the aftermath of his choice, his greed. This wasn't helping him forget, but maybe he shouldn't. He wanted the quirk. This was the best way for him to get it and make sure he could keep from this leading back to him. He wasn't stealthy enough to avoid cameras and the large amount of people in the hospital, so infiltrating wouldn't have been possible. Ectoplasm wasn't going to be a hero anymore, right? He had no legs, even if his quirk could let him. No, he couldn't have. Izuku couldn't tell anymore. Was it the right thing? Was it not? What does it matter? It's already done. Izuku inhaled and exhaled slowly, trying to keep himself calm. There wasn't any point in beating himself up about it. It's already done. Those people were dead, and he'd have to either live with that or not. And he wanted to live. Izuku decided to take his mind off of the matter by playing some tunes on the instruments. May had made him, but he thought better of it in case someone heard him. Instead, he decided to start listening to music. He had found that he enjoyed the melodies from Quirks, so he figured it might be a good way to relax, which it was. He started with music with no lyrics. Classical types, then to electronic types. Then he even tried something called ASMR, which he didn't dislike, but it wasn't as relaxing as the music. This significantly improved his mood, until he heard someone come in downstairs. He quickly put his music away and hid in his closet, trying not to make much noise. The person walked upstairs. Based on the heavier footfalls, it was his dad. He didn't think he'd be back so soon. He'd need to sneak out to avoid him. Having heard his dad go into the master bedroom, he opened the closet door and ever so carefully peeked out to see the bedroom door closed. Izuku decided he'd make a break for it. Using rivet stab, he pulled himself across the hall to the stairs, using the tendrils to make as little noise as possible as he went downstairs. He then moved to the front door. However, he was stopped by the sound of the lock unlocking. Mom! Izuku looked around for a place to hide but decided to pull himself up to the ceiling and flatten himself against the ceiling. He had to use more than just his hand rivets to keep himself up. He used the rivets on his back to force his legs to the ceiling as well, waiting for his mom to pass. Hisashi! Are you home? Inko called as she entered the house. She was carrying a few bags which were likely for dinner tonight. She waited a moment and got a yell from upstairs in response. Though it sounded more like a growl. Inko continued into the house, leaving the door open for a bit due to the number of bags. Izuku did his best to think up a plan. He'd need to use remote command to keep his mom distracted for a bit so he could sneak out of the door into the park. The only issue was that remote command required a vocal command, right? Well, based on how the quirk seemed to work, it didn't outright require it, so Izuku put the theory to the test. Drop them, Izuku commanded his mom in his mind. He hadn't expected it to work. He assumed that a vocal command was necessary, but it wasn't. His mom suddenly dropped the groceries. She looked down in surprise and confusion, staring at her hands as though inspecting something fake. Izuku used a combination of pliabody and rivet stab to swing down and out of the door. The sound did scare Inko, who looked back to see nothing. Izuku having very quickly grabbed the inside of the awning of the porch to pull himself up out of view. Inko warily looked around outside as Izuku held his breath. He'd have to answer many more questions than just how he was home if he were spotted now. Luckily Inko was satisfied after a second and quickly closed the door, half in fright. Izuku thought he heard his mother say a very bad word after the door was shut, but he decided that he must be imagining it from the blood rushing through his body. He slowly let himself down by extending the rivets slowly. Then he ran off the property, ran past the neighbors' houses and all the way to the park. After getting a few blocks away, Izuku let out a panting sigh with a smile on his face. He couldn't resist giggling to himself. He was nervous, he could have gotten caught, he had taken a huge risk. But he'd gotten away with it, and it was so satisfying. It was a rush. He had gotten out of a potentially dire situation by a hair, but he couldn't help but smile. Izuku continued walking to the park where he killed time by playing on the jungle gym and drawing in the dirt. Though, they were less drawings and more math problems from his schoolwork. This could only keep him entertained for so long. Of course, he contemplated what he could do while he waited. Listing off all the things he could do, then landed on listening to the radio using radio waves. It was a bit difficult at first due to having to fine-tune frequencies and the sheer amount of radio signals that modern cities produce, but he managed to tune into a radio show. Hello listeners, today we are proud to present, pun intended, present Mike's new show, Loudmouth Heroics. We are here with present Mike, an experienced hero with quite the personality. Now Mike, tell me why a radio show? Well Yuta, if I didn't go into hero work, I always thought I'd be a radio host. Then an old classmate of mine recommended I do both. Given my Quirk's pension for collateral, I'm asked not to do normal patrols by the commission. Makes sense. I figure that's how Loudmouth came to be as well. Ahaha. The hero chuckles nervously. Actually, that's from a friend. You may know her as Midnight, the R-rated hero. She has called me that since I accidentally broke her glasses back when we first started working together. PFFT. The radio show host does his best to hold in some laughter, but some does escape him. You two sound close. Now, tell me about your show. What sort of things will the listeners have to look forward to? Sure. I plan to do interviews, discussions on recent events, hero news, villain alerts, some music segments, and some listener interactions. My first guest is already lined up. Matter of fact, it's Midnight herself. Wow. I'll have to find time to listen in then. Don't you worry, it'll also be recorded, posted online wherever you listen to podcasts, and replayed a few hours later in early morning. So does this mean it'll be a late night show? Sadly yes, I do still have a day job. My agency is assigned to cases by the commission and my sidekicks do patrols. I usually do the paperwork. Sounds rough buddy. Anything you'd like to say before we move on to the interview? Oh, it'll start at 7 p.m. Airing will begin this Friday night. You heard it here listeners, that's 7 p.m. on Friday, right air on 93.1, WPOC. Izuku would definitely listen in, though he'd need to be careful since it'd be distracting during dinner. Maybe a clone could listen in? That reminded him that he'd need to test more with his quirk. School ended, Izuku went home, and immediately asked to go to the park with Himiko and Mei. His parents agreed of course but warned him not to stay too long as he had to be home for dinner. Mei had to haggle with her mom to get permission. She'd have less tinkering time than she wanted but it was a sacrifice she had to make. While Himiko didn't ask her parents at all, she told them, but her dad waved her off. Having convened on the playground, Mei was the first to see a familiar green-haired kid laying in the mulch. She did a double take just to be sure, but it did look like another Izuku. She would have thought that Himiko had turned into Izuku again had she not been told about his new quirk beforehand. It wasn't too much longer until Himiko and Izuku noticed the clone as well. Though Izuku was the clone, plus Izuku had the connection which the quirk gave him. Himiko ran forward and looked down at the bored Izuku laying in the mulch, who merely looked up at Himiko with a bored smile. Whoa! It really is you. That's so cool. Himiko let out a small giggle as she bent down to poke Izuku. So have you been here all day? Whilst being poked, Izuku replied, No, most of the day. I had to sneak out when Mom and Dad got home. Oh, well at least you snuck out okay. Himiko continued poking Izuku as the other Izuku and Mei approached. I'm jealous. I could get so much done with a quirk like this. Mei pouted a bit, which earned her a slight frown from the Izuku next to her. The lack of sleep, the terrors, all added up to a very bad response to her innocent envy. Yes, be jealous of the murderer. His scathing remark caused Mei to look a bit remorseful. You know what I mean, Mei muttered, looking down in slight shame. Izuku regretted saying it as soon as the sentence was done. Even with all his relaxing and decompressing, He wasn't over it, it had only just happened, but he hadn't meant to have his inner turmoil affect his friends. He had lashed out a bit, it was self-detrimental, but it still made Mei feel bad. I'm sorry, it's a cool quirk, I just don't know how to feel about what I had to do to get it. Izuku hung his head, but Himiko came over and grasped him by the cheeks. You are a good person, Izuku. Izuku blinked in surprise and slight confusion, it was so out of nowhere. You are a good friend. And are really really nice. Himiko squished Izuku's cheeks slightly as she continued. Mei decided to add to the confusion by nodding and adding her own opinion. Yeah. You always listen to us, and you help me with my babies, and you always check to make sure we're okay. Izuku's confusion slowly waned as he stared at his friends. They're too good for you. They're great, you don't deserve them. I shouldn't drag them into my world. Maybe you should just leave. But they'd be sad. Izuku looked down, he felt ashamed for thinking such things. They'd be safe. You'd be betraying them, don't be selfish. Bear it for them. Izuku felt a tenseness in his chest. It hurt, he didn't know what to do. He was torn between the idea of leaving his friends and family to keep them away from him or staying with them. So they wouldn't be saddened by him leaving, he could hear sniffling and feel a set of arms wrap around him. He felt another set of arms around him. His face felt hot and cold. His gaze locked on the ground and the other locked on the sky. Izuku could see Mei hunched over something out of the corner of his eye, and out of the corner of his eye he could see Himiko hugging him. The two Izukus made eye contact briefly, one crying while the other was leaking this light green fluid from its eyes. It was strange, he felt like he didn't recognize the eyes of the other, neither seemed like his own at that moment. Izuku wiped his face at the same time. His thoughts were a mess, he wasn't sure what to feel guilty about anymore. After a bit Mei and Himiko let him go, the two satisfied after letting Izuku cry for a bit. You know, I think you let things get to you easily, Zuzu. Himiko commented, it sounded insensitive, but Izuku knew what she meant by it. You were feeling guilty about stuff, right? Izuku both nodded. Mei pulled the real Izuku up and propped him up against her shoulder so he wouldn't be on the ground. She began rubbing his back, something the two would do for each other whenever they were upset. All right. Well, why did you want this quirk? You said you wanted the quirk this morning, right? So why? Mei asked in a gentle tone. I didn't want to lose anything. I like learning from the doctor. I like getting new quirks, but I know that I'm Mr. Shigaraki's successor, so I'll need to leave everyone. Someday. Izuku went silent, and after a few moments the other Izuku picked up where he left off. But if I could be at two places at once, then I could have both my friends, family, and be a villain. I was being greedy. Mei nodded. She didn't fully understand Izuku's worries, but just because she didn't understand completely didn't mean she couldn't guess. I wouldn't want to choose either. That sounds tough. Recently, I think I'd choose villains and friends. Mom and Dad locked me in my room for days, Himiko complained. Plus, we'd all be villains, right? I think we'd be great villains. Himiko tried to joke about it, but she did half believe they would, though she also thought they'd all be good heroes too. I don't plan on being either, I mean, technically villains can use my inventions too. Mei paused in her circular motion to get Izuku to look at her. How are you feeling? A bit better, he sniffled, wiping his face as he tried to pull away from Mei, who did not let him go. The other Izuku being held by Himiko also tried to pull away but was again denied. Himiko spoke softly. Good. Himiko slowly let go, still holding the other Izuku by his hands. Don't hold it against yourself, okay? You can't undo it, right? You killed the person you took it from? Mei asked, trying to broach the subject lightly, which Izuku nodded slowly. So, you can't do anything about it. Meaning, yellow is right. Himiko giggles a bit at Mei's antics. I'm always right. The presence of the two was doing an excellent job at calming Izuku down, his contradicting thoughts no longer causing his mind to spiral. He couldn't tell that this only started after he used the new quirk, but he would learn eventually. After finally calming down properly, the three began to enjoy themselves at the park. It was a distraction but a welcome one. Mei and Himiko shared a look. They both felt like they could do more for their friend than they were already doing. Confident in their silent communication, Himiko asked. So, have you asked if we can get multiple quirks like you? The Izukus shook their heads. No, but since we're done with the hospital, Mr. Shigaraki shouldn't be as busy. Cool. It'd be neat to do what you do too, like learn and train. I don't want to fall behind you too far if we're going to be partners. Himiko gave a smirk to Izuku, who only managed to smile slightly in response. Mei pouted slightly. You two are getting all this cool stuff, and my folks aren't even letting me make anything fun. Well, maybe Mr. Shigaraki could find something for you too? He's got some connections, he says. Izuku does his best to not let his friend feel left out. Mei shakes her head. It's okay. I'll be able to catch up when I'm older. My grandmother said she's been planning on getting me a space for tinkering. Oh. That's cool. Izu smiles a bit wider. You have a good family, Mei. Himiko adds, swinging on the swing set, a bit melancholic. Yeah, my grandma is the best. Mom just wants me to be more girly and ladylike. She even tried to take out my dreads. Mei was indignant at the notion. Luckily Dad stopped her. Mei without dreads. I think you'd be cute, Himiko snickered, though this got Mei to blush very slightly. No. My hair is too frizzy without them. I'd look like a clown, Mei protests. It can't be that bad, one of the Izukus said while the other swung on the other swing besides Himiko. Himiko continued snickering, imagining Mei with a small afro and a clown nose. The conversation went back and forth, Izuku chiming in every once in a while the main body started to nod off. Nah, it's bad. Like really bad, really bad, Mei began. Swinging her arms frantically trying to get her point across, almost hitting the Izuku who was now napping on her lap, having fallen asleep due to the emotional exhaustion. You'll hit me if you keep flailing, the swing Izuku pointed out. How does that even work? Using a quirk in your sleep? Himiko asked, leaning back to increase her swing. Well, I think it's more that I've already used the quirk. The quirk produces clones, so I don't think I'm using it like you think. The Izuku offers, working through his own hypothesis. No, I mean you being asleep and awake. Himiko counters with a slightly befuddled look on her face. Can you even count it as resting? Mei chimed in. I mean, yeah. It feels like the link to that body is just weaker. I can't tell if I'm dreaming. Either. Izuku wasn't quite sure himself. He felt for his thoughts, but he felt a dullness back. It was relaxing. Like pressing against something soft, though it also felt like something hard was below it. Izuku continued looking at his main body. It clicked after another moment. Ah, I guess I can feel sensation from it. I can feel myself laying on Mei. Mei and Himiko both had their own reactions to this. Himiko had a slight mischievous glint in her eye while Mei began experimentally messing with Izuku's hair. Can you feel this? A bit. It's kinda faint. Izuku replied, as Himiko hopped off the swing, going straight for Izuku's shoe. Himiko promptly began to tickle Izuku lightly. The sensation of someone tickling him without touching him was strange because he could feel it like she was. Izuku began to giggle uncontrollably, while the Izuku asleep smiled in his sleep. Hi Himi, stop. Ha ha ha. I can't ha ha ha. Izuku kept laughing. Mei watched fondly as her friends messed around, the mood that had settled over them all but gone now. The trio spent a decent time alone in the park until Mei's mom came to pick her up. Himiko had to walk home alone, leaving Izuku alone with himself. However, before he could wonder what to do, he felt the urge to vomit. Something slimy was climbing up his throat. He choked and coughed. His clone could see gray slime burst out of his mouth. It quickly expanded and enveloped him, covering his body as it wildly pulsated and thrashed like a raging current. Izuku couldn't do anything but struggle as his breath was taken from him as well. Suddenly the slime covering Izuku shrank and disappeared, leaving the clone alone. The Izuku in the park was stunned, processing what just happened as the information from his main body continued to flow to him. Izuku continued to cough as he could see again. It was a dark metal room, a number of pipes above him. However, the most imposing thing in the room was Shigaraki. His dull red eyes looking down at Izuku from only a foot away, an expression of disappointment on his face. How nice of you to join us, Midoriya. The man gave a smile grin, still watching the boy. Mr. Shi. Silence. Izuku was cut off by Mr. Shigaraki grabbing him by the shirt and holding him aloft. I never painted you as a fool, but it seems I was wrong. What, pray tell, were you thinking bringing a drone? which possessed a video recorder on it. The man's grip on Izuku's shirt fell away, dropping the greenette on the hard metal with an audible clang. When we last spoke, I said I'd save the lecture for later, but after some careful consideration, I think punishment is in order. The man walked by Izuku, who was clutching his side in pain. But I believe that mistakes can be rectified, and one must learn from their mistakes. However, your drone is now in the hands of the Hero Commission. From what I can tell, due to the damage it sustained from getting crushed by rubble, it may take some time to repair it. If you manage to get it back, or manage to destroy it before it is repaired, then I will forgive this blunder of yours. Izuku turned on his side, now seeing the other side of the room. There, bound to the table, was a man no older than 30. This man was strapped to a metal table. He was furry and had blue hairs all along his arms. He was gagged and made whimpers with fear in his eyes. All for One was standing to his side, a tweezer in hand holding a termite or wasp or some kind. I hope you won't disappoint me again, Izuku. You are my successor, and I would hate to doubt you. All for One lowered the insect to the man's eye. It wriggled its swollen abdomen into the socket with a sickening squelch and a gagged scream from the man. The man struggled against his restraints, shaking the table back and forth and up and down. All for One stared, a dull, uninterested look on his face. Izuku said nothing. He only watched as the man seemed to fall limp after a minute of this thrashing. Another failure, though it was smoother this time. He reached down and pulled a small insect out of the hollow socket, its abdomen now covered in eye jelly and blood. The thing struggled in the tweezers for a time before giving up. Through his shock, Izuku noticed a familiar sound. It was a buzzing of sorts from the bee or termite. This small and disgusting thing had a quirk. It was the quirked wasp that they had gotten the other day. He was made to stand, but his legs were weak, causing him to fall again. All for One looked at him once more and spoke. Ah, right. Kurogiri, send him to his new room. He needs to get accustomed to it before we discuss the next steps. Izuku hadn't noticed because of the dark of the room, but Kurogiri had been there the entire time. The man sent out a trail of smoke which made a portal below Izuku, which the boy fell through. Master, might I ask a question? The misty man asked, having finished his task. Of course, ask away. The villain replied, putting the insect into a case. Why did we not collect the drone before we left? You told me to pay it no mind, and yet you are making the young master go after it. Why? The bartender asked. Ah. Yes. Izuku is still quite reluctant to do what is necessary. I aim to push him to the limit of his mercy so he might learn what mercy can end up causing. This also teaches him to consider the after effect of using equipment during missions. All in all, it will be good for him in the long run. Kurogiri nodded, having gotten his answer. Now, take care of this. Bring me the next one when you're done. The man commanded, leaving Kurogiri to do as he was ordered to work on some of his other projects. Assimilation rate 8% and 3%. Chapter endnotes. Oh boy. I wonder how this is going to go. Also, Stealth Izuku is a hilarious image. He could have hid in the kitchen or gone upstairs or hid anywhere, but he instead chose the ceiling. The next steps. Chapter summary. Izuku gets a room, speaks with a rabbit, and does a little bit of thinking. Chapter notes. Man, I am going to miss My Hero Academia. I'm glad it isn't getting pushed too far like Dragon Ball though. Sometimes you have to have an ending to a story to make it feel like it matters. I do plan on having a few time skips for this one, as we years before even Vigilantes. However, I'm aiming for at least 100 chapters, though I'm very confident I'll have 2 or 3. Truth be told, I haven't nailed down who OFA will be going to, nor how the plot will change down the line. I will take suggestions though. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 29. The next steps. Izuku was left to digest all that happened. It was only thanks to Encyclopedia that he could recall the conversation, if it could even be called that. He screwed up, big time. The drone he had used was something May built, and maybe, just maybe, she put her name on it. He couldn't be sure, but if she took as much pride as she did with her other projects, then that was a real possibility and problem. Izuku's first thoughts weren't about his own involvement but his friends. Some might call this selfless, but others would call it self-destructive. Izuku continued going over his conversation, glossing over the physical violence against him. He had watched as Shigaraki put a quirked insect into a man's eye. Izuku was both disgusted by the image and horrified by the man's gagged screams. However, under all that, there was this nagging curiosity. What was the point of that? It sounded like an experiment. Izuku wanted to know about it. He wanted to know why the quirked insect was being put into someone. Izuku shook his head to get his mind back on track. Come on, focus, Izuku. Izuku slapped his cheeks, looking around at the large room he found himself in. He delegated some of his thoughts to his clone now at home and eating dinner. He had his clone process the room, a decent bedroom with a number of small stations designed for different hobbies. One is a desk with a filled bookshelf above it. Another is some small area with a set of electric medical tools and a computer. Another set in the corner having a screen. Holes in the wall with some cylinders in them as well as some inlaid in the floor, the section outlined by its metal plates. On the ceiling, hangs a few sets of parkour practice areas, poles, ledges, walls, even a pole to climb up to get to them. This room was the size of a small gym, using the space perfectly as though tailor-made for training and education. A small bed on the side of the room being the only thing with some sense of normalcy to it. It had sheets with some kind of hero on it which Izuku didn't recognize. The hero wore a red hat with an M on it, had a mustache and a large bulbous nose. Wow, the clone muttered while eating his chicken pot pie, causing Hisashi to grin with pride. I know, right? I think I did a damn good job on this, Hisashi beamed. Language, dear. Inko chided, a small grin playing on her lips. It was a rare Hisashi cooking night at the Midoriya household. Izuku's clone nodded, blushing slightly at the realization of his muttering. The original Izuku was finishing his rerun of the conversation, so his mind moved on to the next biggest question. He wondered about the quirk that was used on him. It was a teleportation quirk of some kind. Being in the unique position to have witnessed and felt the quirk being used on him at the same time, Izuku noted that the quirk required the target to be fully engulfed and the target had the goo come from then as well. It tasted awful. Izuku couldn't describe it. Izuku also pondered why this room was put together. With two of them, the Izukus could be at two places at once, meaning one could stay home while another lived with Mr. Shigaraki. So Izuku assumed that he was going to be approached for this offer. Accepting the offer to have him live with Shigaraki seemed like the best option given the quirk, but he also felt the urge to stay with his family with his main body. Though given the quirk limitations a clone has, he guessed it would have to be a clone at home. After dinner, he realized his phone was still with his main body, which would pose an issue if the clone was meant to be his replacement for normal life. So, he messaged Kurogiri, who could probably let him send his phone home. The misty butler promptly showed up through a portal with Tamura in tow, the itchy kid looking like he had just woken up. He was wearing a set of retro video game pajamas, small images of green pipes and mushrooms on them. Yawning as he came along, he quickly paused as he caught sight of the room. What the hell? The boy exclaimed. Why's your room so big? Izuku looked to Kurogiri hoping for an answer, but the portal master just watched the two boys waiting for something. I don't know, I guess it's to keep me busy. There's a lot of stuff here. Izuku shrugged, only guessing the reason. Kurogiri, I want a room like this. How come this brat gets one this size? The older boy whined, though he obviously wasn't getting his way. It is this large due to the young master's future growth with the clone quirk. I have been told ectoplasm was able to make 30 clones comfortably. If there were to be 30 people in this room, you might find it small, Tamura. Kurogiri replied, surely repeating something he'd been told to say. For all Kurogiri was, he didn't seem to grasp complex concepts very well. He often went silent or asked if he didn't understand something. Ew, 30 of him. I thought one was bad. Tamura winced slightly at the thought, no longer focusing on the size of the room. Trying to hold back a yawn, Tamura complained once more, so got any games? Why? Izuku asked. It's Tuesday. Which means, I have you today. Tamura gives a smug grin, before looking around for a gaming station. You don't have anything, no games, no television, and your computer only has some sciencey stuff. Izuku cocked his head to the side. He wasn't particularly interested in games. He mostly spent his time learning new things, practicing what he learned through tinkering, and having fun with his color-coded friends. Truthfully, the only time he really ever played video games was with Tamura. Tamura was competitive but not toxically so. The few times he played games with him were admittedly fun. They mostly focused on reaction games as he was trying to make it look like training. Kurogiri, can we get him something at least? Tamura seemed exasperated. It's pitiful. I shall procure it. The reality warping servant replied. Kurogiri. Can you open a portal to my room at home? I should give my phone to my clone. Izuku asked timidly. He didn't like asking Kurogiri to do something so small. Not a problem, young master. Kurogiri nodded. Thank you. What's this thing? Tamura asked, standing by the corner device with cylinders embedded in the wall. I believe it is meant to be combat practice, Kurogiri offered. Tamura walked up to the monitor and began fiddling with it. Slow, medium, fast. Hell. Oh yeah, that one. The corner promptly closed itself off into a box where Tamura was trapped. Immediately a cylinder popped out of the wall and pounded into Tamura's gut, then one into his side, then a cylinder on the ground knocked him off his balance. The weight on the ground seemingly triggered it to stop as the wall and ceiling fixed back into place, leaving a slightly battered Tamura coughing on the ground. Izuku ran over quickly, concerned that Tamura was hurt. Are you okay? Izuku called, checking over Tamura, who was wheezing hard. Kurogiri was right behind, pulling him up to his feet. You shall be all right, it was only training. Cough that sucked. Tamura was slightly unsteady, but he made to turn around but was stopped by Kurogiri making a portal before he could reach out and touch the machine. The game-loving adolescent was definitely awake now and aching to destroy what he didn't like. Calm yourself, Tamura, it is not yours to destroy. Tamura pulled back and began itching his neck, glaring at Kurogiri, unpleased at his actions. Let me break it, Tamura complained. Izuku looked back and forth between the two. Unsure of what to do, he decided to try and change the subject. So, how about that portal, Kurogiri? Izuku interjects. Of course. The secret corpse simply makes a portal for Izuku to walk through, which he does. Izuku simply drops off his phone and turns to leave, however a face peeks through the portal. HMPH, so this is your house. Looks stupid. Tamura, who definitely shouldn't be here, was in fact here. He glanced around, seeing lots of hero merchandise and books. No games here too? He almost sounded sad at the realization. Izuku yelled, trying not to be heard by his parents and himself in the dining room downstairs. Tamura, get out of here. Sheesh. I'm only looking. Tamura looked unimpressed, pulling back through the portal while Izuku weakly pushed him. The portal closed behind the two. After dinner, Izuku went upstairs to retrieve his phone. He promptly messaged Mei and Himiko. This _ is getting _ out _ hand. So, I think my main body is going to be staying with Mr. Shigaraki. This _ is getting _ out _ hand. I agree, this naming thing is getting out of hand. Pink with yellow. That's not the joke, but I can't deny it. Why not the clone? I think he should get the clone. I want the original. The cute one. Yeah, we should get Izuku one. The cute one. Wait, I'm the cute one. Yay, pink with yellow. Yup. The cute one. Thanks, you're cute too, Pink. This _ is getting _ out _ hand. Well. So. With a clone body, I can't use my quirks really. Well. This _ is getting _ out _ hand. You two are my cutest friends, Pink with yellow. Oh, I think that's the only downside then. Also, we're your only friends, lol. The cute one still counts. This _ is getting _ out _ hand. You said also, you agreed with me. Pink with yellow. Logic. I thought you were on my side. The betrayal. The cute one. Mwahaha. Non-reds win. This _ is getting _ out _ hand. I also need to destroy some evidence, May. Pink with yellow. Why the guilty emote? The cute one. He definitely messed up. May, I think he lost one of your babies. Pink with yellow. My baby? Izuku, what did you do? This _ is getting _ out _ hand. I didn't mean to. I blacked out when the hospital blew up. I left the drone you made on the roof and it could have recorded Tamura and I fighting a hero. The cute one. You fought a hero? Pink with yellow. You were on the roof when it collapsed. You left out so much information. Green. This underscore is underscore getting underscore out underscore of underscore hand. Okay. I'll fill you in tomorrow. But I need to know. May, did you put your name on the drone? Pink with yellow. Maybe. The cute one. The one you guys used to get me some blood? Pink, you didn't put your name on a stealth drone, did you? Pink with yellow. My babies deserve to be recognized as mine. This underscore is underscore getting underscore out underscore of underscore hand. May. Alright, no more putting names on secret gadgets. Pink with yellow. But, they'll think I'm abandoning them. Lower right quadrant circular arc caret lower left quadrant circular arc. The cute one. Zuzu, our pink is a lost cause. This underscore is underscore getting underscore out underscore of underscore hand. Agreed. The cute one. It's bedtime. Good night guys. Less than 3. This underscore is underscore getting underscore out underscore of underscore hand. Good night. I should probably go too. Again May, sorry. Pink with yellow. I'm a bit sad, but I'll get over it. Good night guys. Less than 3. The Izuku at home went to bed while the Izuku with Shigaraki's forces was given homework from a Vespa member. So, this is all the information you have on where my drone is? Izuku asked the droopy-eared, purple-haired lady who had come to drop off a massive stack of papers. Yup. It's all there, personnel, locations and even where the bathrooms are. The droopy-eared lass smiled confidently, her arms on her sides in show of her pride. You guys are scary. How do you even get all this? Izuku asked, genuinely curious as to how they could get such information. Also, why is it all on paper? Well, it's pretty easy if you know the right tricks. The woman gave Izuku a smirk which faded instantaneously. We had to. Given the sensitivity, it's best to have hard copies instead. Else someone could find it on a server. Server? Like online? Izuku asked. Well, if the server is connected to the internet, yeah, someone could force their way to the information. The purpleette said. How much do you know about hacking, Mr. Singh? Izuku pondered a bit, using encyclopedia to recall as much as he could have but came up with little to nothing. He cocked his masked head to the side a bit and responded. I know it involves breaking into different things. It can be used to get information, control stuff and even change information. The rabbit woman nodded. You're not wrong. So basically if a server has information at all then it'd be able to be stolen from anywhere. Though a paper copy has to be stolen just like a normal item. Oh. That sounds bad. I understand why then. Izuku nodded satisfied by the latter half of his questions which distracted him from the first one. Izuku began going over the papers, absorbing every word, every sketch, every detail. The purple rabbit woman. Izuku learned her name was Murasayaki Vespa, sat in the chair across from Izuku curiously eyeing the small boy. I know it's rude to ask, but what's the information for? I expected all for one to be the one using this. Murasayaki asked. I don't mind. Izuku glanced up for a moment before returning to the pile. I made a mistake, so I need to get something back or destroy it. A slight smack caused Izuku to look up again. The Vespa had her fist in her palm in a moment of realization. I get it, that's why I was hired. Murasayaki wasn't just a broker but a planner as well. She would aid the more high-end villains on their jobs by forming their plan and using everyone to their utmost potential. Brief me. The woman wore a serious expression which didn't fit her normal goofy expressions. Though Izuku wasn't sure what she just said, seeing his expression she clarified. Tell me what you need to get back or destroy, so I can help. A drone. It's about this big. Izuku held up his hands to show the size. It might have caught some slightly sensitive video. But it seems like it was damaged so we have more time than we could have had. Murasayaki nodded, taking a few files from the pile, and putting it in front of Izuku. Then it's most likely either in the evidence locker or in the lab being guarded. The commission won't often keep evidence themselves, leaving it to the police. However, when they do it will be in one of these two places which can change based on the time. I recommend a night raid so you can just raid the locker. Izuku nodded. He understood that there would be less people working at night. Thus, the drone would be put away for the night. Murasayaki continued, spreading a blueprint of a floor of the Hero Public Safety. Commission. She pointed at a section. This is the short-term evidence locker. When a case is recent or a piece of evidence is retrieved from long-term storage, it is stored here. All that we'd need to do is find which locker it's stored in. You could hire a hacker to find it or roll the dice to find it. Izuku shook his head, deciding to take a third option, or use a quirk to find it. He remembered a file on one of the heroes which were on his kidnapping case. Oh, got a plan in mind? Izuku nodded. Compass Kid, he has a locating quirk. Sounds like a hero. You sure you want to go that route? I know that All for One can take quirks, but the woman seemed dubious at the notion. Well, I can too. The purple rabbit blinked in surprise. She didn't know that this was starting to lead her down a wrong assumption. Oh, I didn't realize you were his son. I'm not. Izuku replied firmly, and immediately, a slight chill to his voice. Murasayaki leaned back from Izuku, a slight chill going down her spine. She felt it best not to pry further. I overstepped. I apologize, Mr. Singh. Izuku huffed. It's fine. Izuku surprised himself. He wasn't particularly quick to anger Ut. For some reason being called Mr. Shigaraki annoyed him. No, it pissed him off. Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Midoriya were his parents, not Mr. Shigaraki. He would not let someone claim otherwise. Anyway, I can't recommend that option. As a planner, it involves too many variables. If you make a plan, reduce the amount of things you can't control, then you're more likely to succeed. Murasayaki pointed at Izuku like a teacher, trying to dispel the awkwardness left over from the comment before. Second, if you have a plan, make a plan for if something goes wrong. This plan should be loose, having multiple small changes to it so you can work around the problem. Izuku nodded, however a voice cut off his own response. Oh, I got it. Like if you encounter an enemy you weren't expecting to be there. Tamura nodded, looking up from his game in a surprising display of attention. You heard all that? Izuku asked incredulously. Why couldn't you have added to the conversation? Master said this is your fault, so not my problem. Tamura responded with a shrug. You were the one who wanted to go on the roof. Izuku pouted. Yeah, but you were the one who brought the drone. You even froze up and forgot it. Tamura chuckled while having fun teasing Izuku. Why yeah, but Izuku looked down, slightly unable to think of a good response. A small chuckle let out by Murasayaki caught the bickering boy's attention. Sorry, it's just cute to see you two argue. It's like me with my brothers and sisters. The Japanese lady covered her mouth in a show of restraint, but this hadn't done much to hide the stifled laughter. Tamura uncharacteristically smiled beneath his hand, but as soon as he noticed Izuku looking at him, he frowned. Murasayaki clapped her hands together to get back on track. Now, how do you plan on entering? Both Tamura and Izuku spoke in unison. Kurogiri. I see, that's the misty guy, right? Murasayaki asked, which got a nod from Izuku. Well, where are you planning on opening a portal? Inside. Izuku started to respond in affirmative but realized an issue. Cameras are gonna get in the way. Yup. So, what would you do to get around that? She asked a leading question to tutor the boy, hoping she was correct about his intelligence. Destroy them? Izuku asked. Well, that's one way, but how about just stopping them from recording? Offered Murasayaki. Oh, like turning them off? Izuku nodded to himself. Correct, if you can't turn off the cameras from the inside. Where would you turn them off from? Murasayaki found it fun to teach the boy like this. She had a soft spot for kids even though she hadn't realized. Originally, she was dreading having to deal with the kid, but held out hope due to his performance at the meeting she attended. Outside. Outside. But how do I do that? Izuku pondered it, but Murasayaki had the answer. Cut the power lines, it'll knock the power out for a moment or two, then you can knock the generators out. Then you can portal in. Murasayaki listed out on her fingers. I see. Izuku flipped through the files, finding one labeled, generators. They're all over the place. Tamura put his game down and tooled the file from Izuku, pointing to one thing. You don't need them all. Just the one for the area. Why would you need to do all that work just for a single mission? Izuku nodded, carefully taking the file back. Thanks. Then, you'll need to find the item. Murasayaki pointed out, which brings me back to whether you want a hacker to find it or not. Izuku grumbled a bit. He wanted more quirks, useful ones, But he also understood she was right. Fine, who can we hire? We have our own guys for online information. Worst comes to worse, we might need to find it using the camera footage. Murasaki leaned back into her chair. Oh. When are you doing this? Tomorrow night. Tamura spoke in Izuku's stead. Rush job, got it. The Vespa took out her phone and made a call, speaking to some person about the details needed. Izuku glanced at Tamura while she did so. Tomorrow? Izuku asked, a bit of worry in his tone. Master said there wasn't much time, right? So, no time like tomorrow, Tamura replied. Preparations were made, plans were drawn, and information gathered. Izuku was also saddled with a debt, over 25 million yen to his predecessor, for paying for the services of the Vespas. Which sounded like an astronomical amount to Izuku. He'd need to start actually putting into practice what he'd learned from his dad, or he'd never pay back that amount. This Izuku spent most of Wednesday training, taking tips from Murasaki on bits of infiltration. He did a bit of training with Hood, who recommended a new style for close combat in case someone managed to get close. He was also told to fashion a camera to his mask as well as an earpiece so that those left behind could view his progress. And finally, he took a nap to have as much energy as he felt he needed. Energy Saver did wonders for his body's efficiency, feeling fully rested after just 4 hours and a few sandwiches. May and Himiko wished him luck, May asking if he could make her baby's death painless if needed. Remember Locker 374. Murasaki chided, trying to remind the young lad. Izuku nodded, then looked to Kurogiri, who nodded to him in turn. Saying, do not push your luck. If anything goes wrong, contact Kurogiri for extraction. The pager is linked directly to his phone and will send your exact location. Shigaraki might have sounded like a concerned parent had he not been the one to have Izuku doing this. Yes, sir. Izuku responded. Now, it is just past midnight. Begin. All for One commanded. A portal opened in front of Izuku, who shot a blast of radio waves through it. Then another, which Izuku stuck his hand through, channeling an even stronger blast of electromagnetic energy in a radius instead of a directed wave. Izuku then walked through that same portal, into a room filled with lockers and 2 individuals who had not shown up on the scouting feed. Chapter end notes. I was thinking of using Jiren again, but I thought it better to use a character whom was only briefly used before. I know it's an OC, but I think it fits. Yes, it's a dumb joke. No, I definitely didn't spend a few minutes laughing at it myself. Less than I wonder who he encounters. To those who keep coming back to this work, thanks. I have unintentionally made it a Saturday upload schedule. I would like to remind you guys, however, that this is never going to be set in stone. A not-so-stealth mission chapter summary. Izuku has to fight someone with some rotten luck and someone who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. If only All for One wasn't a conniving bastard. Chapter notes have something to do during my usual upload time tomorrow. Hope you enjoy the early chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 30. A not-so-stealth mission. Murasaki bit her lip. She didn't like this. She had been paid to present the false information she prepared to Singularity, but that didn't mean she had to like it. Her client wasn't Singularity, it was his master, All for One. The man smirked slightly at the video on the monitor before them, listening to the now declining situation through the earpiece's external microphone. The camera showed 2 individuals, a lab-coated woman with pink hair and eyes which looked to contain pink 4-leaf clovers, and a short-haired man. His hair seemed to have a wavy pulse to its sheen. A bandage covered one of the sides of his face, like he'd been in a fight recently. The man wore a security outfit with a baton and taser at his hip, as well as a clipboard in his hand. His man was immediately put on guard, looking around ready to draw his weapon if needed, the power going out in the room a sure tell to him that something was wrong. What's happening? The woman asked, a hint of distress clear on her face. The only thing lighting the room was the emergency lights from outside of the room and Izuku. A flashlight on the opposite side of his camera, as well as the lights on his mask. Of course, this meant he was immediately spotted in the darkness. You've been spotted immediately. What now? You, stay where you are. You are trespassing on HPSC grounds and are under arrest. The man quickly drew his taser gun, prepared to restrain Izuku. Circling around the lady, to get between her and Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, was frantically trying to figure out what to do. He'd been seen. He now needed to silence them, That would mean capturing them or killing them outright and removing the evidence. Izuku looked between the two. One's quirk sounded similar to Kurogiri's in a way, that same warped guttural hum. It instead sounded more reverberating or whooshing compared to Kurogiri. The woman's sounded like the impact of a punching bag over and over. However, this changed when her eyes glowed slightly. It changed to a slower pace as well as having a slight reverberation or echo to it. Izuku was lucky. There was a wall of lockers he could use to dodge behind after he raised his hand, which caused the guard to fire his taser gun at him. Luckily, it didn't sink into his skin, just his tactical shirt's sleeve. Izuku swiped at the prongs, knocking them off his shirt. He heard the lady's quirk shift back to its original sound after he had hidden behind the locker. Wall. The man took a careful step around the corner to pursue Izuku, however nothing was there. Izuku had turned off his light to hide and the flashlight on the guard didn't seem to work either. Two screams startled him which caused him to turn around. Izuku had turned the light back on and stabbed the woman with two elongated fingers in the chest. However, Izuku also let out a pained yelp. A red stain slowly spreading on his black shirt. The guard rushed Izuku and slammed him against the wall, intentionally touching him with one of his hands. He pulled the woman back. She was bleeding profusely from her sternum and just below the collar. Izuku had aimed at her heart and her jugular, but the initial pain and the lady startling from the light had caused his aim to be slightly off. Izuku had gotten used to pain a bit, but this was too much. He recalled the pain Tamura put him through as the 2 points of searing red spread on his chest. The sudden trauma to his body as the guard tackled him, it knocked him out of the stun from the pain and it allowed him to retract his rivet stabs. It only took a moment or so to right himself, but in that moment the guard had tried to use a radio to signal someone for help, but nothing happened. The entire room had been hit by an electromagnetic pulse. Izuku couldn't help but let out a small grin on his face. Despite the unfortunate presence of the two, he wasn't in a situation that was unmanageable. He turned to the man and tried to use rivet stab to kill him, but the man clapped his hands together quite quickly and suddenly he was next to the woman clutching her chest in pain. Izuku was surprised to say the least. He heard the man's quirk activate momentarily, which seemed to coincide with his clapping. A swapping quirk. I want it. The quirk was unique, it was special, he had to have it. Jiren mentioned it before. Quinn Phobi. Izuku muttered but was heard by the scientist lady. Mr. Quinn. He knows your name, she called out. Backing away towards the door, she tried it, but it seemed that the power outage caused the door to be deadbolted shut. This was likely a precaution to ensure no one looted the lockers, despite this being a violation of building codes. The man clapped once more and appeared in the woman's place. Kicking at Izuku, he aimed at the masked child's leg to knock him down. However, Izuku jumped over it, using rivet stab to pull himself up on the ceiling slightly. He then shot his rivet stab at the man as he landed. However, a clap signaled a swap which was affirmed by a new pain and scream as the woman in the lab coat. "Why?" she squeaked out, the rivet stab leaving her side. Izuku felt the same injury on his own side. "Sorry, Miss Sakura, your quirk is too useful for this situation." The man seemed apologetic, however his eyes didn't leave the intruder. Izuku was getting tired of the back and forth this was turning out to be. He found both their quirks to be interesting to say the least. However, he was unsure if the woman's quirk would activate to reflect the stealing of quirks was well. So, he hesitated, and this guard was swapping too much to pull the quirk from him. While his ranged ability was good, it wasn't quite trained enough to use in an actual combat situation. The best bet for Izuku was to touch the man and take his quirk, then kill him after. And so Izuku did. He pulled his rivets back and tried to command non-vocally, "Don't clap." However, it only seemed to make the man hesitate for a moment before clapping once more. He swapped with Izuku this time, causing the rivets to pierce into one of the lockers. "Not much of a talker, huh?" the man taunted, but Izuku was a bit too busy processing why his remote command quirk didn't work. "Why are you here? Huh? Want something from this locker?" The woman in the lab coat, Sakura as it were, wasn't moving from her position at the door. Izuku pulled his rivets back once more and pondered what he should do. The distance between the two was making it hard for rivet stab to get to him before he swapped with someone. The issue with getting close was that he was surely better trained than Izuku and could likely incapacitate the young boy before he could do any damage. However, he didn't need damage, he needed a touch. So Izuku rushed the guard, his rivet stabs extended slightly at a curve to imitate claws. He swiped at the man, however the man simply parried, which was the wrong move. Izuku took his quirk and immediately tried to back off, but his arm was grabbed and used as leverage to trap him. He immediately extended rivet stab on his other hand to make his opponent dodge. Quinn avoided the jab to his face but pulled Izuku and pressed him against the wall behind him. Now pinned Izuku struggled, however it wasn't working against an adult twice his size and well-built despite being obviously injured. Izuku noted the man didn't move very well, limping slightly. "Now I got you. Bold of you to assume I was only good at cheap tricks. Now let," a spurt of blood coming out of his mouth cut him as he began to monologue a bit. Multiple rivet stabs were now embedded into his chest, stomach and even crotch due to the height difference between the two. Izuku let out a sigh, realizing he had no need to take the man's quirk to beat him. This would be a valuable lesson for the kid. Not all battles needed to be ended with all for one. The man began coughing violently, the rivets finding their way deeper into his body and out the other side. Izuku branched some of them off in the directions of his more vital areas. The man looked like a sea urchin and by now he had let go of Izuku. The woman screamed in fear seeing the man collapse onto his knees. Please. God no." She shook her head wildly with her back against the door. "Do you have keys to locker 374? Izuku asked, causing the woman to nod out of fear. "Go unlock it." The woman looked around to find some way out. She had healed from the injuries which the masked boy gave her, but it looked like they had too. She made the realization that what she was here to retrieve, this attacker was too. She hadn't seen where they appeared, but it looked like their quirk was transformation and healing. Perhaps a vitality siphon? She couldn't be sure. He even managed to eke out over her newly assigned guard, though this environment wasn't great for Quinn's quirk. The room was too small and there were too few things to swap with, not to mention that the man was still recovering from his last assignment. "I won't repeat myself. Open the locker or else." Izuku extended a rivet to punctuate his threat. Sakura pulled a set of keys from her pocket and began shakily walking towards the locker. As soon as she looked away, Izuku waited until her quirk went back to its natural state before pulling it softly from her. As soon as she opened the locker, she suddenly turned with a knife and tried to activate her quirk. However, she was shocked to find it not working. What? It's always confusion, not action. Izuku noted. He looked to see inside the locker was a few other objects in bags with labels. He could tell that a mostly destroyed drone was in one of them. He promptly went to stab the woman in the head, giving her a mostly painless death. However, the woman pleaded with Izuku. "Please, I don't want to die." Izuku noted this was the third time someone was begging for their life. It was revolting. It sounded grating in his ears. "I hate that sound," Izuku muttered to himself. "If it makes you feel any better, I'm going to hate myself for this later." Sakura's next pleas were cut off by Izuku's quirk going through her head. Gray matter leaking out of her head as she fell to the ground. "Sorry you too." Izuku looked between the corpses already a bit remorseful. However, he knew that now that he'd been seen, there would be no choice for him. He collected the drone, then a portal opened behind him. Mr. Shigaraki looking around at the scene with a grin and dull eyes as per usual. "Well done. I will take it from here. It'd be a shame to let an opportunity such as this to fall by the wayside." Mr. Shigaraki's side began to swell and form into an arm which glowed with a violent flaming light. "What are you going to do?" Izuku swore it was 2 quirks that the man just used. "A repeat of the hospital, though on a smaller scale. Now scamper off, else you'll get caught up in it once more." The man walked around the small room, the hand he had grown letting small pieces of itself stick to the locker. "Oh, and take the bodies. Use the pager as a marker." Izuku did as told, walking over to each body, and quickly pressing the pager. He then glances at Shigaraki as he continues planting his quirk bombs. Then he walks through the portal to find Murasayaki poorly hiding a guilty look at her seat. "Good job." Murasayaki strained to smile seeing the bloodied boy. Izuku took off his mask and smiled. "Thanks." He held his prize up looking over the bag to see how badly the drone was damaged. Murasayaki simply stared. Perhaps the boy had felt too relaxed around her. He had taken off his mask. The boy in front of her had green eyes, with slits like that of a lizard, his black clothing covered in blood. some of which was his own but only some, and a smile which fit his age. Murasaki was not a good person by traditional standards, but even she felt something seeing a child of only 5 covered in blood. Perhaps it was maternal instinct, but Murasaki had to bite her lip in order to keep her face as neutral as she could. "Young master, you should not have removed your mask," Kurogiri chided. Izuku blinked in surprise, having not realized what he was doing. He quickly went to put his mask back on, but Kurogiri stopped him. "It is too late. Madame Vespa has already seen your face." Izuku bowed in apology, then turning to Murasaki. Can you keep my face a secret?" The purple lady sighed with a wry smile. "You know my job is literally a secret, right, kid? We just stole from a hero commission facility together." "Oh right." Izuku began scratching his cheek, an embarrassed blush on his face. Not long after Shigaraki returned, the portal closing behind. He made note of Izuku's lack of a mask, however, didn't seem to care as he said nothing. Murasaki couldn't help but grow a bit of disdain for Shigaraki, putting a literal child in the line of fire like this. Even if it worked out, it was unacceptable. However, she plastered a smile on her face. "Are my services needed any further?" "No, the job is done. You may leave as you see fit." Shigaraki looked the rabbit up and down, a discerning glint in his dull eyes. As he walked by her, he leaned in to whisper in her long ear. "I did not think a Vespa would get so attached." Murasaki's eyes widened ever so slightly before narrowing again. She watched him leave before turning to Izuku. "It was a pleasure, Singularity. If you need anything, contact me or the Vespa family in general." "Actually, I was wondering if I could ask a question before you leave?" Izuku hardened his resolve before asking his question. "Do you know where those two came from? They weren't on the camera before." Murasaki was prepared to answer honestly, however a silent pressure from Kurogiri's stare silenced her. "Things often don't go to plan. Perhaps they entered in the short time between the start of the operation and you entering." "Liar." Izuku frowned, he felt a bit betrayed. He could see in her face that she hesitated to answer, a small smile on her face barely hiding some shame. Why did she lie? She didn't want to. Izuku had spent most of the day with Murasaki and she didn't seem to be a scheming type, nor did he see what she would gain from putting him in danger. And he was correct, she nor the Vespas would gain anything from this. However, Izuku realized that it was her employer who would gain something, the individual's quirks at least. Though Izuku was correct about the person, he was incorrect about the motives. He was too young to understand how a person can change with small encounters over time. Izuku failed to see how comfortable he was becoming with ending someone's life. "Okay." He nodded in response, deciding to let her go. "Well, I'm going to repair this." He held up the drone in his hand. "Good night." Kurogiri, the underappreciated mode of transportation, made a portal for Izuku to his room. "Good night, Mr. Singh." Murasaki waved goodbye as Izuku left the room. The rabbit woman was not far behind, leaving using Kurogiri as well. Izuku didn't sleep. He stored the 2 quirks he had gotten in vials. He had been feeling quite full with the addition of the 2. He then set to repairing the damage on the drone, using the computer to look up what he needed to know, as well as using the tools set up for him. The next days were quite boring for anyone but Izuku. The boy spent time learning from Dr. Garaki when the doctor wasn't busy with his own work. He turned over the 2 quirks he had gained upon request and even asked about the viability of Mei and Himiko getting multiple quirks like him. If they are given a similar treatment like you and are not given too many quirks that are unlike their own, then it is possible. He brought up a quirk registry application on one of the computers in his personal laboratory. "You see, I've found that quirk factors can be made to hold similar quirks without as much backlash as others. For young Hatsume, she would be able to hold another site-based mutation quirk without much hassle. An emitter quirk based in her eyes would cause her more strain, but not as much as one from her hands would, as her body isn't as adapted as her eyes. Young Toga, however, is a unique case. Perhaps her quirk could be molded into a more permanent version." The doctor fell into thought. Izuku was following the simplified explanation. The doctor had originally tried to explain how quirk factors were measured, but Izuku wasn't quite able to follow. However, all of this would require both of them to receive weekly shots within a facility that could help with the backlash. "I would like you to understand, young Midoriya, you have yet to experience any of the consequences of long-term quirk and gene editing only due to the power given to you by the master. Your friends won't be as lucky, the doctor warned. Izuku was a bit disappointed. It sounded pretty difficult, meaning his friends wouldn't be able to be like him. Hiding this from their parents would be almost impossible. They didn't have the same excuse that the doctor and Mr. Shigaraki had put together for him. Though after informing his friends of this, they didn't seem as crushed as he thought they'd be. Himiko nodded, arms crossed, while Mei seemed to already accepted it. While I do think it'd be cool to have multiple quirks, I don't think my mom or dad would let me out of their sight long enough to do that. My folks would, but I don't know how to get to the hospital every week, Himiko sighed. Izuku's new normal was fun, training, learning, and some downtime to listen to music and even a radio show some evenings. Quirks. Swap warp. Type emitter. Based on the Boogie Woogie from JJK. The user can touch an individual with one hand, thus storing their unique spatial traits. The user can then clap their hands together, causing a spatial ripple which will swap the user with them or the stored traits in the user's other hand. Mirrored result. Type emitter. So long as the quirk is activated, any result the aggressor takes, which affects the user, while the aggressor sees the user, is mirrored on the aggressor. For example, if the aggressor sees the user while stabbing them, a stab wound identical to the one they made would appear on the aggressor. This quirk requires line of sight. If the aggressor closes their eyes or is blind, the quirk will likely not affect them. Bonus. Mei and her dad, movie marathon. The Hatsume household was a chaotic one. It was a 4-person household comprised of Mei, her dad, her mom, and her mom's mom. On a day when her maternal figures were gone for the weekend, Yaren, the ever-doting father, wished to share something from his youth which he and his father watched together. It was an ancient movie, but one with a plethora of ideas for an inventor like his adorable little tinkerer. It had multiple films in the series, and he decided to start chronologically. However, Mei kept asking him to pause when she noticed something she wanted to try to make. She had apparently began keeping a notebook, something she claimed she got from Hisashi and Inko's boy. He had meant to show her all of the movies, but he ended up having to start the first again after taking almost twice as long as the first watch through should have. He loved his daughter, really, he did. He just wished she'd let him enjoy the movie too. Chapter end notes. Oh me. Oh my. Izuku didn't seem all that beat up killing someone this time, huh? Being still new to combat scenes, please let me know if this one wasn't great. I want to get better for some future fun. Boogie Woogie lol. Also, Mei learned Star Wars from her dad. Relatives. Chapter summary. Izuku and birthday parties don't particularly agree with each other, so hopefully this one goes well. The Midoriyas visit the Tokages. Inko sees her sister and Izuku meets his cousin. Chapter notes. Holy shit. I didn't notice I made it past 100,000 words. Thanks for the support. Over 500 kudos, and over 25,000 hits. I know I keep saying this, but I'm having so much fun writing this story. Here's to you guys. Without you I'd probably gotten bored or lost the motivation lol. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 31. Relatives. Nearly a month has passed since Izuku began his indefinite stay with Shigaraki. He'd learned numerous things about the human body. He even tried to develop his own fighting style on Tamura's recommendation. This revolved around his primary quirk, Hydra Flame. He had managed to produce flames from his forearms as well as his mouth, though he was still a bit green, pun intended. However, unlike a normal person, who would have used this quirk to shoot flames at their opponent, Izuku decided to use it in conjunction with Pliabody to allow him to catch punches and impacts with his mouth, which would store the kinetic energy while also giving him a method to entrap his opponents. This style was unnerving to Hood. The boy had stopped dodging his punches and instead he was trying to catch them with his mouth. An odd synergy between the physical mutation of ectoplasm's quirk and Pliabody made Izuku's mouth and jaw able to extend and stretch further than normal without issue. This paired well with the energy-absorbing properties near the back of his mouth. Hood called it reckless, as even a small miss could lead to his head going with a punch, hooking his head, and allowing his opponent to wear it like glove. Hood gave Izuku a number of pointers about the new close combat style, and one major issue was that it didn't work with a mask on. And so, Izuku decided he'd save it for when he became a hero, though this didn't stop him from practicing it. He decided to refine his impromptu use of rivet stab during his drone recovery. He created the claw-like curves which he practiced with. With this breakthrough in quirk creativity, Izuku made a few more moves. The rivet dusters. When he made a fist, he curled rivet stabs around the sides of his fingers, then joined both sides as well as made small spikes from this ring. He found that rivet stab was far more versatile than just extending and retracting. He could combine rivets, branch off of them, as well as slowly thicken extended rivets. He even began to practice making rib-like armor from his back rivets. He had tried to make simple tools with them, but it didn't really work cause they were attached to his hands. The best he could do was a baton with a spiked end when he made a fist, this using the same process as the dusters. He found he could also harmlessly grab things with the ends and the spikes, which gave a bit of versatility to them. His sparring with Hood and Tamura had reached a new level over this past month. Izuku was still small, so blunt attacks did extraordinarily little to his opponents. However, you didn't need as much force to slash or pierce with a quirk. He had also managed to make a stiff whip with the baton process and ply body, though he didn't quite get how to use it yet. Time also passed for his clone. Every week he'd remake the clone to train the quirk. He was close to making a second stably. He could momentarily, however the first would become a bit melty and soon poof out of existence. In early October, his mom and dad informed him of an invitation to his cousin's birthday party. She was turning 5 like him. Her name was Setsuna. Her mom and Izuku's mom were sisters. However, his aunt lived in the Saitama prefecture, many hours away by train from Jaku, so they'd be flying out for the afternoon and fly back that night. Izuku had never been on a plane before, which he was excited about, but it was far more boring than he thought it'd be. It was only an hour and a half flight which he opted to try and sleep through. An odd side effect of Energy Saver was that he could practically will himself to sleep anywhere. This even applied to clones since they imitated the physical form almost perfectly. He couldn't remember his aunt or uncle, nor had he ever met his cousin. Apparently, she had been one of the donors for his gene therapy along with his mother. His mom said that when her aunt had heard about Izuku's situation, she had flown out with his cousin to donate. Izuku was grateful, though he wasn't sure if it was necessary now knowing the doctor and Mr. Shigaraki had planned for his body to give out. From the airport the Midoriyas took a cab towards a suburban area. Izuku didn't have a great eye for geography, so he didn't know where they were in relation to the prefecture as a whole, but his mom said she grew up here in Osaka. She recounted her youth, telling Izuku about how she met Mitsuki and Hisashi in college. Hisashi looked a bit embarrassed by something, but Izuku couldn't parse what. Izuku stared out the window, watching the scenery go by of the new city and new buildings. He wanted to go explore, but he knew that he couldn't sign he'd be here only briefly. The car slowed to a halt at an apartment complex. After settling the bill, the Midoriyas begin climbing the stairs up to the 3rd floor. Inko and Hisashi hold Izuku's hands in a picturesque scene of family bonding. They arrive at an apartment with small balloons tied next to a plant just outside. Knocking on the door, a man holding a soda can with slightly sharp teeth and chestnut brown hair opens it and instantly smiles. Inko. Hisashi, and good lord, is that Izuku? You're so big? The man sat down his soda on a shelf just beyond the door and gave the 3 hugs. It's nice to see you too, Kashi. Inko beamed. How's Asuka-ne? Why don't you ask her yourself? The man responded. Suka, your favorite sister is here. Hisashi covered his ears momentarily at the shout, while Izuku just stared at the man. He was fit, exceptionally so, but not bulky like some heroes. He was wearing a fairly small shirt. It barely hid his abs and sweatpants. Midoriya was confused by his outfit. Hisashi had put it into Izuku's mind that it was impolite to dress like this in front of guests. He tugged on his dad's sleeve to get his attention. The man leaned down to hear his son. Is he going to change? Hisashi looked like he was about to laugh but managed to hold it in. No, son, he doesn't have to. Why? Isn't it impolite? Izuku asked, not trying to be rude though unintentionally coming across that way. No, this is his home and we're family. It's different. A lady came running up to the door, nearly running her husband over and nearly knocking over Inko in a tackle hug. Inku. The lady had long seaweed green hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was in a yellow shirt, a light blue apron and had a bandana covering the front of her hair. She nuzzled against her sister as she hugged her. Yes, I missed you too, big sis. Inko taps her sister on the back, looking to her husband for help. However, the man was shaking his head with his hands up, trying to avoid responsibility in this case. The excitable woman opened her eyes and saw her next targets. Sashi. She dived at her brother-in-law, who managed to brace himself in time so not to fall. Hi Asuka. Hisashi wore a strained smile. The woman then saw Izuku, pushing Hisashi away as she practically squealed in glee. Poor Hisashi wasn't prepared to be pushed and fell over comically. Izuku? I haven't seen you since you were a baby, you've gotten so big. The overly affectionate woman pulling Izuku into a hug with telekinetic force and then spinning around once, twice, and then turning to Inko with a pout. How could you hide my adorable nephew from me, Inkomoto? Inko smiled knowingly. I send you pictures all the time. Plus you'd have seen him if you made it to his party, Inko teased. Asuka huffed indignantly. Low blow. You know I would have cancelled the photo op if I could have. Those boys picked on Lil Izuku and ruined everything. Aunt Asuka. Could you let me go? Izuku asked, having finally recovered from the dizzy spell his aunt caused. Call me auntie and I'll let you down. Kashi however intervened. Suka, let him down. They haven't even gotten in the door yet. Plus Suna probably won't last much longer. He chuckled. Inko and Hisashi shared a confused glance at the strange choice of words, but they figured they'd learn soon enough. Begrudgingly Asuka let the boy down, allowing the Midoriyas into her home where they all screamed, except for Izuku. Inside was a girl, her limbs hacked into pieces, laying on the ground with her tongue hanging out. Izuku started at the sight. It reminded him of the crossbow hero on the hospital roof, but as soon as he noticed the girl shoot her eyes open and smile, he breathed a sigh of relief. Got you. Hee hee hee. The pigtailed girl giggled mischievously. Her body began pulling itself back together, which allowed her to get up. Inko and Hisashi had to catch their breath and calm their hearts before they could respond. Izuku however was extremely interested in this girl's quirk. It sounded like a Lego brick getting put on another and taken off, with a small unsteady wavy sound mixed in. He noted that his aunt and uncle's quirks sounded. That was so cool. Izuku beamed, moving in front of the green-haired girl still laughing to herself about her scare. Hee hee, I know, she beamed back, nodding with her arms on her sides. You can take your arms and legs off? Izuku asked, going to grab his notebook but realizing he doesn't have it. I wish I had my book. The girl cocked her head to the side. Your book? Izuku likes to write down things about others' quirks. Hisashi placed his hands on the young boy's shoulders from behind. Hello, Setsuna. Do you remember me? I'm your uncle Hisashi and this is your cousin Izuku. The girl leaned to the side, leaning her body further and further, detaching her torso and spinning it a full rotation as she thought to herself. Behind Hisashi, Inko was yelling at her sister and her brother-in-law for scaring her. Sorry, I don't. But it's nice to meet you. Thank you for coming to my birthday party. She looked a bit embarrassed but beamed once more. Oh, right. Happy birthday. Izuku speaks up. All right, I'm going to Dave your parents from your aunt. Izuku, you can give your cousin her gift before her friends arrive. Hisashi handed Izuku a box wrapped in dinosaur gift wrap. Seeing the gift wrap, Setsuna smirked. Is it Dino-themed? Izuku nodded. His parents had told him that Setsuna currently had an infatuation with dinosaurs and lizards. He only had a few days to put something together, but he'd gotten Mei and Himiko to help him with ideas. Handing the box over to a starry-eyed Setsuna, Izuku waited with bated breath to see her open it. Setsuna, the ever-excitable child, sat down on the spot and began to open the wrapping. However, unlike most children, she was careful to not rip the paper, smiling as she did so. Below the paper was a plain cardboard shoebox, which was unceremoniously opened and tossed behind the birthday girl. Inside that box, however, was a set of small slippers in the size for a child, the long of them turning into dinosaur heads. They're so cute, Setsuna yelled, hugging them to her chest with the widest grin she'd had all day. The exclamation got the attention of the no longer squabbling adults. Oh wow. They're super cute. Asuka came over with Inko while Hisashi and Kashi went into the kitchen to continue cooking. Foo, they aren't just cute. Inko smugly declared, earning a glance from both mother and daughter. Izu dear, show her your work. Pink helped too. Izuku crossed his arms, A bit peeved his mom didn't give credit to his best friend. And Yellow came up with the slippers. "I know, sweetie, you can brag about your friends later," Inko teased, causing Izuku to blush a bit. Izuku motioned for Setsuna to hand him the slippers, which took a bit of convincing. He pinched one of the dorsal spikes on the head and the mouths of the dinosaurs opened slightly. "Put them on and walk around." Izuku handed them back. An excited-looking Setsuna plopped them on the ground and put her feet in, then began walking around. Every so often one of the dinosaurs would make a sound, the jaw opening further based on the sound. "These are so awesome, I'm gonna die." Setsuna jumped up and down, thoroughly enjoying her new slippers. Izuku took a charger out of the box and waved it in front of Setsuna. "I'm naming the left one Murph and the right one Connor. They'll die if you don't charge them at night. So when you sleep, they sleep." Setsuna nodded in response, taking the charger and hugging Izuku. "Thank you." Izuku hugged her back, of course, though it took a beat due to the suddenness. "You're welcome. They were fun to make, I'm glad you like them." Setsuna let go, taking a step back, and began cycling her gaze between Izuku and her new favorite slippers. "You made these?" Izuku nodded. Me and my friends. Mom helped me sew it together too." "Whoa, that's awesome. What else can you make?" Setsuna inquired. Her stared eyes now focused on Izuku more intently than before. "Wait, do you have lizard eyes? I'm so jealous." "No, they're dragon eyes." Izuku corrects. But dragons are lizards." Setsuna complains. "No, dragons are better than lizards." Izuku started to frown. "No, dinosaurs are better than lizards." Setsuna began to frown as well. Then, "Dragons are better than dinosaurs." "Nah, The two soon devolved into a back and forth of yeses and nos until two sets of hands picked up their respective. "Children. Now, Suna, don't fight with your cousin. Remember what I said about others' opinions?" Asuka chided, holding her daughter under her arm while using the other to point at her. "Opinions are like opera," Setsuna recited. "No, not that one." Asuka quickly covered her daughter's mouth. "You could listen to them, but why would you?" Inko finished, exasperated at her sister's antics. "Shush." Asuka shushed her sister. "No, I mean the one about letting others have their opinions, even if you don't like them." Setsuna looked a bit unsure about her mother's words but nodded anyway. "Izuku, you shouldn't let others rile you. You know what happens when you get upset, right?" "Right, I'm sorry." Izuku looked down in shame. "It's fine, just remember where you are. Aunt Asuka's home doesn't have fireproofing. Though, you know you shouldn't force your opinions on others, right?" Inko gave her son a leading question, trying to get him to understand. "Yeah," Izuku replied. Inko put Izuku down and Asuka let Setsuna down. "Now, what do we say?" Asuka asked. "I'm sorry, Izuku." "I'm sorry, Setsuna." With that the two made up. "Good, now go play. Your aunt and I are going to chat for a while." Asuka smiled. "Inko, you have some explaining to do yourself. You didn't tell me Izuku made the gift." With that, Inko was once again dragged away by her sister. This left the two cousins in silence, unsure how to interact after their spat. The two sat on the floor staring at each other. The awkward silence stayed until the doorbell rang. "Oh, Yoriyama and Renania must be here. I need to get ready." Setsuna flopped onto the floor. Detaching her arms and legs as well as her hands and feet, she played dead once again. Dead people don't put their tongues or have their eyes closed, plus you aren't bleeding at all," Izuku pointed out. "They don't?" Setsuna asked, now a talking corpse. "No, so just stare limply. I could bleed a bit, but I think Mom might get upset at me for making a mess." Izuku seemed to have the wrong idea as to why his mother would be upset. Setsuna nodded, changing her position to look more dead. "Better hide." Izuku looked around for a hiding spot, deciding to get below the couch while staring at the doorway. He heard talking and soon a decent group of people filed in. Asuka, two more adults, and two kids with them. The man had a pair of glowing cheekbones, blue hair, and a shorter build, while the woman had no mutations visible but light, almost white, blonde hair and wore a blue summer dress. The kids wear a pair of twin girls, both with red spots on their cheeks. Izuku could sense all of their quirks, 3 with fire or heat-related powers, while the man had one which buzzed like a heat lamp. Of course, they all were startled by Setsuna's chopped up corpse. However, Asuka seemed to be acting. Izuku couldn't help but smirk at this. If this was how his cousin felt when she did her pranks, then he'd definitely need to do some of his own sometime. After Setsuna played her joke, Izuku crawled out from under the couch to introduce himself. Inko came to stand behind Izuku, placing her hands on his shoulders. This is my sister Inko and her son Izuku. Oh, and her husband, Hisashi, is in the kitchen helping Kashi. Asuka gestured to her family before gesturing to her new guests. Inko, Izuku. These are the Ryukiges. Goa and Kelby, and their kids Yoriyama and Renania. Yoriyama had a ponytail, while Renania had two smaller pigtails. The spots on their cheeks were slightly different. Yoriyama's were circles while Renania's were stars. They said their hellos. Then Setsuna opened her gift, a dinosaur-themed Lego set. Of course Setsuna loved anything dinosaur-themed, so she began playing with them almost immediately. Once more, the adults left the kids alone while they had their own conversation, leaving Izuku to be the only boy in a group of girls. It was his usual, he didn't have any male friends besides Tamura and perhaps the doctor. This led him to be more comfortable around girls than boys. Yori. Rona. Look what Izuku made me, Setsuna bragged, pointing out her slippers. Ooh, they look comfy. Yoriyama leaned down close to look at them. MMFF jealous. Renania nodded quietly, her face notably less expressional than her sister's. Izuku smiled, he liked hearing the praise, he often wasn't praised by anyone but his small circle of people, so he wasn't used to it. He bashfully rubbed the back of his head. I'm glad you like them. I do. I really do. They're super comfy, Setsuna beamed, no trace of her previous annoyance. So does your quirk make making things easier? Yoriyama asked innocently. Like most kids her age she was focused on quirks. Izuku shook his head. No, my quirk is like my dad's, it's a fire-breathing quirk. MMMFF spicy. Renania concluded. Oh, that's why you called them dragon eyes. Setsuna pounded her fist into her palm and nodded in realization. Wait, so you made these without your quirk? That's really cool. Yoriyama smiled, her energetic nature outshining Setsuna. Thanks, it wasn't just me. Pink and yellow, and my mom helped too. Izuku's smile just widened. Pink? Yellow? The sisters mirrored each other, cocking their heads. Setsuna looked equally confused but a look of realization flashed across her face. Your friends? Setsuna asked. Yup, my best friends, Izuku replied. Tell them thank you for me, K? The corpse faker asked whilst stroking her slippers. K. Izuku nodded, then decided to ask what he was truly curious about. So, can I ask about your quirks? I really like learning about them. Oh. Me first. Setsuna raised her hands, into the air, off her wrists. You get the picture. I named my quirk Lizard Tail Splitter. I can move parts of me off my body and float them around. If I lose a piece, I can regrow it, but it takes a while. A fine quirk for your collection. Izuku felt the urge to take the quirk, though he knew it was a bad idea, he couldn't help but want to try it out. Mine is cold bubble cheeks. Renania spoke up next, her short phrases concise and clear. I touch my palm to my cheek, and it makes a bubble of cold. Mine is the opposite, hot cheek bubbles. Yoriyama raised her hand, which had an identical mark to her cheek on it. Twin quirks are often complementary or inverse. Imagine if they were combined. Izuku couldn't describe it, it wasn't the same as an urge, it was deeper than that. More like a need. No, it was a hunger. He could feel his mouth's water at the idea, both this clone and his main body currently practicing his attacks. He had to hold himself back, however. Even if he took the quirk, he'd have no way to get it to his main body. Shouldn't you feel bad for taking it from her? She seems so happy. Immediately the hunger vanished, a sense of horror replacing it. His main body clutched his chest while the clone kept up a passive smile to hide his emotions. What am I thinking? Izuku became overwhelmed with guilt, the thought of him taking from his family, from someone he'd worked hard to make smile. He hadn't known the others for long, but they seemed nice at least, which made him feel at least a little bit worse. They wouldn't miss it, they've barely had them for long. They'd be sad, you'd be stealing from them. Is it stealing if you can use it better? To do more? Izuku's mind was being flipped back and forth, much like a car swerving as it drove. It made him unable to focus. He could feel something unnatural about this. He felt like he was getting pulled between something and he began to crack. He could feel himself breaking at the seams, guilt and hunger, his wants over their sadness. Izuku wasn't given much time to contemplate, both his bodies in situations which he couldn't take time to calm himself. So he did the only thing his body could do in his state of shock. He threw up. Well, his main body did. However, of course, due to a quirk in his system, his vomit wasn't the norm. His upchuck began to form a clone, one mixed with green flames born from tumultuous emotion, from the very tale his mother warned him about not long ago. The only reason the clone at the Tokage household wasn't breathing fire, a tell between his father and him that their emotions were heightened, was that clones didn't come with a stockpile of energy for the emitter quirk to draw from. This, however, didn't change the fact that his eyes were almost hollow, distant. The green flame clone began to mutter to itself, burning itself as it went through the rounds of mental shock. Izuku could compartmentalize and delegate to clones, allowing him to analyze his own thought processes. However, it only came to light when he separated a clone to focus on his negative thoughts. While the main body and the Tokage household clone went through the motions, Izuku could only question his self-destructive clone's thought process. Two bodies with normal thoughts and one with self-destructive and guilty thoughts, but one mind shared between them. The dichotomy was frankly a tad bit maddening, or even humorous as Izuku began to see it. It was too different, too drastic. It was funny, wasn't it? Like a man calmly sipping his coffee while the building burned down around him. However, in this case Izuku was both the man and the room. Izuku's main body took a hit from Hood. He wasn't so kind to let his opponent have a rest just because he vomited some strange flaming clone, the pain adding yet another feeling, where he began to giggle. The realization of how different each situation was, the ridiculousness of how he'd killed to keep this, to live such different lives. The negative thoughts are winning. This was a miscalculation. Perhaps the contradiction caused this? Another hit from Hood, this one breaking his nose. Blood began dripping down and off his chin, some into his mouth, a delicious taste painting his tongue. His giggling turned to a snicker, then a chuckle. Why did he want this again? He couldn't remember. Why did he want all of this? Encyclopedia has failed. Interesting. We have to stabilize him? Izuku slowly got more bloodied, his laughter growing. There was pain, sudden and blunt. Then there was a searing pain, one that could only be found from the disintegration of one's body. Hood had begun to find Izuku's actions strange, however he didn't stop. Setsuna smiled happily, having changed the subject a few times while Izuku simply nodded or gave short enthusiastic replies. So Izuku, tell me about your friends. You called them pink and yellow? Izuku all paused. The laughter immediately stopping as well. This is convenient. Yes. Come on kid. The mad laughter turning into a warm smile. One might call the mental change drastic. Perhaps his mental state was becoming dependent on those he cared for. This wasn't the first time his mental state had become disordered. However, this was certainly the most sudden and almost unprompted. The clone on fire now completely burned out, Izuku seemed to have stabilized. While Izuku was sent back to his room after training, Hood went to report the incident to his master, all for one. Shigaraki found it curious. He hadn't predicted this affect. However, he took it as a good sign. If Izuku's mental state was starting to corrode like this, it meant that his own was clashing with the boys'. This was both correct and incorrect. His vestige was clashing with someone, but it wasn't Izuku. The rest of the birthday party went off without a hitch, only due to Izuku's efforts not to bother anyone with his own issues. He made a friend in Setsuna and maybe her friends too. He got to learn about more quirks, he got to brag about his friends, and he even got to eat some katsudon, which was a welcome surprise. You seem distracted. Kashi put a hand on his wife's shoulder, giving a soft smile. A bit. Asuka frowned, putting the plate she had been washing on the drying rack. What did you think about what Inko said? Which part? Kashi asked, raising an eyebrow. She said Izuku was fine after the incident, but wouldn't that kind of thing scare a kid his age? Give them nightmares or something? Asuka had a sour look on her face. She didn't like doubting her sister, but she had noticed Izuku staring vacantly with hollow eyes during the party. She thought she imagined it, seeing him beam at the mention of his friends. Well, truthfully, I doubt it. But trauma isn't the kind of thing you can just get ahead of. Sometimes it'll pop up whenever you feel off. Kashi pulled Asuka by the waist into a side hug, leaning his head against hers. I know you value your sister, but try to remember that Izuku isn't in the same situation that you two were when you grew up. Okay? Asuka leaned into her husband's warmth. All right. Does worrying like this mean I don't trust Inko? Suka, you literally tried letting Inko decide Suna's name. I think you more than trust her. Kashi chuckled. Asuka elbowed her husband half-heartedly. Shush, you. The plane ride home was uneventful for the Midoriya family, except for when Izuku found himself unable to recall a bit of the birthday party and his training, which he found concerning. Assimilation rate, 13% and 8% quirks. Lizard tail splitter. Type, transformation. This allows Setsuna to detach parts of her body and control them at a distance, though after a while the parts will die if they aren't reattached due to a lack of oxygen getting to the cells. Detachable limbs. Type, transformation. This quirk belongs to Kashi Tokage. His limbs are able to be pulled off and reattached within a limited time. He can also move the removed limbs, which allows him to scare his friends and family with macabre pranks. Limited people pulling. Type, emitter. Asuka Tokage's quirk, a weak telekinesis like her sister instead focused on living things, works best on people though. Warm cheeks. Type, mutant. Kelby Ryukage's quirk gives his cheeks a warmth much like that of a heating pad. It will increase in temperature based on how red his face is. Hot cheek bubbles. Type, emitter. This quirk allows the user to make orbs of concentrated heat between their hands and their cheeks. They're throwable and can be compressed in their hands to make them hotter. If the orbs are combined, they grow larger as well. Cold bubble cheeks. Type, emitter. This quirk allows the user to make orbs of concentrated cold between their hands and their cheeks. They're throwable and can be compressed in their hands to make them colder. If the orbs are combined, they grow larger as well. Chapter end notes: the slippers are a specific reference. If you get it, you have good taste. You thought this would be a wholesome chapter with no developments? Ha! No, the assimilation rate is rising. Izuku's madness is incising. This new situation is disguising. Come back next week, I am advising winking face. Christmas preparations. Chapter summary: Christmas time is near, and Izuku, being the lovable and kind id he is, wants to get everyone a gift. Even those on the naughty list. Chapter notes: we're coming up on one of the first canon events Izuku can be a part of. Get excited. Feel free to guess what this is. I might reply in affirmative if you get it right. After a bit of debating, I've decided I'm only going to do small-scale time skips, months at most, and never more than 2 or 3. I even spent time looking through canon and discussion boards to find a fairly accurate timeline for canon. Also, I hit 75 tags. I'm sad. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 32. Christmas preparations. The first Christmas in a new home is often exciting, however Christmas with new friends is doubly so. Izuku had plans. Oh, he had plans, but he had no clue how to make them come to fruition. He had a list, he'd checked it twice, and he was confident in who was naughty and nice. Izuku wanted to make gifts, though he wasn't confident in the amount of time he had. He had a month before Christmas. He had 2 clones now which had been relegated to his room to learn, tinker and study, sometimes even accompanying all for one for business. He likely had enough time for his room clone to make gifts for everyone on the villain side of things. However, he wasn't sure what to get some of them. Tamura would likely appreciate something video game themed. Hood might like a new hoodie. For the doctor, Izuku planned on getting him a new set of pajamas, ones with pockets. He had limited encounters with Elif, but he did manage to get Hood to tell him that Elif enjoyed banana-flavored hard candies, something Izuku chalked up to the elephant quirk changing his taste buds due to his own disgust at the thought. All for one, Mr. Shigaraki. He appreciated things which benefited him. The absurd amount Izuku owed the man wasn't actually important to him. He more appreciated assets he could use, though that's not to say money wasn't that. Izuku found that quirks were the thing he liked most, useful. Ones he didn't have yet, especially powerful quirks. Kurogiri was a simple guy, so Izuku thought of gifting him a bow tie. The computer in Izuku's room had access to a database of quirks which had been saved by the quirk registry. This information was then divided into categories by another application. each quirk given tags of sorts which could be used to find specific ones. This basically functioned like a quirk search engine. It even had some quirks from outside of Japan, though it was limited to publicly known hero quirks or the quirks of figures in power. Izuku spent hours and hours looking through the quirks. He was extremely interested in some, though it seemed they were in poor situations for retrieval. Truthfully, Izuku got distracted multiple times down the quirk rabbit hole, though it's not as though this clone had anything better to do. Izuku found a quirk called Detention. It was apparently a stealth-based quirk which made others not notice you. However, the quirk could not be turned off, which was an issue for the user. It seemed that this quirk only worked if the user didn't make contact with someone, making it ineffective if the user held someone's attention, and of course it didn't work on cameras. Izuku took a mental note of it for later as he got back to finding a quirk to gift to all for one for Christmas. He didn't think the man lacked physical strength, having seen him disable Hood in mere moments the week prior. So he looked for a quirk which the man could make use of in his day-to-day. He found a quirk called self-cleaning. The quirk would apply a glow to the user which left them completely sterilized after. Izuku could see the benefit of the quirk, however in the notes it was explained that clothing would burn up while using it. It seemed Izuku's quirk was starting to look fruitless at the moment. However, he did find one last quirk which didn't fit his current criteria, but Izuku could see the use for it. Astral projection. The quirk allowed the user to have a projection of them appear to a person they had a connection with. They could see and hear from this projection as well, however they would be unconscious as long as they were using the quirk. The current holder of the quirk was an older man who lived in the Kyoto prefecture. It wasn't in Jaku, but it was still within the prefecture, which was within Izuku's grasp if he took a bus or train. Izuku needed a bit more information on the user. He had the man's name, age, and approximate address, but he didn't know anything about his surroundings. He considered calling Murasayaki for some Vespa assistance, but he didn't have the money for that. Then he recalled the instance of all for one speaking of favors and their significance in underworld dealings. If he could sell a favor, he could get the information. However, owing a favor without an obvious way of paying it back was dangerous. The value of a favor scaled with the ability and backing of a person. All for one owing a favor would be incalculable, but Izuku was not all for one. He had the man's quirk and backing, but that wasn't the same thing. Not to mention a present was meant to be secret. He'd need to increase his own value while getting the most of outselling a favor. He'd need to steal a different quirk, one which had value to the Vespa family. He came to a single conclusion on which quirk. Hisashi enjoyed the holiday season. What he didn't enjoy was being on a business trip that threatened to leak into it. He had pulled out all the stops this year, jewelry for Inko, a decent amount for Izuku to learn about investing, another small sum for his son to buy things to be able to make something for his friends. He had a Christmas party planned for his co-workers, then one for his son's friends' families. Hisashi had every single thing down pat, except for the support rush for the increase in crime during the holidays. This year was turning out particularly bad, a transport plane being destroyed, his son being kidnapped, a hero hospital being leveled, and a hero public safety commission branch was attacked too. The superb Super System Industries factory was having trouble keeping up with the orders, so Hisashi was sent out to negotiate with a third-party factory in the Fukui prefecture. And yet, be it chance or fate or even bad luck, he'd found himself sharing an elevator with one Rick Alexi, an American with roughly the same job as him but for a well-known American company, Shield Technologies. Mr. Alexi, Hisashi nodded to the man. Fancy seeing you here, Mr. Midoriya. Alexi paled slightly, a nervous chuckle escaping him as he entered the elevator. Please don't say the 5th floor. Hisashi wore a strained smile, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Oh no, the Ohamiya factory. The American paled even further, dreading what was about to happen. All right. Do we want to be frank and tell what our respective offers are? Or waste some time and take turns? Hisashi offered. Well, I think you owe me the first move since you lost me some vacation, Mr. Dragon. Rick smiled. It was a teasing grin. How about I take you out for a drink instead? Hisashi countered, waving the complaint off. It wasn't his fault the man had a betting problem. Deal. The elevator door opened and the American promptly rushed out, leaving Hisashi in his dust. With a sigh, Hisashi followed. I swear you have a second negotiation quirk. The American grumbled, taking a sip out of his glass, a fine bourbon flowing down his throat. I have the charisma of a dragon too. Hisashi chuckles, slapping Rick on the back lightly. I could give you some pointers if you want, it's all about eye contact. Well, here's to success, Mr. Midoriya, the unfair dragon of, I think you live in Musutafu? Rick offers a toast though he already started drinking. Jaku actually. I moved just before the conference in Thailand. Speaking of ties, you have a picture of what you had to wear, right? Hisashi smirked, causing Rick to wince slightly. Don't remind me of that god-awful thing. It was like a clown threw up on a tie. Rick complained. You're lucky, your boss doesn't make dumb bets. No, I don't take dumb bets. Hisashi corrected with a bit of smug to his smirk now. Trying to avoid the subject with shifty eyes, Rick asked. So, how's your family? Hisashi could see what he was doing, but he was never one to turn down a chance to brag about his loved ones. Great actually. Inko starts law school next semester, Izuku starts elementary school, and recently he's been putting together some pretty neat gizmos. I swear he's going to be a support tech when he grows up. Rick nodded, successfully changing the subject. Sounds like things are looking up for you, I'm glad, especially after hearing what happened. Hisashi raised an eyebrow at that. You heard about that, huh? Pretty much everyone in the industry knows Hisashi. The CEO of Geranium had your son kidnapped. That's a pretty big scandal. Rick leans forward, pointing at Hisashi with the hand he is holding his drink with. Yeah, I know, okay. Hisashi gets a bit defensive. It just doesn't feel real is all. I get it, but to us it was a nightmare we'd rather forget. I haven't heard Izuku even mention it once since it happened. Inko doesn't want to risk forcing him to remember anything scary. Rick leans back a bit, not expecting Hisashi to go into a tirade. Look, Hisashi. I didn't mean anything by it. I know, it's just, the kidnapping wasn't the only thing. 3 of Izuku's classmates were killed and their parents blamed me for it, and I can't blame them. And when I think about what I brought home with me, it's hard not to think they're right. Hisashi took one long drink, draining his glass. Hey man, it's not like you knew, and it was some other company. Your work had very little to do with it, it was some jack-off with a revenge plan. Rick clasped Hisashi on the shoulder in support. Hisashi suddenly went fairly tense, his facial features going into a poker face to hide something. However, Rick, being adept at reading people, couldn't help but notice the tell. Did your company have something to do with it? Rick asked, a more serious tone to his voice. I legally cannot clarify. However, I will be leaving the company in less than a year's time. Hisashi spoke in a robotic tone, trying to get a single message across which Rick understood, a non-disclosure agreement. I see. Well, silver lining, I'm sure if I tell David your plans he'd offer you a position. I'm not huge on traveling back and forth to Japan all that often, so I might try to get you a lead position for our Japan branch. Rick released his grip, trying to dispel the obvious seriousness of the conversation. I do owe him a lot. I wouldn't mind boosting his sales in Japan as repayment. Hisashi traced the rim off his empty glass, staring in contemplation. And I could get that picture of you in the, quote, god-awful tie. Hisashi glanced over to Rick, who was trying to look betrayed but was having trouble hiding the smile that was on his face. Tamura was happy, not just content but happy. It had been around 2 months since Izuku moved into his new room, and he has been having the most fun he's had in his life since. Between training, playing games, having someone to talk to besides Kurogiri, and having that someone be another kid, Tamura was happier than he'd been in a long, long time. Today, Tamura was going to play train with Izuku, but he came into an empty room, frowning. He came to complain to Kurogiri, however he also wasn't around, sighing. He could only sit at the bar and play on his handheld game console until Kurogiri came back. After an hour or more, a pit had begun to form in Tamura's stomach. It had been a long time since he'd felt this feeling, loneliness. He felt heavy, his eyes beginning to hurt a bit as salt covered the dry sores near them. Where is everyone? Tamura muttered, a tear falling down his face. He quickly wiped his face, looking to grab a hand. He left for his room. Sitting on his bed, he took a hand, stroking it. He muttered to himself, Dad. Tamura sat there a while, stinging tears falling. He felt tired, laying back on the bed, placing the hand on his face. He closed his eyes. He sat outside of a house, a dog to his side, crying while itching his neck. Where am I? He asked, The dog barked in response, which startled him. He glanced down, it looked familiar. He felt the urge to pet it. Carefully, he reached down to pet it, ensuring his pinky didn't touch the dog. However, it wasn't enough. The dog turned gray and cracked, spilling out into a visceral puddle. Oh, he wasn't shocked. If anything, he was just disappointed. Then a sudden scream, high-pitched and feminine, cut through his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a girl, scared and now crying in fear. A name on the tip of his tongue, yet like fog, he couldn't seem to grasp it. A blink, and he found himself no longer in the backyard of that vaguely familiar house. Instead, he was in an alleyway, crying and alone. People walked by, some not sparing a glance at a bloodied child, some only sparing a glance and a mutter he couldn't hear over his sobs. He felt alone, invisible, these people not caring for someone else's problem. He felt someone touch his shoulder, causing him to flinch. It was a green-haired kid, eyes like a lizard and a goofy smile. Tenko, let's play. The green-haired boy's voice didn't match his normal one. Instead, a girl's voice came out. Slowly the boy began to morph into a young girl with brown hair and pigtails on either side of her head. His eyes wide, he reached out to her, though this caused her to turn to a puddle of meat chunks and blood. Tenko? He asked. Looking down at the blood and meat, a boy was crying in his reflection, one with black hair instead of his bluish-gray. The boy looked to be sitting behind a set of bars, locked away for safekeeping. At the mutter of his name, he looked up, anger and despair in his eyes. He was shook awake by Izuku, his mask on the side of his head. You okay, Tamura? He sat up, finding himself in a pile of ashy dust. He destroyed his bed in his sleep again. Izuku was standing over him, his hand on Tamura's shoulder. Izuku? Where were you? I was looking for you. Tamura's father's hand fell from his face, revealing tear lines and slightly puffy eyes. Seeing this, Izuku did what he always did for when his friends were upset. He sat down next to them and rubbing their backs, tracing a circle around Tamura's upper back. Tamura began to cry again, the dream causing him to feel even more alone. He couldn't remember why he was alone, why he was in that alleyway, but what he could remember was the feeling of hopelessness and lonesome grief which accompanied that dream. Kurogiri watched on in silence, a strange emotion worming its way into his psyche. He felt a strange warmth. Seeing the two boys together like this, it confused him, but it wasn't unpleasant. The boys stayed like that a while, Tamura wiping his eyes and letting out a few more tears. You, okay? Izuku prodded, trying to gauge how his friend was feeling. Tamura sniffled lightly, nodding a bit before turning to Izuku. Where'd you guys go? Tamura asked meekly. I was making a deal with the Vespas. There's a quirk I wanted to get. I brought Kurogiri along cause I wasn't sure if I could do it by myself. Sorry. Izuku answered, still lightly rubbing Tamura's back. It's okay. Having finally collected himself, Tamura made to stand, but an idea suddenly came to mind. Wanna go destroy something with me? Izuku pondered for a bit but accepted, the two soon wandering outside the bar and into the city. Izuku hadn't been outside of the bar before. He clung to Tamura's sleeve just to be sure not to get separated. The two made their way through back alleys, Tamura's Hans spooking most of the unsavory types that eyed them down. Izuku assumed Tamura did this every so often to blow off steam. The two found themselves in front of a billboard on a roof, half of it already on the ground in pieces. So just destroy it? Izuku asked, feeling that it'd be a bit anticlimactic after walking a half hour to get here. Well, yeah. I feel better after I do. Tamura shrugs. Have you ever tried destroying it in a special way? Izuku offered, crossing his arms looking at the large board of metal. Like? Tamura questioned. Like drawing a shape? Or something? Izuku pressed. My quirk is decaying. I'm not able to draw lines. Izuku. Tamura stared, a bit exasperated at the obvious issue. Well, think of it like an eraser. You could erase lines on a black paper to make a drawing, right? Tamura hadn't thought of that. The idea of creating something while destroying, it was strangely comforting and alluring. Tamura looked down at his own hands, just staring at them. These hands which were only good at breaking things. He'd be lying if he said that he didn't get annoyed at his quirk at some point. Try it, Izuku encouraged, causing Tamura to jolt out of his thoughts. He nodded and climbed up on the billboard. He hesitated, slowly reaching out and touching the metal. It started to corrode. He then moved his hand in a circle, leaving a shape of broken metal in his wake. "I've been meaning to ask, but how much control do you have over your quirk?" Izuku asked, now just next to Tamura. "Not much." Tamura begins scratching at his neck. "It activates when I'm touching something with all my fingers." "Well, what does it feel like when it's active?" asked the masked greenie, who was now holding a notebook and pencil. Tamura frowned. He never really put it to words, but if he had to. "Like whatever I grasp is mine to destroy." Izuku nodded, seeing a distinct and slightly manic look in the older boy's eyes. He could relate somewhat. Having the power to take almost anyone's quirk was also intoxicating. Though Izuku realized something based on the boy's choice of words. If it's yours to destroy, doesn't that mean it's a choice? Tamura blinked momentarily. "What? Well, I noticed that most emitter quirks sound different when they're used, but yours hasn't sounded different at all." Izuku gestured to Tamura with his pencil. Tamura wasn't quite sure why Izuku even needed the notebook anymore when he had the encyclopedia quirk. "Have you tried turning it off?" "Oh wow, why didn't I think that?" The sarcasm was palpable. "Okay, well, maybe instead you try to avoid decaying a specific spot? Like try to guide the effect. It seems to spread from your hands when you touch something." Izuku quickly spat out, realizing how obvious the idea was and trying to recover from it. "I guess it does, doesn't it?" Tamura realized that maybe Izuku was right. Maybe it wasn't about stopping but choosing what he wanted gone and what he didn't. He touched the billboard again, instead now trying to envision a spot in the center of the decay untouched, eyes closed. Soon, faster than it should have been, a metal clang was heard just between his feet. Tamura looked down. A small metal disc with rough edges had fallen from the board, leaving a hole where decay had been active. The disc was now clean of all rust and dirt, showing the boy's reflection. "Whoa! You did it!" Izuku was excited, but Tamura was too busy. He started down at the disc. He swore that he could see someone, a boy around Izuku's age with an angry look in his eyes but crying all the same. He reached down and picked up the disc, and for a moment it didn't break, until the image vanished, returning to the correct one just before falling to dust. "You even managed to pick something up." Izuku hugged Tamura. Despite what should have been a happy occasion, one he should be proud of, Tamura couldn't find it in him to be happy. Izuku soon took notice of this, pulling back and pulling his mask to the side. "What's wrong?" Tamura looked to Izuku, the only person around for the answer to a question burning in his mind, a question which no one would have asked had it not been for Izuku's accidental triggering. "Who's Tenko?" Chapter end notes. I am so hyped for Tamura's arc, it's going to be a blast. Some minor quirk training for decay as well, going off of what is canon about the power and how Tenko's trauma influences how it came out, as well as some of Overhaul's destructive powers. I love the idea of Tamura training decay by the ice sculpture method, trying to make something by destroying something bigger. Also, what kind of hoodie should Izuku get hood for Christmas? I'm taking recommendations. Interlude. Thoughts and statuses. Chapter summary. Some thoughts and perspectives from other characters we haven't focused on in a bit, and one more. And some stuff to help you keep track of things. Chapter notes. I know, Dick moved for leaving a cliffhanger, but I thought up this chapter and wanted to do it before things moved on. Interludes are really quite fun and are a way for me to take a step back and look at the current situation in the story. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 33. Interlude. Thoughts and statuses. Mei Hatsume had a pretty good life, though that wasn't particularly on her mind due to her being a 5-year-old. Her grandmother spoiled her rotten. Her dad encouraged her toward what she loved. Her mom kept her within her means, and her friends, well, they kept her company like no one else could. Mei found kids her age a bit boring. They weren't as enthusiastic as she was about creating. They were hard to talk to and they got upset at the slightest little things, like an explosion making them drop their favorite snack. However, two were the exception to this: Himiko Toga and Izuku Midoriya. Himiko was as passionate as she was about the things she liked, even if she didn't like the same things. Himiko liked seeing pictures of bloody things. She liked mimicking people and doing impressions while joking around, and enjoyed listening to people talk about what they loved. Though it was hard seeing her have to hide it, she would sometimes ask to have some of Mei's blood, but most often Mei would have to refuse since she couldn't risk her parents seeing a bite mark. Himiko stopped asking after a while, but instead she began to cling to Mei. Mei wasn't against it. She liked having someone she could hug for no other reason than she wanted to. Himiko's parents didn't seem to love her the same way Mei's did, locking her in her room and calling her names like demon or freak. Mei hoped Himiko could get nicer parents someday. Izuku was another story, her first real friend. He saved her from some bullies, even started tinkering with her. She loved Izuku, loved hanging out with him, building stuff with him. He also introduced Himiko to her. One thing she didn't like, however, was the things he'd done. Not due to the acts themselves, well, some of it scared her, but the pain it brought him was also a big reason. He'd killed some bullies, revealing that he had a very special quirk, one that could take or give other people's quirks. She was glad he trusted her. The quirk was really cool, but she couldn't unsee the blood and the look on his face as he killed them. He looked scary. It was the only word that she could manage to describe his face. She never wanted to be afraid of him again. Hearing him sob in Himiko's arms made her feel worse than when he'd gotten picked on because of her. Izuku liked her and Himiko even when others didn't. The least she could do was to accept him. Recently Izuku had begun secretly living with Mr. Shigaraki, his mentor. Mei wasn't sure, but he seemed to be having equal parts fun and tough times. He had killed more people, which caused him to feel bad, but after some time he went back to normal. Mei preferred him to be happy, but she was a bit worried how many people he was killing. Himiko recently started seeing a quirk counselor. Her parents were insisting something was wrong with her. Himiko didn't like the lady she was forced to see. Mei couldn't imagine being forced to not use her zoomies. Himiko would let loose when she was with Mei and Izuku, transforming till she got tired of it, almost in spite. Mei had to help Izuku calm her down over text sometimes too. The counselor kept yelling at her when she would ask questions. Compared to her best friends in the whole wide world, Mei had to agree, she had a good life. Himiko didn't get a lot of things. First was how her friends could make things that she couldn't dream of. Next was why she wasn't allowed to share what she liked. Every so often she'd find a cute little animal or large animal a bit bloodied on the side of the road or in a bush. Why did no one else see how cute they looked? Her parents had yelled at her, told her that she wasn't normal. She saw people looking at her with disgust when she said something not normal. Her dad had beat her thinking she killed a sparrow to drink its blood, but it had only fell from the nest. She had sucked on a friend's ouchie to make it feel better, but that wasn't normal either, and they had to move away because of it. Why did no one else see things like she did? That red things were cute? Why was everyone else afraid of blood? But her moving wasn't all bad. She met her new friends. Izuku was great. He let her drink his blood when she got thirsty. He even taught her about her quirk. Izuku protected her and Mei. He made the meanies die. Though Izuku didn't like it when he had to do that, he seemed scared, so doing what friends do best, Himiko held him close and told him everything would be alright. Mei seemed scared too, scared of Izuku in fact, so she held them both. Izuku revealed that he had a very special power, which they used to try each other's quirks out. Something about seeing her friends with her quirk made it feel like less of a burden, like she wasn't the odd one out anymore. But strangely it was disappointing to find that she felt no different without it, despite it being the supposed source of her problems. Himiko loved her friends, ones that would go so far as to make a drone to fly her some blood during her grounding. She'd been curled up in bed crying until a green and pink light broke her out of it. She'd do anything for her friends. Next time she'd be the one to kill for them. Mei shared her sense of humor and even made her a phone so she wouldn't feel lonely at home. She was her human-sized stuffed animal too. Himiko really liked having a girl her age around, even though she was technically older, which she hadn't told her friends yet. She was kind of nervous to start elementary school, but at least with the color trio, it won't be as bad, right? Himiko's parents had made her start quirk counseling, which she didn't like at all. The lady, Miss Evelyn, kept trying to yell her that blood wasn't cute and that drinking it wasn't normal. But Himiko had already found some friends who didn't find it weird or scary and even smiled when she spoke about it. Mei listened and even tried to understand why it was cute, though she didn't like them in the same way she at least tried. Izuku liked to bite people. He had said it felt natural. This too made Himiko feel justified in her likes. Dr. Shigaraki, as he currently went by, one of his many names, was not a sentimental man, nor did he find himself easily attached to people. However, he found it hard not to like the vessel chosen for his lord to be taken over. There was a kinship in their shared curiosity for quirks. Recently Kyudai had showed Izuku a set of cells which he had gotten to retain the effects of a quirk without the required body. These cells had a self-destructive nature to them. Izuku named them bomber cells, which the doctor liked very much. He never had to repeat himself with Izuku. Each lesson given was a clear step above the last, a trait he liked as children often needed multiple times to learn things. Kyudai knew Izuku was being taught and groomed to bring his personality closer to that of his master, but that didn't mean Kyudai saw it as a means to an end. In fact, he found having an apprentice to be stimulating for his research. A new person to bounce ideas off of, though some were too much for the boy at this stage. The boy had put forward the idea of creating a tool which could use quirks like a person could. It wasn't possible currently, but if they started with a larger creature and slowly downsized it, they could likely do it in less than a decade. His master had begun to show signs of aging, the numerous quirks in his body finally taking their toll. The newest quirks giving him more trouble than the older ones. They expected it to a point, however it occurred earlier than they thought. They had need to rush their plans, with all might breathing down their necks and slowly dismantling the support all for one had made of the centuries. It was a miracle they found a vessel so quickly. The idea of creating support items with quirks was one which would lessen the burden on his master's body significantly if done correctly. The doctor had used the old recipe for trigger and a copy of forced quirk activation to synthesize a stronger form of the drug. The idea of making other drugs from quirks wasn't too far-fetched either. He'd need to look into which would be best for use on his master. In an office in a certain school, a creature looked over some documents which were setting off some alarms in his mind. Was he a mouse? A dog? Or a bear? Whatever he was certainly a genius. Staring at the pages and pictures, something felt off. However, even his keen intellect could not figure out why. He was staring at two reports. One where a hospital was destroyed by a group of radical villains, and the other an explosion in an HPSC branch credited to a group of villains who were trying to get at evidence. Both were in the same area. Both had explosive-type quirks used, however the analysis came to it being different quirks. Two targets with a prominent level of risk for a normal villain. This coupled with the lack of camera footage made Nezu wonder if it couldn't be the same person. It wasn't something he'd normally stick his nose into due to his strained relationship with the Commission. However, he had his eye on a hero who had been in the hospital which was destroyed. This particular hero's body was also discovered in a condition which struck Nezu as odd, this not counting the fact the blast was directly next to this hero's room. This is quite a coincidence. Flipping to the next page, Nezu eyes a redacted piece of evidence found at the hospital. Based on the length of the words around it, it could be anywhere from 4 to 7 letters. One object, found on the topmost layer of rubble, with a hero also found nearby in pieces. He couldn't be sure, but he assumed it to belong to one of the attackers. This evidence being redacted told Nezu it was important, so it likely had something to do with the intruders. Maybe it told of their identity. The evidence would likely also be brought to that branch which was attacked. The Commission was at least trying to hide this from